Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Book 2, The Elfmaid Trilogy. The Bloody Sword Tavern catered to a rough crowd, mostly pirates, mercenaries, and hired muscle. It was a 3-story stone building at the edge of Valeria's notorious tied-up quarter, the small rooms over the tavern used mostly by the girls plying their trade in the tavern. The tavern itself was about average, with 3 stages for dancing girls and 1 long bar in back. Scattered oil lamps helped to keep most faces unrecognizable beyond a few feet, with the only real pools of bright light on the stages and at the front door. About the room 6 men sat scattered at various small round tables. All eyes came up and scrutinized the 2 women as they entered, then dropped back to their mugs. "That's him," Danica said, pointing to the sulking Tyrion sitting at a corner table. It was the first time she'd ever seen him just staring into a mug of ale. Ale rarely lasted long around the big barbarian warrior. "That's my friend Carl." The indicated man was huge. Even sitting slumped over a table, he looked every bit of his 7 feet height. His blue, travel-stained shirt and coat of mail did nothing to hide his powerful chest and arms, heavily sheathed in muscle. He had a thick head and beard of flame-red hair. Both looked remarkably clean by Tyrion standards. She also didn't fail to notice the long sword on his left hip, and a wicked-looking crescent-bladed battle-axe riding on the right. "Your Tyrion friend?" Kat said, studying the man. "He doesn't look like the jolly giant you described. How jolly did you feel after tangling with Taylor last week?" Danica scowled. Danica and Kat barely defeated and captured the arch-wizard Taylor, even though they'd possessed a powerful, God-given talisman. The wizard countered by using his stolen memories of Danic of Drakehorn to maneuver Danica into joining with him and his cause, or lose what they so desired forever. Now both women were oath-bound to serve the bastard. And to add to that, it seems to him that his best friend has turned on him. "Imagine how he feels," Danica said. Kat nodded somberly, pain evident in her coal-black eyes. She didn't usually let her feelings show. As her attention focused on her old friend, Carl, Danica thought back on her first encounter with the wizard up north in Elfhaven. She and Carl just rode in from 3 months as caravan guards on the steppes and were enjoying themselves in a tavern. Which translated into drinking heavily and carousing shamelessly. Danica, then Danic of Drakehorn, a man and a powerful Jarlan knight, had bet Carl he could seduce the beautiful golden-haired noblewoman that had just entered. Little did he know the woman was an elven high sorceress looking for a strong warrior with which to trade bodies. That night, Danic became Danica and the nightmare began. To Carl, it must have seemed like his best friend just abandoned him. "Well," Kat said. "Do we approach him or not?" Danica hesitated. As it stood, Carl wasn't aware of her transformation. To reveal it to him would be humiliating. It was something she'd hoped to avoid. Only things had changed dramatically since her arrival in Alaria. Besides, they shared common friends who knew of her misfortune, or curse, as she thought of it, and it was only a matter of time before he learned the truth. The gods only knew how Carl would react to the news. Maeve already knew of Danic's humiliation and would gleefully tell him all about it. The thought of Maeve darkened Danica's mood. The Tyrion sorceress hadn't been seen or heard from since before the blood moon, when Danica and Kat confronted Taylor and High Mage Aisha. Upon taking the talisman from Danica after a terrible sorceress battle, Aisha said something about Maeve being right about the talisman's power. Had she referred to Carl's cousin, the only Maeve Danica knew? She did know about the talisman. Unable to believe Maeve would join forces with such a terrible mistress, Danica and Kat had begun a search for the missing sorceress. Taylor, eager for another mage in his cause, hadn't been able to locate her magically. Danica and Kat conducted a more mundane, though no less thorough, search of the city as well. Either Maeve won her prize of the goblin's gift and was out looting his treasure hoard, or was his prisoner. Or dead. Damned hot-blooded fool, Danica thought bitterly. Another friend lost. Glancing at Kat, she was grateful for the big bravo's loyalty and help. Kat had left the desert city of Tamara and a comfortable position as a bouncer in a high-class brothel to aid Danica in the quest to win back her body. Danica wasn't sure she would believe someone who hit her with such a wild story. Despite her somber demeanor and intimidating size, Kat was a kind and trusting person. At just over 6 feet, Kat was one of the biggest women Danica ever encountered. An athletic beauty, she further enhanced her physique with extensive weightlifting. In contrast, her heart-shaped face carried a delicate beauty, with a long narrow nose, almond eyes, and full lips. Yet, her most distinctive feature was by far her complexion. Kat's skin was almost as dark as her thick mane of long, silky fine ravenwing hair. That and her penchant for wearing dark, somber colors made her appear very intimidating. Perfect for her usual occupation as a bouncer and hired bravo. Danica, in the elven body of the high sorceress Tara, was almost the exact opposite. She had waist-length, golden blonde hair, sapphire blue eyes, and an alabaster skin basted golden brown by the prairie sun. In her mind, she'd been further cursed with the firm, sculpted body of a dancer. The kind of curvaceous body men would gladly kill to possess. And being an elfmaid made her exotic and highly prized by slavers and status-conscious men. It wasn't a comforting thought. The subtropical city of Alaria was not a safe place for proven warriors to walk the streets, much less an exquisitely beautiful elfmaid. She was ready to leave this haven for outlaws, pirates, and rouge wizards, whether in the body of a man or woman. It seemed every time she went anywhere, she literally had to fight men off. Sometimes with bared steel. Both women dressed in the traditional garb of Amazon warriors. Danica wore flashy jewelry in an attempt to lure people's attention away from her elven features. They both wore black leather pants and black thigh-high riding boots. Each carried a sword, belt knife, and 2 throwing daggers stuffed inside their boot tops. In addition, Kat wore a tight-fitting, custom-made mail shirt over a gray cotton shirt, and Danica had a new steel cuirass over her red shirt. Not expecting trouble, they left their helmets behind. Both already twisted their long hair into single thick braids, hanging down their backs, for the coming flight to the Amazon Empire. Kat waited for an answer. Bandu, give me strength and Carl understanding, Danica silently begged the god of war and warriors, then grimaced. Yes. We'll try. Kat nodded and strode away. They already discussed how they would approach him. Danica wanted to avoid trouble if he didn't believe them. Tyrians were a particularly moody and eccentric lot. Very dangerous when riled. She watched Kat step before Carl, and then Carl look up. Come damnation or glory, they were committed. Scuss. Kat gave the traditional Tyrian greeting, which also served as a farewell. He nodded and said quietly, Scuss. Carl of Olmstat, I am Kat, she said. At his nod, she continued, I am here at the request of one of your friends, Danic of Drakehorn. Carl's sky-blue eyes flashed with happiness. Danic? What is it? Does he want to speak with me? She frowned. Yes and no. Carl grunted, slumping over again. The man you met with yesterday was not Danic, not exactly anyway. Carl looked up, confused and a little wary. What do you mean? In Elfhaven Danic seduced a beautiful blonde noblewoman, correct? Yes, he replied guardedly. She was a sorceress, Kat said. She stole Danic's body, taking it for herself, and leaving him in her own. Then she sold Danic to slavers. Carl gave her a doubtful look. That sounds a bit far-fetched. Danic is a stark warrior, and some sorceress would have her hands full subduing him. You'd be surprised how easy she had it, Danica said, grinning sheepishly. Carl's head whipped around. Upon seeing her, he reached for his sword. You. Danica's blade was out and pressed to his throat in a flash. I may be a woman now, but I'm still a swordmaster, my friend. You claim to be my friend. Danic? Carl said, looking doubtful. He studied her face intently, paying special heed to her facial features. His eyes went wide at the realization she had almond-shaped, slightly slanted eyes and pointed ears. You're an elf. And you don't have any of the look of Danic about you. Weren't you listening to Cat, you overgrown bear? That god's-forsaken sorceress, Tara, stole my body, and stuck me in this. Her elven body. Carl hesitated, chewing on his thick mustaches, apparently deep in troubled thought. Danica watched the play of emotions across her old friend's face. Together, they'd seen and experienced strange and awesome displays of magic, watched wizards transform into hideous creatures to fight them. So switching bodies would seem to be a comparatively simple act. Surely he couldn't just discard her claims. She thought he might believe her, but his eyes suddenly hardened and he set his jaw defiantly. Well now, Danica, why don't you just put that blade away and prove to me that you are my lost friend, Carl said, sitting back with arms crossed over his chest. Hesitantly, she complied. Sheathing the sword, she studied the Tyrian. There wasn't the barest hint he believed a single word they'd said. However, apparently he was willing to listen. At least for a while. What do you want to know, she said. What will it take to convince you, Well now, you already know who I am. So let's see if you know some basic information about Danic. Sounds good. Ask away. Good. How many brothers do you have? 1. His name is Kirk and he's my older brother, she said. He's serving in the Dakar Royal Army right now. How many sisters? None. Your mother was an Amazon noblewoman before she married your father. My mother was and is a Tyrian, Danica interrupted. Then with a woeful look, it is my greatest shame, having barbarian Tyrian blood. That brought a twinkle to Carl's eye, it being a common lament of Danic's. And before you ask, her barbaric warrior nickname is She-Wolf. Your father's? Jarlanders don't have warrior nicknames, she said, noticing Carl starting to relax. We're not barbarians, And my own warrior's name? Laughing Bear, but it should be Annoying Bear, if you ask me, she snapped, then grinned. Especially after trying to marry me off to that Jordani wench. With that, Danica could tell that Carl really wanted to believe her, but something still held him back. Enough about Danic, now tell me something about me, Carl said. Describe my family. Other than the well-known fact that they are all considerably better looking than you, she said, pleased to hear him chuckle. You have 2 brothers, one older and one younger. Let's see, there's your younger sister, Elsa. A woman I had a rather passionate relationship with until that little red-headed spitfire of cousin of yours, Maeve Snapdragon, came between us. Again, Danica wondered what happened to Maeve. What was her fate? Did Maeve need help, with her and Cat ready to fly off halfway around the world? And how would Carl react to his favorite cousin having gone missing? Would he blame Danica for not going with her, or at least trying to talk her out of such a dangerous adventure? Now that was a sight, Carl bellowed happily. Elsa and Maeve squared off with bared steel to fight over my friend's love, and him off chasing some tart of a serving girl. As I recalled, we had to tie them both up and take them several days' ride in opposite directions to keep them from killing each other, Danica said, grimacing at the memory. I'd hate to be the cause of a kinslaying. Carl exploded out of his chair and swept Danica up in massive arms. Both she and Cat caught completely off guard. Crushing her in a powerful bear hug, he said, my friend, it is you. I thought you deserted me. Cat, who'd whipped her sword out, relaxed and grinned at Danica's look of shock. Danica briefly wondered if the huge barbarian would kill her accidentally in his joy. Her face was already turning crimson from the strain. Put me down before I bite your nose off, Danica gasped out. Carl dropped her unceremoniously, then began pounding her with hearty backslaps. Laughing all the while. She struggled to get her breath back, but he wasn't making it easy. Pushing him away. God's dog, are you trying to beat me to death? Carl wagged his brows. Forgive me, Lady Danic, for I am an uncouth oaf to treat such a delicate and noble elven beauty so roughly. It's Danica, she said, glowering at the all-too-cheerful Tyrion. And I don't find jokes aimed at my misfortune particularly funny. Your loss, wench. Ha, ha, wait till the lads back in Dakar hear about this. Danic, a beautiful elfmaid. Carl laughed. It must surely be the gods' justice for all the broken hearts you left behind. Danica stepped back wide-eyed. You're not, shocked, appalled. At what has happened to me? The smile never left his face, but a deadly glint crept into his sky-blue eyes. You know I am, but I know that tonight we pay a visit to this evil mage enforcer, or him, to give your body back. Then grinning more widely, he continued. Then I begin telling everyone about this. Ha, it'll be glorious. You'll be squirming for years. I'm afraid not, my friend, Danica said, averting her eyes. I'm bound by oath to Taylor. We're bound to serve him if Danica's to ever get her male body back, Kat said. The bloody dog. Carl pounded the table with a massive fist. The tavern quieted down, eager eyes shifting towards the tiny group. They turned back to their own concerns once it was obvious a fight wasn't about to break out. While Danica and Kat relaxed, Carl seemed oblivious to their surroundings. Wizards! You can't trust their godless lot. Better to strike a deal with Tunner himself. At the moment, Danica would have much preferred a bargain with the god of the dead. It was well known that the gods wouldn't go back on a promise if the mortal succeeded in the task required to gain their favor. Magic users were another story. The gods only knew how their twisted minds worked. We've been forced to go rescue his sister from their enemies in the Amazon Empire, Kat said, bringing Danica back to the real world. We leave today. Carl looked beseechingly at Danica, but I can't enter the Empire. Men aren't allowed inside. What am I to do while you're gone? Danica smiled, that's why we're here. First, I want you to protect Taylor. Be his bodyguard. Never. The bloody bastard has no honor. If he gets himself killed, I am doomed to a life in this body, Danica said. I need you to protect him. Keep him out of trouble. I hope to return to a body in reasonably good shape. After a moment he slammed his fist on the table again. I'll do it. For my friend, Danica smiled weakly and said, before you agree, you should know what you're up against. Doesn't matter, he said, with a contemptuous wave of the hand. I'm a warrior. I fear nothing. I know, Danica said. You've always been rather stupid, but I'll tell you anyway. Stupid? Me? Carl said. He looked up over with a grin. You're the one strutting around in shiny bangles and a nice set of tits, not me. You're the one who. Never mind, Danica said, noticing a hint of a grin from Kat. She gave them both her best scowl, which did nothing to wipe the amusement off either of their faces. She narrowed her eyes and snorted. Fine. But back to Taylor's enemies. He needs protection from cutthroats and such, Kat said. At times he seems almost unaware of the mundane threats surrounding him, as if his magic will protect him from anything. Yes, I know he's a powerful wizard, Carl said. I saw him use his magic back in Elfhaven. What? You saw Taylor use magic back in Elfhaven, Danica cried. Why didn't you do something? You knew I didn't know magic. Looking sheepish, he lowered his gaze. I thought you didn't, but it never occurred to me that someone would steal your body. Is that why you suddenly left town? Then more menacing, Danica stepped forward. And took my horse. Your horse? Yes, that I did. I saw you taking that noblewoman into a slave house while I was escorting a poor lonely wench home. Thinking it must be a mistake, for I knew you weren't no common slaver, I waited for you to come out and explain yourself. But when you finally came out, you made a circular motion with your hand and a large black whirlpool, or hole, or something, appeared before you. Before I could call out, you stepped through and were gone. Magic, Danica and Cat said together, Cat making signs against evil. Yes, imagine my shock, Carl said. Then remembering an old witch back in the tavern, I hurried back and she used your armor to determine that you weren't in the city any longer. She couldn't tell me anything else. So you took my horse and came here? Yes, but I stopped in Dakar and Drakehorn Castle first, he said. If you weren't here in Alaria, I'd have had to give up the search. I understand, she said, grateful he had put as much effort into it as he did. Most warriors would have shrugged and gone their own way. But I'm afraid you might be getting yourself into more trouble. Before you agree to help me, think this over. Taylor's enemies are powerful. Very powerful. They are led by Aisha, Cat said. And she is only one of many mages scattered all over the Jarlands. The High Mage of Alaria? At Danica's nod, bloody rotten luck that. Exactly, she's very dangerous, Danica said. Nodding at Cat, if it wasn't for Cat, she would have killed me last week. And I had a God-given talisman in the fight. Carl appeared to think on that a moment, chewing nervously on his long mustaches. Despite his bravado, he held a healthy respect for wizards. He and Danic had tangled with several in their various adventures together. Though they always won, some of their victories had been close things indeed. Well, wench, I do see one wee bit of a problem, Carl said at length. The wizard Taylor and I had words yesterday afternoon, and I don't think he'll want me around. So how will I protect him? We've already discussed this with him, she said. He has agreed to it, though reluctantly. She shrugged. I think he's more than a little worried after his last battle with Aisha. And the 4 assassination attempts in the last week, Cat added. That's what we're especially concerned with. He can probably handle the magical assaults, but hired blades have a way of getting past any mage's wards. Yes, that I know, he said, winking at Cat. Me and Danic are quite accomplished at it ourselves. Cat frowned, worry showing though, I hope so. We'll need all the help we can get in the Empire. We'll be fine, Danica said, then turned back to Carl. You'll have to be wary, my friend. Taylor's enemies are powerful and resourceful. Fear not, wench, I will be ever vigilant, he assured her. No one will kill Taylor or cause serious injury to your precious body. Then, running an appreciative hand down over her long golden tresses and stopping on her rump, he continued. Though by my way of figuring, this new body is far more precious. Tiny fingers of panic gripped her at his touch, but Danica steadfastly refused to bolt out of his reach. Inwardly cursing Tyrians need to touch and feel everything that catches their eye, she forcefully pushed his hand away and gave him her most steely gaze. How would you like to have your eyes gouged out? Cat said, she doesn't have much of a sense of humor about her condition. Personally, I think she should be grateful for the chance to see how the other half lives. With a wicked grin she continued, I guess all that time as a Jordani slave soured her on being a woman. Cat! Danica screamed. A slave on the steps! Carl cried, looking startled. He was well aware of the constant abuse, both physical and sexual, a slave in that culture endured. But his shock lasted for just a second, then he roared with laughter. Blood of the gods! Danica, a Jordani love toy. Wait till Lucas and Paul hear of this. Face burning in shame she averted her eyes, it wasn't what that sewer of a brain of yours is thinking. They're afraid of elves. Besides, I convinced them I was cursed, and sex with me would destroy their clan. She glanced at Cat. There was just that one time, before she put the fear of a curse in their hearts. Would Cat correct her in front of Carl? Thankfully, Cat's face and demeanor remained calm. Carl sobered a little, but only shrugged. That nasty little fact won't tarnish the tale, wench, he said and gave her a wink. If you remember to include it, Danica said darkly, casting murderous looks at Cat. Carl simply grinned. There is another problem for you as well, Danica said, averting her eyes. Maeve is missing. Maeve? Carl said, taken aback by this change of subject. Though it's hard to believe, Maeve really is a sorceress of unknown power. She saved my life with her magic, but disappeared the next day. She was trying to capture a goblin and steal his gift. Bandu invincible. She's a fool. Carl cried. And we've been looking all over for her ever since, Kat said. If she succeeded, then she failed to tell anyone, and if she failed to capture the goblin, then she's dead, Carl said. He fretted a moment, then sighed. Maeve's fate is her own concern, though I for one hope she is well. She's such a fun wench. Danica nodded. Kat stared at both in horror. Don't you care what happened to her? Maeve is your friend, and your kin. Her fate is our concern as well, Kat said, looking back and forth between them. Carl looked surprised, but Danica looked hurt. You are right. I will continue the search, Carl said. If she is well, I'll find her and let her know what we think of her callous actions. Thank you, Carl. When I get back, I have a few things I want to tell her, Danica said. Like Kat, she did believe Maeve's fate was important, and she needed to be found. She also knew the crazy redhead, and Maeve rarely thought past the moment. There was a chance Maeve achieved her goal and just took off on her next adventure. After such a dangerous adventure, I can't believe she'd go off and not let me know she was all right. It's been driving me half mad. I can, Carl said. Danica shrugged. Carl shook his head, grinning. It wouldn't be the first time she did something like that. Your whole family is crazy like that, Danica said. With a sigh and woeful shake of her head, Kat said, we need to leave. She's right, Danica said to Carl. Taylor is meeting us at the Warhawkery. We'll fill you in on what has happened so far on the walk over. A twinkle came to Carl's eyes. But first, wench, tell old Carl how you came to be a Jordani slave, and how you escaped. Danica shot Kat another hot look, then marched out of the tavern with a snort of purest disgust. Carl gave a booming laugh. Kat chuckled, then followed her out into the subtropical heat and humidity of all Aria. Though the actual distance to Harold's Warhawkery wasn't that far, the trip from the Bloody Sword Tavern felt like a journey of epic proportions to Danica. Carl's questions were endless, and all too personal for her taste. Or pride. It was with great relief she finally stepped through the Ares gate and headed for the launch roost through a forest of huge saddlebirds. As they approached, Danica eagerly looked over the two huge warhawks waiting on the launch. One was a dark brown with golden highlights, and the other a pure black bird with blood-red eyes. With a grim smile, she knew the black was hers. Kat would never agree to ride such a sinister-looking beast. Just looking at the magnificent saddlebirds gave Danica a thrill. Harold's Warhawkery was filled with them. Most were similar in coloration to the golden brown bird, but a few were brightly plumed in reds, yellows, and blues. Warhawks other than black or brown were rare, requiring magic during incubation to achieve, or the expensive and difficult sorcery after hatching. Taylor and Harold, the Eyrie owner, were waiting near the warhawks at the launch roost. The Eyrie wasn't large as such places went. It barely covered 1 acre, with its volatile charges perched dangerously close to each other. Each perch was a thick log laid horizontally across foot-high stumps. It was surrounded on 3 sides by ramshackle tenements and separated from the street by a high wooden fence. Danica noted the birds were already saddled and their gear stowed in bulging saddlebags. She smiled as the 2 men spotted their approach. Taylor scowled, but Harold stared open-mouthed. You! Harold cried. The old warhawk trader seethed. He normally was a rather pleasant old fellow, with cheerful blue eyes and salt and pepper hair. Only a little taller than Danica, she thought he looked unusually thin. He was an old friend of Danic's, so she silently prayed he wasn't sick. Leaving sooner than we figured, Danica grinned back. She then turned to look up at the huge blackbird. Ready to fly, my beauty? The warhawk stretched out its wings and roared its excitement, before sending a host of tiny whirlwinds swirling about as it flapped its wings. Then half the other birds roost in the air began roaring their challenges and flapping their wings. It was deafening. Did you have to do that? Cat shouted over the noise. Danica shrugged, pleased with the outcome. Was it her fault Cat was afraid of warhawks? Turning to Taylor, Harold said, "You didn't tell me you were buying birds for these two." "It matters?" Taylor asked, giving him a sharp look. Still not able to look at her male body without cringing, Danica kept her eyes on the black. Taylor's taste in manly apparel didn't sit well with her. He favored bright-colored cassocks and robes. Today he wore loose cotton pants and short boots, with a voluminous silk shirt. All bright red. His only weapon was a sword belted to his hip. His ability to use the blade rivaled Danica's, having stolen her talents along with the body. "You're still upset about the birds we sold you last week," Danica said, frowning. They had sold him their warhawks rather than pay the high roosting fees. He had been rather miffed that the birds were overworked and underfed. "We're sorry, but we didn't have the coin to take proper care of them, but Taylor has taken care of that." She patted a heavy leather pouch hanging off her belt. "He gave us more than enough coin to maintain them in our journey." "Besides," Taylor said, giving the airy owner a disapproving look, "I've already paid for them." Before Harold could respond, he turned to Carl, "So we meet again." Danica noticed Harold's confusion. He knew Danic and Carl were the best of friends, but were acting like they didn't know each other. On top of that, Danic changed his name to Taylor and dressed and acted differently. She shook her head woefully, feeling sorry for the old man. "Yes we do," Carl said, looking him over critically. "Danica has bade me to protect you from your enemies, and yourself. That I will do for my friend. I can always use a little more security," he said. "But, barbarian, stay out of my way." Carl just snorted and crossed his arms before turning to study the warhawks. "They look like fine mounts, my friend." "I agree," Danica said, walking around the black before turning to Taylor. "How many days' rations do we have?" 5. "More than enough to reach the Amazon Empire, and then Celia," she said, then turned to Cat. "Well, you ready to go?" Looking at the towering warhawk with dread, Cat nodded. "I guess." "Friend, Cat," Carl said. "Is there a problem?" "She always feels like dinner beside a warhawk," Danica said before she could respond. "She'll be all right soon enough." Giving Cat a friendly backslap, which knocked most of her breath out, Carl laughed, "Fear not, wench. Warhawks almost never eat their masters." Cat looked at Danica with huge eyes. "Almost never?" "Danica, you said." "Don't listen to him," Danica said, giving the laughing barbarian a dark look. "He's joking, in his own perverse way." "You're wasting time," Taylor said. "I do not care to listen to your asinine jokes while my sister languishes in the clutches of our enemies." Danica grunted and stepped behind the black warhawk. She scrambled up the hempen dowel saddle ladder hanging from the cantle and settled into the large saddle. It was much like a horse's war saddle, with high pommel and cantle. To her right, strapped to the saddle, was a tooled leather bow case with one of the short, powerful bows of the steppe nomads. They were a favorite of warhawk riders, called hawkers, and horsemen alike. To her left were 2 quivers of arrows, and there was a bundle of 5 javelins tied to the back of the cantle. There were 3 brackets also on the back of the cantle, one on each end and one in the middle, for displaying unit or personal guidons and pennons. She and Cat had none, since they didn't particularly want to draw attention to themselves. Strapping herself in with the wide safety strap, she pulled up the hempen dowel ladder and secured it. When Kat was settled into her saddle, and had secured herself and her ladder, Danica turned back to the three men below. "Carl, you know what to do," she called down as she pushed soft rubber plugs into her ears. Without the plugs, the constant thunderous rush of air would drive a person mad on a long journey. "Don't let the bastard hurt himself. We'll be back soon enough." Then she turned her attention to Taylor. "You just be careful." Taylor only frowned. Danica looked at Kat. "Ready?" "Yes." In a commanding voice, Danica cried, "Fly!" Her warhawk spread its wings with a roar and leapt high into the air. She felt the familiar thrill as it raced ever higher on snapping wings. Glancing back, she watched Kat take off and follow. At about 300 feet, she ordered the bird into a northwesterly direction and decreased its ascent to a more comfortable grade. Warhawks possessed the intelligence of a 5-year-old child and were guided by voice commands. They could understand most of what was said around them. They would follow their last command until another order was given, or something unusual distracted it. Like wild game below. Again, like a child, they were easily distracted. But few warhawks were as difficult to manage as a child, trusting in their human masters much like a child did a parent. As they flew away, Danica glanced back with misgivings. Just over a week ago, 10 days, she and Kat had flown in reasonably confident in their ability to reclaim her stolen body. The familiar swamped city seemed a godsend to her then. Its thick walls encompassing islands big and small crowded with buildings, palaces, and fortress-like merchant houses. The main island, Allaria Island, had been a sight to behold. It had all given her renewed hope that she would soon be returned to normal, to her old body. And now she was Taylor's slave in all but name. The oath she had given had bound her to him. Bound as she was by her sacred oath, and an even deeper, desperate need to recover her male body, she felt worse than a slave to him. Now she and Kat were slavishly serving the black-hearted mage, with no real, binding promise of the eventual return of her male body. And after their last encounter with High Mage Aisha, she wondered if any of them would live to worry about it. Looking ahead, she didn't know if she wanted to laugh or cry. On the other side of the distant mountains waited the Amazon Empire. A place forbidden to men. A place she had never even considered going to in the past. Now she was heading there in search of the sorceress Monique. All Danica knew was that it would be extraordinarily difficult to find one woman, sorceress or otherwise, inside that vast empire. A task she and Kat were oath-bound to complete, or die in the attempt. Chapter 2. Carl silently watched Danica and Kat flying away, until they were nothing more than specks. Here he'd spent the better part of 5 months searching for his lost friend, only to find that he was in a far worse situation than he could have ever imagined. Then his friend up and flew away to unknown dangers and they'd only shared a bare 30 minutes together. "If you're quite finished," Taylor said, not hiding his annoyance or contempt. "I've got better things to do than stand out here and watch an empty sky." "Just wait till you no longer have me friend's body to hide inside," Carl thought darkly. "Then I'll be looking you up, that I guarantee." But all he said was, "Lead on, wizard." Taylor hesitated, looking him over carefully, then turned on his heel and strode away. Carl thought he noticed the barest hint of fear in the wizard's eyes. Though it pleased him, it was not good to scare a wizard. They were a particularly paranoid lot. You could be found floating face down in the harbor very quickly if one thought you were a threat. Carl would be careful. They arrived soon enough at the wizard's new home, deep in the heart of the city's Allaria Island. It stood alone, with streets or alleys on all sides. It was as secure as it got in Allaria. As they approached, Carl noticed armed and armored men atop the 3-story mansion and at the main entrance. From his earlier visit, he knew more men patrolled the perimeter in small groups. He'd seen palaces with less protection. He was at once impressed and worried about why such a supposedly powerful wizard needed so much armed protection. Taylor gave some small signal with one hand, a password Carl decided, and they were allowed to pass without being challenged. Inside, a whip-thin man with wild eyes hurried over to them. "My lord, Sir Jaram and Lord Zalek have been murdered," he blurted out, wringing bony hands. Taylor reached for his hilt, hissing in his anger at the skittish messenger. The servant, who appeared to be that of a gentleman's manservant, turned even whiter as the remaining blood rushed from his face. Carl thought he was going to pass out. "How? Where?" Taylor demanded, making the messenger cringe. "Tell me, man. Who killed your lord?" "I don't know, my lord," he nearly babbled. "We were set upon by a score or more of the vilest-looking men I've ever seen. My lord and Sir Jaram fought valiantly, and I thought they might carry the day, but a lightning bolt from small red-headed sorceress struck them down." He stopped to compose himself. The bravos were so stunned by the lightning, I managed to slip away unnoticed. "Aisha! That black-hearted!" Taylor growled and slammed a fist into the wall. "She has taken to having her pet mages lead ambushes." Carl watched the cringing servant with contempt. He found such cowardice almost vulgar. A man should meet fate head-on, preferably with bared steel and a wild battle cry on his lips. No honor or glory in cowering, or running, before your enemies. In Carl's mind, the servant should have died with his sworn lord. Turning to Carl, Taylor warned, "Be vigilant, barbarian. Aisha excels in the unexpected. She always attacks when it's least expected, from a quarter thought secure." As if to confirm his warning, startled cries came from the street. The sound of steel blades crashing and men dying drifted over them. Within seconds the front door, oak, exploded inward, showering them in splinters. Taylor whipped his sword out and set his feet to meet the onslaught as Carl pulled his battle-axe. Not waiting for the attack, Carl screamed a battle cry and charged the incoming group. Bringing the wide, heavy battle-axe straight down on the first man through the door, Carl cleaved him in two. He kicked the next man back out the door and ducked beneath a sword thrust before several more bravos drove into him head-on. Tripping over fragments of the door, he wrapped a powerful arm around a neck as he fell. The neck snapped with a sick sound as he hit the floor. Gathering the limp body up, he hurled it at the men moving in for the kill. Then he rolled back to his feet as Taylor sent several thunderbolts into the group. One barely missed Carl, causing his hair on one arm to rise. "Godless, black-hearted wizards," he thought as he pounded a man in half-plate armor to his knees. Then deftly separating man from sword, he drove the spike atop his axe into the hapless knight's eye. Then at the top of his lungs, "Bandu, save me from my own allies long enough to send these dogs to Tuner." "What?" "Tuner take you, warrior," a woman shouted. She was tall and dark-haired, wearing dark blue robes. She muttered a word of power and pointed a finger at Carl. He threw up his battle-axe as a blue eldritch bolt streaked at him. The axe took the full brunt of the attack, melting to slag in the process. "Bloody dog-loving witch!" Carl snarled, throwing the 3-foot wooden haft at her. The sorceress, distracted by a magical attack by Taylor, failed to duck and took it in the temple. As she crumbled into a heap, Carl yelled, "Ha! Don't mess with me, wench!" Pulling his long sword, Carl glanced around at the melee in progress. A group of Taylor's hired bravos attacked the rear of the raiders, but proved too few and were being cut down quickly. Taylor was busy fighting off 2 bravos with sword, too pressed now for magic. However, he looked to have the upper hand, so Carl turned his attention to the remaining intruders. "Bandu, give them the strength and courage to make it worth my while," Carl bellowed. Then, swinging the long sword with both hands, he waded into the fray. They fell 2 and 3 at a time with every stroke. "Ha, ha, you sniveling dogs have the honor of being sent to Tuner by Carl, the laughing bear of legend." "What an honor!" Suddenly spinning about to confront the wiry character ready to stab him in the back, he said, a backstabber. "Take that." Carl's sword blasted through his pathetic defenses and sliced clean through his chest, separating his head and right arm from the rest of his body. Then, laughing with ruthless glee, Carl turned back on the others. Again, choosing brute strength over guile, he waited in swinging the huge sword like a sickle. "Look at me, he cried to the heavens. I am the Reaper of Souls incarnate. Bloody terrifying sight, I reckon. Great gods, barbarian. Must you bellow so? Taylor cried, decapitating a man before disemboweling another on the backstroke. By this time Carl had fought his way through the raiders and now was cutting off their retreat. He gave the street a quick look to ensure no one else waited outside before resuming his assault. Ho! Look at me, blocking you lads only escape. The more woe for you, he said, ignoring Taylor. Anyone care to have a go at me, dot. While the 5 remaining raiders stared at the laughing barbarian with dread, Taylor took the opportunity to cast a spell that dropped them all in their tracks. Carl immediately stopped laughing, casting baleful looks at the wizard. Damn him for spoiling the fun. He had needed a good fight for the last 5 months, what with the stress of looking for his missing friend and all. Scowling, Carl said, "You're no fun, wizard." Taylor snorted his contempt as he looked his prisoners over. Apparently the sorceress was the only spellcaster among the attackers, the rest being common bravos for the most part. He then confused Carl by kneeling beside each and every unconscious and wounded bravo and placing a single finger on their foreheads. It wasn't until the 3rd that Carl realized the wizard was killing them. He grimaced when he realized that Taylor was draining them of their life energy to replenish his expended supply. He had need of it to fuel his magic. While Carl cleaned his blade and pointedly ignored the wizard's obscene magical deeds, Taylor stepped outside and examined the carnage. All his guards were dead, their bodies intermingled with dead raiders. Scowling at the bloody piles, he knew it would be even more difficult to replace them now. Taylor already dreaded the upcoming trip to the Warriors' Hall to recruit more men. He was quickly getting a reputation among the local bravos as an employer to avoid. After a few minutes Carl came out and began searching the bodies. At first Taylor didn't give it much thought, but then he noticed the big barbarian was also searching the bodies of his men. Then, disgusted, he realized Carl was taking anything of value. Looting the dead. What are you doing? Not bothering to look up, they have no need for this stuff. But I do. Looting the dead is obscene. It is no worse than killing them, Carl said. He gave the wizard a hard look, or stealing the bodies of innocents, just so you can better fight your enemies. Taylor stared narrowly at him a second. Danic of Drakehorn could never be considered innocent. Not by any measure, but I forget who I'm dealing with. You're a barbarian and a mercenary. Killing and looting is all your feeble mind understands. Feeble mind? Carl repeated incredulously. You wasn't calling me feeble-minded when I... He stopped, frowning. Just for an instant he had forgotten that the man before him wasn't Danic, but Taylor. A wizard. A man he had no common memories with. Snorting, he returned to searching the bodies. It's my talented blade work that's keeping you alive, wizard. Perhaps, he said, then turned back into the mansion. Carl continued on, taking anything that could easily be carried upon his person, such as coins and jewelry. When he finished, he went back inside. Taylor was just then exiting through another door with the limp form of the sorceress thrown over his shoulder. Carl followed him down to his laboratory. He watched silently as the wizard quickly gagged her, then spoke a word of power and caused her to suddenly fly up against the wall. She was magically held spread eagle as he cast another spell that caused her hands and feet to melt into the stone wall. Carl was impressed. Looking back at Carl, he smiled. Now our friend isn't a threat. Not wanting to give the wizard credit for anything, Carl simply nodded. Now we question her? That we do, Taylor said, grim-faced. But first. The wizard sat cross-legged before her, closed his eyes, and began a low chant. Carl watched in fascination as Taylor mumbled and drew elaborate designs in the air, many of which sent disturbing chills through him, while the sorceress began moaning and writhing. Then Taylor stood and grabbed her head in both hands as they began to glow with blue eldritch flames. The sorceress's eyes popped open, full of terror, but unable to struggle. All she could manage was a strangled gasp. "There," Taylor said, releasing her and stepping back. "Now she is totally helpless." He gave Carl one of Danic's wolfish grins. "I just stripped her of all her magic knowledge and protective wards." Her personal wards were very powerful and difficult to unravel. But now she couldn't cast a spell if her life depended on it. "Bloody great," Carl said, despite his best effort to remain impassive. "Magic is honorless." Giving Taylor a steady look, as are its practitioners. Taylor's eyes narrowed, but then he turned back to the wild-eyed sorceress. Sweat was beginning to pop out on her forehead and upper lip. He could see her body racked from time to time with tremors. She, even more than the barbarian, understood what had happened to her, and what would happen to her. It was every spellcaster's worst nightmare to fall to another spellcaster and be taken alive. Removing the gag, Taylor asked, "Your name?" The sorceress acted as if she'd spit back some defiant jab, but stopped herself. I am Valicia." "Valicia of Blanca?" "The Blancan High Mage," he said. "Yes." Aisha's influence expands, he said darkly, falling into deep thought. After a moment he began to scrutinize her. "Finally, Aisha's put some kind of loyalty hayas on you." "Hayas?" Carl said. "A spell of compulsion," Taylor explained. "They are rarely used, being inherently unstable and short-lived." "I didn't think such a thing could be done to a sorceress," Carl said. "It can be done to anyone," he said, his gaze not leaving Valicia. "Only it's more difficult with a spellcaster. A witch can't bespell sorceress, for example. At least not with this type of spell. A hayas can only be placed on someone less powerful than the mage casting the spell. Like a warrior with a bronze blade can't defeat an equally powerful warrior armed with a steel blade," Carl said, nodding. Taylor shrugged. "Yes, I suppose you could put it that way." Turning back to the sorceress, he changed his perspective to study Valicia with mage sight. Never had he seen such complexity and tightness of weave in a spell. "This hayas seems beyond even Aisha's talents. It looks more like god magic." A sneer crept across Valicia's face. "That's right, Taylor. Aisha has brought several gods into the alliance and now has their priesthoods and powers to back her up." "Gods?" That revelation was disturbing, to say the least. Even he, an arch-wizard, couldn't fight a god. Aisha with godlike powers was not something he had considered. "Which ones?" With a smug smile, Valicia replied. "You'll find out soon enough." Taylor sent a bolt of lightning into the defiant sorceress. She threw her head back and screamed. When she still refused to answer, he sent another and another. And when that failed to loosen her tongue, he conjured up a demon. Carl held up the hand sign of Bandu to ward off evil. The demon was as ugly a creature as he had ever encountered. It had mottled, slimy gray skin, bulging orange, slit-pupiled eyes, and a long, fawn-lined snout. At Taylor's command, it began raking the screaming sorceress's flesh with wicked, razor-sharp talons while savaging her with its fangs. She quickly became a bloody mess. Carl was amazed she was still alive. "Which gods are Aisha's patrons?" Taylor demanded again. When she again refused to answer, he signaled the demon. It disemboweled her with a sweep of its hand and buried its head up the ren to its shoulders as it began to chew on her internal organs. "Care to answer now?" "Yes." The demon vanished. Taylor stepped up close to the bloody and bleeding woman, her bowels hanging obscenely from her violated belly. Carl noticed the smile of satisfaction spreading across the wizard's face. "Wizards! Tuner take them all," Carl thought, aghast at what he had witnessed. "Honorless, black-hearted beasts." Enemy or not, Carl was a warrior and thought the sorceress had fought well and deserved a better death than what she was receiving. He recognized that torture had its place, but still found it despicable. "Name them," Taylor said. She seemed to compose herself with great difficulty. Carl had the impression she was a woman of intense pride. But even so, when she spoke it was little more than a hoarse whisper. Garn. The god of beasts? Darusa. Great gods. Carl cried. The goddess of hate and vengeance. And assassins, Taylor added, remembering all the assassination attempts lately. Then to Valicia, continue. Carl gave the dying sorceress a doubtful look. He wasn't sure she would still be able to speak, or think straight if she could. It was a wonder she was still alive at all. He idly wondered if Taylor was somehow keeping her alive magically. But she did manage to croak out, the only other gods I know of are the four sisters. It figures, Taylor said, turning his back on her. Valicia visibly relaxed and went slack. The four sisters have been trying to gain greater influence and worshippers for centuries. They are all too eager to trade power to anyone promising them what they want. But they are only minor goddesses, hardly worth worrying about. Carl doubted that, but kept his thoughts to himself. Indeed, even he knew that Aru, Banun, Simona, and Zymar, called the Four Winds by the northern nomads and Tyrian barbarians, and the Four Sisters by the Amazons and Jarlanders, were low in the Arisen hierarchy. Outside of the nomads of the steppes and deserts, few worshipped them regularly. Their powers were limited by not having many worshippers. But Garn in Darusa is powerful, Carl said. Garn, god of beasts, was known to be a bitter god. It was he who started the infamous temple wars that so devastated all the civilized lands. He created a rift within the Arisen pantheon few understood, but all feared. He, like the Four Winds, was not worshipped by many. Though, at one time he had enjoyed one of the strongest followings. It appeared he was taking measures to rebuild that following. Darusa on the other hand was worshipped by many, though still considered a goddess of little influence among her fellows. But the people feared her. They only visited her temple when they wanted revenge on someone. She was known as a goddess who deeply resented the popularity of the other gods, particularly her twin sister, Lyss, goddess of love and pleasure. True. We will have to be careful. Turning back to the sorceress, Taylor began, Valicia, tell me, damn. She died. Carl barely gave her a glance. Instead, he was already considering strategies and tactics he would need to defend Taylor from his enemies, now even more powerful than at first thought. Fighting magic was a dangerous thing. Fighting gods was suicidal. Do you have an armory, wizard? Taylor turned back to him, no. Why? I need to replace my battle axe, he said. But I know a good armorer in all Aria. While you clean up here, I'll go on over and buy another. Grunting loudly, a battle axe won't do you much good against Aisha. Carl gave him a grim smile. It served me well today. Luck, that's all. You'll need more than that in the future, he said. After a moment of consideration, go and buy your axe, but leave your hauberk. I'll place a spell on it that will help protect you from magic. Carl hesitated, not wanting to soil good mail with foul magic. But the thought of facing wizards, and possibly gods, made him reconsider. Magic, after all, was only a tool, like a sword, and only as good or evil as its wielder. Right. Then he glanced at the still bleeding form of the sorceress, embedded in the stone wall of Taylor's laboratory. The sight reminded him how insidious magic users could be, and how terribly dangerous. Bandu, forgive me. Carl loosened the bindings, bent over, and shook the heavy armor off before departing. He might let Taylor enchant it, but he didn't have to witness the foul ceremony. Maeve looked at Royal Palace with dread, though her last mission went especially well. Behind its somber facade lay her mistress, Aisha White Rose, High Mage of all Aria. The woman who in effect had magically enslaved her with a powerful hayaz. Maeve was helpless but to obey the demanding High Mage to the letter. Taking a last deep steadying breath, she strode across the plaza toward the main entrance. The palace was Illyria's seat of power, home to King Victor and Queen Cerise. Aisha's suite was on the first level below ground, above the palace dungeons. It was the first palace Maeve ever had total freedom of movement within. Her fortune was within reach, begging to be taken. As she stepped before the massive oaken doors, she cursed the haze that kept her greedy fingers off all the priceless treasures within its environs. "Back so soon, Sorceress Maeve?" Corporal Ethan said. Maeve noted with silent pleasure that all 6 men stationed at the entrance covertly admired her form. The corporal was the most obvious, but knew his place. Though, he mostly looked at her chest. "I do not waste my mistress's time lightly," Maeve said. She let her gaze linger on Corporal Ethan a moment, just long enough for him to understand she shared his interest. She wanted to cover all avenues, in case Aisha's plans went awry. Besides, if she got in good with the palace guards, she might make a future visit here when the Hayes was no longer in place. "Even so, I fear my mistress won't be satisfied." "Some people just can't be satisfied." The guards all nodded in agreement. Maeve smiled, knowing she had further endeared herself to them. Now they were kindred spirits, despite her more lofty status as a court mage. Maeve motioned for the door, and Corporal Ethan personally opened it for her. She smiled her thanks as she entered, winking mischievously when only he could see. In good spirits, Maeve proceeded to Aisha's laboratory. The trip through the opulent white marble halls was quick. She soon found herself outside the laboratory door, wishing she were anywhere else. Steeling herself, she rapped sharply 3 times. Within seconds the door was opened by Kyler, Aisha's Vicon bodyguard. Maeve had met the ponytailed bodyguard while she was masquerading as a Vicon witch, before being captured and turned over to Aisha. He was tall and exceptionally well developed. His dark eyes punctuated his fierce eagle-like face paint, taking Maeve's breath away whenever she made the mistake of looking too deep into them. They left her feeling chilled. His only clothes were bright red leather pants and boots. And as was the way of the Vicon, his armor was almost contemptuous in its brevity, being only a pair of black lacquered shoulder plates held secure by leather straps crisscrossing his upper body. High Mage Aisha was lounging in her small sitting area across the chamber, reading a small grimoire under an oil lamp. At the moment, she was wearing simple robes of purest white. Maeve had never seen the powerful sorceress wear anything but white. Stepping past Kyler with barely a nod, Maeve hurried across the cluttered laboratory to give her report to Aisha. The beautiful High Mage glanced up at Maeve's approach, leveling cool blue eyes. Maeve silently thanked the gods that she appeared calm and reasonably contented. "How did it go?" Aisha said before Maeve could speak. "It went as you predicted, mistress," Maeve said, bowing low. "The bravos weren't quite enough to overwhelm Lord Zalek and Sir Jaram, but my magic carried the day easily enough." "Excellent," Aisha said. "For once you didn't bungle your assignment." Maeve ground her teeth and clenched her fists, but dared not vent her anger verbally. She hated being chastised, much less belittled before others. Aisha just couldn't understand that Maeve's failure to locate and capture Danica wasn't her fault. Kyler gave her erroneous information, causing her to miss Danica and Kat every time. She was beginning to believe the High Mage just wanted to blame her for the failures out of some misplaced jealousy. Perhaps she had noticed how Kyler's gaze lingered on her, instead of his mistress. "I always strive to please you, mistress," Maeve said. Though the Hayes forced her to obey, it did nothing to help her control her raging emotions when dealing with her mistress. Aisha just grunted. She glanced back at the ancient elven tome in her hand a moment, then closed it as she uncurled off the couch. After returning the book to the bookcase, she turned to face Maeve with a measuring gaze. "I have information that Danica and Kat are staying inside Taylor's mansion. Just moments ago Valicia failed in her attempt to either capture Taylor or Danica. She is now dead by Taylor's hand." Aisha frowned a moment. Danica didn't participate in the fight, but that Tyrian friend of hers did. I think his name is Karl of Olmstadt. A huge brute of a barbarian. He almost single-handedly wiped out the armed force sent with Felicia, and even dealt the blow that felled the sorceress. Kyler said, "Do you want me to kill him, mistress?" "No, Maeve will handle it," she said, turning to the now wide-eyed sorceress. "I want him dead before dawn, and Taylor and Danica delivered to me here." Maeve tried to suppress the shudder carousing through her body. How could she kill her own cousin? That was a vile kinslaying. Carl is my cousin. We grew up together. We trained in weapons under the same swordmaster. I am closer to Carl than anyone else, Maeve said very quietly. Please don't make me do this. I could care less about how you feel about the man, Aisha said. I want him dead. Use your kinship with him to get past his guard, then butcher the bastard. And then bring me Taylor and Danica, or their heads. Yes, mistress, Maeve said. If I should kill Taylor first, would you still want Carl dead and Danica killed or captured? Aisha shrugged. With Taylor dead, the other two are no threat to me or our cause. Maeve smiled. Very good, mistress, she said. Will you give me any troops for the mission? Yes. First, though, I want you to devise a plan and submit it to me. You are too reckless to trust with men on this mission. Maeve bristled, but remained outwardly calm. A feat she had only mastered since being enslaved by Aisha. Is there anyone to brief me on the mansion's wards? Maeve said. Forget the mansion. You don't have the power or talent to break through his wards, Aisha said. Maeve tensed at contempt in her voice. You will need to set up an ambush for them. I believe your best bet is to first let Taylor throw away most of his energy fighting bravos, then strike when he is weakest. Before Maeve could respond, a buzzing sound came from an enchanted mirror hanging behind the laboratory's alchemy setup. Aisha strode over and drew a simple rune that activated the mirror. The goblin Kairaz's excited face appeared. Mistress Aisha, he said. They have escaped. Who escaped? Aisha said. Danica and Kat, he said. One of my urchins just arrived to say she saw them leave by Warhawk earlier. She overheard them saying they were going to the Amazon Empire, but why wasn't I informed sooner? Aisha growled. The goblin looked annoyed a moment, then spoke carefully. Our spies are children, mistress. They are easily distracted. I fear just such a thing happened to the young girl this afternoon. But I am informing you now, he said. Aisha steamed a moment more. When she spoke, it was just as measured as Kairaz's speech. Very well. Until further notice, I want you to assign your older and more trustworthy urchins to the task of watching Taylor and his mansion. I want to know immediately if he or any of his lieutenants come or go. Especially if they leave, and where they are going. I will see to it, Kairaz said, suddenly looking pert. Bye. Aisha started to call out for him to wait, but the goblin's jubilant face vanished too quickly. She spent a moment cursing goblins in general, and Kairaz in particular, as a bunch of irresponsible half-wits. Maeve smiled, secretly enjoying Aisha's anger and frustration with the goblin. Kairaz was the one to capture Maeve and turn her over to Aisha. Kairaz was to blame for all Maeve's problems of the moment. She hoped the goblin pushed Aisha too far, then got blasted to the lowest pit of hell. Maeve, Aisha barked. Forget Taylor and Carl. I want you to track down Danica. She doesn't know of your involvement with me, so you can gain her confidence and lure her into a trap. I don't care how you do it, but return Danica or her body to me. With it I can enslave Taylor, since he wore that body for over 300 years. Besides, I don't trust High Mage Rebecca of the Amazon Empire. She might be my ally, but if she got her hands on Danica's elven body, she could try to use it to increase her power. Danica's body is true caste, thus a powerful conduit to elven earth magics. And elven magic is an interest of Rebecca's. Maeve couldn't speak. Her heart pounded so hard it hurt. The relief she wasn't being sent out to kill Carl, now she was being forced to betray and capture a former lover. Maybe even kill her. If Danica was killed or captured, she would never be able to reclaim her male body and become the man Maeve loved so much. The thought of Danica's look of pain when she was betrayed already made Maeve cringe. "It will be done, mistress," Maeve said at length. "By your leave." Aisha nodded. With that, she turned on her heel and strode out of the laboratory. If betray her lover she must, then Maeve was determined to do it quickly and as painlessly as possible. After all, Danica's fate was her own concern. Right? Chapter 3. Danica looked down at the city of Celia. The first thing she noticed was the soaring whitewashed castle in the center of town. It contained a massive rectangular central keep, towering over every other structure in the city, with two round pointy spires jutting high above, one on each end. The central keep was surrounded by high walls. The curtain towers were also of the soaring, pointy construction. Stables, barracks, assembly halls, and armories built up the inner side of the curtain walls. After all the stories she'd heard over the years from Amazons about the spectacular beauty of their homeland, it was exactly what she had expected. The city proper was another story. Aside from the castle, Celia looked to be a rather drab place. To Danica's eyes it looked exactly like some Tyrian city, with twisting and turning streets, nondescript tenements and merchant houses, and dark, somber government buildings. She could see only a handful of large stone buildings, with the rest looking to be mostly of half-timber and thatch construction. The city's defensive walls were massive, with thick square towers of native brown stone. And from her vantage point, it didn't appear that any of the streets were paved. Glancing up at the side of the mountain, she admired the sprawling air cavalry base spread out above the city. Unlike the city below, it was neat and orderly with straight roads and whitewashed structures, frequently with the unit arms painted on the roofs of the billets and headquarters. Even the stone retaining walls used to create the uncounted terraces holding the buildings and warhawkeries were whitewashed. It was almost elegant in its layout. Everywhere she looked were tiny red-clad figures assembled in formation, marching, running, or exercising. Pulling her attention away, Danica studied the fast-approaching city. There were 3 warhawkeries. She decided on the one closest to the castle and guided her warhawk into a perch close to the rear. Cat landed on the next perch over. After their warhawks and the ones already there finished roaring their challenges in defiance, 4 teenage girls ran up and secured the leg straps. She glanced around at the area. It was about 10 acres, clean, and near full. She had chosen it for its 10-foot stone defensive wall and large stone gatehouse. The gatehouse was 2 stories, with a double gate set in the middle and the second floor covering it. 2 Amazons in mail hauberks and steel helmets stood guard atop it. Their vantage point gave them a good view of the whole area. Danica liked that. It wouldn't do to get her bird stolen here, and this place was one of the most secure she had ever seen. "Welcome to the Royal Wings Mews," one of a pair of young girls called from below. She was filthy looking, in ragged cotton tunic and trousers. "Mews? Mews are where you keep hunting hawks, falcons, never mind." Danica had to admit, Mews was at least as good a name as Airy, if not actually more accurate. On the ground, Danica turned to the girl who had greeted her. The other girl scrambled up the saddle ladder and quickly retrieved her saddlebags while the first collected the roosting fees, mewing fees, as she called them, for 2 days. Danica hoped to be leaving by then. Throwing her saddlebags over her shoulder, they reached almost to her knees. Danica called over to Cat, "Come on, Cat. It'll be dark soon enough." Cat nodded, she was still paying her mewing fees. The Amazon teens with Danica softly cleared their throats, looking as if expecting something else. She was at a loss as to what it could be. She had her saddlebags, they had her instructions on feeding and caring for the bird, and their mewing fees to boot. Cat stepped up, handing each girl a coin. Just a copper half-eagle each. 1/4 of a crown. But that seemed to more than satisfy them. They practically chirped their appreciation and skipped away. Danica looked at her companion. What was that about? Amazon custom. I heard about it once. Waving a hand at the retreating teens, she continued. Amazons rarely own slaves, so those girls are free. They also don't pay them much, so women like us are held responsible for paying them with gratuities. Shaking her head, Danica said, that's hardly a fair way to conduct business. They should pay their help an honest wage and pass it on to the customer. Danica had heard of the practice, but hadn't realized it was so widespread in the empire. In the Jarlands, the only time she tipped was for service above and beyond. And she tipped dancers. Kat shrugged. I agree, but in the meantime, we will be expected to tip whenever someone provides us with a service. Like what? Deliver our meals, drinks, etc. Gods. Amazons and their strange ways. She gave Kat a narrow-eyed glare. This is what happens when you let women run things. Kat snorted, yeah, like slavery is a fair and equitable system. That's how men solved the problem of hired help. Danica gave Kat a sheepish grin. Well, if you're going to throw dirt, let's drop it. Besides, I'm starving and dying of thirst. Kat grunted and led the way toward the gate. It amused Danica how she always kept the maximum distance possible from all the warhawks. Danica, on the other hand, found the powerful saddlebirds thrilling and quite a sight to behold. She could easily spend the day looking the birds over. And the mews was full almost to capacity with them, including 20 snow-white warhawks saddled and awaiting their masters. Their saddles were the double seat type, one seat behind the other, and were dyed a dramatic scarlet red. Each saddle's rearmost cantle held a 3-foot flagpole sticking up with the bright red guidon of a unit she didn't recognize. She decided they must belong to some mercenary unit, since they weren't being mewed at the air cavalry base outside of town. Out on the street, Danica found she'd been wrong earlier. The streets were paved, but were also thick with dirt and mud. She gave the nearby structures a quick glance, finding they looked sturdy. Across the narrow street was a large domed building that was the city bathhouse. It was built entirely of stone, with all the surrounding buildings of half-timber construction. Turning right, they headed in the general direction of the castle that loomed high above them. The streets were relatively crowded with warriors, soldiers, merchants, peasants, and vendors. Women of all ages, stations, and sizes hurried along the street in groups or alone. Danica expected to see all Amazons dressed to impress, and in bright colors and flashy jewelry, like the Amazons she'd encountered in the Jarlands. Instead, she found them dressed much like their counterparts in other lands, depending on their station and trade. The biggest surprise to her were the knights. They passed several decked out in their full knightly raiment, half-plate armor, long silk skirts slit up the front middle, with leather pants and thigh boots underneath, and silver spurs with jingles. Not only was it one of the few times she had seen an Amazon in half-plate, but the very first time she had seen one wearing a long skirt with armor. Kat explained that Amazons used the skirts like Jarlanders used surcoats, to denote their order, warrior society, or personal arms and colors. There's an inn. Danica pointed toward a well-kept half-timber structure with a slate roof. It had a wide porch with numerous Amazon warriors, most in Warhawk Rider red, milling about. Since none of the inn's patrons looked particularly wealthy, she figured the place had reasonable rates. Let's get a room there. It's close to the castle and the mews. Inside, they found it to be clean and brightly lit. At the back of the entrance hall was a long, dark-stained counter where they checked in. To the left was a dining room, and opposite that was a tavern, or pub as the Amazon clerk called it. By the number of women in both, Danica decided they must be popular with the locals. After paying for their room, a pair of teens in crisp uniforms took their saddlebags and led them upstairs. Danica was pleased by the cleanliness of the room. It was small, but had a large window that allowed light to flood the space. The furnishings appeared new and in excellent repair. And the rates they had paid were low by Jarland standards, just as the fees at the mews had been. After receiving their keys from the teens, and handing over tips in return, they went over to the wash basin to clean up before going downstairs for dinner. After Danica shed her steel cuirass and replaced the sweat-soaked shirt with a clean one, they headed down to the pub. They found themselves an empty table and ordered food and Alish. When the Alish arrived, Kat sipped at hers while Danica drained off half of her mug right away. Smacking her lips, Amazons make pretty good ale, don't you think? Don't enjoy too much. You know how much trouble you get into when you're drunk, Kat said. Danica frowned. After failing to get her male body back, Danica had gone out and gotten drunk for a few days. Got in a fight every time, and lost everyone. Fortunately, Taylor had helped with some healing, though he really didn't like it. Kat was always there to save Danica's butt and get her back home safely. Don't worry, I'm over myself now, Danica said, casually glancing around. Then when her eyes finally came to rest on a pair of soldiers decked out in the all-red uniform of an Amazon Air Cavalry rider. Time to get to work. Danica stood and ambled over to the next table. Kat followed, though she looked uncertain. Hello, I'm Danica, she said, then indicated Kat. This is my friend, Kat. May we join you? Yes indeed. I am Brenda and my friend is Camilla, a tall blonde said, pulling a chair out. Her raven-haired companion pulled a seat out for Kat. Your accent sounds Jarlander? You are correct, my lady, Danica said, then lowered her voice. We just flew in a little while ago, and are at something of a loss. She glanced around to ensure no one was listening. How does this tipping thing work? How much do we give, and when is it necessary, Edut? The Amazons laughed. They explained how a certain percentage of the cost of whatever service, such as serving a meal, was given when a person departed. Usually 10 to 15%. But it also depended on the quality of the service. When their meals arrived, Danica offered to buy the two Amazons some food, which was declined, so she bought another round for the table. After several such rounds, the Amazons were even friendlier and more generous with information about their beloved empire. Danica judged the time right. I must confess to you, she said in lowered tones. I've got ulterior motives for coming here. After another glance around to ensure privacy, but mostly to draw her companions in with curiosity, she continued. I have been cursed by a wizard. The Amazons gasped and Kat almost turned white. What kind of curse? Camilla said. I must deliver a message to a sorceress here in the Empire, or I'll turn into a dog, she said, sounding as somber as possible. The Amazons were aghast. How horrible, Brenda cried. What are you going to do? Such relief flowed through her. Danica had thrown the turned into a dog part in hardly without thought. She'd feared she'd overdone it, but the two women seemed honestly concerned. Find this sorceress Monique, what else? Danica said, shrugging and sitting back. And pray the wizard's curse still does strike me down. I know, Brenda said, nodding sagely. You can't trust wizards. Camilla said, there used to be a high sorceress named Monique here. She was being retained by the Duchess. Danica acted surprised, really? What did she look like? Let me see, Brenda said, thinking back. She had long brown hair, all the way to her knees, if I remember right, and the most beautiful big blue eyes you'll ever see. Oh, yes. She was a dream and a half, I tell you, Camilla said. I've always had a weakness for petite beauties, though. That sounds like her, Danica said excitedly. Is she still here? No, she disappeared a while back, Camilla said, starting to look nervous. About 3 months back, if I remember right. Yeah, and no one likes to discuss it either. Very strange, if you ask me, Brenda said. How could I find out where she went, Danica said, trying to sound desperate. She didn't have to act that much, since she hadn't known that Monique had been missing that long. My life is at stake here. Frowning, Brenda said, try the castle. If they don't know, or won't tell you, then no one in Celia can. Why are you so impulsive? Kat said as they approached the castle gate. Danica had barely taken the time to say goodbye to the Amazons before leaving the pub. Do you have some sort of death wish? Danica just frowned, keeping her eyes on the looming castle ahead. I'm not one for sitting around and analyzing each and every possible ramification of my actions, like the rest of you womenfolk. Now it was Kat's turn to frown. Danica knew she had a nasty habit of making broad generalizations, especially where women were concerned. It just annoyed her whenever Kat, or any other woman, wanted to discuss anything about their feelings, fears, or expectations, and especially if the conversation turned toward Danica's feelings and fears. Kat sometimes wondered aloud if Danica was afraid of her fears, doubts, and feelings, or just afraid of revealing them. Danica was impressed by the guard force at the gate. There was easily a full company. About a third were formed up outside in 2 platoon-sized formations, 1 formation on either side of the gate. An equal force was stationed similarly inside, with the rest atop the gatehouse or checking the people passing through the towering gate. The guards were all wearing plain steel cuirasses, stained black, with blue pants and shirts, and black flat-heeled thigh boots. The guards formed up inside and out also wore blue-plumed, open-faced helmets, and carried both swords and pikes. The guards casually checking people passing through the gate only differed in that they didn't have helmets or pikes. Danica assumed they were officers or sergeants. She leaned in and whispered, "All right now, Kat. Just act like you own the place and follow my lead." Danica and Kat strode confidently through the gate with barely a raised eyebrow from the surrounding guards. Once inside, Danica led the way toward the huge double doors leading into the keep. There was a steady stream of women of every station of life going in and out, so she didn't expect any trouble getting inside. As they neared the entrance, she glanced up. On the 4th and 5th levels were long balconies, one above the other, with a number of tall lancet arches with stained glass windows or doors set in the wall. She figured the Duchess and her family occupied those apartments. Before entering, she stopped and looked around the wide, grass-covered bailey. The stables were just inside the gate, with a number of farriers busy shoeing some fine-looking destriers. The stables themselves, like every other structure abutting the castle's curtain walls, were of the native stone with a slate roof. Just from her location, Danica could see a billets with guards milling about out of uniform, another stables beyond that, and on the other side of the gate, a large hall she assumed was where the guards gathered and ate their meals. It reminded her of her own home of Drakehorn Castle, with the laughing and arguing adults, and even more rambunctious children racing about. And friendly, barking dogs chasing playfully after the children. The most glaring difference was the total lack of males. Then glancing at the children, she shuddered. Rumor said Amazons slaughtered any male child at birth, and fed them to the dogs. She made a mental note to check into that before leaving the Empire. Noticing Danica's agonized grimace, Kat asked, "What's wrong?" Taken aback, "What?" "I'm sorry, just thinking about what they must do to male babies." Kat's face twisted with horror as she turned the question over in her mind. "We never have any," a deep, husky voice said from behind, startling them. Whirling around to face the Amazon, Danica gave her a quick scan. The woman who had spoken clearly was a knight, and a formidable one by the look of her. She wore highly polished half-plate armor, with a blue silk skirt over blue pants and black boots. Her spurs were silver. She was a stout woman, with an olive complexion and dark eyes and hair. The ragged white scar slicing across her left cheek from eye to jawbone drew their attention. "Excuse me?" Danica managed to say. "We don't give birth to boy babies anymore," she said, almost in a growl. Danica wondered if she was angry, since she was scowling at them, or if it was just her way. The witches and sorceresses of the Empire long ago came up with spells that only allow the female seed to take. Kat was obviously relieved. "Good, I hate to see innocents suffer," Danica said. The Amazon knight snorted. "Men are never innocent, ever." Giving the two women a once-over, "I am Dame Agatha, chatelaine of Castle Tanner." What may I do for you ladies? Ah, the officer in charge of security, Danica thought. We've come to seek an audience with Duchess Natasha, Danica said. Concerning? Her tone demanding. Suppressing a frown, Danica said, I've been cursed, and it seems she may have the information I require to lift it. How's that? The big knight's deportment had suddenly taken on a more threatening posture. Danica started working on the problem of getting out of there if trouble broke out. Any way she saw it, escaping out of the castle would be at best tricky. More cautiously, Danica said, she may know the whereabouts of a certain sorceress that a wizard has tasked me with finding. Her name is Monique, and I believe she is an Amazon recently in the Duchess's service. Dame Agatha's eyes widened just a second before narrowing to slits. She gave the impression of a cat prepared to pounce for a brief moment, then relaxed. I've never heard of any sorceress named Monique, she said, her attitude turning decidedly chilly. We'd like to ask the Duchess anyway, Danica said. Dame Agatha considered that a moment. Come back tomorrow then. Duchess Natasha won't be able to see you today, if she'll even consent to it tomorrow. Danica hesitated, then turned on her heel. Come along, Cat. We'll come back tomorrow morning. Cat, looking confused, cast one last glance at the entrance and Dame Agatha standing before it, then hurried after Danica. They strode purposely out the gate and straight over to a nearby pub. After taking a table and back, Danica ordered them each an ale. Then she turned to Cat. Well, how did you like that reception? Chilly, at best, she said, frowning. I think she knows exactly who we're looking for, though. I agree, and it makes her nervous for some reason. I thought she looked more angry than worried, Cat said. Either way, her response wasn't hopeful. Do you think she is responsible for Monique's disappearance? Maybe. Then again, we know Monique was captured by Aisha's allies, Danica said. Maybe she's being kept prisoner right here in Celia. She could be locked up in their dungeons right now. Nonsense, Cat said, dismissing the idea. Everyone knows you can't just lock a sorceress up. It takes an even more powerful mage to capture and hold a sorceress. And it's strange enough to find a mere duchess with her own sorceress on retainer, much less two. Danica dismissed that argument with a wave of the hand. Sorceresses are people, just like you and me. They have their weaknesses and vulnerabilities that can be exploited and used against them. By other magic users. By anyone brave enough to try, she said. I've killed and captured wizards before. Glancing around, she continued in more hushed tones, all you have to do is gag them and bind their hands so they can't move their fingers. All their magic is cast using either words of power or hand signals, but usually both together. Cat sat, silently digesting that information. Danica knew all this talk of magic and capturing sorceresses made her nervous. Until a few weeks ago she'd never had much reason to think about mages and their ways. Cat was just a simple bouncer. She'd given anyone even remotely likely to be a spellcaster a wide berth. Even witches made her nervous. She came from a superstitious people. God of mercy, she whispered, eyes lifted to the heavens. Why did I have to befriend her? Why didn't I just stay where I was and not get involved? I'm right here. I can hear you, Danica said, arching a brow at her. I know, Cat said. She sighed gustily. So, Danica, what do we do now? She studied Cat for a long moment. Her friend was so frustrating at times, but so honest and loyal. Danica loved her to death, knew she was endangering Cat's life every day, and didn't know what she'd do without her. Though afraid, Cat remained with her. Danica shrugged. I don't know. I have my doubts about the intelligence of returning in the morning, but what choice do we have? Cat didn't have an answer to that. She relied on Danica's experience in these situations to bring her through. For her part, Danica felt the pressure. Cat depended on her to make the right decision. They drank their Alish in silence. Danica, as usual, drank 2 to every mug Cat downed. When finished, they left and headed back toward the inn. It was well past sunset. The dark, suddenly menacing shape of the castle loomed over them. While Danica brooded over their situation, Cat watched the shadows nervously. Halfway to the inn, 4 large bravos stepped out of an alley before them. All were well armed. They both reached for their blades, but daggers were placed at their throats by more bravos coming in from behind. "Not a good idea, ladies," one of the women said. Danica glanced back at the shadowy figures behind them, cursing herself for not noticing their approach. She was so caught up in her problems, she had let down her guard. They were lucky to still be alive. "Damn my luck," Danica thought. Quickly, the bravos herded them down the alley. Once they moved around a corner, the bravos rudely shoved them against a wall. As ordered, they leaned against the wall with their legs and hands spread wide. Their assailants' demeanor and deportment worried Danica. These women were not common thieves. Flashy gold-cased jewelry dripped from Danica and should have earned her a stripping of all valuables, yet no one seemed interested. They were both then punched hard in the lower back. Cat grunted, and Danica fell to her knees with a gasp. Danica fought with all her strength to hold back the tears as more punches and kicks slammed into her exposed back and ribs. Now, she sincerely wished she hadn't left her armor back in their room at the inn. She could hear Cat's grunts as she was also beaten to her knees, her mail doing little to protect her from the beating. "You two made a very serious mistake today," a pleasant voice said from the shadows. Danica wasn't sure if it was someone new, or one of the original bravos. "You're asking questions people don't like. Very dangerous." "If I had known you were so touchy on the subject, I wouldn't have bothered," Danica managed to gasp out. "You got spunk," the voice said. "I don't like that, not at all." Another barrage of punches and kicks assaulted Danica and Cat. Danica lost control of her tears and even let out a few sobs. "Shameful." On her hands and knees, Danica wiped away the tears and said shakily, "What do you want from us?" "Your life," a woman standing over Cat said. Danica saw a faint light glinting off a dagger in the woman's hand. "No!" Danica cried, pulling a dagger and throwing it at the woman. She misjudged the distance, hitting the Amazon hilt first in the ribs, but it caused everyone to jump back. She threw herself at the dark figures, crying out to her god, "Bandu, give me strength." The Amazons were completely taken by surprise. Whipping her sword out, Danica began to show them what a Jarlan swordmaster could do with edged steel. With the sword in her right hand, and a dagger in the left, she drove straight into the packed muggers. Within seconds she had them screaming in pain and fear as they tried to claw their way past each other. Then Cat dove into the fray, sword ripping deeply through their attackers. Within seconds the would-be assassins broke and scattered. Danica quickly laid a restraining hand on Cat's arm. "Let them go," she said, breathless, holding her aching side. "They know the city far better than we ever will." Then after a loud, deep breath, "Are you hurt?" "Nothing mortal, I think," she said. "But I'll be sore for days after that little beating." "I wonder," Danica said. "Was this a result of the questions we asked at the inn or the castle?" Danica suspected the castle, but word of their questions in the inn's pub could have reached the wrong ears, too. The Chatelain's reaction did not bode well, but would a powerful knight like that send hired muscle to murder them? Danica felt Dame Agatha was more hands-on, and would personally take care of problems. Yet, it could be someone else in the castle who hired the thugs. "The inn?" Cat said thoughtfully. "I hadn't thought of that, but it could be. They weren't exactly specific as to what questions they didn't like, though we pretty much asked the same questions both places." "Do you think it's safe to go back to the inn now?" "Don't see what choice we have," she said, starting for the street. "All our gear is back there, plus I don't think we could find a place to stay that they couldn't find us." "That makes me feel much better, thank you." Giving a short laugh, "You are most welcome." They continued down the street, swords out and all their senses alert to the slightest movement or sound. As they neared the inn, they began to encounter others who gave them plenty of room to pass and concerned looks. Inside the inn's front lobby, Danica saw her reflection in a small mirror. Her hair was tousled, with the braid all but loose, and blood splattered all over her clothes and face. Kat wasn't in much better shape, but her dark features and clothes hid it better. The matronly innkeeper ushered them to a back room, giving their bare blades a worried look. Abashed, they quickly sheathed the swords and allowed themselves to be cleaned up. "Are you all right? Should I call a physician?" the innkeeper, Wilma, said as she fussed over them. Danica looked the elderly innkeeper over a moment. She wondered how much she could be trusted, if she could be trusted at all. Did she know anything? With a soft round body, short silver hair, and big friendly brown eyes, she seemed harmless enough. The woman portrayed a gentle motherly figure if she had ever seen one. "We're fine, thank you," she said. "Speak for yourself," Kat said, eyeing her narrowly. Shooting Kat a reproachful look, "We only received a few bruises at most, but thank you for your concern. We'll be fine by morning." Then she looked at Kat, daring her to say otherwise. Wilma nodded as she paused. Danica noticed how nervous she was. She was biting her lip, as if trying to come to a decision. After a moment it began to worry her. I don't know if I should be saying anything," Wilma started, then glanced nervously at the closed door. "But some of the Duchess's retainers came by asking questions about you. And later Dame Donna, the owner of the Royal Wings Mews, came in for dinner and told me the Duchess has seized your warhawks." Danica glanced at Kat, who was looking worriedly at the innkeeper, and said, "Did anyone say why they're doing these things?" "No. Strangest thing, too. I usually know everything that's going on around here, but all I know is there's something about you ladies that unnerves them." "What can you tell me about a high sorceress Monique?" Danica said. Wilma stared at her several seconds, startled. "Now I know why they're scared. It has something to do with the sorceress's disappearance." "Have you come to avenge her?" "No, just to deliver a message," Danica said. "What happened to her?" She shrugged. "That was another strange thing. One day she was here, and the next day gone. Too bad, as she was a friendly sort. A little flirty and outrageous for polite company, but generous with her smiles and favors. Not at all what you'd expect from a high sorceress." "Any rumors going about?" Kat asked, finally finding her voice. "Plenty at first, but then it became apparent that any such talk was brutally suppressed," she said, biting her lip again. "It looks like the rumors of her death or kidnapping are true." "Then she might still be alive?" Danica said. "Is it possible for her to be locked away in the dungeons?" "No, I'd have heard about that. The castle guards are frequent guests here, and I'd become good friends with several of the officers of the castle." A soft knock at the door took Wilma away. After speaking with one of the many teens working there, she turned back to them. "I'm sorry, but we seem to have a problem in the kitchen. If there is anything else you need, please just ask any of my girls." With that the innkeeper left. They waited for her footsteps to fade away before speaking. "Now what?" Kat said. "We seem to be marked, and our best means of escape taken away." "Escape? Without Monique?" "I think not," Danica said. "But I agree with Wilma, I don't think Monique is in the castle." Then with a grim smile, "But I bet I know who knows where she is. Our friend, the Duchess of Tanner." "Oh gods," Kat moaned. "Just what is it you want to do?" "I think it's time we paid the Duchess a little visit," Danica said. "After hours, and very unofficial." Chapter 4. Castle Tanner's whitewashed ramparts shone brightly in the dim light of the moon. The moon was just a sliver in its last quarter. Occasional clouds obscured it and the stars every so often, plunging everything into total darkness. "How long are we going to be skulking about down here?" Kat said. Not much longer, Danica said, not taking her eyes off Castle Tanner's walls. She was studying the castle's interwoven wards with her elven mage sight. Their energies were interlaced mist lights of various colors and intensities. Only 2 places on the curtain walls existed where the spells had been neglected enough to start to unravel. They'll be changing the guard any minute now. A movement caught her eye, there. What? See? The next relief is arriving. I can't see a thing. It's too dark. I can see fine, Danica said. Her natural elven night vision allowed her to see the walls almost as well as on a cloudy day. Trust me. God of mercy, she cried softly, I'm doomed. Stop whining and follow me, Danica muttered and crept out of the alley. She saw all the dark shapes atop the walls start toward the gatehouse, moonlight glinting off their polished helmets. They had watched the castle for the last 7 hours, so she knew the guard was changed every 2 hours. And that they would have approximately 3 to 5 minutes before the relief took their stations. Once below the walls, at a spot with the most unraveled protective wards, Danica wasted no time in trying to lasso one of the merlins in the battlements. She got it on the 3rd try. Then she scrambled up, followed by Cat. Kneeling in the moon shadows on the narrow catwalk, Danica quickly pulled up the rope. It wouldn't do having some guard finding it and sending up the alarm. Put a quick end to their night, that would. So she coiled the rope and hung it on her shoulder. Danica quickly scanned the inner bailey with first her mage sight, and then her regular elven night vision. Nothing unexpected, such as watchdogs or roving patrols. She pointed across the bailey to a clump of bushes next to the keep. We'll head for those bushes. At Cat's nod, she threw a leg over the low inner rail and eased herself down to the steep slate roof of the stables. Half crawling, half sliding, they made their way to the edge. Spotting a thick beam with a rope and pulley system attached, they moved over. It was just a foot below the roof, so they easily climbed down to it and slid down the rope. Hearing footsteps on the catwalk above, Danica held Cat back while the relief went to their stations on the wall. Then she waited for the relieved guards to be dismissed from a small formation. Looking at Cat, we got 2 hours, babe. We're going to die, I tell you. Tonight is the night you finally get me killed, Cat grumbled. I feel it in my bones. Thank you for that vote of confidence, she said, casting the bravo dark looks. Sometimes Cat's gloom and doom prophecies bothered her. That wasn't good. Just follow me, and try not to think about it. Or speak. Danica took Cat's arm in the crook of her own and they began walking across the bailey. They didn't go so fast as to draw unwanted attention, or too slow. Just in case someone on the walls glanced back inside, she wanted it to look as if 2 lovers were sneaking off for some privacy. There, we made it, she said. Glancing up at the keep towering above them, she shifted her perspective to mage sight and studied the wards sheathing the keep. Now to get inside. Why don't we just walk in the front door, Cat said, turning narrowed eyes on her. It's the fastest, easiest way to get me killed, I'd say. Good idea, Danica said and strode off. Cat's jaw dropped, eyes huge. Wait, I was joking. I'm not. They probably believe anyone inside the walls is safe. She glanced back and grinned. We'll find out soon enough. She's lost her bloody mind, Cat softly cried out to the heavens. Maybe, but you're still following me. You're my friend, she said. I don't want you to die alone. Such an upbeat wench. No guards stood outside the entrance, and no obvious wards placed on the doors. Danica never hesitated in her approach. She walked up to the massive double doors, opened them, and stepped in as if she owned the place. No one challenged them. The entrance hall was abandoned and dark. Giving Cat a self-satisfied grin. Crazy, huh? Lucky. I take what I can get. Cat rolled her eyes and looked around the dimly lit entrance hall. Impressive. Danica just grunted, barely giving their opulent surroundings a second thought. The hall was a good 50 paces deep and 30 wide. Its floor gleamed a dark green marble, with large rugs scattered about. Cat eyed the rare rugs, in rich golds, greens, and reds, with appreciation. The hall contained 3, now dark but no less imposing, crystal and brass chandeliers spaced down its length. The walls, paneled in dark wood, were covered with tapestries and portraits of past rulers and their families. She could barely make out details of some pastoral scene depicted on the soaring ceilings. Cat was impressed. "If you're finished gawking like a commoner," Danica said, and stalked off toward the wide marble staircase and back. Cat shot her a sharp look. "I am a commoner," she muttered, and followed. They kept to the thick carpet laid down the middle of the staircase, to muffle their footsteps, and proceeded to the 3rd level before Danica stopped and glanced both ways down the hallway. "I noticed earlier that there were balconies on the 4th and 5th floors," she explained in a whisper. "The family apartments are probably there. So we'll have to be extra careful from here on out." "I understand." "Good. If anything goes wrong, run as fast as you can to the front door." "I'll be right behind you," she said. "And then?" "We'll worry about that when we get there." "I'm glad to see you have this thought out so well." Giving her a wide grin. "Impressive, aren't I?" Not waiting for Kat's sarcastic reply, Danica started slowly up the stairs. They crept, eyes and ears alert for any sight or sound out of the ordinary. Nearing the next landing, she heard muffled whispers. Slowing even more, she stooped low and continued on up. Once on the 4th floor landing, she peeked around into the hallway. 2 large Amazons were standing guard outside an ornately carved oak door. Possibly the Duchess's bedchamber. After letting Cat have a peek, she led the way to the next level up. There, they found the hallways clear of guards and servants. Danica hurried over to the door directly above the one guarded below. Danica said, "That was the only door guarded, so I assume Duchess Natasha is sleeping inside." "So why are we up here?" "The guards were too well armed and armored to take out quietly, so I figure we'll sneak in the hard way." But Cat looked incredulous. "The hard way? You mean this hasn't been the hard way?" Giving her a cross look. "Sometimes, Cat, I don't feel you have the heart of an adventurer." "I don't. I have the heart of a bouncer, and a security-loving, magic and adventure-hating one at that," she said. "You know, I think you're starting to warm up to this lifestyle," she said. "What makes you say that?" "You didn't look as if you were going to hit me once the whole time you were talking," Danica said, grinning. "I'll bet after our daring escape with the information we came for, you'll be downright giddy from the excitement." "Don't get your hopes up." Danica pushed the door open slowly. After ensuring the room was empty, she hurried in followed by Cat. She immediately headed for the tall lancet arches shining brightly with moonlight. The stained glass reminded her of Tyrian temples. As she'd guessed, they were glass doors. They stepped out onto the balcony and looked down to the one below. Then Danica began securing one end of her rope to a thick, white marble baluster. "We'll drop in for a quick chat, get what we need, tie the old witch up, and climb back up," Danica said as she tested the knot. "Nothing to it. Nothing but torture and death if we don't make it." Leaning over, Danica tossed the rest of the rope onto the balcony below. "Don't be so negative all the time. It's not good. Looking up with a grin and wink, it'll give you stomach pains." "It's not my attitude that's giving me stomach pains, friend." Climbing over the balustrade and getting a good grip on the rope, Danica asked, "Coming? Do I really have a choice?" Danica slid down to the balcony, and was soon joined by Cat. They found an unsecured stained glass door and slipped in quietly. The room was quiet save for the steady clicking sound of the 6 wound-up ceiling fans keeping the chamber comfortably cool. The drapes were drawn, so the room was hidden in darkness. Pulling the drapes aside, Danica used the meager moonlight filtering through the stained glass to study the layout of the sprawling chamber. "Nice," Cat whispered. If anything, the bedchamber was even more impressive than the rest of the castle, but in a less formal manner. There were several different sitting areas, with small unlit fireplaces. A rich, golden carpet covered the floor. Most of the furnishings appeared to be antiques from the 7th dynasty of the Galatine Empire, which preceded the Amazon Empire, all covered in rich golden silk brocade. Paintings and tapestries covered the walls. Apparently she loves to hunt, Danica whispered, noticing all the paintings and tapestries of hunting scenes. Ever met a noble who didn't? True. But we waste time, Danica said, turning her attention to the large four-poster bed against the far wall. There was a single form curled up beneath white satin sheets. I'm eager to make the Duchess's acquaintance. Going to opposite sides of the bed, they slowly crawled up beside the sleeping Amazon noblewoman. Danica was surprised at how young and innocent she looked. She estimated her age somewhere in the early 20s. Pulling a dagger, Danica gently laid it across Duchess Natasha's delicate neck. As the cold steel touched her, Natasha's eyes popped open. Stifling a cry, she looked up at Danica with big fearful eyes. What do you want? Natasha whispered, careful not to make any sudden moves. Seeing the Duchess was going to be sensible and not try some stupid heroics, Danica relaxed a bit. Tell me where I can find High Sorceress Monique. Natasha swallowed hard, then bit her lip nervously. Danica decided she needed a little encouragement, so lightly pricked her under the chin. But instead of bringing forth the said for information, she instead had her arm and dagger batted aside by the Duchess. Natasha pushed her away and tried to rise, before Kat jumped atop her and bore her down. With a scream of rage, Natasha threw both legs high overhead and seized a long tassel hanging there between her ankles. When she jerked it down, both Danica and Kat began cursing as a bell rang out in the distance. Hold her! Danica cried as she raced towards the door. The guards could be heard shouting as Danica neared the door. The door burst open and the two guards charged in with bared blades. Pulling her own sword, Danica swept the first Amazon's blade aside and lowered her shoulder as she plowed in. She drove the first guard into the next, who was slammed up against the wall. Twisting out of the guard's grasp, Danica drove her heel into a knee. As the injured Amazon dropped to one knee with a cry of pain and surprise, Danica thrust her sword at the other guard's throat. Her thrust was parried, and the guard took the initiative. As she was being forced back, she could hear more guards stomping up the stairs. Kat, I need help over here. Danica called, parrying an attempt to disembowel her. I can't. Kat cried. This Duchess is a hellcat. Danica cast a quick glance to see Kat and Natasha wrestling on the bed. Kat had the advantage, but Natasha still hadn't allowed herself to be pinned. Ducking under a thrust at her throat, Danica stepped in close and straight finger punched the Amazon in the throat. She then pulled her razor-sharp sword across the Amazon's thighs, and dropped low as she swept an extended leg savagely around. The guard fell, and Danica kicked her hard in the temple. Hearing a startled cry, Danica looked out the door to see an easy dozen Amazons charging up the hall. She raced for the door, but the other guard moved to block her. The guard was favoring her right leg, but had a look of grim determination on her face. Reaching for her belt knife in the small of her back, Danica whipped it out and hurled it at the Amazon's face while charging her. She ducked, and Danica darted in and kneed her in the face. Stepping over the unconscious Amazon, Danica grabbed the door and slammed it shut. But as she tried to lock it, the door burst open. She staggered back a step, took a look at the four Amazons trying to crowd through, gave a battle cry, and charged. The Amazons paused in their surprise. Danica swept her blade before her in an attempt at their throats. As one, they leapt back into their fellows trying to press forward. Stopping in the door, she cried, "Ha! Stupid wenches!" With that, Danica slammed the door in their faces and turned the key before they recovered. They immediately began shouting threats and pounding on the door with fists and pommels. After a sigh of relief, she turned to see Kat had finally subdued Duchess Natasha. She couldn't help but give a chuckle. Natasha was face down in the bed, with Kat sitting on the back of her head, facing the door and holding her wrists together. Kat, whose hair and clothes were in disarray, was scowling at Danica while Natasha was kicking and screaming her fury into the deep feather mattress. Danica laughed. "Well, I see you had a pleasant go of it," she said. "I would have much preferred an invigorating roll in the sheets with that little vixen than this life and death struggle." "Another comment like that, and I'll release her go and let you subdue her," Kat growled. "We really need to work on your sense of humor." About that time the guards outside began pounding on the thick oaken door with something stouter than their fists. The door rattled and boomed disturbingly. Kat only bared her teeth, then said, "Now how do we get out of here, With a grim smile, "With the right persuasion, I'm sure Duchess Natasha will be more than willing to tell us her hidden escape route." Danica had Kat pull the Duchess off the bed and hold her. She gave Natasha an appreciative look over. Natasha was a little over average in height, with a classic Amazon body, proud breasts, narrow waist, and flaring hips. Her face was pretty in an arrogant sort of way, framed by long dark hair. Danica wasn't surprised by the Duchess's beauty. Amazons, like Jarlan nobility, were known to select breeding partners more for beauty and strength than bloodlines. Many, Danica included, considered Amazons the most beautiful people in the world. Even being held prisoner, and naked, before her, Danica noticed how defiance burned in Natasha's dark blue eyes, and the way she held herself straight. She was just what one would expect as a splendid example of Amazon nobility. To get anything useful from her they would have to make an impression. She gave Natasha a hard look, then punched her in the gut. Twice. Kat didn't say anything, but growled and scowled fiercely at Danica. Danica avoided looking at her. "We want to know where Monique is, and how to bypass you minions during our escape," Danica said calmly. Natasha looked up through dark tousled hair, and spat, "Never." "I really wish you'd reconsider," Danica said, looking disappointed. "We really don't have any wish to hurt you, Adot." A low rumble from behind the bed caught everyone's attention. They watched as the wall rolled back and a Vicon warrior witch stepped out. She was tall and dark-haired, with ornate pink lacquered armor trimmed in red. The armor, little more than overlapping steel plates protecting her shoulders and upper arms, were worn over her bedclothes. Her face paint was pink flames around her eyes with red trim. She had an imperious air about her. Shifting to mage sight, Danica noted with surprise that her wards were strong for a witch. She wore half a dozen bracelets on each arm, all emanating raw power. Also, her sword was enchanted. "The possibility of you hurting me is the least of my concerns," Natasha said victoriously. "Dame Alexandra, kill them." "Wrong," Danica said. "Now we know how to get out of here." She gave Dame Alexandra a calculating look. "You tie the Duchess up tight, Kat. I'll take care of the Vicon witch." Danica positioned herself between Natasha and the Vicon. The witch's outrageous armor and face paint said she was a Vicon, but her olive complexion said Islander or desert folk. The Duchess had called her Dame Alexandra, which meant she was an Amazon knight. Then Danica presented her blade with an air of confidence. Alexandra's eyes narrowed as she approached. Her confidence never wavered. Danica vowed to teach her a little humility. When she closed on her, Danica took the initiative and thrust for the witch's unprotected belly. Her blade was swept aside easily enough, so she tried to decapitate her. The Vicon ducked and uttered a word of power as she pointed 2 fingers at her. Danica barely twisted out of the path of a small fireball. Wild-eyed, Danica glanced back as the fireball struck the wall and dissipated. The memory of a similar fireball striking her in the belly less than 2 weeks back forced its way into her thoughts. Sleazy witch. Alexandra spoke the same word of power again and threw another fireball at Danica, who dived behind a sofa to escape it. Pulling a throwing dagger out of her boot top, Danica raised up and threw it at the Vicon. It was batted aside with her sword as she said another word of power and wiggled her first and third finger at Danica. Immediately, the sofa slammed back against the stone wall, crushing the breath from Danica. Then small inanimate objects began flying at her as she knelt gasping. She was brutally battered as vases, lamps, and chairs crashed into her from all sides. To escape the onslaught, she tried crawling away. The Viscount took that opportunity to race up and kick her in the temple. With Danica laying unconscious at her feet, Alexandra turned on Cat and grinned wide. "Now, my ebon beauty, it's your turn." Cat looked first at Alexandra, then Danica stretched out at her feet, and finally back at the gloating witch. As her back goosefleshed, she tightened her grip on the chuckling Duchess and then suddenly ran her head long into the wall. As Natasha collapsed in a heap, Cat turned back on the raging warrior witch as she charged in screaming blasphemies. Cat pulled her sword and ran to meet Dame Alexandra halfway. Ducking under a fireball, Cat dropped to the floor and rolled through Alexandra's legs. She had seen Danica do it in a barroom brawl in Alaria, and take out 3 Tyrians in the process. The Viscount was taken unaware and fell hard, driving most of her wind out. Jumping to her feet, Cat seized the witch's long chestnut hair and hauled her to her feet, before running her headlong into a table and chair set. Cat walked slowly, cautiously, up to where the Viscount was laying moaning softly in a tangle of smashed table and chairs. She looked barely coherent, but Cat didn't care to take chances with a witch. She cocked a foot back to kick Alexandra in the chin, but the witch's eyes popped open and she snarled a word of power. An eldritch bolt shot out of Alexandra's fist and hit Cat full in the chest. Cat collapsed with a wail. Alexandra slowly, painfully, untangled herself from the chairs and checked on Cat's condition. She was unconscious. After a quick glance at Danica to ensure she wasn't stirring yet, the Viscount made for her moaning mistress. Natasha was just sitting up when she knelt beside her. "Are you injured, my lady?" Alexandra said, starting to run knowing hands over Duchess Natasha's limbs. "Nothing broken. But she had a nasty-looking knot high on her forehead." Then closing her eyes, she began a short chant. "I find no serious injuries, my lady." "That's good to hear, but not how I feel," she grumbled hoarsely. She quickly checked to ensure her golden signet ring, bearing the official coat of arms of Tanner, was still on her left middle finger, then ensured she had her silver Pyrrhus ring on her right index finger. Both were priceless. They told the world who she was, and warned them she was not someone to trifle with. Then she eyed the 2 unconscious women balefully. "Are they dead?" "No, my lady," Alexandra said as she helped Natasha to her feet. Draping a robe over her bare shoulders, "They are just unconscious. I thought you might prefer their deaths to be a little more painful." Natasha's scowl twisted into a grim smile. "Is there anything you know magically, that is to prolong and intensify their agony?" But matching her grim smile, "I think I can come up with something suitable, my lady." At that point the door finally gave and Amazons poured in. They split into 2 groups and went to Danica and Cat. Several swift kicks thudded home into unresponsive bodies when the frustrated and embarrassed guards reached them. Both women were quickly bound. "Dame Agatha," Natasha called to the glowering knight as she looked the 2 bound intruders over. Castle Tanner's chatelaine was still in her bedclothes, with only a sword in hand. Her eyes were red from too much strong wine, but still alert. Natasha noticed a hint of apprehension in her face and bearing. Dame Agatha was in charge of castle security. "My lady," Dame Agatha said, bowing deeply. "I take complete responsibility for this breach of security. But I assure you, it will not happen again." "Let's hope not," Natasha said, raising one eyebrow imperiously. "But in the meantime, remove this rabble to the dungeon. Dame Alexandra and I will be down shortly to question them." Bowing, "By your leave, my lady." A quick signal sent soldiers scurrying to grab hold of the unconscious prisoners. The remaining soldiers began straightening up the chamber as Danica and Cat were carried away. High Mage Aisha knelt in the center of the double-ringed pentacle, freshly drawn on the cold stone floor of her conjuring chamber. She carefully smoothed and arranged the silk folds of her crimson gown while she soothed her racing emotions. She had a black rose pinned to her gown, her goddess's symbol. Forcing herself to stop stalling, she took a deep, steadying breath. Meeting with the gods, especially such an evil and volatile goddess, was not something she relished. Resting her hands palm up on her thighs, she closed her eyes and allowed her mind to go blank. Once her breathing was slow and even, she began a low chant in a language dead long before humanity reared up on two legs. She concentrated on the objective, carefully keeping all stray thoughts out of her mind. Much better, Aisha, Darusa's rich voice said. Only a month ago it would have taken you half an hour to complete the spell. Aisha opened her eyes to behold the goddess of hate and vengeance smiling at her. The goddess's crimson lips were garishly bright on her ghoulishly white face. The raven-haired goddess sat upon a throne of flowing blood in a midnight black gown, looking calmer and more relaxed than Aisha ever remembered seeing her. You are generous, my goddess, Aisha said, bowing her head and waiting a bit to rise and attend. Darusa seemed to be content with the sorceress's submissive position. Aisha was careful not to allow herself any hint of anger or annoyance. She was in Darusa's realm. Darusa was omnipotent here. More powerful than even the other gods, but only within her own realm. Aisha had little to fear as she had given her soul to Darusa in payment for magical assistance. There was nowhere Aisha could hide from the goddess, not even in the deepest pits of hell. Not even another god could protect her from the goddess if she wanted anything from the sorceress. Aisha could be forced effortlessly to perform any deed, say anything to anyone, even die instantly, with just the merest thought of Darusa. It was a bargain she never dared to openly question, but often did so deep down. Now, her every breath was a boon of the goddess. Aisha dared not anger her. Too generous, it would seem, Darusa said, a hint of annoyance tainting her voice. Aisha cringed inwardly. I give you so much, and what do you do with it? Nothing. Nothing but plot in shadows, and fight that other wizard. Where are the temples you promised to build? My power and influence will not grow without them. Tara foils my plans, our plans, my goddess. When I conceive a plot, she destroys it. She is crafty, even going so far as to switch out bodies with some Jarlan Knight to camouflage her activities, Aisha said, watching Darusa's face carefully. The goddess was prone to violent mood swings. Her anger was frequently fatal. Perhaps if you personally took care of her. I cannot, Darusa spat out, leaning forward out of her throne of blood. Aisha's whole body cringed at the implied threat. Your clumsy activities have attracted the attention of other gods. Gods who like the status quo. Darusa stood, fists clenched at her sides, face working in impotent fury. I have been warned. Arrogant pigs. They'll all pay dearly when I become Queen of the Arisen. I will have vengeance. She glared at Aisha, as if to dare her to question her pronouncements. I don't understand. Of course you don't, mortal. The ways of the gods are beyond your meager comprehension. But know this, I cannot fight them all. Most are more powerful than me, due to their popularity among your pathetic kind, she said, black eyes locked threateningly on Aisha. If you don't fail me, then soon all that will change. First we'll destroy all their temples and priesthoods, their power, then I'll enslave the other gods. She suddenly let out a long musical laugh of sheer delight. I will make those haughty bitches Lors, Oma, and Mog wait on me hand and foot. For my dear sister, Lyss, goddess of love, I will make her the love toy of my priesthood. As for those arrogant, pompous. She started to sputter in her intense, all-consuming hatred. Balder, Tarhan, Bandu, and Ashta, and all their ilk, will know my wrath. I'll have them lick my palace of blood clean, night and day for all eternity. Darusa plopped back onto her throne, staring off into space with her sinisterly beautiful face screwed up in darkest hatred. Terrified of her goddess, Aisha felt nauseous. Never had she dreamed a goddess could be totally mad. "You think me mad?" Darusa said, staring at her. Aisha almost swooned in mortal terror. She let her emotions loose during Darusa's tirade, betraying herself. She knew better and worked hard to keep her mind blank. "Forgive me, my goddess," Aisha said. With just a thought, Darusa could kill her and send her damned soul into the most horrendous eternity imaginable. It is nothing but a stupid mortal's mind racing in terror at the magnificence of her goddess. "You lie pretty, Aisha," Darusa laughed. "And you think fast, which is why I accepted your offer of help to begin with. You may live." "Thank you, my goddess," she said with feeling. "I live only to serve you." "You live to serve yourself. We both know it, so don't anger me with your pathetic lies. I can still use you, so you will continue to live for now," Darusa said with a haughty wave of the hand. "Just don't fail me again." "I won't, my goddess," Aisha said. Heart beginning to race, she nodded her upper lip nervously. "My goddess, I beg a boon. A boon?" "I would hear it first," she said, suspicious. "My enemies are very powerful, magically speaking. I would ask for the right, the privilege, of wielding your magic. With god magic I would have no peers." "You are not a member of my priesthood," Darusa said as if that said everything. At Aisha's confused look, "Since what you call the temple wars, the gods are forbidden to give their magic to anyone outside their own priesthood. Even that is carefully rationed. Mag, as goddess of magic, would detect such powerful magics immediately and trace it back to me. Surely there must be ways around this rule, or some way to trick or confuse the other gods," Aisha said. "Perhaps, during magical combat, you could restore my energy reserves to propel my magic. That in itself would be devastating to my opponents." Darusa was thoughtful. "There may be ways to circumvent the rule, such as talismans, just as long as you yourself aren't wielding god magic. And there are no rules specifically forbidding providing you with magical energy at opportune moments." They shared a sinister smile. "If caught, then you could reasonably argue that the point wasn't clear," Aisha said. "Yes. I think I might be able to offer some help in disposing of our mutual problems." Aisha smiled evilly, already beginning to relish the look in Taylor's eyes when he was finished off with god magic. That alone would make her eternal damnation worthwhile. That, and world domination. Empress Aisha, she liked the sound of it. Chapter 5. Danica regained consciousness as they carried her out of the bedchamber. 4 guards held her face up, one on each arm and leg. Once her head stopped swimming and the high ceiling came into focus, she took stock of her situation. To her disappointment, both her ankles and wrists were tightly bound. Kat was being lugged ahead of her by 6 more guards. Danica couldn't tell if Kat was conscious, but assumed she wasn't since she wasn't putting up any fight. As the guards struggled under their loads, they speculated on what torments she and Kat would endure before the Duchess was satisfied. She found it increasingly difficult to remain calm and control her racing heart as they recalled past atrocities Natasha used on her prisoners. None of the previous victims had physically assaulted her. When they started down the stairs, Danica found she couldn't stand it anymore and decided she had nothing to lose. Up to that point, she'd forced her body to remain limp, but now she snapped her legs out of the guard's grasp and pulled them up to her chest. Before any of them could respond, she drove her bound feet into the guard beside the rail and catapulted her over. The guard screamed, which ended abruptly with a thud. All the guards froze as realization of what had happened struck home. With an enraged scream, Danica twisted loose and drove her feet into another guard's lower belly. Danica and the guard hit the stairs and began rolling down. They bowled over the other 2 guards. The group carrying Kat was then engulfed in the human avalanche and borne down the stairs. They tumbled in a clatter of steel armor and arms, and the grunts and cries of women. Once they reached the foot of the stairs, Danica found herself at the base of the pile. As the Amazons untangled themselves, they angrily kicked and punched her, cursing her all the while. When they finally stopped beating them, the guards stood in a circle huffing and puffing, glaring down murderously. "Great going, Danica," Cat said in a croaking voice. "Just can't bear the idea of them killing me before you can, huh?" Danica winced from the jab. "Sorry, but I don't like the idea of dying without a fight," Danica said. "Aren't you the one who goes with the current?" Cat said. "In case you haven't noticed, they're not exacting taking us on holiday," she said. "So you give them reason to beat on us some more?" Danica snorted, like they really need a reason. "Don't give them any more reasons." "Whose side are you on?" "My side." "God's." "Think of me for once, will you please?" "I am," Danica said, shocked by the accusation. "I'm trying to escape with you." "Shut up," an Amazon yelled, kicking Danica in the side of the face. "Hey, you craven pig!" Cat cried. "Leave my friend alone." That outburst only earned Cat a boot in the face. Danica responded by driving her feet into the guard's shin. Cat then kicked the feet out from under another guard, who was about to attack Danica in retaliation. "So nice of you to join me," Danica said, watching a couple of guards moving in to subdue the pair. "I have nothing to lose anymore," Cat said, guarding their rear. "Thanks to you." "You're welcome," she said. "What in Ashta's name is going on down there?" Dame Agatha said from above. The guards all stepped back, much to Danica's and Cat's relief. Danica noted, with satisfaction, the sheepish, though still hostile, look most of the Amazon guards now wore. The Chatelaine's expression could only be described as incredulous as she surveyed the scene from the top of the stairs. "I see you're having trouble finding good help, Chatelaine," Danica taunted the red-faced knight. "Makes me wonder why Duchess Natasha even keeps such incompetence around." She glanced around with satisfaction, but after tonight, well. Controlling her temper with effort, Dame Agatha said, "Sergeant Ingrid, you will deliver the prisoners to the dungeon without any further disturbance, or I will have the lot of you tied to posts and horsewhipped." "Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, my lady," Sergeant Ingrid said, saluting. Dame Agatha gave Danica and Cat one last look and stomped away. Danica smiled grimly. "I hope the old bag gets an ulcer." Then she turned her attention back to Sergeant Ingrid. The burly Amazon looked competent enough. Indeed, everything about her screamed regular army. Up till Dame Agatha's last order, she kept up the relatively detached demeanor of a professional soldier. By her graying hair and thickening waist, Danica guessed she was a retired soldier who thought she'd found a nice easy position in which to live out her remaining years. "Well, Sergeant," Danica sneered. "What are you and your misbegotten irregulars going to do now? Surely you can't think me and Cat will cooperate after all this?" "If you know what's good for you, you will," she said, but Danica noted a hint of fear in her eyes. Her confidence was shaken. Noticing Danica's malicious smile, "Don't even think of trying to resist. It'll just make it worse on you." "Of that, I have no doubt," Danica said. Then letting a sneer twist her pretty face, "There isn't a professional bone in any of your bodies. At least male soldiers conduct themselves professionally. They have the good sense and professional discipline to control their raging emotions and get the job done." She gave them all a contemptuous look. "You women make me ashamed to be a woman. No wonder men look down on you. We're just as good as any man." "Better," Sergeant Ingrid said, red-faced. "Grab them." The Amazons as one jumped atop the two prone women. Taking by surprise, Danica and Cat were easily subdued and hoisted back up into the guards' arms. They both kicked, bucked, and cursed to no avail. The guards held on with grim determination. They soon found themselves in Castle Tanner's torture chamber deep beneath the main keep. Dropped unceremoniously at the back wall, the guards snapped their wrists into shackles before cutting away their bindings. Then they left, casting dark looks at Cat and, especially, Danica. Nice going, Cat said, glowering at Danica. What now? Why did you have to insult that sergeant? Gods, woman. We're all but helpless to defend ourselves. She could have beaten the bloody snot out of us, Cat cried. Do you have a death wish? Are you some kind of raging masochist? Danica rolled her eyes and sighed. Some gratitude, she said, giving Cat a hard look. Did they beat us afterwards? Well, no, Cat admitted. Have you given any thought as to why? No, you haven't. It's because I said those things about them being unprofessional that saved us a beating. Danica smiled. They are trying to prove to us that they are just as professional as any man. But men would have beaten us, Cat argued with a shudder. And done a lot more, too. At least, Danica said, then grinned again. But they don't know that. See what isolation does to you. I'll bet that won't work on the Duchess, or her pet witch, Cat said. Not likely. They should know better and probably wouldn't care anyway. Cat pulled on her chains. How do we get out of this? Danica looked around at all the instruments of torture. For the life of me, Cat, I don't know. I really don't know. Encouraging. Danica simply grunted. Her attention transfixed on a massive oaken machine, the rack. It held the place of honor in the center of the room, its thick timbers dark-stained with the blood of past victims. Braziers, now cold, were set up around the rack, with the iron handles of brands sticking out over their sides. Knives, pincers, spikes, and other nasty tools of torture hung from hooks all around the edge of the rack. The chamber reeked of urine, feces, and burnt flesh. Biting her lip, Cat said, "What do you suppose they'll do to us?" Grimacing, "Do you really want to know?" No. Danica avoided looking at Cat, knowing her friend's open fear would only send her into deeper despair. Cat was an innocent dragged into this hellish place by Danica and her inability to accept the fate the gods forced upon her. Never had she felt such emotional pain, such guilt, over her own actions. She wondered, was it because she was now a woman? When she died here, would her spirit also be that of an elfmaid? If so, would her soul be turned away from Bandu's Hall of Valor? My, don't you two look precious, Duchess Natasha said, looking them over with pleasure. Danica started. She hadn't noticed their entrance, lost in her own thoughts and guilt. Natasha stood before her in a simple sapphire blue, ankle-length dress, fists balled up on her hips and bloating. Her expression wasn't encouraging. Behind her, Dame Agatha seethed as she glared over Natasha's shoulder at the prisoners. The Viscount witch, Dame Alexandra, now in full knightly regalia, stood by with a look of curiosity about her. Pink-lacquered half-plate armor now protected the Viscount witch's body. The full-length skirt, open in front, was a soft red-dyed leather with pink trim and geometric designs. Her pants were pink, with red thigh boots and silver spurs. Her sword belt and gloves were also red. Considering her color scheme, Danica idly wondered if the Viscount was a hawker, forsaking her people's unrivaled love of horses. Ignoring the fact that the armor was all lacquered pink and red, she found it strange to look on a Viscount so conventionally armored. Their preferred styles in clothes and armor tended to be rather outrageous. It hasn't been a particularly good day for us, my lady, Danica said. And it isn't going to be getting any better in the near future, Natasha said, an evil glint creeping into her dark blue eyes. In the brighter light of the torture chamber, Natasha proved to be an arrogant-looking teenage girl. Danica now swore she couldn't be more than 19. But first we have a few questions for you. And we have even fewer answers, Danica shot back. Smiling grimly, defiance. Good. Makes the questioning more interesting. Wait. Cat said, looking sharply at Danica. It's not our fault. We came to Celia just to find someone. That's all. The wrong someone, I'm afraid, warrior, Dame Alexandra said, stepping forward. Turning to the Duchess, if I may, my lady? By all means, Natasha said. As the witch's hands began to glow, Cat cried, wait. What do you want to know? You haven't asked anything yet. Cat. Be quiet. We won't tell these godless. Tuner, take that idea. We've nothing to hide, Cat said, then pulled on her bonds, and nothing to lose but our lives. And nothing to gain, either. How do you know? Gods. Dame Alexandra cried. I've never seen anything like you two. Do you even like each other? I'd like her a lot better if she acted more honorably, Danica said viciously. Warriors don't betray their allies, whether friends or not. Taylor is not our ally. He's the cause of all our troubles, Cat said defensively. Why do you care what happens to that soulless monster? You forget he has something of mine I hold near and dear. The reason we're here, remember? A sneer spread across Cat's dark face. He's not going to give it back. I'll make him. Dame Alexandra stepped before Danica at that point. Her hands still glowed an eerie blue. The thought of magic being used on her made Danica's skin crawl. Shifting to mage sight, she noted the texture of her magic had changed. It seemed more sinister. She cringed away, pressing her back to the cold, damp wall. Tell me, Danica, what does this tailor have of yours and what is his relationship to Monique? Alexandra said. He's a blood relative. Monique is his sister, Danica said, eyes not leaving the glowing hands. Monique doesn't have a brother, she said, stepping closer. Lie to me again, and I'll turn you into a frog and feed you to a snake. Danica bit off a retort. She knew enough about magic to know that a witch wasn't powerful enough to do that. However, there was no profit in insulting her. Besides, there was nothing to say a Vicon couldn't be a sorceress. At the moment, Danica didn't really want to test her. That's the truth as I know it, Danica said. Alexandra seized her arm. Danica screamed as searing pain shot through her. It seemed as if every nerve in her body was laid bare and was being tortured. She was feeling excruciating pain at the same time she was freezing and roasting alive. The pain in her eyes made her sight black out, but she could still hear herself screaming hysterically through the intense earache. Stop! Cat cried, near tears. I'll tell you what you want to know. Everything. Alexandra, stop, Duchess Natasha said calmly. We will hear what the big dark one has to say first. Alexandra reluctantly released Danica. The elfmaid collapsed, sweat-soaked and breathing shallow. She was barely conscious. Alexandra stepped back and glowered at Cat. Dame Agatha stood in the background, smiling grimly. Cat bit her lip nervously, looking back and forth between Danica and their captors. Well. Cat started. No, Cat, Danica whispered hoarsely. They're going to kill us anyway. Not true, Natasha said. All you have to do is cooperate a little, and I'll spare you. Of course, you can't be set free, but isn't slavery preferable to death? Think, Cat. If we aid them, and they defeat Taylor, then I'll have nothing to live for anyway, Danica said. Cat's eyes glazed over, dropping to the ground. Danica knew she was causing her friend terrible stress. Cat just wanted to do what was right. Suddenly, the exotic beauty blinked and looked up. You can't kill us, Cat blurted. We're magically tied to Taylor, Aisha's deadliest enemy. Whoever you gave Monique to will want us also. I guarantee it. Eyes narrowing, Natasha said, how's that? High Mage Aisha of all Aria wants us badly, Cat said, not altogether lying. Looking the Duchess straight in the eye, Aisha herself told us her forces now held Monique, that you helped in her capture. It is because of her word we now search for the sorceress. Aisha herself is looking for us. Cat gave them a dark smile. What would she say if you killed or injured us so we weren't of any use to her plans? It was Natasha's turn to be nervous. Danica wanted to cry out triumphantly, so proud of her friend's cleverness. Half of what Kat said was a lie, but the Duchess couldn't know that. Hopefully, by the time she found out one way or another, she and Kat will have escaped. Hopefully. She's lying, Alexandra said. Let me have at her. I'll get the truth out of her, or fry her brain in the process. I know, Natasha said quietly, thoughtfully. That's what I'm afraid of, Alexandra. What if she's telling the truth? Do you want to explain to Rebecca, or Aisha, why we killed them? Well. Exactly, she said. Throw them into a cell. I'll contact Rebecca. We should know one way or the other by morning. Natasha smiled darkly at Kat. If I find she is lying, I'll let you kill her. We only really need one for questioning, Danica relaxed. Darkness was creeping in. Whatever Alexandra did to her, it ended with her feeling drained of energy. As you wish, my lady, Dame Agatha said, sounding disappointed. The chatelaine barked some orders and guards quickly appeared to haul Kat and Danica off to a cell. The guards apparently hadn't recovered from their earlier encounter, and Danica's jab at their professionalism, for they merely escorted Kat back to a cell. Danica had to be carried. Pushing Kat into the dank, unlit cell, they dumped Danica inside the doorway and slammed the door. The only light came through the small spy window, and that wasn't much. Kat rushed to Danica's side. Are you hurt bad? I don't know, can't stop shaking, Danica said. Kat pulled the elfmaid into her lap and held tight. She looked so worried. I'll be fine in a while. I think I bought us a little time, she said, holding her breath as if she expected to be yelled at. Danica smiled. I know. Good thinking, that was, she said. You're not mad at me? Hardly. You saved my life, and my honor. Glancing at the cell door, I'm not so sure. I may only have delayed our deaths. Any delay is greatly appreciated. Natasha carefully locked her bedchamber door. After giving the room one last precautionary look, she hurried over to her exquisitely worked alabaster vanity. Seating herself, she fingered the heavy gold signet ring on her left hand's middle finger. Her right index finger was encircled by a silver Pyrrhus ring. That ring showed the world she was a direct descendant of the Empress Jasmine, founder of the Amazon Empire, so demanded certain curtsies and privileges. They both said she was a woman of power and position, and not to be trifled with. Now she found herself apprehensive at the prospect of facing a mere commoner. Gods, how she hated High Mage Rebecca and the mage's power over her. Natasha glowered at the ensorcelled mirror before her, a gift from Rebecca. With it she regularly talked with the distant High Mage. She had once thought of it as a means to control her own destiny, but now saw it for what it was, the manacles that chained her to Rebecca's fate and whim. She took a deep breath and began the short chant. Repeating it 3 times, she reached out and touched the lower left corner of the mirror, then braced herself. Her reflection shivered, as if on a gentle pool of water, but nothing happened. Natasha grimaced. That could only mean the High Mage of the Amazon Empire, Rebecca, was asleep. She would not take being awakened at such an ungodly hour well. If Aisha was indeed searching for her prisoners, then Rebecca would want to know their whereabouts immediately. Again, she repeated the chant the spell required 3 times and touched the mirror's corner. Again, only the slightest stirring of her reflected image. Within seconds her image faded, to be replaced by another. Rebecca was scowling at her, hair tousled and eyes still full of sleep. She was tall and slim, with long baby-fine brown hair and big, seductive brown eyes. Behind her, Natasha spotted Monique still entangled in their bed sheets. She was not surprised the High Mage had taken the beautiful dark-haired sorceress as her paramour. Monique had proven a spirited and imaginative lover during her brief service with Natasha. Possibly the best lover she had ever experienced. But her once mischievous blue eyes were now dull, as if the life had been sucked out of her. "What is it, Natasha?" Rebecca said in a sleep-raspy voice. Natasha chaffed at being addressed so, considering Rebecca not being a noble born. Indeed, the whole situation where she was forced to answer to a commoner distressed her. It wasn't proper for a noble to serve a commoner. "The indignities I must endure to become empress." "We have captured 2 warriors," she said, face remaining cool. "Our interrogation seems to indicate that High Mage Aisha might be looking for them." Rebecca seemed to digest that a moment, then her eyes lit up. "What are their names?" "Danica and Kat." "Excellent. Aisha is indeed looking for them," she said. "The blonde, Danica, is in truth Tara, Monique's older sister. Or at least the elven body Tara has been living in for the last 3 centuries. Some other warrior is now inhabiting it. A ploy to divert our attention. Aisha wants that body for some arcane ceremony to rid us of Tara forever." Natasha returned her smile, but for different reasons. She would ensure Aisha knew that she, not Rebecca, was responsible for their capture. Rebecca stole her glory before, but not this time. Natasha would reap the rewards of this victory. "Then I will personally escort them back to Alaria," Natasha said. "No," Rebecca said, eyes narrowing. "There is a troop of dragoons in my employ near you. They will take possession from you and bring them to me." "It will take a month by horse to reach Dalis," Natasha said, seeing her plans go up in smoke. "And then another 2 en route to Alaria. I can cut off a month by taking them straight to Alaria from here." Rebecca gave her a contemptuous look. "You are wrong, again. I can send them to Aisha in a split second, with only a month's travel time to me." Her eyes took on an evil glint. "Better luck next time." "But..." "No excuses, Natasha," she said, dismissing her with a wave of the hand. "Dame Thalin's Puma troop will arrive within the week. Have the prisoners waiting." Duchess Natasha stared, face impassive, fists hidden and clenched tightly, at the High Mage's smug expression. She wanted to cry, scream, anything. Anything but submit, of which she knew she must, however humiliating it might be. "As you wish," Natasha said, a hint of bitterness tainting the words. "And Natasha, don't harm them," Rebecca said, her image beginning to fade. "Aisha's plans for them will be far more entertaining." Carl stalked along behind Taylor as they moved deeper into the notorious tied-up quarter of Alaria. His hand never strayed far from his hilt. He'd tread these same dark, sinister streets and alleys scores of times, but never as a bodyguard. It made him uncomfortable to be guarding someone else's life, to be responsible for it, instead of just worrying about his own. Taylor didn't seem to share his concern, reckless bastard that he was. Danic would owe him for this. "Be alert, wizard," Carl whispered, hearing shuffling sounds coming from within a dilapidated tenement to their left. Life in the tied-up quarter was at best a desperate struggle to live from one day to the next. Its inhabitants usually accomplished it by preying on each other, and anyone else foolish enough to venture down the wrong street or alley. Every door, every shadow, could hold desperate men and women waiting in ambush. Giving all the nearby doors and windows a quick scan, these streets are dangerous, even for a mighty wizard. Taylor stopped and stretched out one arm, palm out. He chanted, palms starting to glow. Carl scowled as he reached out with magically enhanced senses. The wizard dropped his arm after a long moment. "Nothing that can threaten me," he said. He was interrupted by 3 hulking brutes sliding out of a shadowy doorway and blocking their path. Though none wore any armor, all were armed to the teeth with swords and daggers. Putting a restraining hand on Carl's arm, "Wait." Looking the muggers over contemptuously, he said, "I think you men are making a big mistake. Please stand aside, . The middleman gave a short laugh. He signaled and all 3 began to slowly move forward. "Rather pig-headed, don't you think?" Taylor said in amazingly high spirits. Carl gave him a dark look, suspecting he had something devious planned. Taylor laughed at the Tyrion's look, then turned back on the three muggers. Holding out his left hand, he wiggled his fingers at the men and spoke a word of power. Carl stared at the wizard's hand, expecting lightning bolts or such. Nothing obviously happened, but the muggers frozen, eyes huge. "I warned you," Taylor said. Carl watched in dismay as they all wailed pitifully, which quickly turned into the high-pitched squeals of pigs as their bodies were transformed. When the spell had completed its course, the three burly robbers were transformed into small pink pigs. "Much better. Now, pigs, run before we eat you." Carl made a hand sign to ward off evil, and watched the three terrified pigs struggle out of the piles of clothes, ran circles around each other squealing, and then dart down an alley. Taylor laughed. "Barbarian, I'll wager that none of our friends there survive the day before someone catches and eats them," he said. Carl gave him a disgusted look, but knew he was right. So much fresh meat was just too good for anyone in the tied-up quarter to pass up. A shiver ran up his spine. Foul magic. "Be quick, wizard. It is near dark, and I for one don't care to still be walking these god's-forsaken streets at night," Carl said, surveying their surroundings with a calculating eye. Taylor's magical display would give them some breathing room, for a while. "Let us find this so-called stronghold of evil and scout it out, quickly." Taylor gave him a condescending smile, before continuing down the street. They turned left at the next intersection, then right into the first alley. Weaving their way through the piles of debris, they eventually came to another street. Taylor motioned to a red brick drum tower opposite them. The short, squat tower was surrounded by a low wall with armed men patrolling in pairs. It was topped by a low-pitched circular roof that came to a point, and covered overhanging machicolations. Nasty, those machicolations, allowing defenders to drop boiling oils and missile weapons on unsuspecting heads. Carl recognized it as an abandoned city guard tower. Many more sat sprinkled around the city. He had been a guest in many of them after wild nights of drinking and fighting, so he knew the circular tower's layout well enough. "Well, wizard, be about casting whatever foul magic you must, so we can be out of here before someone notices us," Carl said. "You're not the cheerful fellow Danica's memories indicate," Taylor said, dropping down to sit cross-legged on the cobbles. "And you worry too much. You give me no reason to be joyful," he growled. "And it isn't for you I am worrying, but my friend's body you are so callously endangering." Taylor closed his eyes and began a low chant. Carl knew the routine by now. The wizard would spend about 5 minutes chanting and wiggling his fingers at Aisha's stronghold in an attempt to determine the strength of its ward spells and garrison. This was the 7th such reconnoiter he had gone on with Taylor. None were as forbidding as the drum tower across the street. Most were the mansions of rich merchants and nobles loyal to Aisha's cause. His job was to protect the entranced wizard from more mundane threats. A job he excelled at. In the shadows, Carl squatted behind Taylor, dividing his attention between the men patrolling the drum tower and the alley they were hiding in. He pulled his sword and laid it across his knees, his hand lightly holding the long leather-bound hilt. A sound down the alley caught his attention. A shuffling, snorting noise. It was familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. As it neared, the hairs on his neck rose and he tightened his grip on the sword. Soon a small white dog moved into sight as it continued its search for food in the trash piles. Relaxing, Carl glowered at the unsuspecting dog. Picking up a rock, he hurled it at the dog so it wouldn't come up and startled Taylor in his spellcastings. Carl misjudged the accuracy and strength of the throw. The rock hit the dog solidly on the snout, eliciting a startled yelp and then, as it scrambled away, a high-pitched yelping. Startled himself, Carl looked over at the abandoned city guard tower to find guards looking their way and pointing. Then he started to make out their shouts and knew that he and Taylor had been spotted. "Why did you do that?" Taylor asked angrily as he rose to his feet. "I was bored," he said just as angrily. "Now use some of that highly vaulted magic and whisk us out of here." Too late, Taylor said, looking around curiously. They have some strange wards hereabouts. They became active when the alarm went up and are suppressing the casting of magic. Then we fight our way out, Carl said, almost relieved to find the wizard wasn't invincible, that his magic could be countered successfully. Then smiling wickedly at a band of bravos sallying forth from the tower, nothing like a bit of brisk blade work to get the old heart pumping. Give me some working room, barbarian, Taylor ordered and began chanting and drawing strangely disturbing symbols in the air before him. While Carl charged out to meet Aisha's men, Taylor tried unsuccessfully to strike them down with lightning and fireballs, but the drum tower's wards weren't allowing such magics to work. Meanwhile, Carl found his element again. He waded into the bravos with long swords singing Red Death. His superior reach, sword length, and talents were sending the others reeling under his onslaught. Ho! Doomed bravos! If any of you are lucky enough to ascend to the Hall of Valor, Carl cried, tell Bandu and Ashta that Carl, the laughing bear of legend, has sent you to serve him in the afterlife. Then a low rumbling growl brought everyone up short. Carl felt his skin gooseflesh. He and the tower guards all forgot their own battle and began looking around in the deepening darkness for the source of that exceedingly menacing sound. It came again from the tower's direction. Then Carl spotted Aisha standing atop the wall, arms held high in glowing blue. Beneath her, a monstrous beast lumbered through the gate. Taylor! Carl cried, stepping back. Look alive, we're in big trouble. The eerily glowing monster was vaguely ape-shaped, with overlong arms that nearly touched the street when it stood upright, and bright red fur. Its face was a cross between an ape and a dog, with some of the most wicked fangs Carl had ever seen and eyes that burned like hellfires. Its claws were like black daggers, glinting murderously in the fading light. He noticed beams of bluish light were shooting from Aisha's hands, engulfing the hellish monster. Carl turned to Taylor, the witch is conjuring it. Carl was brought up short once again at the sight of what Taylor conjured to counter Aisha's creature. Taylor's arms also glowed blue, with beams of blue light shooting out to engulf his monster. He'd conjured a giant dragon-like creature, though to Carl's mind it appeared more serpent than dragon. The beast reminded him of the ancient murals of night mages fighting great battles astride what they called wyverns. It was blue-scaled, long and slender, with wicked-looking talons and large black bat wings. Its triangular head looked similar to a great green dragon's head, with a long pointed snout, bristling with sharp fangs and covered by a multitude of equally vicious-looking horns. Duck! Taylor cried. Out of the corner of his eye Carl spotting the wyvern's long spiked tail swinging towards him. He dropped to the ground just before it swept the gawking bravos away. Aside from that, the monsters appeared only to have eyes for each other. He swore as he glowered at the two battling mages. My soul will be damned for certain, dealing with the likes of them. The two monsters met in the center of the street. Their roars of defiance and challenge were deafening as they began to circle. The wyvern struck first, snapping at the ape's short legs. Its head was bashed aside with a massive fist. Pulling back in a coiling motion, it opened its jaws wide and sent a thunderous jet of white-hot flames at the ape. Though engulfed by the flames, the ape monster appeared relatively unscathed by the attack, with the exception of smoldering fur. The ape gave an enraged roar and jumped atop the wyvern, wrapping thick arms around its neck. The wyvern roared and spewed fire all about. Carl feared they would torch the whole of the tied-up quarter, if not the entire Alaria island. The wyvern then began to roll and writhe, and tried to bring its dagger-like talons into play. The ape avoided the talons, though it was unable to keep from being wrapped up within the wyvern's long serpentine body and rolled about. While the ape tried to choke the wyvern, it was in turn being crushed bodily. After only a few minutes it became apparent to Carl that the ape was gaining the upper hand. Already the wyvern's body was starting to loosen its coils, and it had ceased its spewing of flames. Carl had to do something quick, or risk being destroyed by Aisha's victorious ape monster. Sheathing his long sword, he drew his new battle axe and carefully measured the distance to Aisha atop the drum tower's curtain walls. Taking the long oaken haft in both hands, he started running towards the tower. As he neared the wall, Carl spun and sent the axe spinning murderously towards the high mage. Engrossed as she was in the sorceress battle, she failed to take note of the barbarian warrior and his activities. "Ha! Take that, you black-hearted witch!" Carl cried as the battle axe crashed into her lower belly. The axe hit haft first, knocking Aisha off the wall and ending the battle of monsters as her ape vanished. The wyvern gave one last flaming roar before returning to whatever hellish realm Taylor had pulled it from. "Good work, barbarian!" Taylor cried. He was sweat-soaked and panting from his efforts. Indeed, he had to drop to one knee to rest. "Did you kill her?" "Not quite." Aisha cried from atop the wall, and sent a blue-white bolt streaking at Taylor. Carl jumped between them and took the bolt square in the chest. The enchantment Taylor had placed on his mail absorbed the bolt, though Carl wasn't totally unaffected. He staggered, feeling as though 1,000 needles were stabbing him all over, not unlike when his arm or leg fell asleep. Carl looked incredulously at her. She seemed fresh and high-spirited, despite being brutally knocked off the wall and losing a magical battle that had all but drained Taylor. Then he saw her make the sign of the Black Viper, evoking the goddess Darusa. A blood-red gem suddenly flashed at her throat, leaving her enveloped in a red glow. "God magic! Bandu, give me strength," he cried, pulling his long sword and taking a step toward Aisha. He had to stop her before she brought the goddess's power to bear on them and blasted them to hell. Taylor stepped out from behind him and threw his own bolt at the sorceress. Jumping aside to avoid it, she overbalanced herself and fell off the wall. Both Carl and Taylor raced for her. She had fallen wrong and looked stunned. The red halo that had surrounded her was gone. "Die, sorceress!" Carl cried as he closed, long sword raised to deliver the killing blow. Aisha glanced his way with wide fearful eyes. Turning to the wall on hands and knees, she spoke a word of power and a black whirlpool appeared. "Don't let her escape through the portal!" Taylor cried from a pace behind, casting a fireball at her. The gods only knew where the other side of the passage ended. In the blink of an eye she could be halfway around the world, but Carl wasn't overly worried, he would reach her before she could enter. Before one of her hellish patron gods could aid her. Aisha turned on Carl and sent a bolt into his chest. This time the effects were greater, causing Carl to stumble and lose hold of his hilt. As barbarian and sword hit the cobbles, Taylor darted past to engage the sorceress. With sword and spell, Taylor blocked Aisha's escape. Placing himself between the portal and the sorceress, he began pounding her with a series of eldritch bolts and fireballs, then followed up with his sword. Aisha met the attack with grim determination. The set of her face said she was feeling the strain of battle, but Taylor couldn't tell from her defense. She was just as resourceful and deadly as in every other battle he had encountered her in. "You cannot win, Tara," she said. "The gods are with me." "I cannot lose, Aisha," he said, sending a bolt into one of her legs. With a cry of pain she dropped to one knee. "There is nothing you or your forsaken gods can do to stop me." "Wrong," she cried. "Darusa, now is the time to render your blessings." The ruby on her choker flashed again, and an eerie reddish halo formed around her body in a flash. Presenting both palms to Taylor, she said a word of power and a blood-red bolt struck him full in the chest. Taylor threw all his stored-up energy into his personal wards to save himself. He was blasted bodily off the ground and pushed through the portal at his back. Carl, seeing this, cried, "No!" Charging the sorceress with swinging blade, he overextended himself in his desperation to kill her. She ducked under his swing and placed both hands on his chest. Then with a victorious grin, she pushed him with superhuman strength through the portal, too. Carl hit with a splash and a grunt. Looking up at Aisha's fading laughter, he took in the nightmarish scene. Taylor was on all fours, still trying to shake off the effects of the bolt. They were in the middle of what looked to be some dead forest in the midst of a swamp. The brackish water was knee-deep and warm. The twisted, dead trees were ghoulishly white and draped with swaying tendrils of moss. And there wasn't a sound to be heard. "Taylor, are you well?" Carl said, giving their surroundings a wary look. To his surprise, there were no stars or moons. The sky was a dark charcoal gray. "Yes, just shaken," he said, staggering to his feet. Looking around, "Where are we?" "I was hoping you could shed some light on that, wizard," Carl said, flashing the sign of the bandit to ward off evil. Though, somehow he didn't think his god would be able to help him in this unholy place. Taylor grunted, closed his eyes and began a low chant. Carl waited patiently for the wizard to whisk them back to Alaria. After a few minutes, he noticed a deep scowl on Taylor's face. Carl's flesh prickled at what that boded. "What is the trouble, wizard?" "My magic doesn't work." Carl was taken aback. "The sorceress stole it?" "No, it just doesn't work in this realm." "Realm?" "We're not on our world anymore, Carl. And here, my magical abilities are less than useless," Taylor said quietly. Looking around, "I'm afraid we're in a lot of trouble." "Well, that just sucks big greasy dragon balls," Carl said. Chapter 6. Watch your back! Danica cried, seizing the razor-taloned, mottled green creature by the neck and hurling it away. She heard Dame Alexandra chuckling from behind the cell door as she directed her otherworld creatures with malevolent glee through the spy window. Shooting the witch a hateful glare, "You'll pay dearly for this outrage." "Blustering fool," Alexandra laughed. "Take this, Dot." 10 of the 4-foot-tall man-like creatures appeared in a semicircle around Danica and Cat. Both women moaned miserably. After 10 days subjected to the witch's sadistic games, their clothes were all but shredded. The cuts, bites, and scratches from the little beasts burned like white-hot irons. Danica eyed their long, deadly talons as they moved in. Only their needle-like teeth worried her more. "You fool!" Cat screamed at Alexandra. "What will Aisha say if you inadvertently kill us?" "She'll have your head, I tell you." "Not true," Dame Alexandra said, the gleam in her eyes revealing her joy. "She has given us permission to dispose of you as we see fit." Screaming gibberish, the hellish otherworld creatures attacked. Pressed against the wall to protect their backs, Danica and Cat kicked, batted away grasping hands, and punched snarling faces. The insidious beasts were tireless. Danica wondered how long she and Cat would be able to survive. Kicking one in the groin, Danica then grabbed its neck and slammed it into the wall beside her. A satisfying crunch greeted her ears. Another hurtled its crumpled body, raking torturous claws down her rib cage. Danica brought her knee up hard into its pointy jaw. It dropped to its knees in a daze as she turned to repel 2 more. Feeling small powerful arms grasp her leg, Danica glanced down just in time to see the creature sink inch-long fangs into her thigh. Screaming with horror and searing pain, Danica tried to pull it off. Her arms were seized first by the 2 incoming creatures. Cat. But Cat was unable to assist this time. Danica counted 5 little monsters hanging tenaciously to the bravo. Like herself, Cat was also being pulled to the floor. No doubt where the creatures would swarm over them and end their tortures forever. The witch's delighted laugh echoed through the cell. Incensed, Danica jerked her right arm around so the little monster stood before her. She bent low and buried her face in the creature's foul-smelling, scaly neck. Seizing as much meat as she could, she bit down hard on its spindly neck. Its scream was satisfyingly horrific. The creature released her arm to push her away. "Die, maggot breath!" Danica cried, driving her first 2 fingers deep into the other creature's bulbous orange eyes. Released from its grasp as well, she sent an elbow across its jaw and put it out of the fight. Then wrapping an arm around the neck of the beast, savaging her right leg, she twisted and jerked. The snap of its neck brought a grim smile to her grimy face. The last of the bunch leapt upon her. She drove a straight finger punch to its throat, then a left uppercut to its pointy jaw, and finally seized it by the neck and upper arm. "Eat rock," she cried as she ran it headlong into the stone wall. In the back of her mind she noted with pleasure that Alexandra's laughter had ceased. A small victory was better than no victory. Only Cat wasn't sharing her moment of triumph. Danica saw her lose her footing and collapse. The other world creatures were giddy as they swarmed over her. "Cat!" Danica cried, starting for her friend. Danica's right leg gave out and she fell hard. The pain of the wound erupted through her body. A pain she had never experienced before, but she hardly gave it a thought, for one of the creatures was preparing to drive sharp talons into Cat's fear-widened eyes. Danica cried out in horror as the needle-tipped hand shot down. Then the creatures vanished. Again. Alexandra chuckling in the background. "Sorry, ladies," Alexandra chirped. "But Duchess Natasha has arrived with a guest and I must attend them." She smiled at them through the spy window. "How about another session after dinner?" Lying on the floor panting, trying hard not to empty their guts again, Danica and Cat did their best to ignore her and to not sob. That would only encourage the witch. After hearing Dame Alexandra's footsteps fade away, Cat turned to Danica. "Are you badly hurt?" "Yes," she said, wincing from the pain as she moved to lean against the wall. "I'm afraid they crippled me that time." "And you?" "I'm in one piece," Cat said, moving to her side. "Slowly and obviously in considerable pain. What can I do to help?" Danica tried to suppress the horror she felt at the sight of Cat. One of the creatures had raked its claws down one side of her face, slicing her open to the bone. Another had sunk its fangs into her left shoulder and mangled the flesh horribly. Both wounds were still bleeding slowly. What little was left of her shirt was a bloody mess, the dark flesh underneath crisscrossed with deep scratches, cuts, and teeth marks. The only truly serious injury Danica had to show for the fight was a mauled thigh. Crippled though she was, she felt shame that someone with what looked to be worse injuries had to attend her. "Pray," Danica said grimly. "I do." Incessantly, she said, starting to rip the remnants of her own shirt up for bandages. Aligning the shredded meat of her lower thigh as best she could, Danica clenched her teeth and suppressed an overwhelming need to scream in pain as Cat bound it tightly. That done, Danica quickly brushed the tears from her eyes, silently thanking the gods she hadn't shamed herself further by bawling like a baby. Then she started ripping her own shirt to use for bandages. Cat's protests that she was fine were ignored. Danica soon had her friend's wounds bound and the bleeding stopped. Before they could relax and grab a few moments of terribly needed sleep, Sergeant Ingrid and 10 guards arrived. Danica knew by the number and grim looks that they had come to fetch her and Cat. Danica smiled grimly, vowing to give them the fight they dreaded so. "Tuner, take the lot of you!" Danica cried, kicking at the guards as they reached for her. She had sat motionlessly until they were well within range. Due to her injuries she couldn't do much more than sit in the corner and kick at them with her good leg. Cat, who had met them halfway, was already subdued and being tied up. The big Bravo didn't have the strength to resist them. "Don't be a fool," Sergeant Ingrid said, jaw clenched tightly. "Give up now before we're forced to hurt you even more." "Maybe I like pain, bitch," Danica said. The sergeant growled low in her throat, then ordered everyone back a step. Danica watched her warily as she stepped forward alone, body crouched and ready. Waiting until she was close enough to spit on, Danica tried to drive her heel into Ingrid's shin. But she proved too slow. Her foot was batted aside, then seized. Ingrid latched on with both hands and dragged her away from the wall, where 6 other guards pounced upon her. The beating that ensued was one of the worst of her stay. "You bitches are getting a bit frustrated, huh?" Danica taunted through swollen lips as her wrists were bound behind her back, her voice cracking with pain. That earned her a kick in the ribs. "For once let them be," Cat said, standing near the door. Her hands were also bound behind her body, with a guard holding each arm tightly. "You're too practical," Danica said, but ceased her struggles. Laying her head down on the cold stone floor, she whispered, "No fun at all. No honor in being beaten to death while helpless in chains," Cat said, hoping to incite Danica's knightly pride. Danica snorted, but didn't bother to lift her head. The Amazon guards looked relieved. At a signal from Ingrid, the guards pulled Danica to her feet and half-dragged the two of them out of the cell. Danica and Cat were taken to the torture chamber and forced to their knees. Not that either had the strength to stand. Duchess Natasha waited with Dame Alexandra, Dame Agatha, and a small detachment of what appeared to be mercenaries. The mercenaries were decked out in green and black uniforms. The look of shock and disgust on the face of the mercenaries' leader brought a grimace to Danica's face. Dame Fallon was an attractive, but hard-faced woman with long, dark hair held up in a ponytail high on the back of her head by a thick silver ring. Her face showed all the intense arrogance knights, whether Amazon or otherwise, were known for. Danica also thought she noted a ruthlessness there, a mean streak. Her brilliant green eyes were the same shade as her silk shirt and leather pants. The sword she carried had a well-worn hilt and rode low on her right hip. Left-handed, Danica's warrior's mind told her. A forest green cuirass with elaborate giltwork trim, black cloak, and black thigh boots with silver spurs finished out her uniform. "Don't blame us," Danica said as straight-faced as possible. "We wanted to primp a bit first, but they wouldn't let us." "What is this?" Dame Fallon demanded. Danica noticed Natasha's grimace, though barely touching her haughty demeanor. "I can't take them back to Dalice like this. They'll be lucky to survive the day on horseback." "How touching," Danica said. Looking at Cat, "She cares." Dame Fallon stepped forward and with a growl, backhanded Danica. Hitting the floor, Danica lay still while the knight vented her rage. "Silence. If I want to hear anything from you, I'll beat it out of you," she said. Turning back to Duchess Natasha, "Explain yourself, my lady." Danica, struggling back to her knees, smiled broadly at Natasha and Alexandra. Natasha's jaw was working while her eyes blazed in barely controlled rage. A noble-born, Danica knew exactly what she felt, what she was thinking. Having someone of lower station demanding something from her was almost more than she could take. "Don't say a thing," Cat whispered, noticing the mischievous glint in Danica's eyes. With a guilty look, Danica nodded agreement and held her tongue. She had caused Cat too much pain and misery. Idly she wondered if being turned into a woman had melted away her usually strong self-discipline, or was it just a need to strike back from her helpless position? A need to prove to herself she could still hurt her tormentors. Dame Alexandra stepped forward. "You overstep yourself, Dame Fallon." She gave the Amazon knight a level, almost haughty, look. "And you jump to conclusions. I have been amusing myself with the prisoners, tormenting them, if you will. However, they aren't really hurt that badly. A few scrapes and bruises is all." Drawing a rune in the air that seemed to glow, and speaking some strange word of power, Dame Alexandra sent a surge through both Danica and Cat. The feeling wasn't unlike being hit in the funny bone, only it reverberated throughout their entire bodies. Danica heard a collective gasp from everyone. Amazingly, she found all her serious pains and injuries gone. And Cat's, too. Dame Fallon looked at Dame Alexandra warily. Danica and Cat exchanged surprised glances that turned into smiles. Danica was especially happy, since she had considered herself crippled for what was left of her miserable life. Crippled beyond any consideration of escaping. "I was not aware you were such a powerful sorceress," Dame Fallon said. She looked at the restored prisoners, and then more warily at the Viscount. "My mistress said you were only a witch." Shrugging, Alexandra said, "I am only a witch." "But—" Fallon started. Duchess Natasha said sternly, "It was all an illusion. A glamour spell gave them the appearance of being horribly mauled. Another spell kept the appropriate wounds screaming in pain." Alexandra smiled with malicious delight at Danica's outraged gasp. We were well aware of High Mage Rebecca's interest in the prisoners, and Alexandra was more than a little careful. Magic! Vile, corrupt magic! Danica glowered at Alexandra. Looking Cat over, Danica scowled at the bloodless and needless bandages that had once been her shirt. Cat's shirt was likewise wasted on her own non-existent wounds. Then the memories of their torments came flooding back. Oh, how that black-hearted witch must have been giddy with power and malicious glee at their struggles, cries, and strangled screams of agony. The thought of the show they must have put on was humiliating. Dame Fallon, looking abashed, nodded and motioned to her troops. She said to her prisoners, "Your wish is coming true, ladies. I'm going to take you to my mistress, High Mage Rebecca. There you will find Monique, just before you die." The mercenaries seized Danica and Cat quickly. Danica mused that they seemed to anticipate a struggle. Natasha's guards must have warned them. Only Danica had no intention of struggling just then. They were taking her in a direction she wanted to go. To Dolly's and out of Castle Tanner. She enjoyed the stupid looks of surprise on the Castle Tanner guards as she and Cat were led away without so much as a defiant insult or threat. Cat simply looked relieved. Danica and Cat were quickly pushed through the castle and out the front door. The remainder of the mercenary troop of dragoons waited in the bailey, all decked out in the green and black of Dame Fallon's Puma troop. The round shields hanging on the left flank of their mounts were dark green with a leaping puma centered in light green. The dragoons were mostly engaged in watering their mounts or talking with groups of Duchess Natasha's guards. The arrival of Danica and Cat was barely noticed. They had escorted much more powerful prisoners than two foreign misfits. 2 horses waited for them right outside the door. They were led straight to them, where the sergeant in charge ordered them tied into the saddles. Danica was lifted bodily into the saddle without struggle or complaint. Her ankles lashed to the stirrups. Then they cut her wrists free and started tying them to the saddle horn. Danica was too busy sizing up the troop as a whole to pay them much attention. Cat proved to be uncooperative, just relaxing and becoming limp when they tried to lift her into the saddle. Danica, seeing this, smiled. The troopers looked comical trying to lift her limp form up. Shaking loose of their hands, "Gods! If you can't lift me up, then let me do it myself." She gave them all an exasperated look. The sergeant frowned and drew her knife. She cut Cat's wrists free, then placed the tip of the knife at her throat. "Don't be trying anything stupid, prisoner," the thick-bodied, blonde sergeant said. Cat turned to look her in the eye. "That is the last thing I intend to do, Sergeant, but..." Pulling the knife away, "Good. Mount up and grab the pommel." Cat smiled, made to reach for the saddle, then drove her heel brutally into the sergeant's foot. She grabbed the sergeant's sword and pulled it free in one motion. Kicking away the 2 closest troopers, she thrust the sword's tip into the shoulder of another. The troopers all jumped back defensively, pulling their blades. Cat sprung up into the saddle, turned to Danica, and brought the sharp edge of the sword down on Danica's pommel, cutting her wrists free. "Ride!" Cat cried and started kicking her horse into a run. While Cat raced straight for the gate, Danica charged into the largest group of mounts. Scattering them, she turned and rammed, sideswiped, and otherwise startled any horse with a rider. Then whooping joyfully, Danica followed Cat out the castle gate. Castle guards and mercenary troopers scrambled everywhere. Half the horses followed them out the gate, riderless, with most of the rest too skittish to mount. An alarm bell rang in the gate tower, while the women shouted and cursed. Danica laughed. "You surprise me sometimes, Cat," Danica yelled as she pulled alongside her. Cat grinned. "We haven't escaped yet," Cat said, turning her attention to the crowded late-afternoon street. Amazons scattered before them. Outraged screams and threats followed their journey through Celia. Letting the horses choose their own path through the crowded streets, they made for the closest city gate. They found it open, with the guards staring toward the castle. Too late they realized Danica and Cat were the reason for the uproar. Danica altered course just enough to scatter them as well before shooting out the gate behind Cat. They sped down the road, casting frequent glances back for signs of pursuit. Dame Fallon didn't seem the type to give up easily. The sleek blue-plumed warhawk beat at a strong pace, veering slightly left toward Castle Tanner at a brusque command. Knowing that within minutes she would take possession of Danica as a prisoner, Maeve brooded astride the bird and toyed idly with the silver clasp of her woolen cloak. She doubted Danica would survive long in Aisha's ruthless hands. Noting the warhawk was again trying to turn toward the familiar site of the mews, I said go to the bloody castle, but... With a roar of frustration, the warhawk turned his full attention on the castle. Maeve smiled ruefully, understanding his frustration all too well. She wondered if he felt the same sense of helplessness she did at her own inability to control her destiny. Maeve's self-pitying thoughts were soon interrupted by a scene of chaos in the castle's bailey. Two distinct groups of soldiers raced about, waving their arms and arguing with each other. Others tried to calm agitated horses. Maeve shook her head, knowing only Danica could have created this situation. A tightness suddenly gripped Maeve's heart. If Danica escaped, Aisha would never believe she was without fault. Her mistress would blame her for taking too long, or some other trivial infraction. Aisha was only too aware of Maeve's feelings for Danica, and believed it had something to do with her failure to capture the Elfmaid to date. Maeve knew better, but wasn't altogether displeased with Danica's ability to evade capture. Only her Hayes would not allow her to disobey her orders or otherwise give Danica the time or means to escape. Aisha will cut my heart out if I don't bring Danica back this time, Maeve muttered. She shuddered at the memory of Aisha's outrage at learning Maeve originally headed toward Dolly's. Maeve knew High Mage Rebecca held Monique in Dolly's, so she planned to set up a trap and capture Danica as she attempted Monique's rescue. Unfortunately, if she'd flown straight to Celia, Maeve would even now be on her way to Alaria with Danica bound to her saddle. Maeve was afraid to even think about what her mistress would do if Danica had escaped in the time it took her to reach Celia. Driving those troubling thoughts away, she said in a loud commanding voice, "Bird, land on the castle walls to the right of the gatehouse." Within seconds Maeve landed amid a thunder of wings and roars. Her touchdown only succeeded in sending most of the horses below into renewed hysteria. Everywhere, soldiers pulled swords or bows. Maeve knew she looked more like a warrior than a powerful sorceress, so she recited a quick defensive ward that left her momentarily aglow with visible energies. When everyone below froze, staring up at her, she glared arrogantly down at them. Raising her hand in greeting, Maeve called down the Amazon greeting, "Peace be with you. I am Sorceress Maeve." Her only response were curt nods. Maeve frowned. "Who is in charge here?" she said, eyes narrowing. A big, strong-looking knight stepped forward. "Who wants to know?" "Declare yourself." "I am an agent of High Mage Aisha of Alaria." "Is that good enough for you?" A Vicon witch in pink and red clothes and armor then stepped forward, shouting, "How do we know you aren't lying? Can you prove yourself?" Aisha informed her of the witch. Maeve fought to keep her contempt hidden. Though a Vicon princess, Alexandra was an eager traitor to her family and people, the most vile creature Maeve could possibly imagine. So, since Aisha could care less about the fate of some mere witch, Alexandra had best be careful around her. Ally or not. Maeve shifted to mage sight, to evaluate the witch's wards. Her wards looked tightly woven, and strong for a mere witch. At first Maeve thought she might be a minor mage, but determined her spells were only the work of a very talented witch. If she ever did learn the high arts, Alexandra could very well become a high sorceress. No one else in the group possessed either talismans or other wards. Maeve spoke a word of power. A bright white rose burned in the air before her for an instant, providing the women below the recognized pass sign. The green-clad soldiers instantly relaxed, though the rest only fidgeted while casting glances at the group standing with the Vicon. The Vicon whispered something to an attractive young woman. "She is Duchess Natasha, no doubt." Maeve took in her confident stance. She figured the witch was telling her mistress that the new arrival was a powerful sorceress. A woman to be reckoned with. Maeve smiled, straightening her back and raising her chin. The dark-haired Duchess stepped forward, beckoning Maeve down and giving the traditional Tyrian greeting. "Scus. Please join us, Sorceress Maeve. I am Duchess Natasha of Tanner. With just a word from Maeve, her warhawk glided down to a point before the Duchess. She quickly dismounted and strode up the steps to join the Duchess and her group. The gathering before the door seemed evenly divided between Natasha's knights and officers of the mercenary troop Aisha warned her about. If there were anyone who might argue Maeve's right to Danica, the mercenaries were the women who would do it. Duchess Natasha gave Maeve a calculating look as she approached. Maeve could almost hear her devious mind working, trying to come up with a way to gain some advantage from the situation. Maybe even embarrass High Mage Rebecca and her agents, while making herself appear more favorable to Aisha. Everyone else just looked agitated, and a few looked distinctly uncomfortably and worried. "What is going on here?" Maeve said, careful to hide any fear or doubt in her stance or voice. "I pray you haven't lost your prisoners. Our mistress will be most displeased." "I didn't lose them," Duchess Natasha said. "I turned them over to Dame Fallon here, and she promptly let them escape. I had nothing to do with it." "They escaped from your castle, my lady," Dame Fallon said. "You had possession, Captain." "Don't try to wiggle out of your responsibility," Dame Agatha said. That brought a chorus of shouted accusations and denials from both sides. Maeve just watched them as her world began falling apart. It didn't matter who was at fault, Aisha would ultimately blame her for their escape. In Aisha's eyes, Maeve was always at fault. "Shut up. All of you," Maeve snapped. "How long ago did they escape?" "Just a few minutes ago," Dame Alexandra said. She let a contemptuous sneer creep onto her face. "We would even now be in pursuit if you hadn't set the mounts off again by your ill-timed out arrival." Maeve turned baleful blue eyes on the pretty Viscount princess. "Be wary, witch," Maeve said almost too quietly. Alexandra snorted contemptuously. Maeve's attack was instantaneous. Her sorcery tore through Alexandra's witchcraft wards like a dragon through underbrush. Alexandra wailed in pain and fell to the ground convulsing. Maintaining the spells that inflamed every fiber of the witch's being, Maeve stepped beside her and placed a hand on Alexandra's exposed neck. Releasing Alexandra from her attack, Maeve spoke another word of power. Dame Alexandra gasped and clawed at the cobbles as Maeve started to suck away not just her life energy, but her very life. First Maeve looted the energies Alexandra stored for her magics, then started sucking away the energies that kept her alive. "Stop!" Duchess Natasha cried. "You're killing her!" Maeve jerked her hand away, grinding her teeth at being thwarted yet again. Alexandra lay at her feet, unconscious and barely alive. Another couple seconds and she would have been dead by Maeve's hand. Aisha would have loved that, Maeve thought, smiling darkly. Aisha despised witches of all stripes. Especially the Viscount. "Are you crazy?" "She's on our side," Duchess Natasha said as she knelt beside the witch. Then turned accusing eyes on Maeve. "Is this how High Mage Aisha rewards loyal service? She will hear of this outrage." "Yes, she will, my lady," Maeve said in a level tone. Duchess Natasha's threat didn't worry her. Indeed, it might endear her to the High Mage. Maeve already knew the ultimate fate of the Viscount people, death. Aisha's vision had no place for Viscount witches, loyal followers or not. The Viscount were all servants of Mog, their queen being a high priestess of the goddess. "I reckon she will be most interested in how you let your prisoners escape. My own experience tells me she will blame all of you." Duchess Natasha's eyes widened at the pronouncement, seeing the truth in it. She signaled for 2 castle troopers to carry Alexandra inside. "We must hurry," Natasha said as Alexandra was taken away. Since Dame Alexandra is momentarily indisposed, I pray you will take her place and assist us with your magic. Of course, wench, Maeve said, oblivious to Natasha's wince at being addressed so. I will find them with my magic. Prepare your soldiers. I have orders to take them directly to High Mage Rebecca, Dame Fallon said. I suggest you accompany us to Dolly's, then you and the High Mage can decide what to do afterwards. Maeve sent the Amazon Knight a venomous smile. And I suggest, Captain, that you follow my orders to the letter. Else I'll be forced to do things to you and yours that none of us will like. I suggest we recapture the prisoners first, then worry about who has rights to them afterwards, Duchess Natasha said, then turned to signal her household troops. We will mount up, sorceress, while you do whatever conjuring necessary to locate Danica and Cat. Very good, my lady, Maeve said. Have something of the prisoners brought to me at once. Even the straw they laid in will suffice. She started to center herself for the difficult task of magically locating Danica and Cat. She needed to conjure a demon to assist her. It was impossible for even high mages to locate a person who was moving, especially moving swiftly. Danica being a Drew-cast elf didn't help, whether she knew any magic or not. Elves were all but invisible to sorcery locating spells. Maeve stepped into the castle's entrance hall, took a piece of chalk from a pouch, and began drawing her pentacle on the polished tile floor. Dame Agatha, keeping a wary eye on her, started to object, then thought better of it. Maeve ignored her, needing all her concentration to chant the entrapping words that would keep the demon away from her throat. Dealing with demons was not her favorite activity. The pentacle was soon completed, protective spells and all. Without hesitation, Maeve knelt beside it and started her conjuring. With Danica and Cat racing away from her, she needed to move swiftly. The demon's powers also decreased with distance. A soldier brought up the remnants of Danica's and Cat's discarded shirts. Maeve's eyes flashed with joy at the flecks of crusted blood on both, and had to use much-needed time to slow her excited heartbeat to a reasonable rate. Danica's fate was her own concern. With a brutal discipline learned in Aisha's pitiless hands, Maeve returned to her conjuring. The demon arrived amid a chorus of shrill threats and curses. He stood a good 8 feet tall, with long spindly legs and 2 sets of boneless, tentacle-like arms, with a chitin-sheathed body covered with black bristles. His eyes glinted as black as those of a spider. After the usual round of threats and counter-threats, Maeve got down to business. I am looking for 2 escaped prisoners, demon. These rags are the remnants of their shirts. They even have some of their blood on them. Tell me where they are, and what direction they are headed. The demon hissed through ebon teeth as he used his magic to probe her mind. Not only are you short and uglier than a 3-day dead toad, but you are just as brain dead. Even I cannot locate an elf, human scum. Return me to my own realm, before I devour your diseased liver and take your homely head as a trophy. Face burning, fists clenched, Maeve shook with suppressed rage as she struggled to come up with the words to express her anger. The demon was too powerful for her to truly punish with her current wards in place, and he knew it. She barely had the necessary power and skill to summon and hold the hell-spawned bastard. Still, she had little choice in the matter, since he was the most powerful demon she could conjure that might have a chance at helping her. Sorceress? Do you have any information for us yet? Duchess Natasha said. She was just inside the door, obviously too frightened of the demon to come any closer. Both Dame Fallon's Puma troop and my own household guard are prepared to ride at your word. Yes. It will be but a moment, Maeve said through clenched teeth. Turning back to the demon. Tell us where the big dark one is, demon. She is no elf. And if I don't? Maeve's smile was unsettling, even for the demon. We both know what little I am truly capable of doing to you at the moment, demon. However, I am more than capable of simply leaving you entrapped here. So if you want to return home, and not spend the next 10 years trapped in the pentacle, I would tell us quickly. The demon hesitated only a bare second. The human female named Cat is riding down the main road. Southeast. I suggest you hurry, for she is riding quite fast on a mount able to maintain that pace for some time to come. Your help is greatly appreciated, demon, she said, smiling. I pray it is true, for I placed a trailer spell on this summons. If you are lying to me, I'll conjure you right back here and take my vengeance on you. When the demon only hissed at her, she drew the rune in the air that sent him away. Rising to her feet, she turned to face Natasha. My lady, I will need a mount. One has already been saddled for you, Sorceress Maeve. Excellent. Then let us go. Maeve followed Duchess Natasha out to the waiting horses and soldiers. She went with mixed emotions. On the one hand, she desperately needed to please Aisha by capturing and returning Danica, but by doing so, she would betray an even greater trust. She would betray the only man she had ever loved. She would be an accomplice to his murder in some unholy rite. Chapter 7. Which way? Carl said, scowling off into the perpetual darkness. The quiet stillness of the swamp unnerved him. Carl spent many a night in more swamps than his simple mind could count, but never had he been in a place so deathly quiet. Totally void of life. The only sound other than their labored breathing was the water lapping at the forest of dead trees. No splashes in the distance, no calls of night birds, no droning of insects. Nothing. Just the unsettling quiet and a rancid stench of rotting vegetation. Taylor brushed at swamp scum on his clothes, seemingly oblivious to their problem. Only minutes earlier he had pronounced them in deep trouble, now it appeared that all he wanted to do was preen. Carl had an urge to seize him by the shoulders and shake some sense into him, but feared he might cause Danic's body some damage. If this is a magical realm, then the direction we head may not matter. And if not? Taylor said, shrugging. Do you have any ideas on how we'll get back to Alaria? Unfortunately, we must find a portal. And that will undoubtedly be well guarded by the locals, if one exists at all, he said, grim-faced. Looking about once more, truth be known, I'm not sure I want to meet any inhabitants of this plane of existence. On that, we agree, wizard, Carl said. We might as well start walking. Come morning, I'll climb up a tree and look around. Grunting agreement, Carl strode off. Taylor followed in his wake. In the dark, and without the stars to guide them, Carl felt worse than lost. They walked for untold hours, finding nothing more than a bare handful of tiny islets. Nothing living was found. Several times, though, they heard the distant howling of what they assumed were hunting pack beasts. Demons, in Carl's fertile mind, would make sounds just like that. He tightened his grip on the long sword. Taylor continued to chant spells, great and small, in an effort to figure out why his magic wasn't working. If he could find even one spell that worked, it could give him clues to what rules of magic applied in this hellish realm. Yet nothing he tried met with success, not even the relatively simple act of creating fire. Nearing the limits of their strength, they stopped at the next islet. Sitting with their backs against a dead tree and tiny brackish waves lapping at their heels, they stared off into the darkness. The sun should have risen hours ago. Indeed, Carl's legs and sides felt as if day and night should have come and gone several times. We're lost, Carl said. No, we're going in the right direction, Taylor said, staring off intently to their right. I can feel the dread building subconsciously. Just looking that way gives me chills at times. That it does, Carl agreed. He had been feeling it for hours, but thought it just a result of their situation. Now what do you suppose it means? There's something evil there, probably waiting for us. You're trying to cheer me up? Carl chuckled, his mirth forced. A high-pitched howl ripped through the night, loud in its closeness. It was answered by another, then another. All sounded close and to their right. The direction they were headed before stopping to rest. Rising to his feet, his weariness momentarily forgotten, Taylor started to climb up into the tree. I think it would be a good time to have a look at what's ahead of us, he said. Carl agreed. Taylor moved up to the higher limbs. The tree's bark was long gone, the wood beneath now covered with a thin layer of slippery scum. He climbed until he estimated the higher branches too thin to hold his weight, then looked around. He couldn't see more than 100 paces in any direction, except for one thing. Well, what do you see, wizard? There is something big ahead. I can't make out what it is, though. But it's giving off a dim light, he called down, still straining his eyes at the distant blur of light. My guess is it's some sort of fortress, or maybe just a rock formation. Either way, it would seem to be our destination, Carl said, looking off into the darkness, nervously chewing on his long mustaches. Taylor climbed down, then followed Carl back into the warm water. With the growing sense of dread, Carl was able to zero in on what he privately began thinking of as the Citadel of Doom. Part of him hoped it was just a rock formation, but the other part wanted it very much to be a fortress of some sort. That would indicate life, however ghoulish it might be. Anything was better than the near lifelessness they'd met so far. Well, almost anything. Besides, a brisk fight would feel good. After less than an hour, they had the first nagging feelings of being watched. Soon, noises, not unlike that of legs wading through water, could be heard all around. The closer they got to their destination, the more frequent the eerie howling came. It was closer, too. As if packs of demon wolves were circling ever closer. Carl began wishing he still had his great battle axe. Fighting off wolves, or demons, was butcher's work. Though a long sword would be too long and heavy for the average warrior to wield any better than an axe, Carl was a man of great size and strength. He could handle the long heavy blade with far more deftness than most, including Danic, would give him credit for. Indeed, Carl could wield his long sword with a skill few swordsmen could match. Be wary, wizard, Carl whispered. Pausing, he peered intensely into the gloom. Smell that strange fishy odor? Now that you mention it, he said in a hushed tone, as he started to slowly suck in huge breaths through his nose. Smells like dead fish. Yes, it does. I figure we are either nearing a feeding spot for the howlers, or we're smelling their stinking hides. As if to answer him, a piercing howl screeched above them. Carl looked up, startled, bringing his glinting blade up. An apish creature leaped from an overhead branch, impaling itself on the long sword. The mottled gray and green creature screamed in pain once, then tried to claw out Carl's eyes before it died. Revolted by the hideous face of the dead native, and repulsed by the feel of its slimy, fish-scaled hide, Carl quickly dropped the tip of his blade and pushed it off with his foot. Ugly bugger, he said. A horrible fishy smell assaulted his nose, and stink. Keep an eye out for more, Taylor said, squatting over the fallen creature and lifting its head out of the water. At first sight it looked to be a scaly ape. But under more careful scrutiny, he saw that it was far more fish than primate. It was even cold-blooded. The creature was covered by a protective slime similar to that found on fish, with a hard bony fish-like mouth and large round eyes without lids. After seeing that, he was surprised it was an air-breather. But long-toed webbed feet and hands indicated it must spend a great deal of time in the water. The arms were overlong and the legs short, like an ape's. In the limited light, its black eyes appeared to be all pupil. Perfect for hunting in everlasting darkness. Never seen the likes of him before, Taylor said at length. He used his belt knife to pull the fish-like mouth open wide. The fangs on both top and bottom were easily an inch long. Definitely a meat eater. Doesn't seem to have any teeth for chewing. Bloody great, so his friends will be gobbling us down fast, Carl growled. What a bloody great consolation. It is of some consolation, barbarian, he said, standing. At least we know they aren't demons. Demons can't be killed, at least not by anything so mundane as steel and sinew. I've fought and killed demons with my blade, Carl said. No, Taylor said. You thought they were demons, but you probably fought otherworld creatures. Leaving the howlers sinking into the murky waters, they continued on in silence. The howling continued to circle, growing closer every minute. Both men sloshed along with both swords and daggers presented to the surrounding gloom. Within minutes they began spotting scampering howlers just at the edge of their visibility. Most ran about naked, with a bare handful wearing grimy scraps of clothing. Those scraps gave the appearance of being trophies. "There must be hundreds of the slimy monsters," Carl said. "At least," Taylor said, suddenly realizing that they weren't trying to hide anymore. Half a score were clearly visible, clutching dripping rocks and cudgels of knotted wood. "I think they're about to attack." "Then we attack now," Carl cried, charging at the nearest howlers. "Bandu, give me strength." "Mog blast you, barbarian." Taylor moved to cover Carl's rear, and was engulfed by the same horde of slimy howlers that leapt on the barbarian. Carl bellowed, cursed, and flailed about to no avail. He could kill 3 in a single sweep of his great sword, but 10 more took their place. All the while they screamed like goblins. Carl was livid. Never had he been so frustrated in battle. True, he had met opponents with tactics such as the howlers, but even they understood edged steel and would eventually relent. The howlers seemed oblivious to his brutal blade work. No, butchery. He was butchering scores of the little monsters, and they continued to rush him in a mindless hysteria. Even his great strength proved unable to withstand the onslaught, and he went down under a mass of the howling creatures. Taylor managed to hold the howlers at bay a bit longer than the brash Tyrian, but in the end the howlers swarmed over him and he was borne into the brackish waters. Both men were stripped of their weapons and had their wrists and ankles bound with thick strips of leather. Then the howlers lifted them high and screamed a long howl of triumph. "Dog-loving wretches! I'll have vengeance!" Carl bellowed high in their grasp. Both men kicked and bucked to no avail. They were carried swiftly through the dark swamp toward the nearby fortress. Soon its ominous form began to materialize out of the heavy mists and gloom. It was an enormous castle of ebon stone. Spiky towers dissolved into the mists above, and armies of howlers paced restlessly about its perimeter. A great uproar rose about them as they passed through the reeking horde. The fishy smell was overpowering, making Carl nauseous. The constant screeching and gibbering of the howlers was rubbing his nerves raw. Taylor, on the other hand, had gone into a semi-trance. He was conserving his strength and had discovered that only in a near coma could he block out the maddening cries of the howlers. They were carried through the great door, through countless narrow, twisting passages, and then finally down a spiraling staircase. Far below the castle, they were thrown into a dank cell together. The fishy howlers stood in the doorway watching them as they struggled in their bonds. Their unblinking stare was nerve-wracking. Soon enough, though, Carl managed to work his wrists free. "Wait here, humans," one of the creatures said, seemingly satisfied. "Later, the goddess will decide your fates." Ha, dot. With that, the door was slammed shut and the lock thrown. Carl and Taylor exchanged a wide-eyed look. The promise of meeting the creature's goddess was not encouraging. Aisha had evoked the goddess Darusa to create the portal. So it was safe to assume she was the goddess mentioned. Bloody great. Prisoners of the goddess of hate and vengeance, and torture, among other less than honorably things, Carl said darkly. "We're lost," Kat said, looking about at the thick hardwood forest with a frown. "Stop saying that," Danica said. "We're not lost." "Then where are we?" "How should I know?" Nodding, "We're lost." "We're heading south, to Dalis," Danica argued. "And we're not lost. I can't know where we are if I've never been here before. So ease up on me. I'll get us to Dalis, safe and sound." Kat rolled her eyes. "Now I know we're doomed." "We're safe enough," Danica said. With a self-satisfied look, my idea to circle back north and around Celia threw them off our trail. Then by going up into the mountains for the last few days guaranteed our escape. "Right. Like we don't stand out," Kat said. With your elven features and my dark skin, we'll never be able to pass ourselves off as Amazons. Shrugging, so we won't try. Just act normal. I have found that people are pretty much the same in every land, so we'll act innocent and they won't suspect us of anything. They were heading roughly southeast down a narrow game trail. A good road paralleled them 100 feet to their right. Occasionally they could hear horses and wagons, at which times they stopped and waited quietly. Traveling through the woods was much slower than the road, but riding down a well-traveled road this close to Celia was the last place they needed to be. For days they'd tried to locate a small village or farmstead where they could steal some clothes. Kat had objected vehemently when Danica first broached the idea of stealing clothes. However, she didn't have an answer to Danica's question concerning how they would explain their nudity to anyone with which they tried to barter. They didn't have anything to use as barter. Besides, Danica argued, if anyone saw them, Duchess Natasha's agents would soon learn about it and discover their trail. As it was, Danica's stolen homespun shirt was too big and Kat's was too small, but beggars can't be picky. Looking up through the thick canopy of the forest, Danica said, "It'll be dark soon. We had best find a secluded spot to make camp." "Agreed," Kat said, guiding her mount deeper into the forest behind Danica. A rustling noise to their left brought them up short. A score of armored women burst forth from cover. Kicking her mount hard, Danica screamed for Kat to run, but ropes looped over their horses' heads. Startled, Danica's horse screamed in terror and started bucking and pulling at the rope. She was thrown, landing at the feet of two warriors, her breath torn from her lungs on impact. Danica was expertly rolled to her belly and bound before she could regain her wind and orientation. Kat saw what happened to Danica. She leaped out of her saddle and charged, cursing the fact that she had given the sword up to Danica. Danica being a superior sword fighter, it had seemed logical at the time. Only by the time she arrived, Kat found an even dozen swords leveled at her chest. She skidded to a halt, desperately wanting to save herself and Danica, but at a total loss on how to do either. "Good decision," the warrior standing over Danica said. "Run, Kat." "Save yourself," Danica cried hoarsely, writhing on the ground under the booted foot of the warrior. "Too late for that, I should say," the warrior laughed. "Tie her up, Dot." Kat glared at the beautiful warrior, a vicon by her outrageous armor, face paint, and clothes. The other women, also vicon, quickly bound Kat's wrists behind her back. In the deepening darkness of coming night, Kat could make out little else about their captors. Visions of being handed over to Dame Fallon, or worse, Dame Alexandra, flooded into Kat's mind. "You should have ran," Danica said, being pulled to her feet. "I should never have left the Golden Girl," Kat snapped, thinking back to the easy life she had enjoyed as a bouncer back in that Taimran brothel. The leader of the ambushers, Dame Helene, a gorgeous green-eyed redhead in all black, stepped up and looked them over critically. Despite their situation, Danica found herself impressed by the vicon warrior, or at least her beauty. Helene wore a form-fitting midnight black cuirass-like bit of armor with orange trim, that only protected her to the bottom of her ribs. Her legs were protected by plain black leather pants stuffed into black thigh boots with elaborate orange embroidery. Silver spurs jingled as she walked, proclaiming her a knight. A thick ponytail of her luxurious waist-length red hair was pulled up through a black lacquered ring. Even her sword's hilt and sheath were lacquered black and orange. Her face paint was black flames around flashing emerald eyes. Smiling, she looped a thin rope around Danica's neck. "I claim this one," Dame Helene said. "I've never had an elf before." Turning away, she led Danica deeper into the forest. "Come, ladies. Let's show Mother Janine our prizes." The vicon warriors rounded up the mounts, then followed. The warrior leading Danica seemed to enjoy her position of power over them. More specifically, over Danica. She kept Danica stumbling behind her with expert jerks and pulls on the rope at inopportune moments. It was all Danica could do to keep from falling. "You're making a big mistake," Danica said during a momentary respite. Waylaying honest travelers is brutally punished in the Empire. Ha, that's rich. Innocent travelers don't avoid the road and other travelers, Helene said, glancing back over her shoulder with a mischievous grin. We've already been visited by a troop of dragoons looking for you too. Twice. Her pretty, heart-shaped face clouded at the thought. They weren't pleasant encounters, so they must want you real bad. They're not pleasant people, Danica said. Turning us over to them will only result in our deaths, and maybe yours to keep their secrets. Helene gave her a calculating look, but kept moving deeper into the woods. They soon came to a laager of huge garishly painted Vicon wagons. Danica heard the encampment long before she could see it. She'd spent time traveling with several Vicon family groups in the past. Their ways were familiar to her. In her mind she could still see the men and women dancing and whirling about the campfire to the singing, whooping, and clapping of their kin. And the music. Like the music coming from the camp they were now approaching, it was always wild and loud. The Vicon called it free-spirited music. The wagons were arranged in a double circle, with the livestock kept in the area between the wagons. The wagons themselves were long, large, and bulky, with wheels as tall as herself. They had rounded roofs with tin stovepipes sticking out. Though they were all constructed the same, no two wagons were decorated and painted the same. Even in the flickering firelight, Danica could see that every color in the rainbow was represented in at least one wagon's color scheme. Unfortunately, Vicon were notorious for their garish tastes in color combinations. Each wagon had a team of 10 to 12 draft horses. The Vicon spent most of their lives in these wagons, most spending only short times within city walls. A huge blazing fire sat in the center of the laager, with most of the Vicon arranged around it. 2 deer were spitted on either side of the fire. Danica's mouth watered and her stomach rumbled at the sight and smell of the cooking venison. They hadn't enjoyed meat since before their capture by Duchess Natasha and had taken little time to forage since escaping. As they reached the laager, Danica noticed they were camped next to a large road, running perpendicular to the road she and Kat had been paralleling. They were greeted by armed guards and barking dogs. Lots of dogs. After Helene explained what had happened, they were admitted inside. Everyone became quiet. The half-dozen women that had been dancing melted back into the crowd. Danica and Kat were led straight to a group of elderly women. Shifting to her mage sight, she could see powerful magics radiating from them and the talismans and power fetishes about their persons. Mother Janine, Helene said, bowing respectfully. We have captured the escapees Dame Fallon has been searching for. Perhaps now we can have some peace. Mother Janine listened quietly, then turned to look Danica and Kat over closely. Danica found her bold gaze unnerving. The Vicon elder was an ancient, weathered woman with stringy gray hair and watery brown eyes. She had long since given up wearing arms and armor, now opting for more comfortable robes of silk and fine cotton. Though just as garishly colored as the wagons. Your escape has caused us great inconvenience and hardship, she said, frowning. What with that puma troop scouring the countryside for you? And hassling everyone, including us, with search after search, another elder added. They are evil people, Mother Janine, Danica said. We are innocent of any crime. Indeed, we are engaged in fighting their tyranny, Kat said. Evil mages are trying to usurp the rightful rulers of many lands, including the Amazon Empire. That brought everyone to their feet, except Mother Janine. Low muttering filled the cool night air. Danica cringed inwardly, though her face remained impassive. They didn't know what side this group of Vicon was aligned with. For all Danica knew, this group could be hip deep in the conspiracy. After all, Aisha was trying to create an empire ruled by spellcasters. She cast a hard look at Kat, wishing she'd think things out more carefully before offering information like that. Not seeing any choice in the matter now, Danica offered more. We have been assisted by the Vicon in our efforts up till now. Except for Duchess Natasha's black-hearted witch, Kat said, scowling. She took great delight in torturing us. Danica cringed again at Kat's admission. Alexandra, Mother Janine said, nodding, and both Kat and Danica tensed. You know her? Danica asked. All Vicon know her, or know of her, Helene said. She is a Vicon princess. First daughter of our queen. Danica and Kat exchanged a miserable glance. And she is indeed evil, Mother Janine said. Danica and Kat visibly relaxed, sighing. Grimacing, she is a bitter woman. As firstborn daughter, she should have been heir apparent, but her father was Kazakh, so she is unacceptable as queen. The Vicon, like roughly half of all Tyrian clans, based ancestry and inheritance through the female line. Mother Janine shuddered with revulsion, how her mother could have ever bedded a Kazakh. Danica noticed how Mother Janine spat out the name Kazakh. Both tribes' women were renowned witches, but Kazakhs rarely dealt with outsiders. They were almost religious about their reclusiveness. The Vicon were relatively gregarious in comparison. But the tribes hated each other with a passion. Her younger sister, whose father was Vicon, was declared heir apparent over her, Helene said. Ever since then she has spurned us. Sometimes she even goes to extra efforts to hassle us. How will the Vicon fare if Dame Alexandra's side in this brewing war wins? Danica said. Not a thought I'd care to consider, Mother Janine said. She nodded at Helene, who cut Danica's wrists free. Kat was freed at the same time. You fight the usurper, so will not hinder you or help your enemies. Our thanks, Mother Janine, Danica said, rubbing her wrists. If you could be so kind as to provide us with some weapons, we'll be gone. We don't need much, just a pair of old belt knives and a spare sword would be a godsend to us. And I swear to personally see to it your group is richly rewarded. Mother Janine gave her a crafty look. No, you'll stay with us a bit longer. You two will stand out too much. She smiled, but we can take care of that. How? Kat said. We'll alter your appearances, she said. It'll only be temporary, but should be enough to ensure your escape. How will you do that? Danica said, afraid she already knew the answer. With a little magic, and Vicon clothes and armor, she said. We'll turn you into Vicon warriors. Magic? Do you really have to? Kat said, inwardly cringing at the thought. With you, definitely, Helene said. Your coloration stands out. That alone told us who you two were. Then smiling demurely at Danica, but your gorgeous elven friend will only have to be altered slightly to make her look human. Rein in your libido, Helene, Mother Janine snapped. We've got work to do. Turning to Danica and Kat, strip. Here, in front of everyone? Kat said. Yes. I'm sorry, Kat, is it? But I'll require everyone's help in casting the glamour spell to hide your skin color. My meager powers alone aren't enough, she said. Danica, having grown accustomed to being nude as a slave of the nomadic Jordani, stripped with hardly a thought. She noted, with interest, Helene's hungry stare. A hunger she also felt looking at the black-clad warrior. For a moment, her thoughts strayed to more pleasant endeavors she could experience with the beautiful redhead. Only at the moment, the Vicon were, if nothing else, very businesslike. Both women were measured. Women of similar sizes were queried on spare armor and clothes. Helene suggested they clothe Danica in blue, to accentuate her blazing sapphire eyes. Danica eagerly agreed, knowing it would excite the Vicon warrior even more. She soon found herself wiggling into a pair of dark blue leather pants and thigh boots. The boots were tamely decorated, by Vicon standards, with a bare handful of small silver discs sporting tufts of blue feathers running along the outside seams to her lower thigh. Her upper body was covered by a short cuirass-like piece of armor molded provocatively to her bosom, very similar to Helene's armor. Lacquered a brilliant blue, it was trimmed in gold giltwork and covered her to only a few inches below her bosom. Half a dozen blue and gold bangles adorned her wrists. Helene then pinned Danica's hair back and out of the way while she applied blue face paint. Blue paint covered her forehead down to just below her eyes. Helene painted a small point down onto the bridge of her nose, and arched the design down to a point before Danica's ears. Setting the jar aside, she spent several minutes blowing on Danica's face to dry the strong dye. That done, she stepped back to admire her handiwork. Almost, Helene said, then disappeared into the crowd. A few minutes later she returned. She tied a handful of Danica's long blonde hair up into a ponytail with a blue ribbon, then tied another ribbon around her throat. And finished her outfit off with large blue hoop earrings. There. Perfect. You look absolutely delicious. Danica smiled back knowingly. That makes me feel especially good coming from such a beauty as yourself. Her compliment drew a smile from Helene. Now we need to put a glamour spell on you to hide your elven features and pointed ears, she said, closing her eyes. Helene chanted a few moments in a sing-song tongue, then changed to a more guttural voice. When she finished, she looked drained, but happy. I also placed a few ward spells on you, to help hide the glamour spell and give you more of a Vicon aura in case some mage spots you. Your choker, earrings, and bangles are all power fetishes, too. Trying to hide her discomfort at being so bespelled, really swathed in magic, Danica smiled her thanks. While Danica was being remade into a Vicon, the Vicon elders gathered around Cat. They instructed her lay down, then knelt beside and around her. Soon they too began chanting in unison, joined by the other Vicon. Cat watched wide-eyed, superstitious fear almost overwhelming her. After about 10 minutes of low chanting, the elders placed their hands on Cat, with the others laying hands on the elders. She felt her skin prickle. An incredible urge to scratch all over consumed her, and was suppressed. Looking around, she saw everyone around her with their eyes closed and looks of strain on their faces as they continued their low chant. After a few more minutes, the prickling feeling in the hands left her body. All around her came sighs of relief. Some of the Vicons started talking in low tones. Cat propped herself on her elbows as Danica made her way to her side. Both were astonished at the transformation. Cat had a perfect alabaster complexion, with sapphire blue eyes to match Danica's. Only her silky mane of waist-length ebon hair remained the same. Appearing on the verge of exhaustion, Mother Janine looked Cat over critically. Good enough, I suppose. At any rate, it'll have to do. There's nothing more we can do. It's great, Danica said. More than I thought possible. I'm so white, Cat said, face screwed up in distaste. And with the most beautiful blue eyes, too, Danica laughed. Helping her to stand, now time to make you into a Vicon warrior. Cat turned to Mother Janine. How do I get back to the way I was when this is all over? It's only witchcraft, my dear, she said. It'll start fading away after about a month. More than enough time to get out of the Empire. Danica looked at Cat. Then we have less than a month to rescue Monique. Grimacing at the thought, Cat nodded. A big redhead in all green stepped up with Cat's clothes and armor, all a brilliant red. Claudia was almost as big as Cat. She wore an outfit similar to Danica's, only various shade of green. Do you have anything in gray or brown? Cat asked. The Vicon women looked at her in shock. Danica noticed several of the women regard Cat with screwed-up faces. Hardly, Claudia said, setting her load aside. Her good cheer seemed unaffected. If you want to look like a Vicon, you have to dress flashy. I really don't want. Red will be fine, Danica interrupted her. You'll look devastating in red. Then studying the pile of red Vicon armor, this kind of reminds me of Elise's outfit. You like Elise, don't you? I don't like the way she dresses, though, Cat replied. While Cat stood in sullen silence, Danica helped Claudia clothe her. Danica silently enjoyed Cat's shocked expression when they put her into a pair of red leather pants with large round cutouts along the outer seams. They didn't have any boots big enough, so she wore her own after they were newly polished and adorned with silver discs sporting red-dyed feathers along the outer seam. They wanted to add some embroidery, but Cat wouldn't let them mutilate her boots further. Her red lacquered armor consisted of 2 sets of Vicon abbreviated pauldrons to protect her shoulders and upper arms to the elbows, and half-moon breast cups to hold and protect her ample bosom. Cat was appalled. Danica's flirting jabs didn't help her mood. Claudia also wanted to tie tufts of red feather in her hair, but Cat wouldn't allow it. She brusquely waved off all attempts to adorn her further with gaudy Vicon jewelry. Each were given 2 throwing daggers, which they promptly sheathed inside their boot tops. Then they were given swords and belt knives in lacquered sheaths to match their outfits. Once they were ready, Mother Janine came forward. She looked them over critically. "Good enough," she said. "But we'll have to split you up for the meantime." "Wait." Danica started. Holding up her hand, "Please, let me finish. You will ride with us for the next few days at least. During that time you'll be paired off with one of our own, just in case anyone comes looking for you. Side by side, they might still recognize you despite our efforts." "I'll share my wagon with Danica," Helene said. All of Danica's objections over the arrangements were instantly forgotten as a tingling sensation grew between her legs at the blatant offer in Helene's eyes. "Thank you, Helene," Danica said, smiling. "And I'd be honored if Cat rode with me and shared my wagon," Claudia offered. Cat forced a smile and nodded agreement. "Then after a few days," Danica prompted the elder. "Then if some of our ladies wish to accompany you, you all can be on your way," she said. "Or if you so desire, you can stay with us all the way to Dali's, or ride off alone." Bowing respectfully, "Your generosity is overwhelming and honors us, Mother Janine. Please accept our thanks, as unworthy as it might be." Mother Janine simply smiled. "The honor is ours, young warrior, all ours." Chapter 8. To her great disappointment, Danica found that Helene shared her wagon with 6 other women. All were young, lithe redheads. She also discovered they were members, or sisters, in the same Amazon warrior sorority. The Flame sorority's members were one and all Vicon and redheads. Typically Amazon, they grouped themselves into warrior societies, based on appearance instead of social rank and martial ability. What disappointed Danica wasn't the fact they shared a wagon with her and Helene, it was their eagerness to stay up late swamping her with questions. Danica and Helene never had the chance to explore their mutual attraction. Early the next morning, they were roused by the elders, who ruled the family groups unchallenged. After helping each other dress, they quickly harnessed the wagon's team of 12 black horses. Helene's wagon, like her clothes and armor, was painted black and orange. But where her outfit was black with orange trim and decoration, the opposite was true of her wagon. Considering the color scheme of some of the other wagons, Danica decided it was one of the more sedate ones. Once the team was secured to the wagon, and her horse saddled, Danica headed to the fire with some of her wagon mates. Breakfast was being served as the sun rose, bathing the eastern sky with hues of red, pink, and purple. Standing quietly in line with the rest, she noticed that, like her wagon mates, most in the family group were redheads. She could see only half a dozen blondes, and only one other brunette besides Cat. And again, like Helene, most of the younger redheads wore their hair with a ponytail pulled through a black lacquered ring atop their head. It was their votary tail, and required by their sorority. The Flame sorority also required a single thin votary braid, hanging from their left temple down to their shoulder. All Votarian brotherhoods and sisterhoods required votary braids, or occasionally ponytails. The Amazons had more such societies than most lands. Each braid or ponytail represented a sacred vow the member made before Sankar, the god of loyalty and oaths. That vow had to be repeated each time the braid was fashioned or ponytail tied up. Cat stood near the front of the line with Claudia. Danica grinned when she realized Claudia was chatting away cheerfully, with a sullen Cat casting her dark looks. Though nothing seemed able to dampen the Vicon's mood. "Do Cat some good," Danica was startled by the jingle of bangles and spurs and a flurry of red hair as Helene joined her, slipping in line before her as she neared the servers. Low groans came from some of the women behind them, but Helene ranked high in their sorority, so she got away with it. "Thanks for saving me a spot," Helene said, and gave her a light peck on the cheek. Smiling sensuously, "I'm sure I'll find an interesting way to repay you. Tonight perhaps?" "I can't wait," Danica said, slightly flustered by all the eyes on her. Shouts cut off any other conversation. All eyes shot to the spot closest the road, and the troop of dragoons riding up. Danica instantly recognized Dame Fallon arguing with the Vicon perimeter guards. Riding beside her, Maeve Snapdragon. Danica could only gawk at Maeve, who angrily argued with Vicon guards. The Vicon all around her also realized they were dealing with a sorceress. The tension level within the encampment rose, everyone casting fearful looks at the sorceress. Danica knew better than the Vicon just how warranted their fear was, since Maeve could never be accused of being a patient or forgiving woman. Now her newfound magical powers made her doubly dangerous. It also seemed that she had joined with Aisha and was hunting Danica. Mother Janine and most of the elders hurried over, with the rest of the Vicon going about their business and warily keeping an eye on the newcomers. Danica stood staring at her friend, now her enemy. Helene had to physically turn her away to gain her attention. Danica numbly followed Helene as they picked up their breakfast of fresh bread, bacon strips, cheese, and tea in silence. Then they found themselves a spot near the fire to watch and listen. Mother Janine allowed Dame Fallon and Maeve to enter. They were led over to the fire and given plates of food. Both ate with gusto, with Maeve casting frequent glances about. "Dame Fallon," Mother Janine said once the mercenary captain had taken the edge off her hunger, "why do you come to search our wagons again? Surely twice is enough to satisfy even the most cynical heart." "I am not one to take chances, especially with so much at stake," she said. "These criminals absolutely must be caught, and fast." "Perhaps we can help you," Mother Janine said, looking straight at Danica. Danica's eyes went wide. "Our young warriors seem a bit restless of late. Some expressed an interest in searching for the fugitives after your last visit. If there is a reward offered, I'm sure many of our warriors would join in the search." "Yes," Helene said, drawing Dame Fallon's and Maeve's unwanted attention toward Danica. Turning to Danica, she said, "Wouldn't that be fun, Brandy? Want to go hunting criminals?" "Sure, sounds like great sport," Danica said, dropping her voice an octave and hoping she sounded as excited as Helene. Though she had a hard time gauging her performance with her heart pounding in her ears. "If there is a reward." Danica watched Maeve out of the corner of her eye. Maeve seemed distracted. Switching to mage sight, Danica could see no sign that Maeve was summoning her powers to cast a spell. Indeed, of all those present, only Maeve's magic seemed calm. The Vicon were all but shimmering with wards in their fear of the sorceress. Dame Fallon turned her gaze back to Mother Janine. "My mistress, High Mage Rebecca, would be most pleased if the criminals were returned to her. I'm sure your reward would be as great as her gratitude." "Great!" Helene cried, leaping to her feet. "Tell us how to recognize them and we'll round them up quick." "You'll see." Dame Fallon smiled, looking around at all the eager faces. "They'll be easy to recognize. One is tall and dark-skinned, very dark-skinned, with black hair and eyes. The other is an elfmaid of average height and long golden hair. Both are quite pretty." Danica saw a surprised look cross Kat's face, while the Vicon all had looks of expectation. Everyone looked eager to start the search. The elders all seemed satisfied, with serene smiles. Dame Fallon smiled as well. Maeve just stared glumly into her half-empty plate. "Then we'll begin sending out search parties during the day on our journey south," Mother Janine said, nodding with approval at her little group. "Unless you believe the criminals are heading in a different direction." Dame Fallon scowled, casting a covert look at Maeve. "That's the problem. We were absolutely positive they would head toward Dolly's. But it seems as if they might have headed back into the mountains. If so, they could be out of the Empire by now. Elves are invisible to our human magics, Maeve said. She looked and sounded as if she wanted someone to confirm it. Danica suspected she was under a lot of pressure to prove herself, and was failing miserably. And as you know, even sorcery can't locate someone moving. The Viscount all nodded their understanding, seeming to salve Maeve's pride a bit. Dame Fallon frowned and shrugged. The assembled Viscount were disheartened. The eagerness had left their faces as they settled into eating their morning meal. Low muttering filled the air as everyone's attention seemed to turn away from the criminals. Dame Fallon frowned. But they are warriors and could have escaped our notice, she said. They are known to be quite determined in their mission. The chance for reward is still excellent. Good enough for me, Helene said. Captain, we'll do what we can to catch them for you. How will we get in touch with you if we find them? Just drop them off at any city, she said. The city guard will know what to do with them. Helene, standing with her fists on her hips, beamed her excitement at the mercenary captain. Dame Fallon smiled back, thinking the Viscount would be helping her. All Danica felt was relief. Relief that she and Kat hadn't been turned over to Maeve and the mercenaries. Relief that Dame Fallon didn't recognize her. Relief that Maeve hadn't recognized her, and relief that Helene hadn't asked her any more questions. It was all she could do to just smile. Well, Kat, how's it going? Where's Claudia? Danica said amid a clatter of bangles, earrings, and necklaces as she plopped down beside her. Kat scowled at her, which Danica ignored, caught up in adjusting the mass of bangles on her right arm. She seemed to have twice as many as that morning. Kat didn't even want to know where, or how, she got them. The brooding Bravo was sitting on a log beside a gurgling brook. It was nearly dark, ending a long day in the saddle. Kat was sitting just outside the logger and beside the road, staring at the brook at her feet. Already the Viscount were laughing, singing, and dancing around the fire. Their fast-paced guitar, flute, and drum music filled the air. It was the happiest Danica had been since before being turned into a woman. She's fetching our meal, bloody chatterbox, Kat said. And so, cheerfully. Sitting alone in the dark won't help. Danica grinned. Kat glowered at her, but turned away when it had no effect. Danica then laughed. You're hopeless, Kat. We made good our escape, and you're still not happy. Nothing to be happy about. Didn't you enjoy riding around the countryside searching for ourselves? Danica said. I loved it. We really are lucky to have found this family group. I don't feel lucky. Winking at her, that's because you aren't the lucky one getting into Helene's pants tonight. Kat gave her a disgusted look. I don't want to. But I do, and she wants me, too, Danica said. I just overheard her telling our wagon mates to find other lodgings for tonight. You're just trying to spoil my dinner, aren't you? Kat said, lightly pushing her. Laughing, Danica said, it's a thought. I would have thought the knowledge that Maeve is stalking us would put a damper on your joy, Kat said. Danica seemed troubled a moment, but then brightened. I can't change that. Maybe tomorrow she will hunt us down and kill us. Maybe not. Danica shrugged. I've been hunted before. And besides, if she was capable of discovering us, we'd be bound and en route to Alaria this moment. Cheer up. I never miss an opportunity to celebrate a victory, since I might die tomorrow. Why don't you go celebrate with the Viscount? Show them all those exotic dances you learned from that silk slave and the golden girl, Kat said with just a hint of a sneer. That ought to excite your little red-headed minx. Good idea, she said, standing. Want to come watch? Kat? Claudia's voice called out. Over here, Danica said, waving her arms over her head. She's waiting for you over here. Turning to a groaning cat, see how friendly and helpful I am? Go away. Cat watched Danica walk away, stopping only to flirt with Claudia a moment. Then she disappeared between the wagons. Claudia hurried over with 2 heaping plates. The broad smile on her face made Cat wince. There you are. I've been looking all over for you, Claudia said, handing her a plate. If this isn't enough, just say so and I'll go get you some more. This is fine, thank you, Cat said, taking the offered plate. The food proved to be excellent. She wasn't much of a meat eater, but enjoyed the venison and roast rabbit. The wild tubers, roasted under the fire and smothered in fresh churned butter, were large and tasty. And the beans and turnip greens were especially appreciated after so long with a vegetable-hating Danica. I've rarely tasted food this good. I can't take credit for it. Mother Maybelle is in charge of cooking for the group. Cat shrugged. After a while, Claudia spoke up. I always thought elves were arrogant and aloof, but that friend of yours, Danica, is really a nice girl. Everyone likes her. Especially Helene, Cat said. And the attraction is mutual, it seems. Oh? I didn't know elfmaids went for that stuff. I always heard they were fanatical about monogamous relationships between men and women. They mate for life, you know, and won't take another mate even if the first dies. Grinning weakly, maybe so, but Helene is all that elfmaid could talk about before you arrived. It seems she's planning to spend the night in the little Viscount's arms tonight. Oh my. I must warn her, Claudia said, standing. Cat grabbed her forearm. Warn her of what? Is she in danger? Well, no. Not exactly, Claudia said, starting to fidget and grow flustered. It's just that Helene isn't what she seems to be. Not the demure beauty, eh? Hardly, Claudia said, a look of disgust crossing her face. She's one nasty girl. If she wasn't my kinswoman and sorority sister, I'd probably have nothing to do with her. What is it about her you don't like and feel a need to warn Danica about? Biting her lip nervously a second, well, she likes that bondage and discipline stuff. In bed, you know? Cat looked at her in wide-eyed shock a moment, then broke up laughing at the thought of Danica eagerly succumbing to the Viscount's charms, only to find herself bound, gagged, and spanked. It was all Cat could do to keep from rolling on the ground in laughter. Aren't you worried about your friend? Claudia said. Cat wiped the tears from her eyes, trying to control her laughter. Not in the least. Serves her right, the little wanton slut. Pulling Claudia back onto the log, Cat lowered her voice. Danica has had lots of experience in handling the likes of Helene. Indeed, she is a notorious carouser, and that has gotten her in a lot more trouble than Helene can conjure up with whips and chains. You might say, carousing with the wrong woman made her what she is today. But she's not expecting this from Helene, Claudia said defensively. I must warn her of Helene's wicked ways. When Cat seemed unconvinced, don't you see? Helene isn't above seducing unsuspecting women into her bed, then tying them up for a night of sex, pain, and humiliation. Like I said, serves Danica right for jumping into the first bed offered, Cat said, unmoved by the argument. Seeing Claudia still felt a need to warn Danica, Cat threw a friendly arm around her shoulders and said, Claudia, my friend, I'd really love to hear more about the Viscount and their fascinating ways and especially your interesting life. Later that night, once most of the Viscount were asleep, Cat crept away from the fire and headed for Helene's wagon. Claudia followed, biting her lip nervously. Chuckling, Cat reassured her as they neared the wagon. The windows still glowed golden. Climbing up on one of the enormous wheels, Cat looked into a window. The scene she saw brought a broad, wicked smile to her face. Helene was standing on the bed decked out in a skin-tight black leather outfit, with a short whip in hand. Danica, nude, lay at her feet. No! She was kissing and licking Helene's booted feet. Cat flinched as Helene laid the whip across Danica's naked buttocks, leaving a red mark and berating her efforts at licking her boots clean. Apparently she wasn't doing it prettily enough. Danica, wrists bound behind her back with a strip of leather and red welts all over her back, renewed her efforts with a seductiveness that surprised Kat. That seemed to satisfy Helene, who watched her with barely controlled lust burning in her emerald eyes. Several times Helene could be seen to shiver with desire. On occasion, she gave Danica further instructions on how best to lick, kiss, and grovel more prettily. By the time Danica licked her way up to the knee of the second boot, Helene lost interest. She ordered Danica to kneel straight up, then lifted her chin with the coiled whip. She admired Danica's delicate beauty a moment, before looping the whip around her throat and pulling her lips in for a crushing kiss. Her hands began to slowly roam over Danica's body. After several minutes of heavy kissing and petting, Helene placed her spike-heeled boot on Danica's chest and pushed her slowly to her back. A slow, wicked grin spread across the redhead's beautiful face. Reaching over to a shelf above the bed, Helene set aside her whip and picked up a long piece of polished ivory. Kat watched with interest and amazement at what Helene did with that and Danica's reactions. Heart racing and panting, Kat almost slipped off the wheel. Claudia moved to catch her if she did. Kat looked down at her, wishing with all her heart that the big Vicon was a man. And then cursed her rotten luck that there weren't any men for hundreds of miles. Climbing down to a worried Claudia, Kat waved her away. Come along. Those two need their privacy. But what about Danica? She's doing better than me, Kat said wistfully. Yes, she's having the experience of her life. I can't wait to hear all about it in the morning. I don't know. A scream came from the wagon. Kat caught Claudia's arm when she started for the door. Kat recognized the scream. It wasn't from horror, or fear, or pain. That's Danica having an orgasm, Kat said. So you see, she really wouldn't want us to interfere. Mollified by that, and another of Danica's gasping screams. Well, if she's enjoying it. She is, Kat said. She's a notorious womanizer. Carouses in taverns all night. Taking her arm in her own, Kat led Claudia away. It's late and I'm tired. Let's go to bed. Not finding Danica inside the logger eating breakfast with the others, Kat began searching for her wayward friend. She eventually found her bathing in the brook. Kat watched her scrubbing her body with vigor from the dark shadows of the forest for several minutes. Smiling with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Good morning, Danica, she finally said, startling her. A bit cool to bath, don't you think? I like cold baths, Danica said, watching her warily. Kat knew that was a lie. If there was one thing Danica was adamant about, it was avoiding the cold. She hated being cold more than anything in the world. In the early morning light, Kat could just make out a myriad of angry red welts. Danica seemed intent on hiding them, even stepping back when Kat made to move closer. What happened to you? Kat said, trying not to laugh. Nothing. Where did you get all those welts? Danica was stumped for an answer. Kat could see the desperation in her eyes. They're not welts, she said quietly, eyes downcast. Helene scratched me in her passion. She has wickedly long nails. And sharp, too. I've noticed. But those don't look like nail scratches to me. Did she whip you? Were you a bad girl last night? Kat broke up laughing. Flushing crimson, no. It was passion, I tell you. Flaming passion the likes of which you've never known, but. And I suppose you were supremely grateful, she said, a glint in her now blue eyes. Yes, Danica said warily. Then that explains what I saw last night. Danica's eyes grew wide. What? You were prostrating yourself before her, licking her boots and... No. You couldn't have seen that. I watched for a good 3/4 of an hour. You'd make a great silk slave. I've never seen anyone suck on a spike heel so well. Stop. You couldn't have, how could you? Oh, I heard rumors about Helene, and wanted to ensure you weren't being taken against your will. But after I saw how you reacted to her innovative dildo work. Great gods! Is there nothing you didn't witness? Nothing after the first couple screaming orgasms. Danica's shoulders slumped. I'm marked now, dot. All over, Cat laughed. I'll bet those pretty little welts are going to be pleasant under armor. I'll bet you can't wait to tell Carl and all my friends about this, Danica said bitterly. The bitterness was not lost on Cat, who sobered up. I suppose it could be our little secret. Danica suddenly turned hostile, her sapphire eyes flashing in such rage as to make Cat step back a step. Like my stint with the Jordani? You take great delight in throwing that in my face, and telling everyone we meet. Cat inwardly cringed. It was true. But she didn't think the thick-skinned Danica could be hurt by anything she said. She seemed able to adapt to any situation or adversity with remarkable ease. Cat truly envied her that ability. And the mere thought of hurting one of her friends shook Cat. I'm sorry, Danica. I didn't realize you were so distraught by that. I won't tell anymore, Cat said. Danica stared into the gurgling brook for long minutes, not acknowledging her. She gave every impression of a child that had just been reprimanded before her best friends. Cat couldn't remember feeling so small. When Danica finally looked up, she forced a smile and nodded. She silently finished her bath, then let Cat help her dress. I'm sorry I snapped at you, Danica said, still unable to look her in the eyes. She sighed gustily. I'm just a little embarrassed that Helene could make me do those things. Did she use magic on you? I've been thinking about that all morning, but I don't think so. Only how would I know? Are there any ways to find out? I know less about magic than you, Cat said. But if you want, I'll try to find out from Claudia without giving away the reason. Danica looked stricken again. No. I'd rather not take any chance that any of the other Vicon find out about the nature of my encounter with Helene last night, Danica said. Cat decided not to tell her that everyone in the group knew exactly what Helene did with her lovers or how far her screaming traveled. Maybe we should go ahead and part company with them now, Cat said. No. They're useful at the moment. Alone and together, we'd stand out. Out here near the frontier with Maeve and Dame Fallon scouring the countryside is not a good place to leave. Helene is convinced Maeve can't tell us apart from the Vicon, since all their wards and auras will confuse or distract her from looking too hard. Alone, we would tend to stand out to a sorceress with our glamour spells, she said. She has also told me enough about the layout of the Empire to see our best bet is to stay with them for the remainder of the week, and then head out to Dalis when we reach Glysa. The Tiberian Way, Cat said, nodding. Claudia had told her of the great paved road running along the Tiber River and bisecting the Empire. We can lose ourselves in the crowds and make good time, too. Maybe even hire on with some caravan to help hide our identities. Chapter 9. From the surrounding hills, Glysa looked very similar to a small whitewashed desert city. A multitude of spiky spires and towers jutted dramatically above the massive defensive walls. Dozens of polished copper and bronze domes glittered in the early morning sun. The terracotta roofs of great temples, palaces, and government buildings were also visible. The Amazon Empire inherited a love of massive public structures from its predecessor, the Galatine Empire. Glysa sat majestically upon a gentle hill overlooking the wide Tiber River. Danica surmised it was a thriving trading center from the number of square-rigged ships coming and going. The thick swarms of travelers, merchant caravans, and farm carts loaded with produce on the many roads converging on the city told a similar story. But the city barely held her attention. The Tiberian Way was the single most impressive feat of engineering Danica could remember seeing. It was a thing of legend. Only in the Empire were roads outside of cities regularly paved, and the greatest of them all was the Tiberian Way. Even from a distance Danica could see that it was easily wide enough to allow 4 Vicon wagons to travel abreast, with room to spare. "Great gods almighty," Danica whispered, reining in as they broke the cover of thick forests. She could see for miles in both directions from the crest of the high hillock. The Tiberian Way was a shimmering white ribbon stretching out between farmlands as far as she could see, roughly paralleling the river. Nothing built by the hand of man could ever top that. Surely the gods are pleased, thought. Most likely, Helene said, shrugging. She barely gave it a glance, preferring to pick out the dust and grim lodged in the round crest of her Pyrrhus ring with one long fingernail. As her own wagon rumbled by, she paused to intently scrutinize the team of draft horses. The wagon was being driven by one of the women that boarded with her, everyone taking their turn at it in payment for staying there. Everyone but Helene, of course. Her wagon passed, she turned back and glanced at the distant Tiberian Way. "Roads are roads as far as I'm concerned." "You're not impressed?" "Paved roads aren't good for horses," she said and spurred her mount on. "Maybe not, but they're great for armies and trade," Danica said, staying put beside the road. "I only like paved roads when it rains," Claudia said, starting after Helene. "Our heavy wagons get stuck easily." "Nomads care little for those things," Kat said, staying to admire the view with Danica. "All they care about are horses and good graze." Glancing at the Vicon stoically passing by a horse or on their creaking, rumbling wagons, or pockets to pick, and lonely old men and women to swindle out of their life savings. "I'm surprised at you, Kat," Danica said. "After living among them you still hold to those old prejudices." "I've seen nothing to change my mind," she said, shifting uncomfortably in the saddle. "If you want, we can stick around with them and glysa long enough for them to prove me wrong." Smiling, Danica thought, not even a week and she's already saddle sore. Too long living the soft life of a bouncer. But outwardly Danica pretended not to notice her friend's discomfort. She thought she noted a note of hopefulness in Kat's tone. The thought of the month of hard riding to reach Dalis didn't excite Danica either. Dalis was still a good 1,000 miles to the south. On average, and especially on pavement, horses would rarely be ridden more than 20 miles a day. Most roadhouses and caravanseries were spaced 20 miles apart. But Danica planned on a more grueling pace, at least 30 miles a day. It would mean sleeping out in the elements more often than not, but creature comforts were the last thing on her mind right now. For a moment the scale of the Amazon Empire overwhelmed her as she tried to comprehend its true size. In the Jarlands and Tyrian small kingdoms, really just city-states, were the rule. Dalis lay near to the center of the Amazon Empire, the only real empire still known to exist, ruling all the lands for over 1,000 miles in all directions. She knew something of the problems suffered by most Jarlan kingdoms ruling over their single city and outlying fiefs and villages, so found just the logistics of communication seemed daunting. How the Empress maintained control of her bureaucracy and nobles and common people was quite beyond Danica. "It's not necessary, Kat. I can live with your beliefs." She glanced down at herself. "But not in this body. We'll leave as soon as it's convenient." Casting her a crooked grin, "And damn your saddle sores." "Speaking of sores," Kat said. "Do you think it wise to let Mistress Helene and Chatterbox Claudia ride with us to Dalis?" Danica winced, but took it in good humor. She prided herself in her ability to survive anything. And in her adventures others had done far worse things than whipping her and making her lick their boots. "You're just upset because you have to listen to Claudia cheerfully chatting away the miles for another couple weeks," Danica laughed. Kat scowled. "But to answer your question, yes. They both have lived most of their lives in the Empire. Helene is part Amazon through her maternal grandmother, and a Pyrrhus no less. And despite appearances and her pleasant nature, Claudia is said to be one of their best fighters. And both are accomplished witches, well spoken of within the group. Despite her casual demeanor, Danica liked the idea of riding with Helene even less than Kat. The thought of that night of kinky sex still bothered her. Helene, thank the gods, hasn't tried to repeat their encounter and seemed to understand Danica's unease at being alone with her. They had publicly remained friendly, but didn't associate much otherwise. Danica had taken to riding with Kat and Claudia on most days. Danica watched as most of the Viscount outriders, Helene and Claudia included, rode ahead. She had learned that they wouldn't be taking the wagons into the city, but camping outside the walls instead. Something about the city gates being too low. The outriders would secure them a good campsite with plenty of water and graze for their livestock. The Viscount were planning a protracted stay. What about selling the horses and taking passage on a ship? Isn't a dragon ship faster than horseback? Kat said at length. Danica considered that a moment, but had to reluctantly reject it. A dragon ship could attain speeds of up to 10 knots under ideal conditions, but only in short spurts. On average, and if the winds were good to them, they usually traveled at about 4 or 5 knots, but only about half that under or power. But they could travel all day and night, whereas horseback riders would have to stop for the night after 20 or 30 miles. The month-long hard ride could be done by a dragon ship in about 12 to 15 days, but only if the ship was in a hurry and they kept port calls brief. But then she had to consider the possibility of finding a ship going all the way to Dali's, and possibly having to change ships several times. The lag time between ships could easily eat up the saved time. And it could cost them far more for passage than they had. Yes, if they're in a hurry. But few dragon ship captains take passengers, and the ones that do can't be trusted not to slit our throats and dump us overboard after robbing us. A merchantman then? Way too slow. How about? There's no other way, Kat. We lost our warhawks and our coin, so we must ride horses, Danica said. And be grateful we don't have to walk. Before Kat could say more, Danica spurred her mount and started down the hill. She intended to part company with the Viscount as soon as they were settled. But first, she wanted a quick look at the city. She figured if she rode hard she could get about an hour of sightseeing before the wagons reached the campsite. Kat tagged along unhappily. Maeve ducked low as she rode through Glyce's north gate, pressing herself as close to the horse's neck as possible. Her head missed hitting the raised portcullis by half an inch. The inner courtyard leading to another gate into the city was shadowy and cool, with easily a score of bored-looking soldiers high in the battlements above. Maeve cursed them all, and their damnable empire. Then cursed Aisha for making her come here. And finally cursed the day she ever met Danic, and silently prayed she did catch the little elf bitch. Damn her to hell. That bitch will get me killed. Maeve fumed, hands clenching the reins tightly. When I get my hands on her, Danica will regret it for as long as she lives, which won't be too long. Maeve, we will billet with the local army garrison tonight, Dame Fallon said. If you wish, we can probably arrange private quarters for you as well, or you can join up with us tomorrow at dawn at the south gate. Maeve considered that a moment. She was well aware that the mercenaries wanted nothing to do with her. It was becoming harder and harder to ignore their wary looks when they didn't think she would notice. It might be best to part company with them for the night, if not permanently. After all, they were proving less than useful at the moment. I will make my own arrangements, Captain, she said. Everyone visibly relaxed, bringing a scowl to Maeve's face. I have yet to decide if it is worthwhile to continue riding with the pumas. Dame Fallon's face lit up at that. Then you won't be leaving with us in the morning? Scowling more fiercely, Maeve jerked her reins to the left and headed away down a side street. You will know in the morning, Captain. If I'm not waiting for you at the gate, leave without me. As you will, Sorceress Maeve. As she slowly worked her way through the thick crowd, Maeve heard cheerful conversation start up within the Puma troop ranks. A cheerfulness that hadn't been present when she rode with them. Sometimes being a powerful sorceress had its drawbacks. She could have used their support, their friendship and camaraderie. Finding his stables, she brusquely rejected the stable hand's offer to take her mount. Stripping the sorrel gelding, she lost herself in the mindless routine of tending the horse. Once the sorrel's coat gleamed in the bright sunlight, she led him to a stall and gave her instructions on feeding and watering. Maeve stepped out with her saddlebags draped over her left shoulder and headed east, toward the river. If Danica had come this way, she would have visited the dockside taverns. There was something about ships that called to Danic, so she had to assume Danica would feel the same. Danica might even consider booking passage on a dragon ship to throw off the pursuit. Maeve knew her to be crafty, so couldn't overlook any possibility. As she pushed through the crowds of a market street, Maeve's alert eyes sought out all blonde and tall black-haired warriors. Though there were some few blondes who could be mistaken for Danica from the rear, she saw none who came even close to Kat's towering height and enhanced stature. Rounding a corner, she found herself before the Temple of Darusa. It stood out from the surrounding whitewashed buildings like a wart on a nose. Surrounded by a low wall, the temple proper was of blackest basalt with blood-red serpents seeming to slither up and around the columns in bas-relief. The dome far to the rear and over the high altar was constructed in the likeness of an open black rose. The black rose of Darusa, her holy symbol. Maeve marveled at the number of people coming and going, mostly in concealing cloaks. Few openly worshipped that goddess. Mostly, they only ventured to her unholy house when wanting a curse upon the head of an enemy or rival. But the goddess, like all gods, only granted wishes after a terrible price was paid for said service. Even the thought of what Darusa would ask for made Maeve queasy. There was no place Maeve hated more than a temple of Darusa, and now she was serving the foul goddess. She stepped toward the nearby gate, muttering, "Gods, how I hate to go in there." Maeve had little choice in the matter. Darusa was in league with Aisha, so her temples were the safest way for Aisha's agents to report to her. Even the non-magical agents could communicate with their mistress with the help of Darusa's priesthood. As much as Maeve hated wasting her own hoard life energies on communication spells to Aisha, she hated using the temples even more. But her Hayes forced her to use them, saving her life energies for furthering her mistress's cause. As she laid hand to gate to enter, a flash of blue and gold down the street caught her eye. A mounted golden-haired Vicon warrior in blue lacquered armor was gesturing at the local city guard tower. Then a raven-tressed warrior of Kat's stature, and in red Vicon clothes and armor, reined up to stare at whatever the other was remarking on. Together, they looked remarkably like Kat and Danica, save the alabaster complexion of the tall one. But she did have Kat's muscularity, and they were wearing Vicon armor, so maybe. Maeve forgot about the temple, taking a step toward the two Vicon warriors. Shifting to mage sight, she studied them a second. The blonde was sheathed in wards tightly woven by witchcraft standards, and had a glamour spell wrapped about her head. The other was totally sheathed in a glamour spell, to hide her dark skin? Pulse quickening, Maeve dropped her saddlebags and moved to close the distance between them. Up close, she could better see what, and who, lay beneath those glamour spells. A hand seized her left arm. Maeve Snapdragon, the goddess commands your attendance. Maeve turned back to find three women in the black woolen robes and blood-red rope belts of a minor priestess of Darusa. Their faces were lost in the shadow of their hoods. Maeve glanced back to the two mounted warriors. She could see the black-haired warrior's painted face now. They were too far away to distinguish features well enough to tell if it was Kat. "Not yet," she said, desperation seeping into her voice. "I might have found." "Enough, the goddess demands your attendance now." "You don't understand." The middle priestess ended the protest when she drew a rune in the air. Suddenly, Maeve's will was no longer her own. The priestess smiled deep in her concealing hood, and indicated that the sorceress should follow them into the temple as the group turned to go. Maeve followed them wordlessly, mindlessly. The short trip through the dark temple was a blur of black, grays, and blood red to Maeve. Her attention was locked on the middle priestess, her only thought to obey. She was only vaguely aware that they passed the high altar and entered a concealed door behind the great statue of Darusa's animal manifestation, a coiled black serpent. Deep beneath the temple proper, Maeve was pushed to her knees before another altar. It too was of carved and polished basalt, with Darusa's leering face in bas-relief. A word from a priestess released Maeve from their control, leaving her confused and trembling. She glanced around at her surroundings like a trapped animal. Where am I? What have you done to me? We have brought you to attend the goddess, sorceress. Before Maeve could voice further questions, the bas-relief of Darusa began to glow before her. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she watched in rising dread as the circle of light expanded. Within seconds she started to make out two figures within. One was sitting, the other standing in attendance. Darusa and Aisha. About time you reported in, Darusa snapped. Forgive me, my goddess. I was scouring the countryside with High Mage Rebecca's Puma troop, looking for the elf and her friend. Were you riding day and night then? Aisha said, blue eyes narrowing. There never was any chance to report in to me? Is that what you are saying? Maeve's was cautious now. There were opportunities, but nothing to report. I believe they are now protected by Vicon wards that are making it impossible to locate them magically. I have been forced to rely on mundane methods that are less than efficient. Obviously, Aisha growled. Turning to Darusa, the sorceress is less than adequate to the task. She is useless to us. My recommendation is to have your priesthood kill her. As Darusa's malevolent black eyes locked on Maeve, considering the recommendation, Maeve found herself too shocked and terrified to respond and plead for mercy. Then when Darusa's ghoulishly white face twisted into a smile, Maeve almost fainted. The little Tyrian would be fun to torment, for a while anyway. She is so expressive and emotionally undisciplined, Darusa said. Please, my goddess, Maeve begged. Let me prove my loyalty and worthiness to serve. I believe the Elfmaid is in this city. I will capture her for you, and then deliver her here. The Elfmaid is of no use to us anymore, Aisha said. We have captured Tara and her Tyrian bodyguard. But nonetheless, I will give you the chance, sorceress, Darusa said. You will deliver Danica of Drakehorn to any of my temples, then sacrifice her to me yourself. That done, I will allow you to join my clergy and serve me properly. Maeve tasted sour bile rising up her throat, but said, my goddess, you are generous. I will prove my worth many times over. Impressive, don't you think? Kat said as they rode out through the north gate. Too impressive. How could that be? Danica frowned a second in concentration. She didn't quite know how to explain it. It just seemed that every structure was built with the sole purpose of inspiring awe. Even the tenements, she said. It seemed way overdone. Like a collection of cold government buildings. True, but that doesn't take away from its grandeur, Kat said. I liked it. You would, she said absently, spotting the campsite. About half the wagons had already been positioned in the laager. Slightly embarrassed, she increased the pace to join the others. What does that suppose mean? Not now, we have work to do, Danica said. Meet me by the road with all your gear when finished and bring Claudia. With that, Danica left Kat behind and headed for Helene's wagon. Her wagon mates were just beginning to maneuver it into the campsite. They would pull up behind another wagon, remove the team, then bodily push it into place. The wagons were always put in a tight laager formation for defensive purposes. Helene's wagon was part of the outer circle this time. The site was on a low hilltop. The wagon proved easy to push into position for once. Danica decided to take that as a good omen of things to come, but her work wasn't over yet. She and her wagon mates immediately headed over to help push the next wagon into position, and the next, and the next. It was past noon before Mother Janine was satisfied with the laager. Danica and Helene quickly collected their gear and rode out to meet up with Kat and Claudia. They had only a short wait before the pair rode up, Kat staring glumly at Danica as Claudia went on and on about whatever trivial thought that popped into her mind. Wanting to travel fast, they opted for overstuffed saddlebags over pack horses. Mostly, they carried extra clothes and non-foodstuffs. Helene and Claudia assured them food would be readily available at the frequent way stations. Danica bowed to their superior knowledge of the Empire and how best to travel through it. For the last week she listened as the other Vicon women talked enviously of Helene's rights under imperial law. As a direct descendant of the Empress Jasmine, a peeress, she could command a host of privileges, including the use of free remounts at any way station. She would also get first choice for rooms in way station hotels along the way. Danica considered that ample reason to forget Helene's ways and accept her company. Plus, it wouldn't hurt to have 2 trained warrior witches as allies. They quickly made their way to the Tiberian Way and struck south. Though, they didn't actually ride on the road, but next to it along a well-worn path. Only foot and wheel traffic moved on the Tiberian Way itself. The softer dirt path was easier on horses. Danica had to content herself with just studying the construction of the road. It was in fact a sturdy wall of stone rising about 3 feet higher than the surrounding country and reaching down another good 5 feet, with soil pushed up against both sides and slanting down into ditches. The top layer of cobbles weren't the usual stones, but specially made concrete bricks. Each brick was formed in a lightning bolt shape, allowing them to fit together precisely and helped to prevent them shifting. As they wore out, they could more easily be replaced. Several large patches of newer bricks could be seen. The light color of the concrete bricks gave the Tiberian Way its distinctive color. Seeing it up close, Danica was even more impressed with Amazon's skill and resourcefulness. Carl and Taylor listened intently as the slapping sound of bare howler feet approached. Carl had his shirt off, wrapped whip-like in his right hand. Taylor was holding his own shirt spread between both hands, intent on capturing the howler they had come to call Jailer, but the thick, moldy door creaked open on rusty hinges, then a smallish howler in the tattered remnants of a black cloak stepped through. Carl whipped his makeshift whip across the howler's face as Taylor stepped forward to capture their stunned opponent. But he found nothing. Laughter from the hallway echoed into the slimy cell. "Ha! Funny humans," Jailer taunted from safety. "Never give up, do you?" He waved a webbed hand and the 2 men were pulled against the far wall and held fast. "You stupid humans not smart enough to fool me." "Ha! Good try anyway, barbarian," Taylor said, straining to escape his magical bonds. If only he could figure out the laws that govern this realm's magic. "Maybe next time, Dot." "Yes, wizard, there will always be next time," Carl growled low, glaring balefully at Jailer. "Foolish humans," Jailer said, pretending sadness. "Hefting 2 buckets overflowing with entrails, and I bringing you nourishment. Sighing dramatically, but you must be punished for this attempt. No food for you. Ha! Keep it all for myself. Ha!" With that, Jailer turned and stalked off. The cell door slammed shut. Carl and Taylor were released to fall to the bare flagstones. Carl glared at the door an instant longer, then in a fair imitation of Jailer's shrill voice, "Foolish humans, you say? Ha!" Taylor grinned, pulled off his belt and removed the buckle. He pried a large flagstone up that was just to the side of the door, next to the wall, and Carl seized it and maneuvered to one side. A hole, almost big enough to hold the 2 of them, was underneath. "Your turn to dig," Taylor whispered, handing Carl his wide, oval-shaped brass buckle. Carl took it with a grin and climbed down into the hole. This far down the soil was bone-dry, a mixture of rock-hard clay and small stones. Neither knew how long they had been laboring at the task. Though it felt like years, Taylor estimated somewhere between 1 and 2 weeks. There was no day or night, and Jailer visited them only infrequently. Carl hatched the plan on their first day in captivity. Using the brass buckle, he scraped out the thin line of mortar around the largest flagstone. That had taken the better part of a day. With the flagstone up, they'd had a moment of discouragement upon seeing the hard-packed, stony nature of the soil and that the wall continued down into the ground. The idea of tunneling out to the hallway was then and there abandoned. A new plan formed. The task of digging was grueling work. Using the buckle, they took turns in the hole scraping handfuls of clay and rock. The digger would scoop up the loosened soil and hand it up to the other. He would then deposit it down the small drain in the center of their cell. A constant trickle of water, their only source of vital water, flowed from under the door straight to and down the drain, keeping it from stopping up. Carl scrapped at the unyielding soil for several hours before surrendering the hole to Taylor. Taylor spent an equal amount of time digging. They worked in silence, the only sound the scraping of the buckle on clay and rock. Rarely did they discuss their plans, fearing the howlers had ways of listening in on them. Finally, Taylor said, "Carl, crawl down here a moment." Carl slipped down into the hole. Then they both squatted. There was room enough. They grinned at each other. "It is time, wizard," Carl said. "All we need now is our friend, jailer," he said. They pulled the flagstone partially over them and waited. They waited for what felt like an eternity, but eventually jailer could be heard coming their way, along with others of his beastly ilk. Silently, Carl maneuvered the flagstone back into its slot. They waited, all senses alert. "Ha! Humans, my master, the warlord, commands you." The jailer started. "Holy vengeance! The humans have escaped. Hurry, find them, you mindless slouts, before the warlord has us for dinner." The howlers started that incessant howling that grated on Carl's nerves so. They could be heard scrambling about above, fighting their fellows to leave the cell and begin the search. Carl waited until all sounds ceased, and then waited some more. Rising slowly to his full height, lifting the flagstone in the process, he glanced around warily to find the cell empty and the door open. "It worked," Carl declared triumphantly. "But my ideas always work." "Your idea?" "You wanted to burrow out of here," Taylor said, climbing out of the hole and taking the flagstone from Carl. "I'm the one who conceived this plan." "Trying to steal my thunder again, hey?" Carl said, grinning. "We'll just see who gets credit when my legends are told down the generations." Shaking his head, Taylor hurried over to the door and checked the hallway for sentries and stragglers. All was clear. Without another word, they stole stealthily down the hall. In some distant part of the castle, the howlers were screaming bloody murder. Reaching the ground floor, Carl pointed to their left. "The howlers are that way." "Then that is the way we head," Taylor said, eyes squinting into the dark hallway. "Are you crazy?" Carl said. "They'd be all over us in a flash." "Do you have a death wish?" "Hardly. Where the howlers congregate, I believe, is where we'll find the portal back to Alaria," he said. "Or at least this warlord character jailer mentioned every so often. The warlord will definitely know the whereabouts of the portal. If it exists at all," Carl said. "There is that. And if there is no portal?" Glancing around, "It's as good a place to die as any. I can think of much better places to die, wizard. You lead, barbarian. Be wary, but get us as close to the howlers as possible." "Of course." Carl moved off. It never ceased to amaze Taylor how cat-like Carl could move when the need arose. Usually, he made a ruckus everywhere he went. Taylor thought he just liked attention. Most Tyrians were that way. He walked the streets with a belligerent air, and entered taverns like a conquering army. He never seemed happy unless he was the center of attention. Though he had an uncanny knack for knowing when to keep quiet and move stealthily. Taylor had to silently admit a grudging respect for the barbarian warrior and his talents. When the wild howling and screaming became a single chant, they altered direction to find the source. The chant rose and fell, with a single faint voice the only constant. The warlord addressing his troops, thought Carl. The howlers possessed excellent night vision, so there was little light in the castle. The ebon stone walls, floor, and ceilings didn't help the two escapees either. The black walls absorbed what little light there was. Even the moldy tapestries were in all dark shades. Most were black, with gray howlers chasing strange-looking game, and there was no furniture at all. They finally found the masked howlers in a cavernous hall. Its double doors were slightly ajar, allowing Carl and Taylor to peek inside. The slimy, mottled creatures were packed before a shoulder-high dais, brandishing an astonishing variety of horribly rusted iron and steel weapons. The enormous disembodied heads of the shaggy-headed god of beasts, Garn, and the raven-haired goddess of hate and vengeance, Darusa, glowed translucent on either side of the creature's leader. The dark-haired man, it was undoubtedly a human male, and an arrogant-looking one at that, could only be the warlord. The warlord was dressed in an archaic-styled black velvet outfit from the long-dead Tiracilian Empire. That with his long dark hair, drooping mustaches, and black eyes gave him a sinister appearance. A hint of madness could be seen in his face as he tried to whip the howlers into a frenzy. The guttural language the warlord bellowed was unfamiliar to Taylor, who could read and write most of the lost tongues of ancients. Most grimoires were written in long-dead languages, to help keep their mysteries secret. Only this language somehow suited the motley fishmen. The howlers danced hysterically, while hooting and brandishing their neglected weapons. Many were so out of control they were killing and injuring their fellows, who seemed totally oblivious to the dangers. "Fun bunch," Carl said. Taylor had eyes only for the swirling black pool against the wall behind the warlord. Eerily glowing magical symbols surrounded it. He knew that a double-ringed pentacle was drawn on the wall there, the most potent magical symbol known. Aisha's ghostly face could be seen watching the proceedings from the other side of the portal. She didn't look particularly pleased. That brought a smile to Taylor's lips, but he couldn't tell from so far away if it was really a portal or a type of visual communication spell that looked similar. The gods quickly took turns speaking to the howlers in the strange language, who threw back their heads and howled at the top of their lungs when the gods were finished. Then that mass of slimy rage turned on the double doors Carl and Taylor crouched behind spying. They jumped back, startled by the sudden turn of events. They were at the end of a long corridor, barren of doors or furniture to hide behind. And the howlers would be pouring through the doors at any second. Grabbing hold of a black and gray tapestry, Taylor gave it a hard jerk. It held. "Up. Climb up to the top," he said, not waiting for Carl to acknowledge the plan before beginning to climb. "You're crazy. They'll spot us. Now." Carl, hearing the howlers nearing the doors, jumped high and grabbed thick handfuls of tapestry. The thick moldy clothes sagged, and the wall fastenings groaned beneath his weight, but all held. Carl pulled himself higher as the howlers burst out of the hall and raced down the corridor. Chapter 10. Danica looked over the sprawling complex of stables, hotels, and army barracks with a dubious eye. The way station was indeed a tempting sight after a long day in the saddle. Kat, Helene, and Claudia were eager to enter and sample its hospitality. Only the number of soldiers and customs officers made her hesitate. Surely they would be alerted to look for Kat and herself. "But we have a good 2 hours of sunlight," Danica protested. Her own weariness was sapping her strength to argue. "And I don't trust any place with that many soldiers." "They're just there to patrol the way," Claudia said. "They're unlikely to be looking for us. And besides, they'll never recognize you in your disguises." "And I'd like a hot meal and bath," Helene said. "Just make up your minds," Kat said, lifting herself up and rubbing her behind. "I just want out of this thrice-damned saddle." Danica grinned at that. "Then we'll stop for the night." She gave the lounging soldiers a last wary glance. "What's the entertainment like in these places?" Helene grinned. "Betty by time, love." "Never again, not even in your wildest dreams," Danica said, ignoring Kat's chuckle. "I'll be nice," Helene offered, for the 100th time. "I can be real sweet and submissive, if I want to be. Kiss my butt." "Drop your pants, love." Everyone laughed but Danica. She gave Helene a doubtful look, then suppressing her own grin spurred ahead. They rode to the Waystation Hotel in relatively good spirits. Even Danica. The constant jokes at her expense and Helene's renewed flirting had begun to erode her resolve to be cool toward the decadent Vicon. The long days in the saddle were beginning to take their toll, too. Something she was loath to admit, but the thought of a bath and clean sheets helped to lift her spirits considerably. They worked their way through the bustling throngs of shouting merchants and harried teamsters, glaring mercenaries and disinterested soldiers, arrogant nobles and opportunistic cutpurses. Everyone seemed to be moving in a different direction, or yelling with wild hand gestures. The enticing smells of roasting beef and pork made her stomach rumble, and made the rank stench of packed humanity, overworked horses, and stables tolerable. Danica studied the stables over critically. They looked newly built, with 2 additional floors built atop them. From earlier conversations she knew the upper floors were large bay accommodations. Anyone could rent a sleeping spot on the floor for a nominal fee. The 3 hotels were for wealthier travelers. Though the common rooms over the stables would have been fine with her, Helene was going to use her peeress status to acquire rooms for them at half price. Her treat. Good thing, since me and Kat don't have a crown to our names. Hold up, Brandy. Helene called, using Danica's Vicon name and spurring up beside her. Let me take care of the horses. Taken aback by the generous offer, you're willing to unsaddle and groom them all? Hardly, Helene said, holding up her right hand. The silver peeress ring on her right index finger glinted in the sunlight. You forget, I'm a peeress. The stable hands will take care of them for us. No charge. Danica smiled. I knew there was a reason I brought you along. They all swung out of their saddles, giving Helene the reins. She turned to the stable door and crooked a finger at the first stable hand to emerge. The young girl took one look at Helene's shining silver peeress ring and hurried over to assist. Danica was slightly surprised. Apparently Vicon peeresses must not be such a rarity. They then followed Helene into the nearest hotel. It wasn't an impressive-looking building by Amazon standards, little more than a large plain 3-story building. While Helene went to arrange rooms, Claudia led the way into the dining area. The room was filled to near capacity. Along the back wall a group of Amazon warriors had commandeered 4 long tables and, much to Danica's surprise, were quietly eating their meals. It was one of the first times she had seen a group of Amazon's warriors do anything quietly. They had a well-deserved reputation as being wild and boisterous. She found their polite demeanor and hushed conversation almost disquieting. Indeed, hushed tones seemed to be the rule for all conversations in the dining room. Quiet, aren't they? Kat said, glancing around in approval. Yes. Rowdy behavior is frowned upon in the Empire, Claudia said, leading them to a table. They received far fewer curious looks than Danica would have thought. Not a single woman reached out and pinched her or made kissing noises. A first for Danica. Even back when she was still a man, Amazons liked to make kissing sounds, flirt, and grab her legs and behind. Inside the Empire everyone is very considerate and friendly. No wild nights of cavorting here. What about in the cities? Danica said. Maybe in the bigger cities, Claudia said. But not very much. Are there stiff penalties or jail sentences for it? Kat said. No. There's no need. Danica and Kat exchanged an astonished glance. They both had extensive experience dealing with Amazons, and had always found them wild and all but uncontrollable. Especially the warriors. Even in the Golden Girl brothel in Tamara where Kat was a bouncer, the Amazon patrons were only barely kept civil, and that feat took 3 very menacing-looking bravos to accomplish. The thought of Amazons being quiet and unassuming was all but incomprehensible to them. Are you sure this is the Amazon Empire? Danica said, only half joking. Helene, joining them, said, if it's too sedate for you, love, I can liven things up a bit later. In bed. Danica pointedly ignored the remark. Helene chuckled and took the chair opposite her. Propping her elbows on the table and resting her beautiful face in her hands, she stared dreamily across the table at Danica. Claudia gave Helene an annoyed look. You'll find Amazons to be a generous and kind people. Very friendly and helpful. Forget about those wild carousers you're used to seeing in the Jarland kingdoms. She means, they're very boring at home, Helene said. But Dolly's has a few wild spots. You'll see. After breakfast the next morning, Kat followed Danica out into the way station yard while Claudia and Helene argued over some trivial matter in the dining hall. Well? Kat asked. Well, what? Danica said. She had no intention of satisfying Kat's curiosity. Danica ignored her questioning look and continued watching the early morning crowd in the way station yard. The vast majority were caravanners, all trying loudly to leave at the same time. It had been going fairly orderly until a troop of mercenaries arrived and partially blocked the exit. What happened between you and Helene last night? Nothing, she said, watching blustering merchants try to get the still mounted and smirking mercenaries to move over a bit. Nothing? You slept with her and nothing happened? We shared a room, Danica corrected her. Just like you and Claudia shared a room. She didn't try anything? Well, yes. And we both got a very restful night's sleep. Kat gave her a doubtful look. Like I'm supposed to believe that. You were born horny and don't know how to turn it off. And our stay with the Vicon only made you worse. Eat me. I could never complete with Helene, she laughed. The uproar in the yard suddenly increased. Danica saw the mercenaries forcing their way through the caravans. Everything came to a halt, bringing a smile to Danica's lips. It was good to see Amazons behaving in a manner she had come to expect of them. Claudia joined them as the mercenaries made it to the stables and began watering their mounts. They were laughing and joking, and hurling an occasional insult or challenge at passing teamsters and merchants. Claudia watched them with a screwed-up face, finally snorting in contempt. I'll never understand some people, she said, beginning to eye them warily as they made their way toward the hotel. Bad news, Helene said, stepping out of the door. I lost my purse. Does anyone have any money for the rooms? The thought of all four of them being forced to be bondservants to repay their debt flashed through Danica's mind. Legally, the hotel could force them to work off the debt as serving girls, stable hands, and such, until the hotel was satisfied the debt paid. That could take years. You had all the money, Claudia said accusingly. Didn't you have a ward on your purse? I never do, she said, cringing with guilt. Cut purses expect Vicon to enchant their purses, so, why bother, I know where to get the coin, Danica said, eyeing an especially well-dressed merchant. The red-dyed leathern purse hanging off her belt was large and heavy. After one last glance to gauge the mercenary's pace, she whispered, wait here. Danica started walking slowly toward the merchant, a slim brunette in scarlet silk traveling robes. She soon captured the merchant's attention, changing her stride into something more suggestive. The merchant seemed a bit taken aback at first, but quickly responded to the attention. Did you stay here last night? Danica said in a breathy voice. Reaching out, she traced the merchant's jawline with one finger. And me spending the night all alone, too. If I'd only known, the merchant said. You wouldn't have spent a single moment alone, but... My loss. My name's Brandy, Danica said, stepping back to get a better look. She stepped back right into the lead mercenary and got rudely shoved straight into the merchant. They were quickly surrounded by angry mercenaries. Danica screamed angrily and whirled on the mercenary who pushed her, only to have Kat charge in and place herself between them. No trouble, Kat said. It was all a mistake. No one was hurt. They pushed me. Danica cried. You lout, you stepped into me, the mercenary, a heavy-set blonde, said. What's happening here, a tall soldier said, stepping through the ring of mercenaries. Her rank insignia proclaimed her to be a sergeant. "Who started this?" "She pushed me for no good reason," Danica growled, pointing at the enraged blonde. "The witch is lying," she said. "I was minding my own business when..." "Ha! Everyone saw how you and your stinking cohorts were disrupting the place and issuing challenges to any and everyone," Danica said. "That's true, Sergeant," the merchant said. A group of soldiers began forming up in front of their barracks, their leader casting nervous glances at the situation. Danica wanted to smile, but maintained her outraged demeanor. The mercenaries also noticed, watching the soldiers warily. "I think you girls should leave," the sergeant said. "Before I turn the lot of you into toads," Danica added, raising her hand dramatically. Several of the mercenaries stepped back. Looking at the blonde, "I'd then feed you to a snake." "No!" Helene cried, pushing through the crowd. "You promised Mother Janine you would behave yourself." Giving Danica a hard look, "No one is doing anything to anyone else." "Understand," the sergeant said. Pointing at the blonde, "You and your bunch are out of here, now." Grumbling, the mercenaries backed away and hurried to their horses. They mounted up, and then they plowed through the crowd, causing even more confusion and angry yelling. The sergeant turned on Danica, "I want you out of here, too." Danica started to protest, but Helene grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the hotel, saying, "We'll pay our bills and leave right away, Sergeant." Helene dragged a balking Danica back into the hotel, Kat and Claudia following. Once inside, Kat pulled Danica from Helene's grasp. "Why did you do that?" "You purposely started that fight," she said. Helene laughed and Danica chuckled. "For this," Danica said, pulling the merchant's purse out of her boot top. "I almost missed it, you were so good," Helene said. "I thought the part about turning them into toads was a nice touch, too." High praise from a Vicon, Danica laughed, tossing her the purse. "Pay the bills and let's get out of here before that merchant realizes she's been robbed." Laughing, Helene left to pay for the rooms. Kat and Claudia stood glaring with disapproval at Danica. To which Danica answered with her widest, self-satisfied smile. "So much for knightly honor," Kat said. "I've done worse," she said. "Besides, it's always fun to try my hand at it now and again, but it saved us from having to pay our way with menial labor, as bondservants," Helene said as she rejoined them. "Shall we go?" Danica said, stepping towards the door. A group of teamsters entered and streamed around her. After they passed, Danica held up 3 purses. Kat glowered at her as Claudia groaned. "Melodramatically, have I no honor?" "None," Kat said, pushing past her. Claudia followed, snorting and shaking her head. "They have no appreciation for talent," Helene said. "Obviously," she said, dropping the stolen purses into her boots. Laughing merrily, they followed their companions. They let Kat and Claudia open a path through the crowd, telling off-color jokes as they followed. Halfway to the stables they were brought up short when someone started screaming of being robbed. Kat whirled on Danica, glaring. "We don't know." Danica started. Then Vicon in blue clearly reached them in the merchant's voice. "Well, bugger me to tears." "Let's run," Claudia said. Danica glanced around. No one was paying them any attention. Few seemed concerned about the robbery. She could see their mounts already saddled and waiting. But it would be difficult leaving without being noticed. They were the only Vicon in the yard that she could see. Slipping Helene her empty purse, and the 3 stolen purses, Danica threw back her head and shouted at the top of her lungs, "I've been robbed." "Where are the station guards?" Kat whispered, "What are you doing?" "Are you crazy, Dot?" "Probably," she whispered back. Then shouted, "Get the guard, my purse has been stolen." Several way station guards pushed their way to her. Danica rushed to meet them, seething. She immediately went into a tirade about lax security and lazy guards. about how she had been roughed up earlier and now had found her purse missing. She demanded to know what the guards were going to do about it. "We'll look into it," the guard corporal said. "But I've a few questions for you." "That's her," the merchant said, pointing at Danica. "Arrest her, Sergeant." "What are you whining about?" Danica said hotly. "I've just been robbed." "So someone stole my purse from you?" "How fitting," she sneered. Turning to the sergeant, "Why aren't you arresting her?" "Arrest me? What are you talking about?" Danica demanded. The sergeant said, "Mistress Jana believes you stole her purse earlier." "During the incident with the mercenaries," Jana said. "Mercenaries?" "That's it," Danica cried, face lighting up. "They pushed me into her, and stole my purse at the same time. Those sleazy." "Lies, all lies," Jana cried, though her confidence was shaken. "I only remember you touching me." "It's a common trick," she said. "While your mind was focused on me, they lifted your purse, and mine." Turning on the sergeant, "You have to hurry. They're getting away." "You should at least search her," Jana said. The sergeant looked Danica over. Took in the skin-tight pants and skimpy armor. "And just where is she going to hide a stolen purse in that outfit?" "Our horses are already saddled," Danica said. "We'll ride with you." "I want my purse back, and those thieving dogs hanged." "We can't," Helene said forcefully. "We have strict orders from Mother Janine." "But my purse was all but empty," Helene said. "If you want, you can come back later and pick it up." "But we have a job to do." "But..." "No arguments," Helene said sternly. "I've no coin." "You should have had a ward on your purse," she sneered. Balling her fists up in rage, Danica turned on her heel and stalked off toward their horses. Halfway to them, she turned back. "Sergeant, when can I pick up my purse?" "You'll have 30 days after we recover it." "If we recover it," she said. "If you recover it?" Danica said incredulously, then turned on her heel and stalked into the crowd with an angry snort. "Wait," the sergeant cried. "I need your names." "Dame Helene of Dalice, and Epirus," Helene said haughtily. She immediately turned on her heel and headed for her mount. "Dame Claudia of Dalice," Claudia said, following Helene. Kat simply said, "Katina Monarsima of Camarsal." Danica glared at the sergeant a second, then, "Dame Brandy, the accursed." "The accursed," the sergeant said, cocking her head. "Yes. Any problems with that?" Frowning, "I guess not, lady." Danica turned and pushed her way through the crowd. She swung up into her saddle, then jerked her mount around. Kat ducked under its swinging head and scrambled up into her own saddle. Helene and Claudia quickly followed. When all were ready, she spurred her horse through the crowd and out onto the Tiberian Way. Heading south. Once out of sight of the way station, Helene laughed. "What an actress! You have the fastest mind I've ever encountered, Danica." "In my line of work you have to think fast if you want to live to an old age," she said, grinning. "But I was rather convincing, wasn't I?" "You could have gotten us all thrown in jail," Claudia said. "What if they had searched all of us? How would you have explained all those purses down Helene's boots?" "But they didn't." "They could have." "But they didn't," Danica insisted again. "We got away, so forget about it. You seem to have overlooked something while busy basking in your own misbegotten glory," Kat said. "It shouldn't take long for them to catch up with the mercenaries, and when that doesn't produce any stolen purses, what then?" Danica shrugged. "Don't know. Back in the Jarlands the city guards rarely pursued anyone outside of the city walls." Turning to Helene, "What will these Amazons do?" Helene thought on that a moment. "Probably send word ahead to look out for us, and hold us until they can send someone to get us." We'll ride hard and stay ahead of any messengers, Danica said. Won't work, Claudia said. Imperial post riders fly parallel with the Tiberian Way. If a letter or message is waiting at any way station, a flag will be raised to call them down. Since there are at least 4 flights a day, the next way station will know of us long before we can reach it. Yeah, and the post rider will probably be instructed to look for us along the way, Helene said. They'll know exactly where we are. Then we get off the road here, Danica said, turning off the Tiberian Way and making for a dirt road leading into the hardwood forest. How much is in the 3 purses? Danica said. Helene pulled the stolen purses out of her boots and together they 2 women counted the coins as they rode. Kat and Claudia followed, shaking their heads. Helene, how much is left from that purse I got off the merchant? A lot, she said, untying her purse off her belt. She had disposed of the merchant's purse back inside the hotel. We'll have to stop to count it properly. Enough to buy us all warhawks, she said. Screwing up her face as she stared into the open purse, probably not. At least 2? Sure, all of the purses together are plenty for 2, maybe 3 old ones even. If we sell the horses? Helene smiled, I know just the place, and it's only about 3 hours' ride from here. She'll buy our horses and sell us 4 birds and saddles. No questions. Danica grinned at Kat, you want it out of the saddle, babe. We'll be in Dolly's in a matter of days. Chapter 11. Dame Fallon scowled at the sight before them. She thought her problems passed when Sorceress May failed to show at the gate this morning. She was leading her troop south on the Tiberian Way. They were about an hour out from the next way station, where she planned to acquire fresh mounts and continue on to Dolly's. She had all but given up hope of catching Danica and Kat before they reached the capital. Up ahead, she could see a troop of way station guards chasing a troop of mercenaries. Puma Troop's charter demanded they assist any Amazon armed forces requiring help. Duty and honor wouldn't let her ignore this, as much as necessity needed her to look the other way. Troop, she cried at the top of her lungs, raising her right hand high. The guidon bearer lifted the troop colors high to indicate an order was forthcoming as the bugler sounded attention to orders. To arms. Spread across the way, 2 ranks. Puma Troop moved without hesitation. They pulled their swords as they maneuvered into position. The Tiberian Way passed between 2 steep hills at their location, allowing them to easily cut off that route. Thick hardwood forests would force the running mercenaries to stay on the road. They were now effectively surrounded, trapped. Dame Fallon, her 4 platoon leaders, guidon bearer, and bugler moved to the forefront of Puma Troop. The caravans and travelers on the way, seeing them, quickly scurried off the pavement and into the edge of the trees. Dame Fallon watched the approaching mercenaries with growing anger. They were costing her time. And if it came to a fight, she could lose good troops for nothing. Be alert, Dame Fallon commanded as the fleeing mercenaries spotted them. The mercenary troop slowed to a stop 20 feet before Puma Troop. They were confused and seemed in disarray. Most were casting nervous glances back at the approaching way station guards. Stand aside, one cried. We've no fight with you. My charter forbids it, Dame Fallon said simply. We've done nothing wrong, the mercenary said, desperation creeping into her voice. Then why are they chasing you? Ashta as my witness, I don't know. Then we will find out, Dame Fallon said. It was too late for arguments. The way station guards arrived. The mercenaries pulled their swords and prepared to fight. As did the guards. Hold! Dame Fallon cried. Everyone stopped to look at her. Captain, why are you pursuing these women? They are wanted for robbery back at the way station, the guard captain said, glaring at the astonished mercenaries. They robbed a merchant and a Vicon witch. Robbed a witch? How's that possible? Dame Fallon said. Several of the harried mercenaries shouted their agreement. Hesitantly, well, as I understand it, she didn't have a ward on her purse. And how would these women have known that? Who but a professional cutpurse could, or would, even attempt such a stunt? They ran. I don't blame them, Dame Fallon said. Mercenaries aren't the most welcome lot in any land. The captain, a short, thick-bodied woman with gray-streaked brown hair, stared angrily at Dame Fallon. Fallon wanted to smile, despite the situation, for she understood the captain's frustration. She wasn't used to anyone questioning her. And just who might you be? The guard captain said. Dame Fallon Rissner of Jagstaw, captain of Puma Troop, and under imperial charter and contract, Dame Fallon said. And you? Captain Lacey Cranur of Linstaw, Her Imperial Majesty's Constabulary, commanding Wolf Troop, 2nd Squadron, 10th Regiment of Dragoons, Captain Lacey said. Good enough for you? Quite, Dame Fallon said. She stifled a need to fidget in the saddle. The noble house of Cranur was one of the Empire's great houses. Captain Lacey could very well be in line to the throne. Such a woman would only respect strength, though. Who charges these women with robbery? My experience shows that mercenaries don't usually engage in common thievery. A merchant of Glysa, Jana, and 4 Vicon witches, Captain Lacey said. Dame Helene, a peeress, Dame Claudia, Dame Brandy, and Katina, I believe. The whole of Puma Troop started at the names given. Dame Fallon's breath caught. She only recognized Dame Helene's name, and the fact she was a peeress confirmed it. The peeress was a redhead in all black? Yes. Why did they leave their group? Fallon frowned. She had a bad feeling about that. Describe them. I didn't see them. Captain Lacey said, taken aback by their reaction. Turning to her troop, Sergeant Parisa. Describe the Vicon witches to the captain. A tall, strong-looking woman rode forward. Lady Captain, she said, bowing slightly. The 2 Vicon you are interested in were 2 redheads, a blonde, and a black-haired warrior? Yes. Sergeant Parisa frowned in concentration a moment. You already know Dame Helene, apparently. Dame Brandy was very pretty, average height, hot-tempered, dressed in all blue, long blonde hair. And the one called Katina was extraordinarily tall and muscle-bound, with long blue-black hair and black skin? Well, not really, Sergeant Parisa said. The one called Katina was everything you described, except she had a fine alabaster complexion and blue eyes. Dame Fallon screwed up her face at that. Lieutenant Olivia, Puma Troop's 1st platoon leader and 2nd in command, rode up close. Captain, maybe the Vicon witches put one of those glamour spells on her, but... Perhaps, she said thoughtfully. Not like we have a choice, it's the only lead we have. Do these Vicon have some significance to these proceedings? Captain Lacey said. She looked quite put out. I don't have time for all of this nonsense, Captain. Quite possibly. We are in pursuit of 2 known criminals and assassins. They have already attempted to murder the Duchess of Tanner, and we suspect they are heading to Dolly's to kill the Empress, she said. Captain Lacey and her troop all looked shocked. 2 of the Vicons sound like them. And they would be short on funds. And have to steal to pay their way, Captain Lacey said, but still eyed the mercenaries with suspicion. The leader of the mercenaries, the blonde that spoke earlier, began, We are willing to return to the way station to prove our innocence. That solves your problem, Captain Lacey, Dame Fallon said. Now tell me, where are these Vicon now? They rode south on the way, Sergeant Parisa said. About an hour ago. Tuner take their souls. Fallon cried. They're 2 hours ahead of us. Turning in the saddle, troop. Column of 4s. Saluting Captain Lacey, I trust you have no further need of us? None, she said, returning the salute. Peace be with you, Dame Fallon said. Dame Fallon raised her right hand high, arching it forward in command. Bugle blaring the command, Puma Troop lurched forward as commanded. She led them down the dirt path paralleling the Tiberian Way as fast as she dared push their mounts. At the way station they would get fresh horses and run the Vicon down. Fallon had faith she could wipe out their 2-hour lead before sundown. After about half an hour Dame Olivia caught up with her. "Captain, I was thinking," Dame Olivia said. "It could take up to an hour to change mounts at the way station. And we've no assurances the criminals are still on the way." "Your point?" 3 hours south of the way station is a warhawk farm. "We could send one platoon down the way, with the other 3 scouring the countryside from above," Dame Olivia said, grinning. "The criminals could never hope to escape us then, but—" "Excellent thinking, Olivia," she said, her confidence in capturing Danica and Cat rising. "We'll forego the way station and head straight for the farm. Tell Dame Vanny and her platoon to stop at the way station, though. I want her leading the ground troops." While Dame Olivia dropped back to relay her instructions, Fallon allowed herself the luxury of contemplating what she'd do to Danica, Cat, and their Vicon comrades once she caught them. She might not be allowed to properly express her rage on Danica and Cat, but was sure Rebecca would give the 2 Vicon to her, if that was what they truly were. She would just have to ensure that word of the torments and tortures the Vicon endured reached their outland friends before they in turn died. She smiled at the myriad of perverted and sadistic possibilities her fertile mind conjured. Torture was a favorite hobby of hers. Nothing thrilled her like the screams of her victims, except their pathetic begging for mercy. Puma Troop rode hard the rest of the morning, alternating between riding and walking their mounts to reduce the number of rest stops. They arrived at the Warhawk farm just before midday. It proved to be a rundown affair on the side of a hill. Except for a small stone house, every structure looked fragile and rotten. Even the perches the Warhawks roosted on were gray and cracked with age. But they had birds enough to mount a regiment. More than enough for her reduced troop. They were met at the gate by a tall, whip-thin woman. She was dressed in the faded red uniform of a rider. Her confident, ramrod-straight stance belied her advanced years. Mauritia's waist-length snow-white hair was pulled back into a single braid, and her startling blue eyes shone with vigor and defiance. "You are Lady Mauritia? Owner of this farm?" Dame Fallon said, stopping before her and glaring down as arrogantly as she could muster after so long in the saddle. "That I am, and you?" Her voice was strong and piercing. Not the crackly voice of an old woman. "I am Dame Fallon, captain of Puma Troop, and an agent of Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Serena," she said. "An Imperial agent, no less," Mauritia said, not looking particularly impressed. Fallon thought she noted a hint of mirth tugging at the corners of her lips. Or was his scorn? "And how may this humble subject of the Divine Empress assist you?" Fallon smiled. She had thought the old wretch would be trouble at first. Swinging out of the saddle, and grateful for the chance, she turned to face Mauritia. "We require warhawks. Enough to mount my troop. And you'll pay with." Dame Fallon scowled. "I have the power to requisition what I need." "Ah, so Her Most Divine Majesty has sent you here to rob me blind? What's the matter? Taxes not high enough? Is she in need of a new villa?" "Your attitude is most disturbing, citizen," Dame Fallon said, eyes narrowing to slits. "Not as disturbing as this legalized plunder of honest citizens. Have you ever tried to collect on an imperial requisition?" "I did, once. It took me 5 years, and I had to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that I deserved it," Mauritia declared, face turning crimson. "And you're disturbed by my attitude?" "On my honor." "Tuner, take your honor." "I want silver." Dame Fallon blared at Mauritia, jaw set tightly. She fought an overwhelming desire to gut the arrogant warhawk breeder. If the 2 of them were alone, and her troops weren't watching, she'd probably have done it. The last thing she wanted was an argument with this old woman. "We'll be leaving our mounts as collateral," she said. "That and my word of honor will have to suffice." So, you wish to charter some warhawks? Is that what you are saying? Fallon gritted her teeth. If I thought I'd have half a chance of getting away with it, I'd hang you from the clouds. The thought of the old woman kicking her life away at the end of a rope hanging from a soaring warhawk brought a smile to Dame Fallon's face. Marisha misunderstood, and began smiling herself. I want to charter enough birds to mount my troop. They will be returned within the month. With the remainder of what's owed to me, Marisha added. Of course. Nodding, very good. We'll start preparing your birds. Pointing to a long, L-shaped structure, you can stable your mounts over there. She gave Fallon an appraising look. You realize, don't you, that I'll have to charge you stabling fees in addition to the warhawk rentals? You realize, of course, that I'll probably skin you alive upon my return? Then nail your dried-up old hide to the barn. Of course, Dame Fallon said aloud. Tossing her reins to the guidon-bearer, she turned to Dame Olivia. Ensure the stables will remain standing until our return, before placing our horses in stalls, she said, eyeing the building with some doubt. If need be, we'll leave a few troopers back to tend them. Dame Olivia led the troop over to the stables while Fallon went over to lean on the fence. She alternated between watching her troops tend their mounts, and Marisha and her staff preparing warhawks for flight. She played around with several charges she could use to have Marisha executed or imprisoned, but none would bring her the satisfaction of personally killing her. The idea of staking her out and skinning her alive still held close to Fallon's heart. It was her favorite method of execution. Bloody shame the Empire outlawed it for being too barbaric. Captain! Over here, quickly! Dame Olivia called from the stables. She hurried over. Olivia led her into the stables without a word, and pointed at 4 horses stabled there. Not understanding the significance, she walked over. The first horse in line had a familiar brand, the brand of Puma Troop. As did one other, with the remaining 2 bearing Vicon brands. She cast Olivia a wide-eyed look, then tore out of the stables. She found Marisha supervising the saddling of the warhawks. Seizing the breeder by the collar, Fallon threw her against the fence. Where did you get those other 4 horses? What? She stammered, eyes now filled with fear. I don't under. There are 4 horses in the stables, Fallon interrupted. 2 bear Vicon brands, and the other 2 the brand of my troop. For Vicon bought 4 warhawks about an hour ago, Captain, she said, trying to regain her composure. I took their mounts as partial payment. You're dealing in stolen horses, and aiding fugitives. Marisha's face went ashen. For several seconds she was too stunned to speak. No. I'm an honest businesswoman. I don't know anything about fugitives or stolen horses. We'll see about that, Dame Fallon growled, then pushed her away. See to the birds, and be quick about it. If I even think you're trying to hamper our pursuit, I'll personally see to your punishments. Marisha rushed off to do her bidding. Dame Fallon watched her with undisguised, wicked glee. Now she had what she needed on the cocky breeder. Of course, now she'd have to leave a contingent behind to ensure Marisha didn't attempt to escape. Seeing Dame Olivia near the stables, she waved her over. She watched her walking over with her rolling gait. Of all her lovers, tall dark Olivia with the mysterious eyes was her favorite. Olivia also had a devious mind and a sadistic nature she admired. The perfect companion for herself. Alone, Olivia met her admiring look with a crooked grin. Put the old crone in her place, did you? I knocked her down a notch, but I'll take care of her properly upon our return, Dame Fallon said, her eyes glinting with evil. Taking Olivia's hand, she kissed it hard. Olivia, my love, we've almost caught them. They are only an hour ahead of us, but. And they're not expecting pursuit in the air, she said, her face shining with excitement. What are we going to do with them when we catch them? Did Rebecca forbid us from doing anything painful or humiliating to them? No, but I'll not take any chances with Danica and Cat, Fallon said, shrugging. The thought of Danica helpless at her feet sent Fallon's heart racing. As much as I'd love to have personal time with Danica, we'll have to be careful. Maybe Rebecca will let us have one or both for a night or two back in Dolly's. Then her eyes hardened, but the two Vicon are another story. Olivia's dark eyes glinted. I never did like those arrogant Vicon witches, so smug in their magic and sword skills. We'll teach them a few things, Fallon said. With fire and honed steel, as they lay staked out at her feet. And if you're wrong? Carl said. Then we die. Taylor shrugged. We don't really have a choice in the matter. So true. As much as Carl hated skulking about in shadows, shamefully hiding from those pathetic little creatures, he definitely didn't want to die in this place for nothing. The plan seemed reckless even to his wild way of thinking. Their covert spying on the warlord had shown him to be a wizard of unknown abilities, but he could call upon at least two gods for assistance. I still say we should wait until the warlord sleeps, then sneak in and have a go at the portal, Carl said. I do not have the ability to call up the portal, barbarian. We have to wait for the warlord to call it up, and then charge in before anyone realizes what's happening, Taylor said with as much patience as he could muster. Our surprise has to be complete or... I know. If either Aisha or the warlord have the time to recover before we leap through, we'll never leave this realm, Carl said wearily, having heard the argument several times already. Exactly. And if it proves not to be a portal? Then we'll look mighty stupid leaping headlong into that wall, Taylor said, then turned his back on Carl. They crouched in a cramped passage off the back of the castle's great hall. It was dark, damp, and drafty, but rarely used by the warlord's minions. They'd been using it frequently to spy on the warlord in his dealings with howlers, gods, and Aisha alike. The howlers arrived sporadically, groveling and begging mercy for their failure to find the escapees. Easily half the time he struck them down on the spot. His dealings with the gods were rare, always leaving him shaken. He only spoke with Aisha with any regularity, keeping her updated on the search. It was that regular update that Taylor was counting on. The warlord sat brooding on his plane-wood throne before the ebon stone wall, the large double-ringed pentacle and surrounding runes etched in red behind him. Right on schedule, the lines and runes began glowing red, getting brighter and brighter. He stood up and moved before the pentacle, nervously waiting. Without warning, the pentacle vanished into a fathomless black whirlpool. High Mage Aisha's face slowly moved forward, as if she was walking up to the other side of the wall. It was that which made Taylor believe they were using a portal instead of a visual communications spell. With a communications spell there should be no need to approach it. Of course, he had never tried communicating between different realms of existence, so the nature of such spells could be different. However, spells used to conjure otherworld creatures from other realms were in effect portal spells. What do you have to report, Qasim? Aisha's demanded without preamble. Without a doubt, they have escaped the citadel, he said, grim-faced. We have begun to concentrate our search outside. Aisha was livid. She was so angry she almost began to sputter. Qasim, whom Taylor knew as the warlord, cringed, fearful to even look up at the High Mage. Taylor judged the time right. Pushing the door open with a crash, Taylor charged out of the passage with Carl one step behind. They headed straight for the portal, and the startled Aisha. Qasim whirled around so fast he left himself unbalanced, and Taylor concluded he wouldn't be able to recover in time. He also knew enough about magic to know Aisha couldn't end the spell fast enough to stop them. Now his only concern was how to deal with Aisha once they reached the other side. He started to cry out victoriously when Aisha stepped back with a look of shock, but another woman stepped between them on her side of the portal. She was tall, with raven-wing hair and black eyes. Her complexion was ghoulishly white and her gown midnight black. Bandu invincible. Carl cried upon seeing the goddess. Wrong god, Tyrion. Darusa said, haughtily lifting one hand and pointing at them. Some unseen and unseeable force seized Taylor. He froze in his tracks, with Carl crashing into him. Twisting on impact, Carl scrambled out of sight of the portal to escape the goddess. Within seconds, the same force that held Taylor wrapped itself around his chest, arms, and legs, dragging him to a stop. He couldn't move or speak. He could barely breathe. Qasim quickly regained a measure of composure, turning to gawk at the two men. Men he had pronounced gone from the castle just moments ago. In an eye blink, the tall, lithe goddess Darusa stood beside him, studying her prisoners. Darusa slanted him an unreadable look. "How do you explain this, warlord?" "My goddess, I swear, I wasn't lying." He turned to gape at the men a second more. "We searched everywhere, I swear. They must have figured out how to use magic. It is the only way they could have evaded our search parties." "Fool! I created this realm. Only my God-given magic will work here, and I have only given that to you and your bungling lieutenants." "You're an imbecile, ruling morons," she said, eyes flashing murderously at the wizard. "They used nothing but their natural cunning to evade you." Qasim started to protest, but something in her demeanor warned him against it. Over the centuries he had learned to read her fairly well. "They are dangerous, my goddess." "I will have them executed immediately," he said, watching her reaction. Darusa considered that a moment. Then she turned to the portal and awaiting Aisha. "What do you think, Aisha?" "A quick death, but ending their meddling with certainty. Or something slower. Something more entertaining?" Darusa said, becoming glassy-eyed at the thoughts of prolonged torture. It was in her nature to adore that foulest of arts. Aisha smiled, saying, "The thoughts of their torments to come are already warming my heart." Turning in a whirl of black hair and silk, "Qasim, secure the troublemakers. I do not have the time to torture them at leisure right now, but they'll not escape again, my goddess," Qasim promised. Darusa looked at the quaking warlord. After 7 centuries as the absolute ruler of this hellish realm, he was all but destroyed. His old arrogance and spirit rarely showed themselves, and then only when he felt himself in absolute control of the situation. He was starting to bore her. She found little pleasure in tormenting mice. Qasim's usefulness was just about over. "If they do, then I promise you that your eternal torments will make this realm look like Lyss's Garden of Paradise," Darusa said quietly, already smiling at the pleasure she'd have tormenting his helpless soul for all eternity. "You have greatly displeased me this day. So, I expect you to come up with some particularly sinister and innovative methods of administering pain and humiliation to your charges. I expect to be highly entertained." Chapter 12. Danica enjoyed the stiff wind in her face and her long, golden hair whipping about behind her. The others braided their hair to prevent just such an occurrence. Only Danica felt a strange need for freedom. Even binding her hair would diminish those feelings of relief. Her magnificent piebald warhawk seemed to share her excitement, beating a hard pace for the others to keep up with. It being a perfect day for flying helped, too. The sky was a brilliant blue, with enormous, fluffy white clouds scattered about. The westering sun blazed scarlet on the horizon, promising a spectacular sunset. They were flying well below cloud level, it being easier on the birds. The thinner air at higher altitudes forced warhawks to work harder and could be unpleasantly cold for the passengers. Glancing back, she grinned wide and chuckled. The thought of Dame Fallon tearing up the countryside on horseback seemed comical to her. Danica would pay a king's ransom to see Fallon's face if the arrogant Amazon knight ever found out how they had flown to Dalis in a matter of days while she rode herself to exhaustion for weeks on end in an endless, futile search. Serves the black-hearted bitch right. She turned her attention to more pleasant thoughts. They were flying over a vast hardwood forest. The silvery Tiber River flowed to their lower right, and a low tree-covered mountain range was looming up out of the forest directly ahead. The only villages and farms visible were small and snuggled up against the river and the Tiberian Way. Claudia and Kat were astride the two largest birds. Helene's sleek black was the smallest, a retired racing warhawk. Claudia rode the youngest, and most expensive, a breathtaking white with black markings. Kat's bird, the biggest, was a brilliant red. Everyone insisted she take it since it matched her outfit and armor. The memory of Kat's cringe at being forced to ride such a brightly plumed bird brought a smile to Danica's face. They all flew 3 banners in their saddle brackets. Helene and Claudia had conjured up long sinuous personal banners from the center brackets, and short black and orange flame sorority banners from the other 2. Neither Danica nor Kat had personal banners of their own, so had fashioned some crude ones. Danica flew a blue and gold personal banner between 2 mercenary red ones. Kat flew a solid black personal banner, a protest Danica believed, and 2 reds. Reclining against the high cantle, she glanced back with a lazy smile, confident now in the success of their mission. Only Helene seemed to be able to keep up with her bird, the other 2 were beginning to fall back. She started to order her piebald to slow, but noticed a line of warhawks flying low and almost camouflaged against the dark forest. She could swear they were not there only a few minutes ago. "Slow by half," she said in a loud commanding voice, her eyes not leaving the familiar military formation closing on them from below. As Helene closed, she indicated the approaching formation. "What do you make of it?" Turning in the saddle, Helene stared squint-eyed at it for several long seconds. Then she closed her eyes and chanted a short cantrip. The spell ended with a gasp of surprise. "Dame Fallon," she cried. Danica stared past her in disbelief. How could Dame Fallon have known about them taking warhawks? Was it coincidence, or had they betrayed themselves somehow? Kat and Claudia caught up just as Helene shouted her discovery. Everyone stared at each other for a few seconds, stunned by this turn of events. Then they turned to Danica, expectancy in their faces. "If we're separated, meet up again in Dolly's," Danica shouted. "Where in Dolly's?" Kat said. "Outside the north wall of the Imperial Palace," she cried. The approaching formation bore straight at them now, any pretense at stealth gone. There was no doubt in her mind that Dame Fallon knew exactly who they were. "Now follow me." Danica led them up and away from Dame Fallon's troop. The mercenaries had been pushing their birds much harder, so fell back somewhat. Danica headed for the cover of the clouds, knowing no other way to elude riders. She was a Jarlan knight and adventurer, and used to having solid earth beneath her feet and places to hide. Making for the nearest cloud, Danica had a thought. "Helene, use your magic to strike them down." Glancing back, "They're too far away." "I'm only a witch, not a sorceress." "What is your range?" "About the same as their bows," she said, and not looking that confident in her answer. Claudia nodded in agreement. "But I won't be able to do much." Claudia shouted, "We don't use those kinds of spells often, so don't put too much faith in salvation by magic." "Tuner take all witches," Danica cried angrily. "What can you do?" Helene and Claudia looked at each other, then at the expectant faces of Danica and Kat. Both were embarrassed at their helplessness, and more than a little afraid for their lives. To bring their magic into play would require getting much closer, most probably well within range of Puma Troop's bows. With a pained grimace on her face, Helene offered, "I could fall back and try disrupting their formation while the rest of you escaped." "No. We both can fall back," Claudia shouted above the roar of the wind in their ears. Danica glanced first at the closing mercenaries, then up at the still distant clouds. She estimated they would be overtaken well below cover. But the idea of letting Helene and Claudia sell their lives for Kat and herself didn't set right. She discarded it immediately. They all escaped together or died together. "No," Danica said. "We all turn and attack. Helene and Claudia, we'll be counting on your magic to give us the advantage." "And just how long do you think that'll last?" Kat asked. "They're battle-hardened soldiers, It won't have to be long, Danica said, indicating the setting sun. We'll lose them in the dark. Fly nape of the earth to those mountains and hide. The others looked to the low mountain range to the south, then to the mercenaries. In the deepening darkness they were unable to make out faces, just dark shapes astride mighty warhawks slowly closing on them. No one particularly liked the plan, but none other was offered. Seeing everyone reluctantly accepted her plan, Danica loosened the bundle of javelins and pulled her bow. The others followed suit. On my word, wheel about and starting raining arrows on them while we drop in, Danica shouted. Don't stop to engage, just fly past as fast as you can. She gave them a moment to steel themselves and ready their bows and arrows. Watching them, it occurred to her that if anyone died it would be her fault. The only reason any of them was truly there was because she'd been unable to accept being a woman. She wanted her male body back, and would do anything it took to achieve that end. For the first time, Danica wondered if she was right. Wondered if it was worth the loss of a friend. Wondered if she should just give up and accept her new lot in life. Then the vision of herself heavy with some disgusting bastard's child sent a chill up her back. Looking at Dame Fallon's troop looming below, not that I have any choice in whether to fight or not, thank the gods. Drawing her bow back, Danica cried, now. Wheel right, and attack. At her shouted command, all 4 birds wheeled sharply about. The warhawks didn't wait for their riders to give the command, startling both Cat and Claudia. Cat's first arrow shot off harmlessly in her surprise. Fortunately, Puma troop was also taken by surprise. As hoped, the troop scattered under the intense barrage of needle-sharp arrows and roaring warhawks. Everyone released arrows as fast as they could, barely taking the time to aim. The tears in their eyes from the wind and the dim light made aiming all but useless anyway. But in the end it really didn't matter. Their unexpected move had the desired effect. As they closed, Helene and Claudia put away their bows and began chanting spells. A warhawk off to Danica's right exploded in flames first, then Claudia started pumping fireballs at mercenaries. The yellow-orange balls of fire were quite spectacular in the early evening light. Too spectacular. They terrified the birds, all the birds. Cat's panicky warhawk tried reversing course, and rammed into a mercenary trying to escape Claudia's magic. The 2 warhawks, terrified, turned on each other with raking talons. Feathers exploded in all directions as the 2 birds vented their fear and rage in 10 seconds of battle frenzy. When it was over, Cat's bird wheeled away in victory, the other fluttering away in a fast downward spiral. Cat, are you all right? Danica called as she flew closer. No. The piercing roar of a warhawk directly overhead startled them both. Looking up, they saw the warhawk diving at them, talons extended. Turn hard left. Danica ordered her bird. And up, dot. The big piebald did as ordered, turning and beating her wings to gain altitude fast. Unfortunately, Cat's bird again followed Danica's shouted orders and also turned left. Into the path of the attacking warhawk. Danica watched in horror as the diving bird struck Cat's bird with such force that a loud snap could be heard. Danica saw a puff of scarlet feathers mushroom out from the warhawk's neck, and then it let out the most soul-wrenching wail she had ever heard from a beast. Followed quickly by Cat's own wail of despair. Cat! Danica cried. Dive! Dive! Damn it, dive! Her bird responded and they were soon streaking towards Cat. Danica watched as the big red spun round and round, squawking and irregularly flapping its wings. Cat was hanging onto the saddle's pommels tightly, too terrified to even scream now. Closing on them, Danica had no idea how to help her loyal friend and companion. As she passed by, Danica shouted, Cat! Cut loose and push away from the bird. I'll fall to my death. That's what you're doing now. Then she was too far away to be heard. Glancing past Cat, she could see Claudia and Helene still wheeling about above protectively. She briefly wondered why they weren't using their magic to save Cat, then decide that they would be if it was within their powers. The now black forest was coming up on them quickly. Too quickly, and Cat still hadn't cut free and jumped off the bird's back. Danica felt a moment of despair, then anger. Ordering the warhawk to loop back up, she sped past Cat again. "Tuner take you, Cat. Trust me for once, and jump." With a cry of misery, Cat did as ordered. Pulling her belt knife, she sliced the thick leather safety strap across her lap and gathered her legs under herself. She then pushed herself away from the dying bird and straight at Danica. Unfortunately, that wasn't what Danica had wanted or expected. She wasn't in a position to catch Cat yet. Indeed, she was going the exact opposite direction she needed to be. "Danica!" Cat called out, dismayed that she wasn't caught. "Great gods almighty! Cat, I'm coming!" Danica cried in shock. Bird dived straight down. The warhawk, exhausted and perplexed by the constantly changing orders, stalled a second. "Dive, dot." With a thunderous roar of frustration, the piebald complied and spun around with a few quick beats of her powerful wings. Then, with Danica's constant urging, she drove downward with greater and greater speed. Cat was already far below, arms and legs flapping uselessly in the air. The ground was closing fast, and Danica began doubting she'd be able to get to Cat in time. Fighting her despair, Danica ordered her bird to even greater speeds. Under the rider, she ordered as they closed. The bird eyed the vague shape, wailing pitifully. "Now!" Without hesitation this time, the piebald shot up under Cat. Danica, her thighs straining against the restraining strap, reached up and seized Cat's left ankle. Hand over hand, she pulled the bravo in. Grabbing her by the belt, Danica finally jerked Cat into her lap. Cat, crying hysterically, wrapped powerful arms around her. Danica momentarily lost her breath. She held Cat's head to her bosom, unable to keep her own tears in check, just grateful she had been able to save her life. Then the first treetop struck. "God of mercy, now what?" Cat cried, staring about wild-eyed. "The trees! Bird, up! Up! Up!" Danica cried. The piebald roared in anger and pain, straining to comply. The added weight of another passenger had pushed the overworked warhawk past its limit. Danica could feel it faltering. "My magnificent beast, you can do it. I believe in you," she cried, hoping to bolster it with praise. The ground dropped away suddenly, giving the warhawk the respite it desperately needed. Slowly, but surely, it began to gain altitude. Danica had it level off about 50 feet above the highest trees, hoping to camouflage them from the mercenaries against the dark forest. Cat suddenly gave Danica a crushing hug. "You saved my life. I'll never forget that." Danica found herself, for once, without anything to say. She was still shaking from the ordeal, emotionally and physically exhausted. Glancing up, she tried to locate Helene and Claudia. She could see some distant warhawks wheeling high overhead, silhouetted against the clouds lit burnt orange by the last rays of a setting sun. They were disorganized and didn't seem to be acting hostile. Where the Vicon witches were, she didn't know. "Are they dead?" Cat whispered in her ear. "I don't know," she said. "I hope not, dot." The thought of Helene and Claudia selling their lives so she could catch Cat sent a lump up her throat. Every slight, every dark look she had sent Helene's way since that night of kinky sex came back to her. Now, she told herself that it was just Helene's way of having fun, that she had not purposely tried to publicly humiliate her. And Claudia, so uncomplicated and openly happy. So giving. "I should have been kinder to Claudia," Cat said. "We both made mistakes." Cat nodded, and bent her head down. Danica corrected their course, heading for the mountain range. They should be able to find a clearing to land. Maybe, if they were lucky, they could find a spot to hide out for a day or two. A place they could hide a warhawk. "Danica, watch out!" Cat said, pointing eastwardly. Peering into the dark, Danica soon spotted the warhawk skimming the treetops as they were. It was bearing straight for them. Danica tensed, grinding her teeth together. They were in no position to defend themselves. Cat was unsecured, and the bird was exhausted. She started looking for a place to land. They could always melt into the forest, though the thought of giving up the warhawk upset her. And if Dame Fallon knew they were in the forest, Danica wasn't so sure they could escape again. Fly steady, Danica ordered her bird. Looking around for her bow, Cat, do you think you could? Where's my bow? Oh gods, I've lost it. Cat, squinting at the approaching rider, said, wait. Were the mercenaries flying personal banners? Confused, Danica said, I don't know. I don't remember seeing any. Why? That rider's flying a long one, and 2 smaller ones, Cat said. Like we all were. Excited at the prospect, but still fearful, they waited for the warhawk to come close enough to see properly in the dim light. The bird was obviously dark, perhaps black? Danica fervently prayed it was so. And then details of the rider were able to be seen. Her fair skin glowed white in the dim light, contrasted by midnight dark clothes and armor that could only be Vicon. Within moments Helene flew up beside them, waving happily. Well met, Danica. That was beautiful, she called. You're alive. Danica called back happily. Where is Claudia? Up ahead a ways, she said. I can feel her magic. Danica almost cried, she was so happy and relieved. Cat did tear up, and then bawled like a baby. Danica wrapped a comforting arm around her, figuring that if anyone deserved a good cry, it was Cat. Helene led them straight to a clearing in the night-shrouded mountains. The mountains were sheathed in a tall virgin hardwood forest. Claudia was already there, waiting nervously in a small clearing. Her joy at seeing both Danica and Cat even brought a bright smile to Cat's face. Upon landing, Cat quickly unfurled the rope ladder and scrambled down to embrace first Claudia, then Helene. Danica, still astride her warhawk, watched them all sobbing and hugging. Shaking her head, she wondered how such strong warriors could allow themselves to cry like children. And not be ashamed in the least. After one last wary look up into the night sky, she climbed down. There was no sign of Dame Fallon's troop, but she knew better than to think they'd departed the area. She understood now how tenaciously the Amazon Knight was hunting them. That did not bode well for any of them. Why so glum? Helene said, all smiles. They almost caught us, Danica said. And I was feeling all too smug just before it happened. Thought I'd outsmarted and outmaneuvered them. It was a fluke, had to be, Claudia said, not looking all that confident. The distant roar of several warhawks floated in on the gentle south wind. All eyes shot to their own birds, breaths held fearfully, but none of their warhawks had the wind or will to answer the challenges. We need to quickly hide them in the trees, Danica said. Can you cast some kind of spell to keep them quiet? No problem, Helene said with a casual wave of the hand. Animals are even more susceptible to magic than people. Danica had them cast their spells, then they all cajoled and coerced the warhawks well into the tree line. The thick, leafy hardwood canopy would do well at hiding the birds from searchers overhead. The birds squawked and flapped their wings in protest at being forced into a place they naturally feared. Hemmed in by the tightly packed, thick-trunked trees left them all but helpless against forest predators. It took a good hour, and left the women exhausted. Foregoing food, they decided on guard rotation before bedding down. Danica, on first guard, watched the others, wrapped up in blankets on the ground, quickly drop off to sleep. She stood just inside the moon-shadow tree line, alternating between watching the starry sky and her companions. She couldn't shake the belief that all their troubles were her fault. Her vanity. If she was just able to accept her fate and go on with her life, none of them would be facing possible death. She thought seriously about just slipping off into the forest and leaving them behind. She would still have to rescue Taylor's sister, but at least her friends would be safe. In the end, she concluded that they would just come looking for her, and likely give themselves away in their efforts. Maeve carefully locked her door. With a gesture and word of power, she set the small room's single oil lamp alight. She scowled at the room, little bigger than the stall her mount rested in. It was all she could afford. Darusa's temple refused her request for funds, saying haughtily that servants of their divine mistress forsworn all worldly possessions and wealth. The split Keelan was the cheapest place she could find, and then she'd been forced to pay for her room and board with magic. The spell to rid the structure of vermin was simple enough, but it irked her to be forced into doing it. It gave the innkeeper power over her. "I ought to place an aversion spell on the front door," Maeve said, eyes glinting at the thought. Forcing such pleasant thoughts aside, she pulled out a piece of enchanted chalk and knelt in one corner. Oh, so carefully, she drew the pentacle and runes she needed. Even the slightest mistake could be her last. Usually, the thought of facing such danger thrilled her, but after her meeting with Darusa and Aisha, she was bone-weary and scared. Maeve's search of the city, both magical and mundane, had not produced Danica or Cat. Or any sign of them. Her mistresses would not be pleased. She would have to act fast and decisively if she was to keep her head, or more likely her heart, in place. The pentacle complete, she began her chants. Soon the little crimson-skinned, golden-horned demon appeared, screaming in anger and frustration. Maeve quickly warned him against making the mistake of trying her patience today. "Then tell me what you want now, then leave me be," he demanded. "Can you locate Danica or Cat in this city, or between here and Dalis?" He paused, extending himself. "Nothing. If they are here, then they are protected by wards. But I remind you, I know demon. You can't locate elves, only humans," she said, then sighed gustily. Then she had a disturbing thought: has Dame Fallon found them? The pause this time was short. Yes. Maeve was fully alert. Where? How? They caught up with them this evening, on warhawks near the village of Perchon. Then Fallon is taking them to Rebecca as we speak. The demon scowled, obviously disappointed. No. Puma Troop failed to capture them. They are being assisted by 2 Vicon witches. Maeve relaxed, though the news wasn't good by any measure. Danica was at least a full day ahead of her, though she wasn't quite sure where this village of Perchon was located. Though she knew full well the speed that a warhawk could maintain for sustained periods. Demon, can you determine where Cat or these witches are located now that you know of this? No. It has been many hours since the battle, so they could have flown quite a long distance in any direction. Yes, and Danica wouldn't be fool enough to head straight for Dalis now. She will take a more circumspect route. After thinking on her problem a moment, she sent the little demon away. Chanting a new spell, she opened a communication spell to High Mage Rebecca. Soon the wary face of the Amazon High Mage appeared, demanding Maeve declare herself. I am Maeve Snapdragon, servant of our goddess Darusa, she said. Maeve? I thought you were Aisha's agent. I now serve the divine goddess. Rebecca's look became cautious. How may I serve the divine goddess? Your agent, Dame Fallon, has bungled her attempt to capture the Elfmaid today. Danica and Cat are astride warhawks, and could be in Dalis within days. I would come straight to you via portal, saving myself the time and effort of prolonged flight, if you but drop your wards and offer a bit of assistance. A predatory look came over Rebecca as she contemplated this new development. Maeve fought the urge to fidget. She did not have the power needed to create a portal to Dalis without the High Mage's assistance. If Rebecca denied her, she would have no recourse but to steal a warhawk and fly to Dalis, where she'd likely find Danica already in Rebecca's hands, or what was left of her anyway. Darusa might not look favorably on her if someone else killed the Elfmaid and her companion. What are your plans? I will capture and sacrifice them to Darusa, as ordered. Rebecca's smile was quick and disquieting. Excellent. I welcome you, Sorceress Maeve. Maeve suddenly felt like the fly, just as he hit the spider's web. Chapter 13. Danica squinted into the same chilly wind thundering in her ears. It amazed her how cold the wind could be this far south, deep in the subtropics. They were flying high above a patchwork of pasture, cropland, and forests. On the horizon lay Dalis, greatest of all Amazon sites, on the eastern banks of the mighty Tiber. Dalis, at last. They should have reached the city at least 3 days earlier, but Dame Fallon forced them to take an extended layover in their mountain hideout. We're lucky to still be together and alive. Still, they had arrived, together and in one piece. Hopefully, she and Kat would soon be on their way back to Alaria with Taylor's sister. Then maybe, finally, she could get her body back from a grateful sorceress turned wizard. Finding the prospects of that happening dim, Danica drove the thoughts from her mind. Turning her attention downward, she gazed upon lands she'd never dreamed of seeing. From the air, the empire looked much like any other land, with patchwork croplands surrounding cities, and dense emerald forests surrounding the croplands. Below her gentle hills rolled for as far as she could see. Beautiful country with 2 large rivers meeting at Dalis. Dalis sprawled before them in all its pride and glory. Danica was impressed despite herself. Coming from Dakar, she measured all cities against its legendary beauty. Until now, she had never seen even one city come close to Dakar's breathtaking splendor. She found herself strangely hesitant, as if afraid Dalis might truly be more beautiful than her home city. The other Amazon cities she'd seen along the Tiber seemed quite beautiful from high above, and Dalis was reputed to be the most glorious city of all. Almost upon the great city of whitewash and marble, she strained to see it more clearly. To judge. Scattered about like gemstones on a white cloth, massive temple and palace domes glinted silver and gold. Other domes glistened red, green, blue, and every other color of the rainbow. She marveled at the sight of countless thin, soaring towers jutted high over the city. She could see parks and wide boulevards, and brightly decorated party barges on the smaller Tagar River winding its way through the heart of the city. The huge piebald warhawk she rode roared at the sight, knowing rest and food were soon to come. Danica, taken by surprise, jumped with a yelp. Then laughed at herself. Petting its massive neck, "Patience, my pet." The bird gave her a golden-eyed glance, roared again, and returned her attention back toward Dalis. Helene's bird returned the roar. Danica never heard Claudia's bird make a single sound, not even during their recent air battle. She suspected magic was involved, knowing the big Vicon which didn't care for warhawks any more than Cat, and preferred to travel by horseback. Gods, even majestic beasts are corrupted by magic. Danica was beginning to believe nothing was sacred to spellcasters. Reluctantly, she admitted to herself that it was magic that had saved them from Dame Fallon's tender mercies, and afterwards kept their warhawks from answering the challenges of Puma Troop's warhawks. Probably the same spell kept Claudia's bird quiet now. She considered nudging Cat, who dozed comfortably behind her. They devised a restraining strap to secure her back to back with Danica on the other side of the high cantle. Cat categorically refused any suggestion she ride with anyone but Danica. She privately claimed Claudia would drive her insane with constant chatter, and found the prospect of being tied to the back of Helene's saddle unsettling. Helene, in the lead and to Danica's right, began the descent. They were flying fast, trying to get to Dalis before nightfall. Danica estimated an hour of light left. It might give them time to scout out the Imperial Palace before dark, but they would at least get a bird's-eye view of the palace complex before landing. As they neared the city, Danica was surprised that no one came out to challenge them. It wasn't from any lack of personnel. The sky was full of crimson-clad riders, most in military formations. She could only assume they felt safe this deep within their own territory. Dalis appeared to be like the other Amazon cities they'd flown over, only on a larger scale. Massive palaces and government buildings of white marble seemed to be the rule. Only their red terracotta roofs, the multicolored temples of the arisen gods, and the occasional parks broke up the whitewashed monotony. Danica marveled at the Amazon love of whitewash and awe-inspiring edifices, though she thought the soaring, spiky towers and glimmering domes a nice touch, as were the small parks sprinkled about. Helene banked hard to the right, and the others followed. She had warned Danica earlier that the city officials frowned on joyrides over and through their city. However, it was permissible to fly around the city, outside its walls, as long as air traffic wasn't disrupted. That in itself wasn't surprising. Riders and hawkers alike were known to swoop down and snatch up men and women as slaves or hostages. Dollies lay astride the Tagar River, where it emptied into the wide Tiber. From high above, Danica could see the many concentric rings of defensive works surrounding the legendary 7 Hills of Dollies. Though, surprisingly, she could count 10 hills within the city's walls. The many rings of defensive walls told the story of the city's growth over the centuries. The newest, and most impressive, were a pair of sparkling white walls behind deep river-fed moats. The inner wall was somewhat higher, giving it an overview of the fields beyond and the wall before it. Danica wouldn't want to be one of the luckless soldiers to take that outer wall. Narrow, flimsy-looking rope and plank bridges could be seen connecting the top of the 2 walls. Numerous stone bridges arched over the Tagar River and connected the 2 halves of the city. Only it was the lone bridge over the Tiber which took her breath away. In Danica's eyes, it was even more impressive than the Tiberian Way. Until then, she had thought it impossible to span such a wide, deep river. It had to be Galatine, no one but them would have considered it, much less have the balls to attempt such a feat. Besides, if the Amazons had built it, they would have bragged about their deed. Their silence was the strongest evidence in Danica's mind that the builders were the Galatine Empire. The bridge was wide and gently arching across the river. Ships had no trouble passing beneath it under full sail. The sides of the bridge were lined with tall statues of heroines of the Amazon Empire. Gods, how they could build! Tearing her gaze away from the bridge as they flew past, it having no part in her schemes, she began studying the city. The streets and boulevards were mostly straight and wide, many lined with flowering trees. Straight streets were an Amazon trait she wasn't sure she approved of. It made it too easy for any invading force. Massed cavalry could just sweep down the streets, routing any defenders. Random, twisting streets confused invaders and allowed defenders many chances for ambushes and bottling up maneuvers. The only part of the city to have twisting streets was cradled north of the Tagar, where it emptied into the Tiber. She had learned that it was the old city, built during the Galatine Empire. Everything else was built by Amazons, after the capital was moved here from Belusa by their first ruler, Empress Jasmine. From above, she could see the squalor hidden behind the glorious facades on the streets. The huge tenements of the common folk were enormous square or rectangular structures with large central courtyards. That was where the poverty could be seen, but only from above. As always, outward appearances were deceiving. Despite that, Danica reluctantly concluded that poverty seemed the exception within the empire. Circling, she only spotted a few obviously rundown areas, mostly near the docks and in the old city. She noticed the palaces and mansions tended to rule the hilltops, while warehouses and the tenements of the common citizenry held the low ground. The palaces and mansions were some of the largest, most spectacular residences she had ever seen. They weren't the blocky, square or rectangular structures of the Jarlands, but sprawling multi-storied buildings covered with colonnades, arabesque arches, and multiple wings shooting out at odd angles. She spotted many noble women enjoying the views and cool evening breeze from their balconies and terraces. As impressive as these palaces were, the Imperial Palace made them look like hovels. The Imperial Palace complex completely engulfed the most central hill, overlooking the Tagar River. Danica knew cities that covered less area. Within its environs, numerous enclosed courtyards and gardens, balconies, and terraces could be seen with exotic flowering shade trees and elaborate fountains. She even spotted at least 3 ponds on level terraces. Like most of the palaces, it was constructed of white marble with a myriad of red terracotta roofs. From talks with Helene and Claudia, she knew that the hill beneath it was honeycombed with tunnels and chambers as well. And dungeons. From her lofty vantage point, the one thing she was unable to discern was the location of the court mages. Considering the size of the palace, they would have to know exactly where Monique was being kept before venturing inside. Seeing it laid out below her, she had little doubt of how easy it would be to get lost inside. After they made a circuit of the city, Helene led them toward a warhawk mews just inside the north wall. Across the Tagar River and city from the Imperial Palace. They were easily several miles away from the palace. Danica started to protest, wanting to find a place closer to the palace. Looking about, she realized that all the mews were near or hugging the outer walls. The only two she could see toward the city's center were undeniably military bases, and probably held by the Empress's personal guards, the Votarian Guard. This was the nearest mews to the palace where they could land. Guiding her warhawk to a landing with voice commands, Danica perched next to Helene. There was already a bird in the next perch, so Claudia landed 2 down. As each landed, young girls ran up and secured the warhawks by the retaining straps hanging off their talons. Danica waited until everyone safely landed and strapped before dropping her saddle ladder. Danica descended after Kat, tipped the girl who helped her, and sought out Helene. Taking her aside, she asked if she could arrange for the bird's upkeep at a pyrrhus rate. Afraid not, honey thighs, she chirped, giving Danica's rump a squeeze. I won't be the one taking them out, so you're on your own. You won't be staying with us? I don't think so. Helene grinned. Dallas is my town. A wild town, and after our narrow escape I'm in serious need of a good time. Since you seem reluctant to submit. See you around then, Danica said quickly, grimacing. Not just yet. I have to see you properly quartered first, she chuckled. But if it's any conciliation, this is the cheapest mews in Dallas. Of course, they aren't known for taking very good care of their charges. Someone might steal them? Danica said, looking around suspiciously. No, more likely they won't be fed very well or exercised much, if at all, Claudia said, walking up with Kat. Since you aren't planning a protracted stay, this place should be perfect. Security is rather lax, so a midnight escape shouldn't be beyond your capabilities, Helene added. In that case, we'll leave in broad daylight, Kat said. Danica never takes the easy way out. Danica smiled, then led them to the office. She paid for 2 days' upkeep for their remaining 3 warhawks. Kat would ride the white, with Monique taking the black. Unless. I was thinking, Danica said. Monique is reputed to be a powerful sorceress, and she might be able to transport us back to Alaria with magic. So you'll need someone to take over the warhawks, Claudia said. I'll see to it, Dot. We'll see to them, Helene corrected her. After all, I could use a little extra coin, too. Now that we have that settled, take us to the palace by the shortest route, Danica said. Already? Kat said. A look of desperation crept into her eyes. But we just got here. Give me a chance to rest and get used to the feel of solid earth under my feet. Danica chuckled as they stepped out of the mews and onto the bustling streets. It sounded much like every other city she'd visited, with dogs barking, vendors shouting sales pitches at disinterested passersby, the ringing of hammer on steel from a smithy, children laughing and squealing in play. Above it all, the clop-clopping of countless horses on cobble. The aromas, fresh bread and pastries from the bakery across the street, rotting meats and vegetables from the farmers and merchants displaying their produce along the side of the street, sweaty horses and manure, the hint of a tannery, all gave her that familiar feeling of well-being she always experienced after long periods of fresh air while traveling. We're not going to do anything today, she said, checking out the crowds. She still had difficulty adjusting to the total absence of men. Even the background drone of voices was different here. I just want to check out the route. Easy enough, The tenement we're going to stay in is only a short walk from the Imperial Palace, Helene said, waving down one of several open coaches passing by. The cabs were all painted bright red, with black canvas tops folded down. The cab drivers were one and all wearing a standard black uniform with wide-brimmed felt hats. Opening the door, and I see no reason to wear out our boots. As long as you're paying, Danica said, stepping up into the low-slung coach and sinking gratefully into its overstuffed seat. Danica took the opportunity to admire the scenery while riding through the streets. As she deduced from the air, the city was packed with impressive buildings and monuments dedicated to the Empire's past and present glories. Every square was overseen by a tall bronze or marble statue of some past general, noble, or empress. None of the statues of the vanquished Galatine Empire remained, at least not those of men. She found it offensive that they could so callously disregard so magnificent a heritage. Helene and Claudia pointed out points of interest, such as monuments of past rulers or generals that were commonly known outside the empire. Danica looked and smiled appreciatively, even asked a few polite questions, but the only structure she truly found interesting was the sprawling bathhouse. As they passed by, she became acutely aware of her own stench, and that of her companions. She made a mental note of its location. The trip through the city proved slower than Danica anticipated. By the time they reached the Imperial Palace, all that could be seen were its tall diamond-paned windows glowing golden and a myriad of outdoor lamps and torches lighting garden paths. Danica, sore, hungry, and feeling a terrible need for a bath, took it in good spirits. There would be plenty of time to scout the palace out. In fact, she planned to make several trips into it in the guise of an Amazon citizen seeking an imperial audience. She could hardly wait to see Kat's face when she told her of the plan. "Here we are," Claudia said, face lighting up. "Home." They stopped before a 5-story tenement that took up the better part of a block. It was relatively plain by Amazon standards, but impressive to Danica and Kat in its sheer size. Windows could be seen from only the 3rd story up, many glowing golden with lamp or candle light. The great portal in its south side, now closed for the night, was guarded by a half-dozen Vicon, who were looking them over with some curiosity. Helene hurried over to speak with them. They spoke a moment, then the group was admitted through the imposing gate's small, short wicket door. Danica looked the cavernous courtyard over with interest. If it was typical of tenement courtyards in Dali's, then they were much larger than she had judged from the air. One end of the courtyard was packed tight with the colorful Vicon wagons. From conversations with Helene and Claudia, she already knew that the stables were underground, along with storage areas for more wagons. A yawning entrance to the spiraling driveway down below was opposite the main entrance. The ground floor looked to be taken up by a smithy, a large communal kitchen, and an assembly hall. Everything was lit brightly by countless multicolored lanterns hung all about from the ground floor all the way to the topmost floor, and a half-dozen blazing fires and steel braziers scattered about the cobbled courtyard. The courtyard was filled with the exotic drum, flute, and guitar music of the Vicon. Everywhere she looked, Vicon gathered in small groups talking, laughing, or singing and dancing around fires. Mostly singing, clapping, and dancing. Children of all ages raced and played all around, with barking dogs joyfully joining in. As they watched a group of children playing, a small ball bounced toward them. Danica caught it and handed to the child chasing it, a small boy child. "A baby boy," Kat said. "But how? Isn't his life in danger here?" "No," Helene said. The Vicon have a special imperial charter to bear male children and raise them up to the age of 10 within the empire. Claudia shrugged, adding, "Amazons kind of worship Vicon women as a group. Amazon legends of the liberation say the women of the Galatine Empire were inspired by the freedom of Vicon women to overthrow their male masters. Which means we can get away with things here that others would be exiled or imprisoned for," Helene said. Danica couldn't explain why, but the knowledge of Vicon male children within the empire gave her a warm feeling. Strange as it sounded, somewhere among the countless Vicon family groups roaming the lands outside of the empire were men who could reasonably claim to the male Amazons since they were born within the empire. Thus cheered, she renewed her scrutiny of the tenement in considerably better spirits. The apartments all opened out onto the courtyard in thick wooden walkways, overgrown with ivy and honeysuckle, which reminded her of her family's townhouse in Dakar, which was similarly built around a honeysuckle-sheathed courtyard. She could see many more women up there leaning on the railings and watching the goings-on in the courtyard. "Nothing like home," Claudia said with a sigh. "Is this your real home?" Danica asked. "Yes," she said, pointing to an apartment on the third floor above the gate. "I was born in there. My sister still lives there." "Where's your mother?" "Back with the group we left," Kat said, strangely annoyed. "Don't you ever pay attention to anyone but yourself?" "If I'd been the one riding with her instead of you, then I would know," Danica argued, not knowing why she should feel guilty. "Oh yeah? Where's Helene's mother?" "Like it really matters," Danica snapped, turning on her heel and stalking off. Looking up into the heavens, she muttered to herself, "Even as a woman, women continually make me feel guilty for no good reason." "How is that?" Coming up behind her, Helene said, "Don't let her upset you, Danica. If my mother's location was important, I'd have mentioned it, but..." Turning abruptly on her, "Exactly. Why can't Kat understand that? Why can't most women understand that?" Helene, who hadn't been apprised of Danica's true predicament, gave her a curious look, then chuckled. She gently stroked Danica's cheek, stepping up close. "Poor Danica. You're just not a talker, that's all. Not one for opening up and sharing what you feel or need." "I see no reason to burden others with my problems," she said. Helene wrapped a comforting arm around her, pulling her in close. Burying her face in Danica's neck, she held her tight a moment. Danica relaxed, enjoying the feel of a woman in her arms once again. The feel of Helene's hot breath on her neck began to stoke a fire deeper down. Helene's soft hands caressing her exposed midriff, then sliding down over her buttocks, inspired thoughts of lovemaking, slow and passionate. Then the memories of that night of kinky sex and pain flooded back in. Pushing her away, Danica said hoarsely, "I don't think this is a good idea." Gently, but firmly, Helene pulled herself back in close. "I promise to be nice. We'll do it your way." Danica hesitated, doubt written on her face. Helene reached out with her lips, gently kissing Danica's. "My apartment is on the top floor. No whips or ropes." "Sweet and gentle, love," Helene purred, kissing her more deeply. "I'll be exactly what you want me to be." Danica, throat suddenly tight, body beginning to quake in anticipation, nodded her agreement. Reaching one hand up deep within Helene's luxurious red mane, she took a firm grip and bent her head back before kissing her hard and passionately. Then she let Helene lead her up the stairs and to her apartment. All thoughts of Kat and Monique and retrieving her body were gone, washed away in a deluge of lust. This was how she had always wanted the sultry Helene in the first place, and nothing was going to deter her from getting exactly what she wanted now. "So, now that the mistress of discipline has quenched your darkest desires, maybe we can get something productive done," Kat said the next morning when Danica came back down. Danica smiled as she walked past her. Glancing around, she began searching for some food. After spending all night, and almost the entire morning, in Helene's silky smooth embrace, she was starved. Nothing like extensive sex to whet an appetite. Kat, annoyed the jab she'd been rehearsing all morning didn't evoke more than a sly smile, followed her in silence. After a few minutes Danica found an elder and wheedled a cold piece of ham, cheese, and bread from her after being lectured on the merits of an early rising. Perched atop an upended wine barrel to eat her meager fare, Danica stealthily watched the brooding Bravo. Kat wasn't one who liked sitting idle, so she undoubtedly was feeling keenly frustrated after a morning spent waiting for Danica and Helene to come down for the day. That and the prospect of the coming fight with the sorceress had her on edge. Danica almost felt guilty for allowing herself the luxury of an extended romp with Helene, and then not allowing Kat to vent her frustrations. "Almost. You know, Kat," Danica said, pointing the half-eaten slice of ham at her. You need to get laid. An hour in my arms would put a smile back on your pretty face. Kat screwed up her face at the thought. Danica laughed as Kat scowled at Danica, which only made her laugh harder. Shaking her head, she said, "Why do, and pretty much all men, think that any woman who isn't smiling and outwardly happy needs sex? As if sex is the great cure-all." "Sex always makes me happy," Danica said. "You are not my type." "Well, if that's the case," Danica said, "so bring a moment. Maybe we can get Claudia to warm your bed, or Helene, since you seem to think of her so often." Winking wickedly, "I'll bet she could make you crawl and grovel and lick real pretty like. Gets me excited just thinking about it." "Pervert. Are you taunting Kat again?" Claudia said. They turned as Claudia walked over. She'd changed her clothes, now sporting a shimmering green silk shirt with billowy sleeves and tied off just under her bosom. Her thigh boots and leather pants had been traded in for loose black trousers and short boots. Danica idly wondered if there was some significance to the Vicon love of exposing their bellies. Even the men liked to do it. The only thing unchanged was her face paint and the sword hanging on her hip. "What, no armor?" Danica said. "I never really like wearing armor. So, since it's reasonably safe within the walls of Dolly's." Claudia said, turning around to show off her new clothes, "I'm going for utility and comfort." "I'm impressed," Danica said with a wink. Claudia seemed genuinely flattered, and, Danica thought, interested, but sobered up when she noticed Kat's disapproving frown. Killjoy. Pushing the thought of what Claudia would be like in bed aside, "Could you take us to a place to get some food first?" "I'm famished." "Sure, there's a coffee shop across the street," she said and looked around. "Where's Helene?" "She won't be going with us today," Danica said. "She said something about meeting up with some old friends." Claudia nodded with a frown and led them out of the tenement. The street outside teemed with young armed and armored Amazon and Vicon warriors, and older Vicon witches in colorful dresses and robes. They clustered in small groups, either standing in animated conversation or slowly walking together. Further down the street to her right, Danica could see and hear an open market with all manner of crafted goods and produce on display. The building across from the tenement looked to be another tenement, but she soon learned it held a variety of shops and services, including a small bathhouse. All three quickly agreed a light meal would be better after a bath. Amy's bathhouse wasn't the spacious place of leisure a Jarland bathhouse was. Inside it was dark, cool, and humid. Behind a glass bead curtain, Danica could see a large bathing pool full of women. Unlike a Jarland bathhouse, it had a low ceiling and no real creature comforts such as padded couches for lounging. She could see little horseplay between the patrons. Everyone seemed so serious. They paid a small fee and received their towels. After undressing, attendants immediately led them to a darkened room of one-person tubs of steaming water where their personal attendant urged them in and began working in the cleansing oils and lathing their bodies. No time was wasted. Once the attendant was satisfied, they were removed and the water changed for the next customer. After their hair was washed in small basins along the wall, they were taken to the large room with the enormous pool of what felt like ice-cold water after the steaming hot bath. "No leisurely baths here," Danica said, slightly miffed. "This is not a public bath," Claudia said. "In fact, most private bathhouses are even more brusque than this one. In some they only pour hot water over you before working in the soaps and oils, then rinse you off with another bucket or two of water." Kat waved it off. "At least I got my hair washed with soap. Rinsing it out in streams just didn't cut it for me. Next time we go to the public baths, I'd like to take my time when bathing," Danica said, leaning back against the pool side. "First, I'll start out in the steam room. I'll let some lucky woman rub me down with the cleansing oils, then lathe them off. Afterwards, a quick dip in the hot tubs before hitting the cold pool. Should take at least an hour, minimum." Winking, Claudia laughed. "I didn't realize you were such a hedonist." Jarlanders have perfected bathing into a fine art, she returned with a wink of her own. Cat frowned. I hear they can waste half a day in the public baths. True. But bathhouses are where most business and political deals are hammered out. That's why you rarely see a dirty Jarland merchant. Commerce would grind to a halt if we lost our bathhouses. Not in the Empire, Claudia said. Business and political deal-making is conducted in coffee shops, as is most casual socializing. Coffee shops? Kat said. I had the impression they were just a place to get food. Coffee shops are where Amazons go to meet with friends over a steaming cup of coffee, Claudia said. But they do serve meals at midday and evening. What is coffee? Danica said. Is it Amazon tea? You said it was drank hot. Claudia screwed up her face and thought a moment. Coffee is best explained with a cup of it sitting before you. Outwardly it does look like a very dark tea, but is brewed from coffee beans, she said. Seeing the other two were confused, we can ask about it in the coffee shop. Maybe they can explain it better. Well, I'm ready, Danica said, lifting herself reluctantly out of the cool water. My stomach keeps rumbling. They found their clothes neatly folded on shelves back in the dressing room just off the pool room. Danica and Kat were pleasantly surprised to find their clothes and armor clean. All the leather was polished, too. Their boots had been severely scuffed and worn, and their leather pants sweat-stained from long hot days in the saddle also cleaned. Now they almost looked new. Danica reluctantly conceded that she received adequate service for the fee. As usual, Kat required patient assistance to get into her Vicon armor. Danica and Claudia quietly listened to her running commentary on the total uselessness of Vicon styles of armor in general, and hers in particular. She especially seemed to hate the half-moon breast cups, claiming day in and day out that they pinched and left her bosom sore. Once dressed, Claudia took them to the coffee shop. It was a large comfortable place with numerous cubbyholes with tables in addition to all the small round tables scattered about. There seemed to be plenty of room to move around and talk privately. Portraits of smiling women and a few tapestries of serene rural scenes adorned the richly paneled walls. About half the tables were taken by single women or couples. Most engaged in quiet conversation or reading. All had small china cups of some fragrantly steaming black drink. Claudia led them to a table set under a window and between thick columns. More privacy here, she explained. Danica ordered a hearty lunch of beef and potatoes from the matronly woman who hurried over to wait on them, while Kat and Claudia each decided on a piece of coffee cake. And Claudia ordered a pot of coffee in 3 cups for while they waited for their food. The waitress quickly returned with the coffee. Could you tell us the difference between coffee and tea? Danica said. What a strange question, she said, giving her a motherly look of indulgence. But if you prefer, we can provide you with tea instead. Danica found herself hesitant to question her further. No, thank you, Danica said. So coffee is a bean tea? I supposed you could call it that, their server said. Coffee beans are like the beans you eat, though. They are hard little seeds that we bake and then grind up, before making coffee. Thank you, Danica said. Claudia poured 3 cups, then added half a spoon of sugar to her own and a bit of cream. Danica and Kat received their coffee black. Why didn't we get sugar and cream? Danica said. Because you don't know if you want it yet. Most people don't use sugar or cream in their coffee, Claudia said, taking a sip. Try it, then we'll decide what you need. Shrugging at each other, Danica and Kat picked up their cups and took tiny sips. Danica's face screwed up in distaste, whereas Kat seemed genuinely pleased with the flavor as it was. Bitter, Danica said. Turning to Kat, who was happily taking another sip, you would like it. Add sugar, was Kat's only reply. Danica complied, spooning 2 heaping spoonfuls into her coffee. After tasting again, Danica went for another spoon of sugar, much to her companion's shock. With her next cup, she immediately added 3 spoons of sugar and some cream to see how that would taste. I prefer tea, Danica finally said. You prefer ale and wine, Kat said. Do they serve ale or wine here? Claudia gave her a dark look. No. Taking note of the usually cheerful Viscount's somber demeanor, Danica turned on Kat. You've been a bad influence on Claudia. Turned her into a mirror image of yourself. As if there isn't enough doom and gloom in the world. You weren't exactly the goddess of joy before bedding down with Helene, Kat said. As I recall, life back in Alaria, before we left on this mission of mercy, you hung out in seedy dockside taverns drowning your sorrows in barrels and barrels of ale. Oh, and starting fist fights with the biggest, meanest-looking men in the place. Turning to Claudia, she never won a single fight, but did that stop her? No. But I never stopped trying, Danica said arrogantly. No curse, I don't care how depraved, will destroy me. I will persevere. Since when is getting drunk and starting fights persevering? Kat asked. Shrugging, that's what I did before I was cursed. Chuckling, Claudia held up a hand. Enough, my friends. I've been quietly listening to you two for the better part of 2 weeks now, but never once has anyone offered to explain what this terrible curse is. Danica looked stricken, and then averted her eyes. Kat just rolled her eyes, and then gnawed on her lip. It's too horrible and humiliating to say, Danica said quietly, feeling Claudia deserved more than silence. Please don't ask. Claudia glanced at Kat, who quickly looked down and shook her head no. She sighed in defeat. Danica felt bad, knowing Claudia didn't want to cause her any discomfort or embarrassment, but was naturally curious. After they finished eating, they went over to the open-air market. Danica and Kat made several purchases of foodstuffs for their trip to Alaria with Monique, but the first thing both bought was a cloak. Flight inevitably was cold, especially when flying over mountains where greater altitudes were required. They also shopped for new clothes. Danica purchased a red wool shirt and black leather pants. Kat bought a gray shirt and black leather pants. As an afterthought, they purchased Monique a pair of loose cotton trousers, a wool shirt, and a pair of short boots. They just assumed she was average in size and bought everything slightly bigger than needed. They took their new clothes back to the Viscount tenement. Then they gathered up their old clothes, Monique's clothes, and all their rations and stuffed them into saddlebags. The saddlebags were then taken to the mews, where their warhawks roost, and attached them to their saddles. Finally, they took the birds up for a little exercise. By the time they were finished it was growing dark and they were all growing hungry again. Where can we find a Jarlan-type tavern? Danica said as they walked from the mews. You mean with naked women dancing, and lots of drunk warriors cheering them on? Claudia said, face screwed up. And fighting and whoring and other such things, Kat said, shaking her head at Danica. Danica thrives in such places. Gets me horny just thinking about it, Danica said. They do have places like that here, don't they? Unfortunately, yes. I usually try to avoid them, Claudia conceded. But I suggest we go home and get something to eat first. Then if you still feel like going to one of those places, I'll take you. Danica grinned. I have a better idea. Just drop me off at the nearest one to the tenement. They serve food in taverns. Yes, but who'd want to eat in one? They're so nasty. Kat said, they're not that dirty. I've worked as a bouncer in lots of them. Claudia looked at Kat ashen-faced. I'm sorry, Kat. I didn't mean anything by it. I know, she said, reaching over and giving Claudia's shoulder a squeeze. But I'm beginning to agree with Danica. I kinda miss the tavern atmosphere. Wild and wicked it might be, I guess it is still the environment I'm most comfortable in. It's never boring, that's for sure. Claudia took them straight to the largest, most popular tavern in Dalis. The Crazy Unicorn was a converted public bathhouse, with a vast common room full of wine-stained tables. There were 3 long bars, and 10 stages with nude dancing women strutting about. The place was packed with warriors and scantily clad dancers, laughing, joking, and cheering on the dancers and each other. On easily half the stages, the dancers had been joined by 1 or more patrons eager to dance with them. Danica hadn't taken 10 steps inside before someone took a firm hold of her rump, a chorus of kissing sounds erupting from the table of drunk warriors. Stopping, she turned to slowly look the drunken Amazon over. The caressing hand left her buttocks only once, to explore her thighs a moment. Danica quickly judged the warrior was too drunk to do anything more. Smiling sweetly, "Thank you for the attention." Danica stepped up, grabbed the Amazon's head and placed a firm kiss on her surprised lips. Then turning on her heel, she strode into the crowd. The sound of the Amazon's cries for her to return made her smile. She stopped toward the center of the tavern to look around. Claudia and Kat waited patiently for her to make up her mind. She studied each of the stages carefully, and finally decided which one had the prettiest dancer. Working her way over, she found a table just a pace away from the stage. Unfortunately, the table was occupied. Turning to Kat, and speaking loudly, "Do you suppose these ladies will give up their table without us resorting to magic?" Slowly turning back to the 3 women at the table, all of whom were staring at her wide-eyed, she smiled with a mischievous glint to her eyes. The warriors looked at each other a second, then got up hastily. Danica smiled her thanks to them as they hurried away. Spotting a serving girl walking past, she grabbed a handful of firm buttocks. The girl squealed, but didn't try to escape. "Alish for me and my companions, wench," Danica said. The serving girl's face twisted in rage a second, then softened. "Jarlander, right?" "Yes," she said, somewhat confused by her sudden change in demeanor. With a snort she turned and melted into the crowd. Danica looked at Kat and Claudia with a shrug. "Never call anyone in the Empire a wench," Claudia said over the loud music and drunken singing of a nearby table. "It's just about the worst insult you can image here." Nodding understanding, Danica turned her attention to the dancer. She was a tall beauty, with the long black hair and the dark complexion of the desert folk. She wore nothing but a few silver bangles, jingling on her left wrist, and black spike-heeled shoes. The wide silver ankle bracelet on her left ankle indicated she was enslaved by one of the nomadic clans. Her dance was slow and sensuous, her oiled brown skin shimmering in the dim light. Danica found herself totally captivated, with a tightness in her throat and her loins beginning to tingle in anticipation. Once the dancer noticed Danica's interest, her black eyes took on the familiar hungry, predatory look of a prostitute. To Claudia, Danica said, "She's the first woman I've seen in the Empire who's a slave." "Are all of the dancers here slaves?" "I don't know, but probably," Claudia said, scowling as she looked the dancer over. "This place is owned by a Jarlander like you. Amazons don't own many slaves. It's kind of frowned upon and there are lots of regulations and fees involved." "Good for the Empire," Danica said, still watching the dancer. "They probably have to use slaves, sir," Kat said. "I doubt they could find enough women to work here otherwise." The dancer moved to the edge of the stage, holding Danica's eyes. She thrust out her butt, gave it a firm slap, and ended with a sultry eye wag before dancing away. The elf-maid groaned. Smiling at Kat with wicked glee, "She likes me. Want to have some fun? Be my guest." Danica fished out a few coins from her purse and stepped up to the stage. The dancer came closer, displaying her many charms in the most erotic of manners. Danica placed a coin in her lips and offered it to the dancer. She watched breathlessly as the sultry dancer's glistening red lips parted and reached for the coin. Danica clamped her teeth down on the coin and enjoyed the feel of her warm lips a moment longer. As she pulled away, Danica quickly put another coin in her mouth. When she moved in to take it, Danica pointed at her bosom. The dancer knelt before her and took both her breasts in hand. Danica buried her face in the dancer's bosom as she pressed her breasts together. Danica's face quickly was squeezed out of the oiled bosom, leaving the coin buried deep inside. Before she could stand, Danica dropped the remaining coins on the stage and began running eager hands over her body. The dancer closed her eyes and acted as if she enjoyed the attention for a few moments. Then after a quick kiss of thanks, she scooped up her tips and was away to entice hard-earned coins from another horny warrior waiting beside the stage. Happy? Kat said as Danica rejoined their table. Immensely. Claudia, who appeared both shocked and aroused, said, I see what Helene sees in you, and what you see in that slave, but do you have to put on such a public display? No, but it's cheaper than hiring her for more intimate pleasures in private. Which I still might do later on. First, though, I want to check out all of her competition. A movement caught her eye. Danica watched as a blonde warrior in all black leather climbed up on the stage. No, another dancer. The raven-haired slave cowered away, shaking her head no. Danica tensed for trouble. Then the new arrival pulled a riding crop from her right boot and pointed to a spot before her. The dancer quickly knelt before her, eyes downcast. The wild sex show that ensued sent Danica's mind reeling with memories of herself and Helene's power, while Claudia gasped in shock, and Kat grinned at Danica. Danica said, I think we should move. Why, Danica? Doesn't this bring back pleasant memories? Kat laughed. If only Helene was here to reminisce with you. She is, Danica said, pointing. Helene had just entered, with a shapely blonde secured to her leash. Helene, like Claudia, had put aside her armor. She was wearing highly polished black leather boots and pants, and a silver-studded leather halter, also black, with a collar around her own neck and black gloves that covered her arms over her elbows. The same outfit she'd worn on that night of kinky sex with Danica. The blonde was wearing a lacy pink and white wisp of satin and pink high heels. That's Dame Sabrina, one of Helene's best friends and her absolute favorite lover, Claudia said casually, barely giving them a glance. Despite appearances, Sabrina is really quite intelligent and interesting. She's heir to a barony, and a lieutenant in the Votarian Guard. Votarian Guard? You mean she guards the Imperial Palace, and Helene's socializing with her now? Danica said, suddenly scared. Would Helene betray them to one of her kinky lovers? We'd better get out of here. I agree, Kat said, slinking off into the crowd. Danica followed, with Claudia bringing up the rear. They stayed low and quickly moved outside. Claudia, disturbed and defensive, I can't believe Helene would betray a friend. I mean, I don't approve of her lifestyle, but I trust her with my life. Do you trust her with our lives? Kat asked. Turning to Danica, well, I don't. I say we make a run for it and we need to find accommodations elsewhere in this city, just to be sure. Maybe you're right, Kat. We're too close to take any chances, she said. Like Claudia, I too trust Helene, but not with my life. Not now. The gods only know what she'll say in the throes of passion to please her lover, but. Or has already said, Kat added. There could be soldiers waiting in ambush for us right now. No, protested Claudia. Helene wouldn't do that, I swear. We'll be extra careful going home, just to be sure, Danica said, casting a nervous glance back at the tavern entrance as they moved away. Chapter 14. Danica leaned her elbows heavily on the thick wooden rail high over the cobblestone courtyard. The railing and supports were thickly covered with ivy and fragrant Tyrian honeysuckle. She idly watched the iridescent blue and green hummingbirds and yellow and black honeybees exploring the overly large yellow and white flowers. Hidden within the massive thick, intertwined vines were nests of songbirds, joyfully greeting the new day. The first clanging sounds of pots and pans rose from the communal kitchen as the sounds of an awakening city drifted over the tenement walls on a cool, gentle breeze. Her stomach rumbled at the mouth-watering aromas of cooking foods. From the top floor of the tenement, she could see soaring turrets and domes to the east and the first sliver of the rising sun peeking over the distant, hazy horizon. The screech and rumble of the main gate being opened for the day, and then shouted greetings, caught her attention. A black-sheet figure with flowing red hair was striding in, waving and calling out greetings happily. She watched Helene make her way to the stairs before turning back to the open apartment door behind her. "She's coming up," Danica said, stepping into the night dark room and pulling her sword. The shadowy forms of Claudia and Kat said nothing, waiting patiently. Danica stepped behind the door to wait. Helene soon arrived, huffing slightly from the climb. She gave the open door a curious look, but didn't hesitate in entering her own apartment. Danica slammed the door shut behind her. "What?" Helene cried, then was cut off by Claudia's hand over her mouth. "Be wary, cousin," Claudia said before removing her hand. Kat turned up an oil lamp. Helene glanced around wild-eyed at the hostile faces of her friends, and the bared steel in their hands. A chill ran up her back. "I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Where did you spend the night?" Danica said. "And who was the woman you spent it with?" Helene's eyes widened, then she developed a defensive look about her. "Just a night of harmless fun with an old lover, that's all," she said, biting her lip nervously as she glanced from hard-set face to hard-set face. "Why do you ask?" "We know where you spent the night," Kat said. "Did you betray us to the Votarian Guard?" "No. I wouldn't do that." "You're my friends," she cried. Danica thought she looked truly horrified to be accused of such a terrible deed. "I swear. On my honor as a knight, a peeress, and a viscount, I swear I have never and will never betray you." Claudia took a firm grip of her right upper arm. "Drop your wards." Helene's eyes widened again as fear claimed her features. Earlier Claudia had advised Danica how what they wanted would terrify Helene. No spellcaster liked to expose themselves unprotected to another spellcaster, not even to friends and family. Though she trusted Claudia with her life, Helene would find the simple act of dropping her protective wards almost impossible to do. Helene closed her eyes and chanted the required spell that left her vulnerable to magical exploitation. Danica relaxed a little. The fact she yielded too quickly to their demands spoke volumes. "There. Make it fast," Helene whispered. "I read in Tiri." Claudia looked just as sad, but explained, "One of our sorority sisters betrayed us once, so now all sisters are enchanted with a spell that enables our sisters to check our loyalty and honesty with a simple spell." She took a deep breath and slowly released it. "It's not a spell we care to cast. Thoughts are sacred." Claudia immediately chanted a short spell. Her hand began glowing blue as it traced intricate outlines in the air before Helene. Danica and Kat watched in a mixture of apprehension and awe of a power they didn't understand. Danica shifted to her mage sight, seeing Helene without her wards for the first time and seeing swirling magics surrounding Claudia. Then Claudia placed her still glowing hand on Helene's forehead, ripping a gasp from her trembling lips as Danica watched the magics surrounding Claudia rush into her and engulf her head. "She's telling the truth," Claudia said, appearing both embarrassed and relieved. Removing her hand, "I'm sorry, Helene, but we had to know for sure." Helene, visibly shaken, nodded, "I understand. May I replace my wards now?" "Yes," Danica said, also embarrassed at having doubted her friend's loyalty. She watched Helene shakily cross the room to a chair, then replace her wards with a soft chant. "We're sorry, but considering the nature and power of our enemies, and then seeing you leading that Votarian Guard officer around on a leash." "I understand," she said. "I didn't see it before, but that was poor judgment on my part." "I should think so," Claudia said. "Considering the predicament our friends are in, you should have stayed far away from anyone who might be interested in their whereabouts. What if you had run into Dame Fallon while in the palace? Where would you be now?" "Where would we be? Palace?" "No one said she was actually inside the palace," Danica said. Helene tensed again, while Claudia and Kat gave Danica a curious look. "Her friend can take her inside the Imperial Palace after hours?" "Yes," Helene said cautiously. "The Votarian Guard's billet is on the palace grounds." We ended the night in her chambers. That's it. Helene's friend can get us into the palace, Danica said. And no one will ask us any questions. No! Helene shouted angrily, coming to her feet. I will not let you use my friend in that way. She would be executed. My friends aren't your sword fodder. After what just happened, you'll refuse to help us? Kat said. Especially after what just happened, Helene said, looking at them defiantly. I have always thought of myself first, but this morning you reminded me that I must also think of others. I must be loyal to my friends. She paused to look each hard in the eyes. All my friends. Kat and Claudia turned away from her gaze, eyes downcast. Danica just nodded her agreement and sat down frowning. Can you help us locate this high mage, Rebecca? Do you know the layout of the palace well enough? Danica said at length. I know basically where the court mages are located, she said. Most everyone in Dalice does. They're located towards the center of the complex, Claudia said matter-of-factly. Just above the main torture chambers. Underground, I assume, Danica said, more a statement than a question. It was traditional to quarter court mages below ground and above the torture chambers, or at least within easy access to them. Wizards and sorceresses were usually disdainful of such mundane activities as acting as torturers, but their powers were very effective in forcing out confessions and information. Actually, no. They have their own wing in the palace, Helene said. Sorceresses aren't feared and loathed in the same manner in the Empire as in the rest of the world. They played an important role in the liberation. Danica shrugged. She didn't really care for a history lesson. Exactly how do we get into this wing? Shrugging, Helene said, I don't know. Don't want to know. Both she and Claudia shuddered at the thought of journeying to that lair of sorceresses. You don't understand how sorceresses prey on witches, and on each other. They'd strip us of our powers and energy in a snap, then torture us to death for the fun of it, Claudia said quietly. And we'd be helpless to stop them. We can't go there with you, Helene said, a mixture of guilt and fear on her face. Claudia nodded. They would feel our magic, our presence, and we'd give you away. Danica and Kat glanced at each other, both secretly relieved. They had never really planned to go even this far with the two Vicon, and after the near tragedy in the sky battle, they were relieved to know that they wouldn't have to be worrying about whether or not their two friends would die for them. Die for something they knew nothing about. Though both Helene and Claudia were obviously dying to know the reasons behind their quest. All they knew for certain was that the imperial throne was in jeopardy, as were most of the Jarlan kingdoms, and that Danica was cursed in some horrible manner. However, the Vicon were a secretive people by custom and nature, so respected their desire for secrecy. Of that, Danica was eternally grateful. She wasn't sure she could tell them the truth, and lying to them outright would be even worse. If the two witches couldn't help her further, then she'd have to go back to her original plan. In some ways she felt passing herself and Kat off as ordinary citizens seeking an imperial audience would be safer. After all, simple folk couldn't be expected to know their way around the palace. If they were caught where they weren't supposed to be, they could say they were lost and be believed. Roaming the palace halls at night would be another story. We understand, Danica said. Everyone could tell she'd made a decision. Today we cease to be Vicon and become Amazons. Looking at Kat, how much longer can we expect our glamour spells to last? A week, maybe 2. The spells don't seem to be unraveling yet, Claudia said after a short, chanted spell. But it won't matter if a sorceress lays eyes on you. Any reasonably powerful sorceress will be able to tell you have been enchanted and quickly figure out the nature of the spell. Their sorcery is much more powerful, but. Then we'll just have to be careful, Danica said, smiling at Kat. Like always, Kat said, arching a brow at Danica. After a short laugh, Danica stood and walked to a mirror. So, how do we get this paint off? Then giving Kat a mischievous look, this afternoon we are going to pay the Empress a little visit." "What? That's how we got captured in Celia," Cat cried. Dame Fallon swung out of the saddle as a member of the Votarian Guard held her bridle. After flying into the nearest mews, they commandeered horses and rode to the Imperial Palace so she could make her report to High Mage Rebecca. Now they were deep inside the palace grounds, near the middle on the north slope. The court mage's wing loomed above them in the cool cobblestoned courtyard. Dame Fallon and her remaining troops were all bedraggled, windburned, and red-eyed from long days astride warhawks scouring the countryside. She still found it incredible that she had lost Danica and Cat a second time. Rebecca would not be pleased. Casting a wary glance toward the palace entrance, she noticed several Votarian officers scrutinizing her and her troop. The Votarians were all members of the White Sorority. Every member had long white or yellow-white hair. Other than being noble, gentry, or peeress, hair color was the only requirement for membership. The White Sorority required its members to wear 2 votary braids and 1 ponytail. The votary braids were short and thin, hanging from their temples down to their shoulders and ending in 3 clear blue beads. The votary tail was a thick handful of their long hair pulled through a blue lacquered sorority ring atop their head. Each of the 6 sororities that made up the Votarian Guard had the same rule concerning hair color, but with different hair colors. Indeed, their names indicated what color hair the members had: white, brown, black, gold, red, and auburn. They all wore the same uniform: white silk blouse under a silver cuirass with gold trim and decorations, short white pleated silk skirt, and very tall white thigh boots. They were armed with matching silver-hilted swords and daggers. Dame Fallon inwardly cringed at the looks of disdain coming from her fellow knights. She knew how she and her troops looked to these haughty officers. She knew the contempt they felt for mercenaries. They served her Imperial Majesty. Pay was not a consideration, only honor, service, and duty. Votarian guards were all knights, whether officers or common guards. They served 5 years, then had the option of leaving. With it being a highly prestigious position, many chose to stay. Though few of them cared about, or needed, the pay, it was considered high by most standards. Turning to her waiting troops, "Wait here. I won't be long." After designating 2 troopers to follow her in with the bundles for Rebecca, she turned and strode past the Votarian officers with barely a nod to acknowledge them. She hated the way they made her feel inadequate. Though of gentry class herself, Fallon followed the family tradition and served her 5 years in the Imperial Army. She served with distinction, receiving most of the Empire's highest awards for valor and service. Passing the Votarians, she entered through the towering arabesque archway of pure white marble. The vast 2-story entrance foyer was larger than the houses most of Fallon's troopers grew up in. It was all white marble with elaborate golden giltwork. The room was brightly lit by tall windows on 3 sides, and 4 massive gold and crystal chandeliers. A grand double staircase, wide enough for 4 horses abreast to climb, hugged the back wall, sweeping up to the 2nd floor in a crescent shape. A row of 4 double columns, painted light blue, stood proudly at the top of the stairs. Between them, entrances to hallways beyond could be seen. An even wider staircase dropped down to the lower chambers through the middle of the grand staircase. The court mages kept their living quarters upstairs and their laboratories below. The scene never failed to move Fallon. She'd never seen the palace's imperial residential wing, but couldn't imagine it being more spectacular and awe-inspiring than this. After a brief pause, she hurried through the crescent staircase and down to the High Mage's laboratory. She steeled herself as she went. Rebecca would likely be able to see through her attempts to look confident, but her troops needed her to be strong. Who knows, maybe Rebecca wouldn't turn her into a marble statue, like she did to the last agent to fail her. Stopping before the laboratory door, she quickly looked herself over. After straightening and smoothing her clothes, she knocked on the door. There was a pause, then the door swung open. No one was near them inside. Rebecca was across the eerily dark chamber, bent over some ancient tome. Rebecca Alinar of Dales, High Mage of the Amazon Empire, Fallon's employer and mistress, gave no hint she knew they were there. She was tall and slim, with waist-length light brown hair and dark brown eyes. A shimmering gown of golden silk clung to her body enticingly. Born a commoner, her mother a palace cook, Rebecca used her feminine wiles to good measure, becoming a favored courtesan in the last empress's court. Realizing that youth and beauty were fleeing, she befriended the then high mage, Aisha. After becoming Aisha's lover and apprentice, she found she had a knack for magic and quickly became second only to Aisha in power. Then when Aisha had to flee the empire after siding with the losing side when the current empress usurped her older sister's throne, Rebecca replaced her as high mage. But Aisha was still Rebecca's mistress and mentor. The laboratory was spacious and comfortable looking, though dimly lit for the most part. To the right of the door were 5 thick oaken tables and numerous shelves covered with Rebecca's alchemy setup and jars of arcane ingredients. The mercenaries looked with a mixture of dread and curiosity at the bubbling liquids. Fallon wrinkled her nose at the noxious odors emanating from them. To her left was a sitting area with a small fireplace. Expensive tapestries and paintings decorated the richly paneled walls. A thick piled carpet of the softest blue covered the cold stone floor. Signaling her 2 troopers to stand fast at the door, Fallon advanced to a spot halfway to Rebecca and halted. She waited patiently to be recognized. Rebecca continued her reading. To help drive out the rising feelings of dread, Fallon again began studying the chamber. It was one of the most comfortable-looking laboratories she had ever seen. Most seemed to be dark and drafty affairs, with cryptic and disquieting symbols scrawled on the walls, floors, and ceiling. Rebecca had a side room like that, for conjuring demons and such. The back of the chamber was lined with bookshelves. It was the most extensive private library Fallon had ever seen. Most of the books were on magic. But many of the leather-bound tomes covered history, especially pre-arisen history. Fallon was dying for a chance to rummage through the library, but was too scared to ask her mistress. The only other thing of interest in the laboratory was Rebecca's little sex toy and battle trophy, Monique Arginer of Horth. The powerful high sorceress had been tricked and enslaved by Rebecca and her agents, Duchess Natasha and Dame Alexandra. Stripped of her powers, enslaved by powerful magics, the exquisitely beautiful sorceress now knelt near her mistress. Waiting patiently. Mindlessly. Fallon found it unnerving to look into Monique's lifeless, big blue eyes. There was nothing there, no flicker of love, hate, fear, or intelligence. Indeed, the only spark of life seemed, strangely enough, to emanate from the large teardrop sapphire hanging between her brows from the sapphire and diamond-studded circlet. Aside from her eyes, Monique was strikingly beautiful and desirable, with a luxuriously thick mane of glossy, knee-length chestnut hair and a petite, but shapely, body. Of all the women she had seen, Fallon thought only Danica's exotic elven beauty more breathtaking. So, you have failed. Rebecca startled her, turning from the cracked, yellowed pages of the grimoire. Steady brown eyes gazed deep into Fallon's. You have returned empty-handed. The lump in her throat threatened to choke off her reply. Not entirely, my lady. We know their destination is here, to rescue Monique, and we'll be ready. Besides. She motioned for her troopers. After the 2 bags were emptied with a loud crash of steel on steel, we brought their personal arms and armor. Rebecca frowned. Useless junk. Startled, but I thought you could discern their location with them. The sorceress Maeve did back in Celia. It's been too long, Rebecca said, waving a hand dismissively. After a week, personal objects are useless for such endeavors. That and the fact that others, namely you and your troopers, had possession and were handling them. All I'd learned from them is your location. Dame Fallon looked on the 2 piles with disgust. They had been her last hope of redemption in Rebecca's eyes. Plus, they had put in so much extra effort to bring the bloody things along. Fallon paused. Bloody, Mistress, what of blood? Their blood is on the armor, Fallon said quickly, hopefully. Rebecca paused thoughtfully. Yes, blood would do the trick, but I wouldn't know whose blood I was using. I'd just as likely locate Natasha or Alexandra, she said, her eyes never leaving the twin piles. But hair will be just as good. Fallon didn't need to be told what to do. She sprang like a cat on the pile of armor belonged to Danica. No, Danica is an elf and my magic can't locate her even with a part of her body. I'll need some of Cat's hair, Rebecca said. Fallon didn't hesitate, hurrying over to shift through Cat's armor and clothes. Within seconds she had 5 long black hairs. Rebecca took them with relish, twisting the ebon strands around a long delicate finger. The wicked smile she graced Fallon with gave her hope. Only Rebecca was like a cat, you never knew where you stood with her. One second she was smiling at you forgivingly, the next you were a new statue decorating her chambers, or transformed into some exotic pet. Come, slave, Rebecca barked, turning on her heel. Monique didn't hesitate. She rose to her feet and followed Rebecca across the room. Attend me, Fallon. Dame Fallon motioned for her troopers to hold fast before following Rebecca and Monique through a side door into the conjuring room. Her skin began to crawl the moment she entered the room. Black and red painted mystic symbols covered the whitewashed walls, which seemed to writhe eerily at the edge of her eyesight. Only when she looked straight at the symbols did they appear to stop moving. Fallon hated this room. Stand by the wall, Rebecca said, placing the ebon hairs in the middle of a large double-ringed pentacle drawn on the floor in the middle of the room. Fallon moved over to stand beside the kneeling Monique. The spell is simple enough. We should be able to locate them quickly. Fallon watched in fascination as Rebecca knelt beside the pentacle and began chanting in some sing-song language. The air grew musty and the room began to darken as the symbols on the wall started glowing. Even the teardrop sapphire on Monique's brow began emitting eerie blue light. Fallon slowly edged away from the slave, taking up a position near the door. Just in case. Soon a swirling mist rose up out of the pentacle. Rebecca frowned, changing the tone of her chants. Something told Fallon there was a problem. The High Mage's demeanor had changed. Then muffled voices came from the mist. When Fallon looked closer, she could just make out the images of 4 women forming. Within seconds she was able to recognize a human-looking Danica and a very white cat, and 2 red-headed Vicon. Though the picture was becoming crisp, the voices remained distorted and muffled. It's the best I can do without alerting the witches of my probing, Rebecca said, rising to her feet. They are inside a Vicon-owned tenement not far from here. The wards protecting the tenement are strong, 4 witches, Then we have them, Fallon cried triumphantly, slamming a fist into her palm, and then her face twisted in rage. By the gods, I'll make them all grovel before me. I'll teach them to defy me. To mock me. Rebecca glanced over at her with a smile. That's what I like to see in my agents. Her laughter was musical and surprisingly pleasant to Fallon. It was the first time she'd heard the powerful sorceress laugh. Bring them to me, all of them. After I'm finished with them, then you and Puma Troop can have them for the night, before I kill them. Dame Fallon's breath caught in her throat. Could it be true? Would she really be given Danica? Kill them? I thought High Mage Aisha wanted them returned alive? She sent that Tyrian sorceress, Maeve, to find them, Rebecca's grin was full of evil mirth. It seems they are now useless to her schemes. She has captured Taylor, the wizard that sent our little would-be kidnappers. The goddess Darusa now wants Danica sacrificed to her, to condemn her soul in Darusa's realm for all eternity. Dame Fallon, eyes flashing in vicious glee, saluted and turned to leave. She would have Danica, and possibly without any restraints on how much abuse she inflicted. If not, well, High Mage Rebecca had a sadistic streak that made hers look timid. She was already looking forward to the sacrifice. Not so fast, Fallon, Rebecca said. She made a strange gesture in the air, which Fallon could swear glowed momentarily. "You will not be going alone this time. I'm sending for Maeve to go with you. Maeve is here? Already?" Fallon said. Then remembering how the Tyrian sorceress was intent on taking Danica and Cat for herself. "I've no need for a sorceress, my lady, and I don't think we should trust that sorceress at all." "Oh, but you do need her. They are within a Vicon enclosure. You will have to fight magic to get to them," she said, turning back to the misty scene above the pentacle. Danica was stripping off her Vicon outfit and donning the clothes of an Amazon warrior. The Vicon witches were busy removing the face paint from Cat. "Maeve is perfect for this job since she is unknown in Dalis and expendable to the cause. By having her destroy the Vicon tenement, we divert unwanted attention from ourselves." Turning back to Fallon with death in her eyes, "and she is under a powerful haze that will make her totally ruthless. The Vicon will think twice before tangling with me after she is through with them." Chapter 15. Carl's head jerked up. He stared at the door a second, then began scowling. "They are coming," he growled low, pulling on the thick rusty chains binding his wrists behind his back. Taylor cocked his head to listen and heard the whisper of webbed feet on stone. By the sound of it, there had to be at least a score of the slimy howlers coming for them. There was no doubt that they were coming to fetch them. Only one howler had been tasked with their upkeep since their failed escape attempt. "It's about time," Taylor said. "The waiting has to be worse than anything they could think up. I wouldn't bet too heavily on that one, wizard." The cell door flung open, a mob of scurrying howlers raced in to seize the prisoners before they could offer resistance. Carl found himself lifted off the floor with embarrassing swiftness and ease. After kicking the first two howlers away, Taylor offered little resistance. Once lifted off the ground, Taylor relaxed in their grip. Carl, though, bellowed in impotent rage, bucking and kicking with little effect. They were quickly carried back to the main hall, where Qasim waited impatiently on his nondescript throne. The chamber was tight-packed with silent howlers, staring worshipfully at their warlord on the raised dais. Taylor and Carl were chained to two thick wooden posts embedded at the edge of that dais of polished black marble. While Taylor watched the anxious warlord like a hawk, Carl turned his attention to the wooden posts and chains holding them. The manacles were again rusty steel, and more than thick enough to hold the strongest man. They were attached to a thick iron ring bolted through the post just over their heads. The posts themselves looked to be of oak, stained dark from the blood of countless sacrifices. A warm breeze, then the flapping of wings drew Carl's attention to the far right side of the dais. A huge golden hawk appeared out of nowhere, settling on the cold marble. Then it transformed itself into a beautiful, golden-haired, tawny-shinned woman with golden brown eyes. She was scantily clad in an outfit made up entirely of golden hawk feathers, barely covering her curvaceous body. While Taylor and Carl gawked at her, Qasim jumped to his feet and bowed deeply. "Welcome, O goddess of the south wind and summer," Qasim said solemnly. Simona gave him a brief glance, then turned her attention back to the two prisoners. There was a bloodthirsty, hungry look on her beautiful hawkish face. Then two more hawks landed beside her. One was a stark white snow hawk, the other a dark brown prairie hawk. The snow hawk immediately turned into a tall, thin young woman with snow white hair and sky blue eyes. She wore a white gown of fluffy down. Unlike her fiery goddess sister, Simona, Anun looked upon the prisoners with cool disdain. The cold, calculating stare the goddess of the north winds in winter graced them with sent chills up their spines. An instant later, the prairie hawk screeched and became the goddess of the west wind in autumn. Zymar's scantily clad body was similar to Simona's in dress and shape, promising great pleasure to anyone blessed enough to grace her bed, but her black eyes were as cold and ruthless as Basnoon's. She could have been mistaken for one of the desert folk, what with her raven wing hair, black eyes, and dark complexion. For several minutes, the three sisters stared at the prisoners in silence. Qasim's attempt to engage them in conversation was met first with stony silence, then with enraged glares. Taylor grinned as the cowed wizard skulked away. Apparently these goddesses thought themselves too high and mighty to speak with a mere mortal. When a sand-colored desert hawk came screeching out of oblivion, all eyes turned to her. Aru, goddess of the east wind and spring, transformed herself into a woman in midair, landing beside Banun. The skimpy outfit that almost covered her sultry body was of green and gold feathers. Carl found her to be the most beautiful to look upon, mostly due to her thick shock of fiery red hair, alabaster complexion, and mischievous emerald eyes. Seeing his interest, she let out a peal of musical laughter. Carl grinned at Taylor. I think she likes me. Small conciliation, since she'd going to help torture you to death, he returned sharply. Aru gazed upon Carl with a lazy smile, her sisters looking at her sharply. Before anyone else could comment, Garn arrived with a clattering of hooves and bugling. The massive stag almost ran the four sisters over as it charged in with immense rack lowered threateningly. Taylor noticed a flicker of fear in all the four sisters' eyes. They were only minor goddesses, while Garn was one of the oldest and best known. Though his power was much diminished, he was still more powerful than all the four sisters combined. Plus, he was known to be both reckless and short-tempered. His transformation to his human manifestation was instantaneous. He stood before the prisoners with his fists on his hips, glaring at them. Garn had the most arrogant brown eyes either Carl or Taylor had ever seen. The god of beasts was a giant at over 8 feet, with long shaggy brown hair and a stag's thick, shaggy winter pelt thrown over his wide, muscle-bound shoulders. His only other clothes were soft leather boots and a loincloth. Great gods, Carl whispered at the sudden transformation. Exactly, barbarian, Garn said, looking even more arrogant, though a hint of pleasure could just be discerned. Garn strolled to the four sisters, all staring at him in open adoration. He graced them with an arrogant smile, admiring their many charms himself. Carl noticed with a jealous frown that Aru was the most brazen of the bunch, her smile and stance an open invitation that neither mortal nor god could possibly miss. Well, barbarian, your love goddess seems to have found something more to her liking, Taylor whispered with a grin. Carl snorted. Darusa chose that moment to appear without fanfare. She just materialized in an instant. She gave her fellow gods a disapproving look, then turned to glare at Carl and Taylor. They met her gaze steadily. If die they must, then they were determined to show these craven gods and mages how real men died. With courage and blatant contempt for their slayers. Turning to Qasim, Darusa said, "This had better be good. We're taking great personal risks by being here." At that pronouncement, Garn began to simmer in his own personal rage, while the four sisters looked about nervously. Taylor suddenly found he had a measure of contempt for those minor goddesses. Cowardice was not a trait he'd ever considered a god could possess, but the four sisters were proving him wrong. Let them show their ugly faces, Garn bellowed, shaking his fists at the heavens. I'll gut the lot of them, and sate my thirst with their rancid blood. Then why are you skulking fearfully in secret realms and not displaying your dishonorable deeds for all the heavens to see? Carl cried angrily. Hide from your fellow gods if you must, craven, but spare us your idle threats and empty bravado. Sputtering in his rage, Garn moved toward them with blood in his eyes. Darusa stepped before him, hands held before her. He paused and they locked gazes. For an instant, the tension level in the room rose dramatically, while everyone waited to see if these two powerful gods would fight. Finally, Garn growled, "Why do you try to deny my vengeance?" "I do not, but you're too angry." "Their deaths would be too quick," Darusa said. "Let Qasim have them, to entertain us. Then, my friend, you can have their souls to play with for all eternity." A smile spread slowly across the god of beasts' dark, bestial face, eyes glinting evilly. Carl had reason to regret his outburst, damning himself for a fool. He should know better than spite a god. "Then let the entertainment begin," Garn said, crossing his massive arms across his chest. "So be it," Darusa said. Turning to the wall, Aisha. "We are waiting, Dot." Within seconds, the giant red-painted pentacle began to glow, then a tiny black whirlpool began to form in its center. It slowly grew larger and larger, until it was as large as a typical door and just reached the floor. Taylor was impressed. Aisha, dressed in the white uniform of her long-dead order of night mages, came striding through the portal, one hand resting lightly on the white-dyed leather-bound hilt of her sword. She bowed deeply to all the gods, then nodded at Qasim almost as an afterthought. Then she walked up to the prisoners, a look of triumph illuminating her beautiful face. Today our victory will be complete. My allies in the Amazon Empire have just informed me that they are moving in to capture that pathetic pair you sent to rescue your sister. I have ordered Rebecca to immediately dispose of them in the most gruesome manner possible. She smiled as the shock of that sank in. By morning they will be properly sacrificed and join you in eternal torment. And soon afterwards I will rule the world. A worthless victory, Taylor said. Worthless? Then why did you fight so hard to stop us? Aisha demanded. To save humanity, he said, shrugging the best he could, shamed as he was. Look around you, Aisha. Don't be a fool. This is what our world will be like under you and Darusa. This is that black-hearted goddess's idea of paradise. Is this what you want to rule over? Ask Qasim how he feels about his God-given domain. Enough! Darusa cried. We should take out their tongues first, Garn said. Darusa turned to Qasim. Well, wizard? What do you have planned? I will conjure demons to torment and torture them, he said quickly. When that didn't seem to impress them, I swear, they are a particularly nasty lot. I've used them in the past, before my goddess blessed me with this realm to rule over. It is an acceptable start, Darusa said. But you had better come up with a spectacular finish, or I'll entertain everyone with some of my own ideas on you. Qasim stepped between the prisoners, hands shaking. I understand, my goddess, but I do believe you'll all be pleasantly surprised. I've already arranged a particularly hideous demise for our enemies here. These demons are insidious and horribly depraved, but... Save the barbarians' man parts for me, Aru called out pleasantly. I would have them for a necklace. Great Bandu invincible! Carl cried. With that, Carl jumped up and took hold of the chains binding him. He kicked his legs up and over. Then as they hit the post astride the iron ring, he strained with all his not insignificant strength. The thick wood groaned, then shattered as the ring erupted in a deluge of splinters. Falling at Garn's feet, Carl sprang up and swung the heavy manacles and ring up into the god's face. Garn fell back as Carl spun and kicked Darusa back into Aisha. In 3 steps he was on them, pulling Aisha's sword with a cry of triumphant. Ha, ha! Call me Carl God's Bane, ... He spotted Qasim chanting a spell, and suddenly realized he was trying to call up those nasty demons. With a cry to Bandu, he darted over and kicked the wizard backwards into the dumbstruck howlers. Turning on the recovering gods, Bandu invincible, watch how your servant meets your craven enemies. He'll watch you die. Garn cried, transforming himself into a giant stag. Darusa, leave him to me. Darusa hissed like a viper, but slowly back away. Her hate-filled eyes never left Carl. With Darusa and Aisha to his left, and the 4 sisters spreading out to block the right, Carl prepared to meet the god of beasts in uneven combat. A deafening blast of thunder staggered Carl, followed by a wild battle cry of purest joy. Suddenly before him, facing the stag, was a giant warrior wielding a great long sword longer than Carl was tall. In a stroke almost too quick to see, the newcomer split the skull of Garn, then kicked him off his blade. Bandu! Carl cried with realization. The god of war and warriors, Bandu Invincible, turned and graced Carl with a crooked grin. Well met, Carl Laughing Bear. Carl fought an overwhelming urge to fall to his knees before his god. He fought it, feeling that Bandu had no respect for men like that. Instead, he turned and presented his blade at their enemies. Darusa, Garn, who healed himself, but remained a stag, and the four sisters were crouched and looked to be ready to attack. Then astride a giant white unicorn, Ashta, goddess of war and adventurers, charged into their left flank. She scattered the four sisters before Garn smashed her mount into oblivion. Leaping over the enraged stag, she darted under Darusa's hurtled magic and drove her legendary blade through the goddess's black heart. Darusa screamed and writhed a second on her bright silver blade, then vanished in a thunderclap. Ha! The craven bitch has fled the field. Ashta cried happily, ignoring Aisha cowering against the wall. And she thought to make me lick her palace of blood clean for all eternity. Carl and Taylor looked upon the beautiful goddess with nothing less than awe. She was known to be as ruthless as Darusa, but could also be amazingly compassionate. Like her twin brother, Bandu, she loved a good fight as much as a boisterous victory celebration. She and her brother were two of the most popular gods. They were both gorgeous beyond comprehension, with lustrous black hair, alabaster skin, and emerald eyes. Ashta wore her waist-length hair loose, and sheathed her spectacular body in silvery armor and black leather. The armor was molded to her shapely body and even seemed to move with her like liquid steel. Bandu wore his shoulder-length hair in a ponytail and twisted his long black beard into a single braid. He disdained armor at the moment, wearing only gleaming black boots and leather pants of burnt orange. Bandu threw back his head and laughed. Then, with a glint in his emerald eyes, he turned on Garn. He transformed himself into his animal manifestation, a great white bull with long wickedly hooked horns. Both gods pawed at the ground, eyes filled with rage and hate. The stag bugled and charged, with Bandu answering in kind. The thunderclap of their meeting staggered the mortals in the chamber and sent the howlers screaming to the doors in terror. Carl stared at the godly combat with stunned awe. Never had he expected to see such a sight. Both gods bellowed in rage, sinking their murderous horns and antlers deep into each other. Blood flew everywhere, covered everyone and everything, but the wounds inflicted healed instantly. The battle lasted only a few minutes, with Bandu flinging Garn about and driving him across the chamber at will. It ended with a last bugle of rage from the stag before he turned and vanished. While Bandu was showing Garn why he was only a minor power in the arisen hierarchy, Ashta jumped the four sisters. She kicked Banun low in the belly, sending her back to her own realm with a whimper. Simona vanished without a fight, leaving her sisters Aru and Zymar to take the brunt of Ashta's rage. The goddess of war first cleaved Zymar's right arm off before she too vanished, then snatched a hold of Aru's thick red mane. With fist and booted foot, Ashta hammered the hapless goddess thoroughly before letting her leave. After the last of the four sisters vanished, Ashta turned back to her brother, who stood watching with a wide grin. Nothing I like better than a good catfight, except sending those cowards running with their tails firmly tucked, he cried with a laugh. Ashta raised her silver sword, her face lit with a roguish grin. To the great hall. Our victory celebration awaits. Without a word or glance to the stunned mortals, the victorious twin god and goddess of war vanished. Carl! Aisha's escaping! Taylor cried. Carl whirled on the portal with a snarl of rage. Aisha was racing for the portal in terror. She disappeared through it before he could decide what to do. He started to follow, then stopped. Turning to Taylor, he ran over and swung the sword at the manacles with all his might. The chains didn't quite part, but the upper portion of the post exploded with the impact. Taylor didn't hesitate. With a cry to follow, he sprinted for the closing portal. Carl was dogging his heels. The black portal closed fast, forcing them to leap headlong through. They landed on cold, hard flagstones. A cry from the other side of the portal caught their attention. They crouched low, preparing to meet whatever attack was coming. Qasim could be seen racing towards them. Taylor snatched the sword from Carl's grasp and ran to the portal. As Qasim leapt through, Taylor struck the pentacles encircling lines with all his strength. Breaking the line, the portal disappeared instantaneously, cutting Qasim in half. "We're back, wizard," Carl said, a grin starting to spread across his face. "Yes, but where are we?" Carl's eyes went wide. "Aisha's laboratory in the royal palace, dot." Surrounded by Aisha and her allies, Taylor added. "I need no help in dispatching the likes of you two," Aisha declared, stepping forth from the shadows. Carl whirled around to face the threat and was struck down by a searing bolt. The last residue of the protective spell Taylor had placed on the mail blasted away, with the chain mail itself being ripped and torn apart. Carl hit the floor, his muscles jerking sporadically and unable to think straight. Taylor realized Carl would be killed with Aisha's next bolt, so he rushed to place himself between them. He threw up a hastily constructed ward just in time. Aisha laughed at the weakness of his magic, but Taylor silently rejoiced to be able to wield power again. A quick search showed him that very little of his stored energy remained. He suspected Aisha wasn't suffering that nasty condition. Flinging the sword at her head, Taylor cried, "Till we meet again, Aisha." Taylor spent the last of his power to create a portal back to a safe house on Alaria's upper-class moon island. The black whirlpool was small and unstable. He grabbed Carl by the collar and dragged him through the portal before it collapsed or Aisha recovered to renew her attack. Dame Fallon glanced covertly at the sullen sorceress riding beside her. Maeve now wore a simple battle dress popular in the much cooler Tyrians far to the north. It was of heavy brown wool, with a high collar and long sleeves. Dalis was very near to the tropics, so she wondered how the sorceress tolerated the heat. A well-worn sword and scabbard was strapped low on her hip. Somehow, Maeve seemed changed from their last encounter. Her every move, her every look screamed dangerous. There was no sign of warmth, not even the most basic of human compassions. Maeve now scared Fallon even more than Rebecca did. Rebecca had warned her to be careful with the brooding mage. Maeve was a former lover of Danica's, not at all happy about being sent to capture her. Only a powerful hayas placed on her by Darusa herself forced her compliance. Given opportunity or even marginal justification, she would turn on Fallon with a vengeance, and she possessed a highly volatile temper. Maeve seemed to be pointedly ignoring her as they rode before Puma Troop, through the palace grounds. The garden path through the grounds was lined with magnificent flowering shade trees, whose many branches sometimes hung too low over the path. Maeve, distracted in her inner turmoil, found it easier to duck rather than guide her mount around the obstacles. They soon exited the Imperial Palace grounds, turning left toward the Vicon tenement. Their great destriers quickly ate up the distance. As they closed on the gate, Dame Fallon studied the posted guards. They were all dressed similarly, suggesting they were members of the same sorority. They looked competent enough, though they were casting fearful looks at Maeve. "They feel my power," Maeve answered her unsaid question. If nothing else, her thick Tyrian accent betrayed her origins. "It scares them, but they don't suspect anything. That'll all change when we stop. Can you tell if Danica and Kat are still within?" Giving her a steady look, Maeve's eyes narrowed before answering, "No." Fallon had the distinct feeling Maeve wanted her to make some sort of snide comment that she could use to blast her soul to the lowest reaches of hell. Fighting to keep her face impassive, Fallon simply nodded and looked back to the Vicon guards. Almost looking disappointed, Maeve shrugged and turned back to the gate herself. "Follow my lead, but don't enter until I do," Maeve said, spurring her gray gelding slightly ahead. When she came directly in front of the gate, Maeve wheeled her mount about brutally. The Vicon guards jumped back, crying out in alarm. Maeve slid from her saddle, thrusting a glowing fist at the Vicon. The guards were slammed bodily against the wall, stunning them momentarily. The gate slammed closed. From their knees, several Vicon cast balls of flame at her. The flames dissipated before they reached her. Maeve crouched low, chanting quietly, then thrust both open hands out at the tenement. Fallon didn't see anything happen, but a great soulful wail rose up from the Vicon tenement. Whatever Maeve did, it had affected everyone inside. Then with both hands glowing, the sorceress stalked over to the disoriented and helpless guards. She walked among them, touching each a brief moment. The Vicon women screamed or gave a blood-curdling wail of despair when she touched them. It only took a few minutes, leaving 10 young warrior witches lying dead on the cobbles. Fallon shivered involuntarily. Drawing her sword, Maeve looked up at Fallon with a building bloodlust. "Now you may follow me in." With that, the sorceress strode towards the closed gate. Approaching, she pulled her clenched fist back, then thrust it forward and cried out a word of power. The thick, iron-bound gate exploded inward. Screams could be heard from within. Pulling their blades, Puma Troop charged in after the Tyrian sorceress. Captain Fallon and Dame Olivia fought side by side through the packed Vicon. The witches were trying in vain to take them down with magic, but Maeve was protecting them. The Vicon were left with no other weapons but swords, spears, and knives, and they were very good with these weapons. Whenever she had a break in the action, Dame Fallon watched in fascination as Maeve fought with reckless abandon. She wondered if the sorceress had a death wish. Maeve relied mostly on her magic, but didn't hesitate in using her sword if a Vicon came within range. She strode purposely through the thickest parts of the battle, leaving unconscious Vicon warrior witches stretched out on the cobbles to mark her path. The battle raged for half an hour, seemingly between evenly matched opponents. Puma Troop inflicting far greater casualties, but there were far more Vicon. Maeve seemed preoccupied with her own private battle with the Vicon. Fallon began to fear Danica and Cat might escape, so posted Dame Olivia and one squad to guard the entrance. Then she sought out Maeve. "My lady, we must put an end to this now." Dame Fallon shouted above the din of battle. Maeve glanced at her, eyes blazing in fury. Fallon had the brief feeling that she was unrecognized and would soon be dead. Then Maeve calmed and nodded. She closed her eyes, chanting, and started drawing strange runes in the air before her. The Vicon all screamed at once, turning on Maeve with wild, fearful eyes. Suddenly, Maeve caught Fallon's attention when she shouted a word of power forcibly. Looking up at Fallon, "How is that for putting an end to it, Captain?" Taken aback by the statement, Fallon glanced around. To a woman, the Vicon were all laying stretched out on the ground. Not a whisper heard, not a movement seen. Only Puma Troop remained conscious, panting and nursing wounds with apprehensive eyes. Fallon felt that familiar superstitious chill run down her spine. "Well met, Sorceress Maeve. Now we must find Danica and Cat before they wake," Fallon said, looking around for any sign of them. "Don't waste your time." "They're gone," Maeve said. "Where are they?" "That, I don't know, but I am sure someone here does," she said. "Two redheads," Fallon said. "They're traveling with two redheads. I can recognize them if they're here." Turning to her troopers, "Round up all the redheads and line them up against the north wall. Don't overlook the rooms upstairs." Dismounting, Dame Fallon walked with Maeve to the north wall. There they carefully looked over each woman. It took less than 10 minutes for Helene to be deposited at their feet. Fallon felt a surge of triumph and joy flash through her at the sight of the helpless warrior witch. By the time Claudia was found, Helene was already been bound and gagged. After both of the unconscious women were tied face down across the backs of horses, Dame Fallon led Puma Troop back toward the Imperial Palace. Maeve stayed behind, with glowing hands. She was sullenly stripping each Vicon of her powers and energy. Fallon had a feeling that she would take their lives in the end, right down to the last child. The trip back to the palace was even faster. Dame Fallon knew they must have just missed catching Danica and Cat. They had to force the Vicon into telling their whereabouts and plans quickly. As an afterthought, she sent Dame Olivia back with her platoon to wait in ambush. Just in case. Quickly they passed through the guarded gate and soon arrived before the court mage's wing. After securing their mounts, Claudia and Helene were thrown over the shoulders of Puma Troop's two strongest women and carried inside. Fallon dropped her troops off in the waiting chamber next to Rebecca's laboratory, having the two Vicon carried to the laboratory. The mercenaries dumped the unconscious witches at the High Mage's feet. Rebecca was thrilled to see the two prisoners, thankfully. Like Fallon, she believed they would tell them where to find Danica and Cat. Though she had missed seeing Danica and Cat depart, she did watch the attack and capture of the tenement. Much to Fallon's relief. "Strip them," Rebecca ordered. With a grim smile, Dame Fallon pulled her belt knife. Kneeling beside Helene, she began slowly cutting her clothes off. It only took a moment before Helene lay before them in the nude, covered only by the blood from the multitude of small cuts Fallon's blade and the recent battle had inflicted. Claudia was immediately subjected to the same treatment. "The small one seems to be coming around," Rebecca observed. Indicating a pair of shackles hanging from the ceiling. "Hang her from those chains." Helene was quickly secured by the wrists, while Claudia was chained hand and foot to the wall. The shackles held Helene stretched out, her toes just off the floor. The brutal steel cuffs quickly cut into the tender flesh of her wrists, as they were required to support her full weight, releasing many tiny rivulets of bright red blood. Rebecca slowly walked around Helene, admiring her helpless beauty and agonized groans. When Helene was fully conscious, she stopped before her. "Now, my pretty, the fun begins," Rebecca said pleasantly. Reaching out, she lightly touched Helene between her eyes. Helene screamed mournfully, ending in choked sobs. "Now that I've stripped you of your meager powers and energies, tell us where to find Danica and Cat." "Never. Leave her alone," Claudia cried angrily, pulling at her chains. "Ah, the other has joined us," Rebecca said, walking over. Claudia ceased her struggles, instead cringing back against the wall. Rebecca placed her hand on the struggling Vicon's head, eliciting another chilling wail of horror and despair. Smiling pleasantly, Rebecca pulled Claudia's head up by the hair. "Don't you find it ironic that I'll use your own energies to torment, torture, and kill you? You'll gain nothing by it, wench." Helene screamed. Rebecca's head snapped around at the insult. Helene was visibly shaking. "My lady, let me handle this," Fallon offered, fearing her mistress was too angry at the moment. Killing them would accomplish nothing. "These two helped them escape me, I'd like the chance to repay them." Visibly restraining herself, Rebecca sighed and said, "Very well, Fallon." Rebecca ordered Monique to bring her a chair. After her mistress was seated, Dame Fallon pulled her belt knife and approached the frightened Helene. She softly caressed Helene's face with the flat of the razor-sharp blade, then gently slid it flat down her neck, over her breasts, and down her belly. Such an exquisite face, such exquisite breasts, and such exquisite pain. Fallon cried, thrusting the blade deep into Helene's thigh. Helene gritted her teeth, tears flowing freely, and tried not to scream, or give her torturers any satisfaction. It was hard, so terribly hard. "This pain is nothing compared to what I'm about to inflict. I am a knight and a peeress," Helene declared in a choking voice. "Excruciating death is preferable to betraying a friend." "Truly?" Fallon mocked. "Has anyone ever hammered a knife through your thigh bone, then twisted the knife until the bone splintered?" Helene passed out. The pain and the coming torments were just too much for her to handle. Fallon quickly and brutally slapped her back to consciousness. Grabbing the thin votary braid hanging to the left side of her face, she pulled it and cut it off. Then she grabbed her thick votary tail and cut it off. Rage flashed in Helene's eyes. To be so dishonored. "You are all evil," Claudia cried. "You're not exactly the brightest member of the Vicon, are you?" Fallon sneered at Claudia. "You are wasting your time. You can disembowel us, cut off our votary braids, rip our teeth out slowly." Claudia stopped abruptly, her face a mask of horror as she realized she might be giving them ideas. Regaining her composure, "By the time your tortures pull anything useful from us, it'll be too late. Anything we know will be useless. But think of the pleasures I'll gain by it," Fallon laughed, drawing the sharp blade across Helene's taut belly. The cut was shallow, but blood flowed freely from it. Claudia looked away, shuddering. Strangled sobs came from Helene. My revenge will be absolute. No. She's right, Rebecca said, standing. We're wasting time here. Stand aside, there is a better way. Not as gruesome or entertaining, but guaranteed to get what we want. You'll get no help from us, Helene swore. Ashta and Mog as my witnesses, I'll fight you to my grave. Rebecca laughed, signaling for Monique to come to her side. The enslaved sorceress quickly did her bidding. Rebecca stroked her soft cheek affectionately, then turned hard eyes on Helene. This is the high sorceress Monique. Now she is nothing more than a helpless plaything, a sex toy I amuse myself with, but less than a year ago she was the greatest threat to me in the Empire. Her powers were much more powerful than even my own, Rebecca said softly. I captured her, stripped her of her powers, and enslaved her. You're only a witch. Magic, which is more powerful than honor or human strength. Lifting Monique's chin high, you'll tell me what I want to know just as eagerly as Monique tries to please me in bed. Helene and Claudia exchanged a horrified look. I see you understand the power of magic, Rebecca laughed. Turning to Monique, go fetch me a circlet, dear. Monique hurried away without thought or pause. It will still be too late, Helene said weakly. No. I don't think so, she said. The effects of the circlet would be immediate, and you will be just as much my slave as Monique. After I drain you of all useful information, I'll give you to Dame Fallon and her troops. Glancing over her shoulder at the Amazon Knight, I trust they will keep you painfully occupied until I finish with our other two troublemakers, but of that you can be assured, Fallon declared with feeling, glaring at the two wide-eyed women. Then locking eyes with Helene, maybe I'll show you that little knife trick with the thigh bone. Chapter 16. Maeve worked steadily at stripping the Vicon of their hoarded life energies. Already, just halfway through the task, she felt almost giddy from the arcane energy she now possessed. Never had she been able to store so much. Never did she have access to so much free for the taking. As much as it would please her mistress for her to drain the Vicon completely, she could not force herself to do it. First and foremost, she could not so much as think about stealing any of the children's energies. Of course, the children would need the women to survive. For the children, at least, the Vicon as a group had to survive, but she would leave them no energies to fuel their magics. No means to strike back at her later. As she bent to drain a sorely wounded brunette in scanty golden-orange armor, a jolt hit her and left her shaking and breathless. No, not a jolt, more like a burden lifted. Glancing around, she could neither see nor sense anyone about to hurl magic at her. Forgetting the Vicon for the moment, Maeve began chanting a sing-song cantrip. She quickly determined that she wasn't under any kind of assault, or even being spied upon magically. Yet something was different. But what? The Hayes, she muttered, startled, alarmed. It is gone? She hesitated, afraid the mere act of checking on the Hayes' state would condemn her in Darusa's eyes, but she had to know. After a short chanted spell, her eyes lit with joy. I am free. Then something far worse than the Hayes hit her. Humiliation. With rising bile, Maeve glanced around at what she had wrought in Darusa's unholy name. The dead and barely living lay about her accusingly. Even the children were sprawled across and under their mothers, aunts, and grandmothers. All because of her magic. What have I done? O gods, forgive me. Fear, shame, self-loathing, and nausea all assaulted her at once. What to do to right this terrible wrong? And could she? Would the Vicon even allow her to try? Danica. Rebecca had the only women who might know her whereabouts. Rebecca and Dame Fallon might even now be moving to capture her and Kat. All thanks to her efforts. Maeve wondered, did Danica know of her efforts to capture her for Aisha? If she did, how to convince her she was no longer aiding her allies? Should she even try? And if she didn't, how to hide the facts? Perhaps it is best if I just go away, she said miserably. I have only made things worse for my friends and myself. Then the first faint sobs of an awakening child reached her. Maeve knew she couldn't just leave. She had to do something to right her wrong. First, she had to help the Viscount, then Danica. Somehow, the gods willing, she would find a way. Danica closed her eyes and enjoyed the feel of the wind on her face. They were soaring through a warm cloudless blue sky about an hour southwest of Dolly's. Even Kat seemed to be enjoying the ride. The big Bravo was to her right, on the white bird. Danica was riding her piebald. Looking all around, Danica couldn't see a single cloud anywhere. Just a deep blue sky. Perfect weather for a joyride, but terrible for escaping pursuing air cavalry. She could only pray for cloudy skies on the night of their rescue attempt. The witches back at the tenement had proven unable to forecast the weather. Apparently sorcery was required for that, and even then it wasn't all that accurate. Or so they swore. Flying around the Amazon countryside like this denied the two women the opportunity to talk, to debate options. But Danica wasn't feeling too talkative. Things weren't going well. Their earlier treatment of Helene still stung. Helene had proven herself a true and trustworthy friend up until then, so they should have given her the benefit of the doubt. True, her indiscretion required she give them some proof they were still safe, but it was all handled wrong. She resolved to make it up to her some way before they parted company. Maybe I'll buy her a bracelet, she mused, then grinned. She'd probably prefer a new whip, though. She laughed, kinky wench. Kat, too far away to make out what she said, gave her a questioning look. Danica waved it was nothing, so Kat resumed her study of the underlying countryside. They were scouting out possible routes out of Dolly's, and Kat's job was to locate possible bolt holes if they're pursued too fiercely. Preferably, small clearings in the thick woods with just enough room for warhawks to land and take off. Danica joined her in that task, finding the checkerboard country stretched out below a beautiful sight. More so since she had decided that though Dolly's was a grand and impressive city, it still wasn't quite up to Dakar in overall beauty. Where Dakar took a person's breath away with warm feelings of pleasure and inspiring beauty, Dolly's just overwhelmed them with grandeur. Way overdone, in Danica's opinion. Looking up at the sun, she estimated it to be midday. Time to return to Dolly's. She wanted to scout out the interior of the Imperial Palace after lunch in the guise of citizens seeking to petition Empress Serena on some petty dispute she has yet to think up. Getting Kat's attention, she signaled to turn back. Danica took the lead, picking up the pace. The faster they got back, the more time she'd have exploring the palace. That, and her stomach had started to complain when she thought of lunch. It was just over 55 minutes later when they began their descent to the Mews. Danica didn't even go for another pass around the city, though she would have liked to. She figured they'd get more useful information on the Imperial Palace and its grounds on foot. Once the Mews came into view, Danica noticed that it was now crowded with women. They were milling about, looking at the warhawks. Most of the women were standing in twos and threes before various warhawks. Spotting two perches near the center of the Mews and their black warhawk, she started guiding her bird towards them. It would be helpful to have all three birds close together. She considered it a stroke of luck, even if they were located dead center of the thickest concentration of milling women. The women closest to the empty roosts quickly moved away. In a thunder of flapping wings and warhawk roars, Danica and Kat landed on adjoining roosts. Every eye in the Mews was on them. Danica felt a strange satisfaction at that, casting a crooked grin at Kat. Young girls ran up and secured the thick leather leg straps to the perches. Only after their birds were secured did they drop their saddle ladders. Danica scurrying down her ladder, then headed over to meet Kat. She arrived just as Kat stepped on solid earth, and so did the Amazons. Danica noticed the women moving in an instant too late. In a flash, they were seized and their weapons taken. Someone behind her hit Danica with several hard punches to the lower back. "At long last, we meet again," Dame Fallon said, triumph flashing in her green eyes as she stepped before them. "This time I'm not letting you escape me." Danica was dumbfounded. For once she couldn't think of a single thing to say or do. Cat was even worse off, fear and dread already claiming her eyes. Finally, regaining some of her composure, "How did you know where to find us, Dot?" "We paid a visit to that Vicon hideout of yours earlier this morning," Dame Fallon said, enjoying the looks of shock and fear in the eyes. "I fear all your friends met untimely deaths." Both women visibly sagged at that revelation. "Except two," she taunted, a sneer twisting her pretty face. "The two redheads you flew in with are back at the Imperial Palace, awaiting our pleasure." "If you even think of hurting them," Cat snarled. Fallon cut her off with a vicious backhand. "I have already done, and will continue do, more than think about hurting them," she said. "I've already had the pleasure of torturing your whereabouts out of the smaller one, Helene." Smiling grimly, her screams and cries made me feel great. Danica felt her insides turn to jelly and her knees go weak at that news. She hadn't wanted anyone to get hurt on her account. Cat was determined to help her, come death or glory. The two Vicon were another story. They didn't even know why they were dying. "Let them go," Danica said, pleading. "I'm the one you really want. The others aren't any threat to your plans. They don't even know what's going on. The only plans I have are to finish carving them up while Rebecca deals with you too," Dame Fallon sneered, stepping in closer and grabbing Danica's face. "Then, later, I have very special plans for you, my elven beauty." She looked Danica over slowly, a hint of lust easing into her eyes. "The pleasure I'll take from your body will be exquisite. But not as exquisite as the pain, horror, and humiliation I'll inflict afterwards." Dame Fallon kissed Danica long and hard, crushing her lips mercilessly. Danica struggled, but was held fast by the laughing warriors. She had that same helpless, terrified feeling that being turned into a woman had given her. The feeling that she had lost control of her own destiny. Fallon ended the brutal kiss, stepping back with a satisfied look about her. Danica, overwhelmed with guilt and fear, lashed out at the smug mercenary captain. With a scream more of despair than rage, she lifted her right knee to her chest and kicked out at Fallon's head. To everyone's surprise, the blow landed solidly. Danica's heel struck beside the nose and ripped a deep, ragged gouge across Fallon's right cheek that ended just under the ear. For a brief instant Danica could see glistening cheekbone, then a deluge of blood spouted out. Danica, Cat, and everyone looked on in horror at what had been done to the pretty captain's face. Dame Olivia was the first to recover, screaming woefully as she ran to her lover's side. Lifting her right leg again, Danica this time drove her heel ruthlessly into the foot of the mercenary holding her right arm. She felt the small bones and soft flesh give, ripping an agonized wail from the woman's lips. Jerking her arm free, Danica reached over and grabbed the sword of the other mercenary. Jerking it out, she slammed the heavy disc pommel into the first woman's temple, then tried to skewer the other, but that woman scrambled out of reach quickly. Ignoring the screaming Amazons, Danica drove her sword tip into the thick steel cuirass of one of the women holding Cat. Her blade pierced the steel, but the mercenary threw herself backwards and escaped with only a minor flesh wound. Cat just finished punching out the other when Danica turned around. Danica grabbed Cat's hand and took off running, brandishing the sword. The mercenaries froze for a heartbeat, most glancing uncertainly at their captain. Quickly breaking free of the crowd, they raced towards the horses. A mercenary guard intercepted them mere paces from the picket line. Danica skidded to a halt to engage the warrior, but Cat, who was glancing back at the pursuit, didn't notice and plowed into her. Danica went down hard at the Amazon's feet, with Cat smashing headlong into the woman. Danica scrambled back up, kicking the Amazon in the jaw then helping Cat up. A quick glance back told her they didn't have time to untie and mount. Just run. Forget the horses. The faster Cat took off without being told twice. Danica took the time to run down the picket line of horses, guiltily dragging her sword across their soft, velvety noses as she ran down the line after Cat. The horses responded by screaming, kicking, and pulling on the ropes. It hurt her to do that to the horses, but she had to do something to disrupt the pursuit. Especially a mounted pursuit. Out the gate, then right, she ordered. Without a word, Cat cut sharply right at the gate, and then charged into the first alley. The pursuit could be heard shouting behind them. Spying 2 doors across from each other, Danica called loudly, "Run into that door on the right." Then she quickly overtook Cat and led her through the left door, which was the only open door of the 2. Closing the door behind them, she quickly threw the lock. They paused only long enough to hear the Amazons start to pound on the other door. They made their way through the small cobbler's shop, out to the street, and turned back towards the mews. "Where are we going?" Cat asked, confused. "To get out of Dolly's," Danica said, looking about nervously. "And the surest, fastest way is by Warhawk. But they'll be waiting. They're back in the alley. Not all of them, I'm sure." "We'll deal with them," Danica said. "Deal with them? Great God of mercy. There had to be 200 of them." 60, maybe 70, Danica said, still moving steadily back toward the mews. "And at least 50 of them came after us." Before Cat could voice any more objections, of which she had plenty, a group of stragglers spotted them, and the race began anew. Rounding the next corner brought them within sight of the mews. Danica led them straight for the open gate. Cat no longer had the wind to argue. They found some 20-odd mercenaries tending to the horses, some of which were still quite agitated. Racing past them, Danica and Cat headed for their waiting warhawks. Both their birds were watching, seemingly eager to join in the action. Splitting up, they charged the dangling saddle ladders, legs pumping furiously, hands desperately grasping at the wooden dowels of the ladders. Strapping herself into the saddle, Danica remembered the restraining straps on the both warhawks' legs. Angry Amazon warriors, brandishing swords, were charging toward them. Cat, also having remembered the restraining straps too late, sat frozen in her saddle staring at their approach. "Bandu!" Danica cried. Then to the bird, "Bird, squat down. Fast." The warhawk did as ordered, squatting low on the perch. Unstrapping, Danica slid out of the saddle and down the silky smooth feathered back and raced over to Cat's tethered bird. Swinging her blade with all her strength, she sliced the thick leather strap holding the warhawk down. "Fly," she screamed in her most commanding voice. The warhawk didn't hesitate. With a roar, it jumped high as it brought its powerful wings down. Mighty gusts of air buffeted Danica as she turned to her own bird, knocking her down twice. Scrambling on all fours back to her piebald, she cut the warhawk's restraining strap. Slamming the sword into its sheath, Danica hooked her arms around the saddle straps across its chest. "Fly." Danica found herself being pounded by powerful bursts of wind as the great bird of prey took off. The warhawk roared her defiance, which Danica barely heard over the thunder of her wings. It was all she could do to hang on. Until that moment, she never realized the size and strength of the bird's breast muscles. Now, every time the bird flapped, flexing her muscles, she threatened to snap both of Danica's forearms against the straps. "Follow the other warhawk," she cried, noticing they were starting to veer off more southwardly. Cat had headed due west, toward Alaria. An area they had scouted somewhat that morning. "Follow them closely." While the warhawk sped up to close with Cat, Danica turned her attention to regaining her saddle and the comforting safety of the restraining strap. So cautiously, she began pulling herself up the strap. The strap was too tight to slip a leg or foot under, so she was forced to hang from the flapping bird. Her arms were tiring quickly. Finally, she made it to within feet of the saddle, just in front of the wings. Ordering the bird to glide a moment, she took the opportunity to scramble up into the saddle. Once there, she was momentarily overcome by violent shakes. "Thank you," Bandu, she exclaimed breathlessly. Looking back, she couldn't spot any pursuit. It would take a few minutes to saddle some warhawks and follow, but would it be enough? It being the lunch hour, few riders were up and about. They were almost alone in the sky. Taking the lead, she led them toward a small forested hill just a few miles outside the walls and east of the Tiber River, heading for a clearing halfway up the hillside. Kat was horrified, wanting to keep flying due west until they reached Alaria or at least out of sight of the city. As far as she was concerned, their rescue attempt had failed miserably. Any hope of rescuing Monique was lost forever. Danica didn't agree. Landing in the small clearing beside Danica, "What are you thinking, woman? They'll be all over us in 5 minutes here." Glancing over her shoulder, "God of mercy. I can see the city from here. They'll never think to look this close to the city. Like hell they won't. Trust me." "Gods. Don't say that. You'll jinx us." Danica rolled her eyes, then climbed down. Kat reluctantly followed suit, grumbling and casting murderous glances at Danica. They quickly herded the bulking warhawks into the cover of a hardwood thicket, wishing they had Helene and Claudia there to keep the birds quiet. Just wishing they had the two Vicon there, safe and sound. Chapter 17. Sitting with her back against a tall oak, Danica stared at the city of dollies through the treetops from the steep hillside. Their birds were hidden away in a lower, denser stand. Kat leaned against another tree to her left, brooding quietly. Large and small formations of warhawk riding Amazons wheeled about overhead in search patterns, or streaked by high above, hardly noticed after 5 hours. They were both consumed by thoughts of Helene, Claudia, and the other Vicon who had opened their homes and hearts to them. Danica could see the imperial palace from her vantage point, wondering what torments Helene and Claudia had suffered, and currently were suffering, because of her. "We have to save them," Kat said, not taking her eyes off the city. "If nothing else, and even if you must spend the rest of your life as a woman, we have to save Claudia and Helene." "I know. How are we going to do it?" "I don't know." "Exactly. What exactly do you know?" Danica, turning to look at Kat, smiled weakly, sadly. "I only know that tonight we have to slip back into the city, and into the palace. Tomorrow will be too late for our friends." Kat's face turned to her. Her dark eyes were huge, brimming with tears. "What are you saying, Danica? Surely they won't kill them while we're still loose. There are worse things than being killed." Danica's eyes burned. She struggled to control the boiling emotions within. She indicated to the growing darkness. "Once it becomes too dark to search any longer, Dame Fallon will return to her mistress and take out her frustrations on our friends." "Torture?" Danica could only nod. The horror and despair in Kat's eyes mirrored her own darkest fears. She knew it was all her fault. Helene and Claudia suffered because of her. Kat wiped away tears, and asked, "How will we get in?" Danica sighed raggedly. For once even Kat didn't question the need to go to the place she feared the most. "Fly, I guess. The city gates will be closed at sunset," she said. "But I doubt we can do it without being detected." Kat rolled her eyes, looking so dejected. "That's encouraging. Do we have a choice?" When Kat didn't respond, she continued. "Around midnight we'll leave here, and fly straight for the Imperial Palace. They'll be waiting for us, of course." "Then we need a different plan," Kat said, straightening up and turning to face her. "Committing suicide like that won't help Claudia and Helene." "Actually, while they will be expecting us to fly into the city," Danica said, getting a crafty look about her face, "they'll be waiting for us to try and sneak into the palace. Instead, we'll fly straight to the palace and land." Kat's jaw dropped. Danica shrugged. "Great idea. Why make it hard for them? Think, Kat. If you were expecting someone to break into the palace, where would you place your guards?" In every nook and cranny. No. You'd put them around every entrance, and the outer wall. Sure, there will be guards stationed throughout the grounds, but not in greater numbers we'd normally find. In truth, this setback might even prove to be to our advantage. Danica's face had that old confidence again. Her sapphire eyes sparkled at Kat, filling the hesitant Bravo with some of her own confidence. Kat had seen that look before, usually just before some terrible tragedy befell them. Nodding her acceptance, I'm just a simple bouncer, not used to this kind of adventure. You know best. It'll go fine. You'll see, Danica said, sitting back and tearing into a piece of jerky. Get something to eat and some rest, it's going to be a long night. Leaning back against the tree, Kat sighed deeply and stared up into the quickly darkening sky. The thick mass of circling warhawk formations reminded her of the air battle they fought earlier that week, and how all her friends had helped to save her life. Danica could never have raced to her rescue if Helene and Claudia hadn't been disrupting and tying up the mercenaries. Then she noticed the formations were flying tight figure-8 patterns, most overlapping each other. Strange, she hadn't ever seen riders do that before. Pointing up, Danica, what do you make of them? Danica glanced up casually, then almost choked on the jerky. Hacking and struggling to her feet, she glanced around fearfully. Kat came to her feet, every sense now alert. What is it? I know those patterns, Danica whispered. They're used to keep warhawk riders from taking off and escaping. Kat gawked at her a long moment, and then swallowed hard. They know we're in here. Quiet. You want to give away our position? They already know we're in here, Kat snapped. Maybe not exactly where we are, she said, a steadfastness coming to her eyes. The riders are there to keep us down. Soon, ground troops will be coming in after us. If they aren't already creeping in on us? Kat's eyes went wide at that revelation. She looked hard at the now menacing forest shadows surrounding them. Suddenly every noise was suspect, and there were plenty to send her nerves a-crawl. It was almost sunset, and their side of the hillock was already nearly immersed in total darkness, and getting darker fast. Follow me. Quietly, Danica whispered, dropping into a crouch and melting into the shadows. Silently praying to each and every god and goddess she had ever heard of, Kat followed her friend. As they crept out of the hillock's relatively open crown and deeper into the denser forest below, Danica's shape became hazier and hazier. She marveled at how silently the veteran raider could move through the night-shrouded forest. Kat couldn't even see the ground, much less know where to step to avoid breaking dry twigs and branches, and it only got darker. She had to close the distance to keep from losing sight of Danica. It wasn't long before they heard the first faint rustling of feet ahead. Danica placed a hand on Kat's shoulder, guiding her to a hiding place. Kat hadn't even been able to see it. It only served to remind her how much out of her element she was. Soon the crouched shapes of warriors slid by with a bare whisper of shuffling feet. Using her keen elven night vision, Danica watched them with the critical eye of a seasoned fighter, while Kat could barely make out their forms and only heard her own heart thundering in her ears. After their passage, Danica gave Kat's shoulder a squeeze and led the way again. 5 more times they were required to hide from search parties. Coming to the edge of the forested hillock, they found pasture and tilled farmland between them and Dolly's. And the open country was much better lit than the forest. Moving down the tree line a ways, they set off toward the city by hugging a thick hedgerow along the road. Warriors, riding in large and small groups, raced back and forth down the road, forcing them to stop and hide frequently. As they neared the city, more and more commoners moved along the road. Coming across a farmstead just off the Tiberian Way and across the street from the great bridge crossing the river, they stopped a moment to discuss their options. They decided to try and blend in with the commoners. Stealing a couple of homespun dresses left out to dry in the cool night air, they slipped them over their clothes and stepped out onto the road. In the deepening darkness, no one noticed anything unusual about them. Blending in with the craftswomen and peasants, they walked as casually as they could across the long bridge. The sun was now out of sight over the western horizon, the sky bathed in burnt orange and pink. When the light faded too much to easily see faces, the guards would close the city gates for the night. As they reached the drawbridge over the moat, a bell began tolling. Most of the commoners took off running, some even calling out to the troops on gate duty to wait. Danica and Kat squeezed in with the last group. Near the gatehouse door, a warrior in the uniform of Puma Troop was arguing with the gate commander, a stocky gray-haired woman. One look at the gate commander and Danica knew it would take a lot more than a mere mercenary to make her keep the gate open. Of course, she knew Rebecca would use whatever means necessary to ensure her forces weren't interfered with in their search. However, the temporary disruption would work to their advantage, taking the powerful sorceress's attention off them for a short time. Moving away from the gate, they lost themselves in the still bustling crowds. They started down a street that led straight to the Imperial Palace. Mounted warriors weaved their way through the crowd, most appeared to be from Puma Troop. Danica assumed they were messengers sent to keep Rebecca apprised of their progress. The street didn't follow the nature terrain, but ran straight up the hill east of the Imperial Palace. Halfway down the other side, Danica and Kat paused to watch the path taken by the messengers through the palace grounds. The wing they stopped before could only be where the High Mage was located, and hopefully Helene, Claudia, and Monique. Though rescuing Helene and Claudia was now Danica's primary concern, she hadn't forgotten the reason they came to the Amazon Empire in the first place. If need be, once they rescued their friends, she would send them out with Kat while she went for the enslaved sorceress. Now what? We can't fly in now, we lost the Warhawks, Kat said, arms folded across her chest. As I recall, you said they would place most of their guards near the entrances to pounce on us when we broke in. I don't know, she said, slightly exasperated. Kat always seemed to want her to make the decisions, then complained about them afterwards. Kind of reminded her of Carl, just not so damn cheerful and full of herself. Starting to walk again, we'll just have to keep our eyes open for an opportunity. They made it all the way to the palace walls without seeing any opportunities. Spotting an open coffee shop within sight of the gate, they went over and loitered outside its door. While Amazons in pairs and small groups came and went, they watched the comings and goings at the gate. The Puma Troop mercenaries were carefully assessed before passing through, and then had Votarian escorts through the grounds. A few richly garbed nobles were passed in without much hassle, but they seemed to be recognized by the guards on duty. Only other Votarians seemed to pass without any hassle. I wonder how they know each other, Danica mused. Who are you talking about? The Votarians. Notice how they barely give other Votarian guards a second look as they walk through the gate. They're all probably great friends. I doubt that. From what Helene said, there are hundreds of them. Too many for them to know everyone on sight. Especially if they're from different sororities. Maybe there is a password or signal they give upon entering, Kat said, watching intently as two Votarians passed through the gate arm in arm. I didn't see them make any gestures or say anything, Danica said. Neither did I. Follow me, she said, disappearing down an alley. Where are we going? To find us a couple of off-duty Votarian guards and waylay them, she said, winking. We'll steal their uniforms and walk right in without arousing suspicion. Danica led her straight to the crazy unicorn. They lurked in the shadows of an alley, waiting. It was a good hour before two Votarians in their all-white uniforms, and of the correct statures, staggered out of the infamous tavern arm in arm, singing ribald marching songs in loud off-key voices. When they were abreast with the alley, quick arms jerked them into the shadows. The drunk knights were no match for Kat and Danica. They punched them out, then stripped them of their uniforms. Kat's bright white uniform was a bit too small, and Danica's a tad too big. But no one would be able to tell that in the dark. Off-duty, the two Votarians hadn't been wearing their armor, just their swords. One was auburn-haired, with a single votary tail pulled through a white lacquered sorority ring atop her head. The other had a thick white mane, with the votary tail and 2 votary braids of the white sorority. Danica had gleaned enough information about the Votarian sororities to know that they all had a votary ponytail, but varied on number and placement of votary braids. For the life of her, she couldn't remember how the gold sorority wore their hair, and golden-haired as she was, she would have to pose as a member of that group. Cat was another problem. The white sorority ring of the auburn-haired Votarian would pass for silver in the dark, maybe, but the black sorority wore 3 votary tails, 1 small tail above each ear, and 1 thick ponytail. They solved that problem by using the white sorority ring for the topmost tail, and cutting off stripes of white cloth to simulate the other 2 rings. By the time they had Cat's hair right, Danica remembered how gold sorority did theirs. They pulled a thick handful of hair through the ring high on the back of her head, then wrapped it with red cloth to simulate the sorority's red rings. Gold sorority had no votary braids that she could remember. They prayed their preparations were enough, and would fool unwary guards. After gagging and binding the unconscious Votarians, they covered them with their discarded clothes and stepped back onto the street leading to the palace. Moving with purpose, but not so fast as to arouse notice, they quickly returned to the palace area. From the shadows half a block away from the gate, they watched the guards on duty a while longer before making their move. Forcing themselves to indulge in mindless, idle conversation, they began casually walking toward the open gate and the 10 white-haired Votarians on duty. The Votarian guards turned to look at them when they emerged from the shadows. Then they turned back to study the surrounding streets and shadows. Walking close together, Danica and Cat kept their heads slightly bent as if in enthralling conversation. As they passed through the gate, they overheard 2 Votarians complaining about the High Mage and her stinking mercenary cohorts. "Do you think Rebecca is helping them search for us with her magic?" Cat whispered. Rebecca using her magic to follow their trail was scary, but unlikely. "Get a hold of yourself, Cat," she almost pleaded. "Rebecca might know we're here," she whispered, wide eyes darting from shadow to shadow. "I don't think so," Danica said, struggling for an answer. With her own mind racing, she was having a hard time recalling all she knew of magic. Little that it was. "I spent a lot of time growing up in and around the Dacaran royal court. There were several escapes from the dungeons, and not once were the court mages able to follow their progress. But Rebecca can. No. She can locate where we are, if we sit tight long enough," she said forcibly. "Like we did back on the hill. Remember how long it took for her to locate us? 5 hours. If we keep moving, she can't find us." She watched Cat's face closely. Fear, determination, and hesitancy all took turns on her face, several times. Danica tried her best to look her most confident to shore up her friend's faltering faith. In short order, Cat reluctantly seemed to accept her answer. "I hope you're not lying to me." "I'm placing my life in your hands," she said quietly. Danica's eyes went wide, her heart racing. "Bandu! Why does she say things like that?" Not trusting her tongue at that moment, Danica nodded and turned on her heel. Cat slipped up to her side as they emerged from the shadows and began walking up the winding cobblestone path. Every doorway they passed held at least 2 guards standing under guttering torchlight. They kept as far from those circles of light as possible without looking suspicious. Several times they heard music and laughter coming from balconies and terraces above them. At least one of those gatherings were off-duty Votarians, the rest were nobles and high government officials. Danica wondered if the Empress was at one of them, and briefly flirted with the idea of trying to kidnap her as a hostage. Then immediately rejected it as foolish, especially since Rebecca and Aisha were planning the overthrow of nations. "Is that the door we're looking for?" Cat asked as they emerged from a short tunnel under a higher wing of the palace. 2 white sorority guards stood watch before the tall arabesque archway. The richly carved oaken doors stood open, revealing a shining gold on white interior. The tree-lined courtyard before them held an even dozen saddled horses tied around the small, gurgling central fountain. The round shields hanging from the saddles were all Puma troops. "Act haughty," Danica muttered just before she strode purposely toward the beckoning doorway. Kat, doing her best impersonation of a knight, marched arrogantly by her side. The Votarian guards barely gave them a second look, until they made to enter the door. "Halt," the guard to their right ordered. Danica cocked her head slightly, one perfect eyebrow rising arrogantly. "What is the matter?" Danica said, letting a bit of her frustrations taint her voice. "No one is permitted inside without specific permission from the High Mage," the guard said, eyes narrowing in her scrutiny of the two women before her. Danica didn't fail to notice that both women stood with hand to hilt. "Who are you? Declare yourselves." Danica hesitated when both guards made tentative steps toward them. The first guard seemed to be scrutinizing her hair. If they got too close, their disguises would be seen through. And Danica was at a total loss for anything to say. Throwing caution aside, "I'm the Empress Serena, and this is my friend, the Duchess of Death." The guards hesitated, confused. Danica whipped her sword out and thrust it at the closest Votarian. The noble-born guard ducked expertly, but caught Danica's speeding foot in the jaw. Kat, taken by surprise by Danica's answer, didn't think of her sword. Seeing the other Votarian starting to pull steel, she reverted back to her bouncer ways and kicked her low in the belly. As the woman bent over in pain, she brought her knee up into her face. Without speaking or thought, they quickly dragged the bodies into the shadows and threw them into a lush flower bed. "No going back now," Danica said, heading for the door with sword still drawn. Pulling her own sword, Kat dutifully followed. "Upstairs or downstairs?" Kat said as they paused before the stairs. "I don't know. Normally, monarchs keep wizards out of sight below ground, but Amazons don't seem to have the same aversion to spellcasters." Before Kat could respond, the sound of a door opening and closing from the lower level reached them. They could just make out booted feet on marble heading their way. Grabbing Kat's arm, Danica pulled her halfway up the curving stairs to their right. From between the thick marble balustrades, they watched as a member of Puma Troop hurried out the door in a half-run. Both tensed, expecting her to become alarmed about the missing guards, but the chattering of hooves on cobbles drifted to them and faded away. "That was close," Kat sighed. "But we know where to look now," Danica said, smiling. The smile disturbed Kat, there not being any warmth in it. It seemed cold and murderous to her. "Let's go pay Rebecca a visit." The building was deathly quiet. They moved to the door quickly, but quietly. Danica pressed her ear against the door, but even her acute elven hearing could detect nothing. Kat stood by, nervously gripping her hilt with both hands so that the knuckles shone white. Danica slowly turned the brass doorknob and pushed the door open on silent, well-oiled hinges. The interior of the room looked comfortable, though dark. At first they thought they had made a mistake, then spotted the alchemy setup on the side shelves and tables. A soft mumbling sound pulled their attention to a figure bent over a massive tome across the room, her back to the door. They sneaked across the room, hearts racing wildly, breathing sparingly in fear of the sound it might make. Their eyes never left the unsuspecting sorceress thumbing through the ancient, moldy grimoire under the bright lamp. Coming to within feet of the woman, Danica could hear her mumbling strange words. "Probably some nasty spell to find us. Or maybe to torture her friends with later." Taking up positions a pace behind her, Danica nodded to Kat and they both eased their sword points to her lower back. "Surrender, Rebecca," Danica said, tensing to thrust at the first sign of resistance. Turning around slowly, a tiny smile spreading across her full red lips. "Took you long enough." That shook both women, suddenly suspecting a trap. Eyes narrowing, "No tricks or we'll kill you." "Tricks," she cried, offended. "Tricks and illusions are for petty street corner magicians. I am a high sorceress." "I'm impressed," Danica sneered. "No," Rebecca smiled again, now with malice burning in her dark eyes, "you're doomed." Neither Danica nor Kat hesitated. They buried their swords deep in the sorceress's belly. To their horror, she never so much as flinched. only laughed. Great Bandu invincible! Danica cried, jumping back. She gaped at Rebecca's belly, and scathed by their efforts. Shifting to mage sight, Danica gasped on seeing that the figure before them was nothing but swirling magics, with no one underneath. Watch out, cat! It's a trap! Then Rebecca lunged at them. They dived to the floor to escape her. The laughter continued, only now from a sitting area behind the door. Turning back to the magical simulation of the High Mage, Danica noticed her starting to fade away. Suddenly lamps flared, lighting the sitting area to the left of the door. Rebecca lounged there, tended by a beautiful brunette. "You two are so entertaining," Rebecca said, stroking the cheek of her enslaved lover. "Don't you think so, Monique?" "Yes, mistress." Monique's tone of voice was hollow, emotionless. Danica and Kat scrambled to their feet, staring open-mouthed at the sorceress. The door slammed shut, no one near it. Both felt chills run down their backs. "Now, Kat!" Danica cried, throwing herself at the laughing sorceress. Neither had taken more than 2 steps before Rebecca's hand lifted delicately. She made an obscene gesture and spoke a word of power. Instantly both women were seized by unseeable forces and pulled against the wall. They were held motionless, spread-eagle against the stone as Rebecca, with Monique attending her, strolled leisurely over to inspect her catch. "I fear, my dear adversaries, your sorry tale is coming to an end," she purred, looking so pleased with herself. "I can recall Puma Troop now and begin the gruesomely pleasurable task of questioning you. I think Dame Fallon has some special plans for the two of you once I'm finished. Then come sunrise, I'll sacrifice you both to Darusa, and damn your souls to an eternity of torment." Her eyes grew hard, the smile turning sinister. "Don't you just love happy endings?" "Here's my charter," Maeve growled, handing the folded-in crumpled sheet of parchment to the Votarian. "It specifically gives me leave to come and go as I see fit, The white sorority Votarian guard lieutenant scrutinized the paper under a lantern fixed to the gate. Her expression gave nothing away. The 9 other Votarians seemed to be ignoring them, but Maeve could see the telltale signs of their keen interest. These women were professionals, and as close to fanatics as anyone within the Empire. For all practical purposes, the Divine Empress was their goddess. "Appears to be in order, Sorceress Maeve." "You may enter," the Votarian said. Maeve took on her most haughty demeanor, loath to allow these arrogant wretches to know they were troubling her in the slightest. Accepting her papers back, she carefully folded them and returned them to her saddlebags before easing her mount through the gate and onto the Imperial Palace grounds. Only after well beyond their sight and hearing did she allow herself a sigh of relief. It was entirely possible for Rebecca to know she was no longer under the control of Darusa's Hayas. Her own hasty investigation had indicated that there was a battle of sorts between Darusa and possible 2 other arisen gods. Though she couldn't discover the results of that battle, she was able to determine it was the reason her Hayas was lifted or unraveled. She still didn't know if it was by Darusa's choice or not. Arriving at the mage's wing, Maeve hesitated. She was taking a terrible risk for Danica. Well, and the 2 Vicon witches she captured and sent here with Dame Fallon. After passing through the outer gates and their protective wards, she had been able to locate the 2 witches in the waiting chamber next to Rebecca's laboratory. It would be easy to rescue them and leave. She had no doubt Danica would be coming tonight, either to rescue her friends, or as Dame Fallon's prisoners. What to do? Go for the sure thing and rescue the witches? Then hope she could make it back to cut off Danica's try at the palace? Or she could wait for Danica to arrive, and help her and Kat rescue the witches. A low moan startled her out of her reverie. She quickly located 2 white sorority Votarians in a flower bed. "Danica," she muttered, starting to smile. "Beat me here, did you?" Gods, how she admired her abilities. Apparently being turned into an elfmaid did nothing to diminish Danic's natural talents. What a team they could make, she and Danic. As it should be. As it would be, if not for her cousin Elsa and Danic's own wandering eye. "It is his right," she said, shrugging. She was from the Tyrians, after all, where neither the men nor the women were known for their monogamist ways. "But it's my right to win his heart any way I can. And I will." Then one of the Votarians let out a soulful groan, starting to stir. Maeve realized that the Votarians would set up the alarm and endanger herself and Danica. With a simple gesture, she sent a bolt of arcane energy into first one, then the other guard. Neither would be waking for several hours now. With that, Maeve hurried for Rebecca's laboratory. Nearing the laboratory door, she heard a chorus of harsh laughter coming from the waiting chamber. Knowing the two witches were within, she eased open the door and peered inside. The sight before her staggered her. Puma troop personnel were doing some of the most crude and brutal acts imaginable to the witches. Slipping inside, she closed the door with a sharp crack, gaining everyone's undivided attention. "Mind if I join the party?" Maeve asked, blue eyes burning blackest anger. The fear and dread she saw creep into the Puma trooper's eyes gave her a warm feeling of satisfaction. With a word of power, she set her hands to burning with eldritch fire. There is an old saying in the Tyrian kingdoms, "Turnabout is fair play." Chapter 18. "My gods, Rebecca, don't kill them!" Dame Fallon cried, entering the laboratory. "You promised Danica to me." Danica and Kat hung side by side from chains in the same spot they had questioned Helene. Their faces were soaked with tears and sweat, their bodies trembling from hellish, magically induced abuse. The sleeves of their blouses were stained with blood trickling down from tortured wrists. Clothes and hair alike were plastered to sweat-soaked bodies. Their ankles bound tight, and then secured to rings in the floor, pulling their tortured bodies even more painfully tight. "You can have what is left of them, when I'm finished," Rebecca said, giving her a withering look. Fallon hesitated. "I've just finished my questioning, anyway." Caressing Danica's cheek, they were virtual treasure troves of useful information. "So eager to please, too. Then I can have them now?" Fallon said eagerly. "After I've had a little more fun," Rebecca said. She gestured and an overstuffed chair appeared behind her. Sitting, she ordered Monique to fetch her some wine. She motioned for Fallon to stand beside her. "They are such good, devoted friends," Rebecca said. "You know, they were even more concerned with rescuing the two Vicon witches than Monique. I enjoyed describing and inflicting some of the torments we used on those two. There are a few things I'd like to show them," Fallon growled, locking eyes with Danica. She caressed her inflamed cheek, with ugly, painful stitches keeping the ripped flesh closed. "And repay one injury tenfold." "In time," Rebecca said, taking the offered glass of red wine from Monique. Monique knelt at her side, watching the sorceress obediently. Danica here is racked with soul-numbing guilt for what's happened to all her friends. She may seem defeated and docile, but inside she rages with a need for vengeance. Kat, on the other hand, has gone almost mad with fear and guilt. Fallon gave the Bravo a quick look, noticing absently that she was back to her normal skin color of the darkest brown, almost black, but she quickly forgot Kat, returning her attention to Danica. She needed to have the golden-haired elfmaid helplessly in her power more than ever now. She would make Danica beg, grovel piteously, for mercy. Danica would be stripped mercilessly of the last spreads of dignity, defiance, and beauty before she would finally finish with her. Fallon needed to break her spirit and break her body. Only that would make up for the humiliation, pain, and mutilation. "What are you going to do to them?" Dame Fallon said. Danica noticed a sadistic eagerness in the dark-haired Amazon's deep green eyes. She hadn't realized just how obsessed Dame Fallon was, or what that meant to her own future. Being turned over to the mercenary captain hadn't been a fate she ever considered. A tiny smile tugged at the corners of Rebecca's lips as she studied the silent interaction between her agent and Danica. Fear was again blossoming inside the Elfmaid. A new fear, of brutal retribution and humiliation for past injuries and slights. Any delay would only go to stoke Fallon's own frustrated need for revenge, and thus the brutality of that revenge. That same delay would allow Danica's fertile mind to dwell in ferment, driving her half-mad with fear. Darusa would surely approve of how she handled this, and overlook the fact she sacrificed the Elfmaid instead of Maeve. Since they're such close friends, I've decided to have them cut each other to ribbons, she said. She watched with delight at the play of emotions on Fallon's face. Before Fallon could object, "Don't worry, my bloodthirsty minion, I won't let them kill each other." "I'll never touch a hair on Cat's head," Danica declared weakly. "Nothing you do to me will change my mind, witch." Rebecca bristled at being called a witch. Though Rebecca's reaction brought the bound and helpless Danica a measure of pleasure and satisfaction, she knew she'd be regretting it soon enough. "Just like you would never betray your cohorts in all Aria," Rebecca said, stinging her sharply with the jab. After a little otherworldly persuasion, Danica told her everything she wanted to know. "You will be just as helpless to defy me in this." Danica couldn't suppress her groan of despair, bringing her captors no small pleasure. The thought of what she would be forced to do, what she'd been forced to reveal over the last 2 hours, brought tears of shame and self-loathing flowing again. It was the first time she'd ever broken under questioning, the first time magic was ever used to rip the truth from her. It had been as humiliating as it was painful. Now she would be forced to bring even more pain and degradation upon Cat. "I've a better idea," Dame Fallon offered. "Summon demons and such, to rape and brutalize them." Now that would be a show. Rebecca paused to consider. Danica almost passed out at the thought of being raped, much less raped by demons. Cat roused then. "Perverted whores," she cried. "Neither of you has the mettle to meet us toe-to-toe. Craven cowards. Go ahead, let others, let demons, do your dirty work. You wouldn't want to get too close to us, we're dangerous." Dame Fallon, enraged, whipped out her sword and made to move towards them. Rebecca stopped her. "You can have them later, Fallon. Now it's my turn, and I want to see these two fearsome fighters, who scare timid little me so much, fight each other." "We won't fight," Danica declared. "We're stronger than you think." That's what Monique thought, and she was a high sorceress. "Before I stripped her of all her powers, then enslaved her." Stroking the beautiful slave's silky soft, shimmering brown hair, and look at her now. So docile and obedient. So eager to please my slightest desire. Danica looked at the enslaved sorceress kneeling at Rebecca's side. She had a difficult time imagining the short and petite woman, with the long glossy chestnut hair pooling at her knees, as a powerful sorceress. She definitely had the look of a silk slave, deliciously trained in the arts of sexual pleasure, but not a haughty sorceress. Seeing her like this, Danica questioned the need for their quest. Monique may have been strong once, but she was now broken and stripped of her magic, useless to their cause. Useless to Taylor's fight with Aisha. "Monique, go fetch 2 circlets," Rebecca said, turning back to her hanging prisoners. As the slave scurried away to do her mistress's bidding, the high mage muttered something and the bindings on their feet unraveled. Then with another word of power, the shackles snapped open. Danica and Cat fell in heaps, too weak to stand and defend themselves. Danica managed to work herself up onto hands and knees, glaring at her tormentors. Such defiance, Rebecca marveled. "I will use your own rage against you and each other." "Never," Cat said hoarsely. Monique returned with the whisper of bare feet on carpet, holding 2 bejeweled circlets similar to the one encircling her own brow. The 2 prisoners looked with dread on them as the sorceress took them from her. Turning to them, Rebecca cast a spell that forced them to raise up on their knees. They were held tightly in that position, unable to move. "Time to prove you wrong," she said, stepping before them. "Holding out the glittering circlets, while waiting for you to come to me this afternoon, I enchanted these with a spell similar to a slave spell. Monique's circlet has a much more powerful slave spell, making her almost helpless to do anything without being told first. She won't even relieve herself unless told. She paused to let that sink in. But I need you to have a little more self-control, so I whipped up these 2 circlets. I assure you, though, you will be quite helpless to fight their magic. You will do exactly as I order you. Without further comment, Rebecca slipped 1 circlet over Kat's head. The large ruby affixed to it, and hanging down between her eyebrows, gave off a malicious glimmer as Kat's features relaxed. Her eyes became as blank as Monique's. Danica, watching her friend's transformation in horror, struggled to break loose of the magic holding her. Only Rebecca was too strong. The sorceress's dark eyes sparkled with evil glee as she set the other, sapphire-studded, circlet upon Danica's brow. All feelings, rage, fear, love, hope evaporated immediately. Danica felt nothing, wanted nothing. Indeed, all she felt was a deep need to obey Rebecca. Now, pick up your swords and fight, Rebecca said, returning to her chair. Danica and Kat stood up stiffly and walked over to the table holding their weapons. Picking them up, they turned on each other without a sound or thought and began circling. Neither displayed any emotion. They're not experiencing any pain or humiliation, Dame Fallon said. How can this be considered torment? They will remember everything they did to each other after I remove the circlets, and that will be soul-wrenching and humiliating, Rebecca said, only casually watching them. She was normally not one for blood sports. Once they slice each other up a bit, I'll let you have them. Fallon perked up at that. How are the 2 witches faring? Fine. My troops are passing them around right now, taking what little pleasures their tortured bodies still have to offer. We'll begin their final torments once these 2 are on hand to witness it, she said, watching their first tentative probes of each other's defenses. Both seemed slow and sluggish. It wouldn't be much of a fight, so she turned her attention to admiring Danica's striking elven beauty. Rebecca, I'd appreciate it if you could at least keep Danica's face unmarred. I'd like that pleasure myself. Consider it done. Kat. Don't touch her face at all. Kat only nodded, never taking her eyes off Danica and the constantly moving sword seeking to pierce her defenses. Danica heard the order, not caring one way or the other. She only wanted to get past Kat's defenses, to cut her up badly. Just as her mistress wanted. In a quick move, Danica slid her blade down Kat's blade in an attempt to shear off her fingers. Kat twisted her hand, and flicked her wrist in a way that pushed Danica's blade aside. The elfmaid's razor-sharp sword whipped back in a blur of steel gray, slicing a thin red line across her belly. Kat never uttered a sound, though she felt the pain deep within. Instead, she thrust for her opponent's right knee. Danica nimbly danced aside, the thick leather of the thigh boot saving her from a deep cut and possibly being hamstrung. This is more boring than I had anticipated, Rebecca said at length. I claimed the big one's life, you can still have Danica. Fallon started to object, but seeing the look in her mistress's eyes, kept silent. Rebecca turned back to the fighters. Danica, kill Kat. Kill her fast and brutally. Kat, don't let her. Danica didn't hesitate, driving into Kat with speed and agility the Bravo couldn't match. Each thrust and cut came closer and closer to breaking through her weakening defenses as she backed slowly away. Danica was relentless, not giving her a chance to recover. Kat, knowing she was about to die, but trying to stay alive per her orders, fought on while trying to figure a way out. Danica was just too good with a sword. Then without warning, she stumbled against a chair. Danica, seeing her chance, thrust for her heart. Kat seized the chair and flung it at the lunging fighter. Danica was taken off guard, the chair smashing into the side of her head. Falling to her knees, Danica gasped in pain, watching in horror as Kat moved in with sword poised to strike. Suddenly, she realized she was master of her own mind and body. The circlet was on the floor beside her. I'm free! Danica cried, rolling aside and up to her feet as Kat lunged. She turned on Rebecca, who came to her feet. Cat, kill Danica. Kill her now. Danica leapt at Cat, kicking her hard in the hip. Cat staggered and fell to one knee. Then rose again, presenting her blade. Danica slapped it aside with her own, then darted inside the Bravo's defense and tried to slap the circlet off. Cat ducked, and deftly scrambled away. Danica cursed under her breath, desperate for a way to save Cat and keep Fallon and Rebecca at bay. She noticed Dame Fallon had her sword out and ready. Only Rebecca kept her from attacking. Cat was beginning to stalk her. Danica suddenly spun and threw her sword at Rebecca. Everyone was taken by surprise, especially Rebecca. The sorceress froze, but Dame Fallon leapt forward swinging her sword. She caught the thrown sword with a grazing blow, deflecting it just enough to save Rebecca's life, but the hilt slammed into the High Mage's forehead. Rebecca fell with a tiny cry, stunned. Danica turned to look at Cat, hoping the spell would be broken, only to find her still stalking forward. Pointing, "Cat, your mistress is dying." Cat paused to glance at the gasping sorceress, who was starting to claw at the carpet as she tried to regain her senses. It was enough. Danica darted in and kicked Cat hard in the chest. Cat fell to the floor, trying to roll as she was trained to do, but Danica understood and was waiting, stomping down on her back to stop her. Then she reached down and jerked the circlet off, freeing Cat. Pulling the sword from Cat's fingers, Danica turned to face an astounded Dame Fallon. Still unable to even kneel, Rebecca was far too dazed and weak to cast any spells for the moment. Monique knelt beside her obediently, waiting to be ordered. "Now it's your turn, Captain," Danica said. "May the 7 hounds of pits feast on your bones." Fallon quickly regained her composure, presenting her blade with confidence. Danica smiled grimly. Both stalked forward, meeting halfway. Danica started the contest, kicking low at her feet, then thrusting her blade deep into Fallon's left shoulder. Fallon recovered, attempting to disembowel her. Leaping back, Danica received a painful cut just above the belt. Keeping a close eye on Rebecca's quick recovery, Danica backpedaled across the chamber. Fallon, thinking her opponent weakening, followed. Once Cat was between them and the stunned sorceress, Danica stopped and began meeting the Amazon's strong assault blow for blow. "Cat, Rebecca is almost recovered," she cried, successfully tying Fallon up in combat. "Kill her. Kill her now." Cat struggled to her feet as Fallon screamed with rage. Danica increased the pressure, forcing her into a desperate fight to survive. Cat, now unarmed, staggered over to the sorceress who recovered enough to understand the danger. When Rebecca lifted a hand and began to utter a word of power, the Bravo snatched up a chair. As her long delicate fingers deftly traced out the required rune, the chair smashed into her head before the first syllable of the spell's trigger word, the word of power, passed her lips. "Kill her." Danica cried again, seeing Cat hesitate. Rebecca lay unconscious at the Bravo's feet. "I can't just murder her. She won't have any problem murdering you. Or me. Or Helene and Claudia," she said, starting to find it difficult to handle the determined mercenary. Fallon was now fighting in mortal fear. It gave her unnatural strength. "Just do it." Fallon took advantage of her momentary distraction, lunging forward and fleshing her blade in Danica's left breast. Danica, surprised at the pain, cried out in agony and staggered back against the wall. Raising her blade defensively, she lost her grip on it when Fallon struck it aside with a powerful stroke. As the sword clattered away, Danica looked up into Fallon's vengeful face. Fallon placed the point of her sword hard against Danica's neck, pricking the skin. "Don't move, Cat," she warned, seeing Cat start her way. "Or Danica dies where she stands. Kill her and Rebecca, and save yourself," Danica said, staring at Fallon defiantly. "I think not," Fallon said, smiling at Danica. Cat was no longer moving on them. Fallon and Rebecca had won. Now we start to have some real fun. I think not, Danica sneered, then spit in her eye. It shocked the proud knight, allowing Danica to throw herself to one side with only a nasty cut across her neck. Rolling to her feet, she scrambled for her lost sword with Fallon fast behind her. Scooping it up as she ran, she abruptly stopped and turned on the pursuing knight. Fallon cried out to Ashta and kicked Danica in the right knee. Danica jumped to the side, her knee begging to collapse. Maintaining her feet, she slashed low at the Amazon's ankles. When Fallon jumped high to avoid the sharp blade, Danica deftly changed the direction of her blade. Bringing her sword straight up with the last of her strength, she sliced a bloody red path from Fallon's groin, up across her belly, through the steel cuirass, between her breasts, and ending just below her neck. The cut was bad, bleeding freely, but not deep enough to be fatal if she could receive medical assistance quick. Gasping and sobbing in pain, her clothes and armor all but falling off, Fallon tumbled back. Brandishing her sword, she just managed to fend an exhausted Danica off. An unseen cat slapped her in the face with the remnants of the chair she'd smashed over Rebecca's head. The mercenary captain lay still, bleeding heavily from her wound. Danica staggered over and threw her arms around Cat. "Well met, Cat. Are you all right?" "Never been worse off in my life," she said, grinning. "But I'll live." She spotted Monique still kneeling beside Rebecca and gingerly poking her mistress as if to rouse her from sleep. Though her eyes still looked blank, Danica could see a measure of confusion coloring her pretty face. Danica walked over and pulled the circlet off the enslaved sorceress's head, eliciting a startled yelp. Confused, Monique looked around a brief moment, then her face twisted into rage. Her fists tightened into tiny balls as she glared at her unconscious captor. "You are Monique, Taylor, Tara's sister?" Danica said, just to be sure. "You really aren't Tara," she said, suddenly looking up at Danica. "You look remarkably like her." "I could have never told the difference." "In a manner of speaking, I am Tara," Danica said, grimacing. "Your sister stole my body, leaving me in this." Monique looked aghast a moment. Why would she give up such a beautiful body? That's why she stole it in the first place. "Were you even more beautiful?" "Danica was a man," Kat said. "Your sister wanted his body to fight Aisha in." "How horrible." "I agree," Danica said with feeling. "To have to live in a man's body." Monique shivered at the thought, and then rubbed her temples. Tara must really be desperate to do such a thing. It's coming back to me. I remember Rebecca talking about it. Everything's so fuzzy. "What's wrong with being a man?" Danica asked, slightly miffed at the implied insult. Only Monique wasn't paying her any heed. She rolled Rebecca onto her back, then lifted her eyelids to peer in. Turning to Danica, "Get me something to end her foul life with." Danica made to hand her the sword, but Kat intervened. "No. I won't be a party to cold-blooded murder," Kat said, her face set hard with determination. "You have no idea what this vile woman has done to me. The humiliations and perversions I had to endure over the past months," Monique declared, incredulous that she was being thwarted in her vengeance. "I have every right to exact vengeance." "Not with my help," Kat said coolly. When Monique turned to Danica for support, Danica said, "My friend will be deeply offended and hurt if we kill her like this. As much as I agree with you, I must support her stance." "Thank you," Kat said, relieved. "She's the most dangerous woman in the Empire. If we leave her alive, she'll hunt us down like mad dogs. Great Mog, she'll have the Empress set the whole army on us." "I'm sorry, Monique, but we can't just kill her like that," Danica said. Monique scowled at them, then nodded her acceptance. They had risked all to save her. That, she could not forget. "Then find me some bindings and a gag," she said. "Otherwise, she'll enslave us all when she wakes." While Kat ripped Rebecca's long skirt into strips, Danica rolled some of the cloth into a ball and stuffed it in the High Mage's mouth. By the time she finished tying strips around her head to keep the gag in place, Monique had her wrists secured. Kat seemed satisfied, even a little smug at what she had accomplished. Then Monique reached down and started breaking Rebecca's fingers, one by one. God of mercy! Kat cried, cringing at the snapping sound of another finger breaking. What are you doing that for? Monique gave her an annoyed look. If she can wiggle her fingers in prescribed manners or draw runes in the air, she can cast spells and free herself. We don't want that, do we? No, but... Sorry, Kat, I let her live for you, but I'd no intention of letting her recapture or kill me because you're squeamish, Monique said, never pausing in her ghastly task. Kat looked to Danica for support, but found none. Indeed, Danica was nodding her approval. Ignoring Kat, Danica said, Monique, Rebecca said that she stripped you of your magic. Is that true? Yes, she said softly, bitterly. I'm almost as helpless as you now. Almost? Monique smiled. It wasn't a pleasant smile. She then began slapping Rebecca's face to rouse her. When the gagged and bound high mage woke, she found her enemies above her in triumph. A situation she had never known before. Searing agony told of fingers mangled beyond hope of use. It could be weeks, even months, before they would be back to normal. If she lived that long. Awake at last, Monique said sweetly. Then her tone grew dark, menacing. Now it is time for you to be repaid for all the wrongs done to me. Rebecca's eyes went wide at that. These brave warriors won't let me kill you, but I've another idea almost as good. I shall repay you in kind. I don't understand. Exactly what are you going to do? Kat said, fearing she'd go back on her word not to kill Rebecca. I'm going to strip her of magic, she said. How is that possible? You've been stripped of your magic. Doesn't that include all knowledge of how to wield it? Danica said. Yes, it does, but Rebecca made one small mistake. When she stripped me of my knowledge of magic, she left intact my knowledge of the ancient tongues which are used to chant the spells. I've been quietly kneeling beside her for months, listening to her strip others of their magic. And inadvertently memorizing the necessary spells, Monique said, closely watching Rebecca's rising fear. Smiling at her former mistress, oops. Not a good turn of event, hey Rebecca? Great! Danica cried enthusiastically. Hurry, before we're discovered. While Danica and Kat held Rebecca still, Monique closed her eyes and began chanting softly, her fingers tracing strange runes in the air before the captive sorceress. With skin a-crawl, Danica and Kat watched in fascination and dread. Danica shifted to mage sight, seeing a myriad of pulsating streamers gathering around Monique and Rebecca. As the minutes ticked by, Rebecca tearfully became more desperate to escape, thrashing about and struggling in their grasp. Finally, in something of an anticlimax for her two helpers, Monique finished her incantation and touched Rebecca's forehead. The High Mage of the Amazon Empire tensed a second, then swooned. The pulsating magics Monique called up simply vanished, leaving her sheathed in what Danica now recognized as personal wards. Monique sat back on her legs, a satisfied look on her face. For the first time she seemed truly alive and relaxed. Danica noted how much more beautiful she was now that her face was more animated. Her sapphire eyes sparkled mischievously as she locked eyes with Danica. That felt real good. I can see that, but how powerful are you now? She shrugged, slightly less powerful than I was before Rebecca captured me. She might have stolen my magic, but it didn't do her much good. Sorcery is like any art. I need only practice diligently to reach my full potential again. Can you spell, or transport, us to Alaria? Danica said hopefully. Even Kat perked up at that idea. Monique paused, assessing her strengths, the precast spells stolen from Rebecca, and the stolen reserves of life energy to propel those spells. She determined that she had neither the power, nor no precast spell to use. Rebecca had used up too much of her horde energies in capturing and torturing Danica and Cat. Teleportation spells were difficult and time-consuming, especially when involving more than one person. "I'm sorry, but we'll have to use your original escape plan," she said regretfully. "It'll take too much time and energy to cast the spell." "That's the problem," Cat said. "We don't have an escape plan. We had one, but it was lost when Helene and Claudia were captured." Danica and Cat looked at each other. Helene and Claudia, they had almost forgotten about their friends. Even now they were being tormented by Dame Thalin's troops. "We have to move fast," Danica said. She rushed to Fallon, still stretched out on the floor. With the Puma's captain as a hostage, they would easily secure their friend's release. Only she found Fallon had bled to death. "Monique, can you help us save Helene and Claudia?" Rising to her feet, Monique said, "Yes, we must rescue your friends. Follow me." She turned for the door and stopped dead in her tracks, glancing down at her nakedness. Frowning a second, she spoke a word of power and then she was standing there clothed in dark blue shirt, trousers, and boots, with a cowled, black cape hanging off her shoulders. That done, she led the way out the door. Danica watched with mage sight as Monique gathered magics around her as they hurried to the next chamber over. By their very look she could tell they were fighting magics, meant only for destruction. Some of them even set her teeth on edge when looked at too closely. Monique paused at the door, blocking it with her body. "Perhaps you should stay out here," she said. "I know what Rebecca and Fallon did to them, and I'd rather you not see them as they are. I will do what I can for them, magically, or send them to the goddess without further pain." "No," Danica said, trying to swallow past the painful knot in her throat. "We all go in. No matter what has happened to them, I will see to it they are taken care of properly." Cat nodded, grim-faced. "Agreed." The door opened before any could turn to enter. All turned to find Maeve staring at them open-mouthed. "Maeve!" Danica cried. Magics flashed before Danica's eyes as both sorceresses sprung. Though to Cat it seemed as if the two only glared at each other, Danica could see the true violence of their battle. She could also see that Maeve stood no chance against a much more powerful Monique. Within seconds, Maeve fell to her knees, her face a mask of strain and fear. What looked like a half-formed demon slowly stalked forward, horrid talons prepared to rip out the Tyrion's throat. "What are you doing?" Helene said. "Stop!" Claudia cried, rushing forward to place herself between the battling sorceresses. Monique, Danica, and Cat stepped back a step, and stared in shock at the two belligerent-looking Vicon witches. Their clothes hung off their bodies in tatters, but the flesh underneath was smooth and unmarred. Both looked in fine spirit and health. Both looked too good to have just been tortured both magically and mundanely. "Danica, why are you attacking Maeve?" Helene demanded, eyes flashing as her fist erupted in eldritch fire. Monique answered instead. "She slaughtered an entire Vicon tenement this morning." Monique said. "She murdered your kinswomen." "No she didn't," Claudia said. "She told us what happened. Some are dead, but she saved the rest once the haze was lifted. Even now they are preparing to leave the city." Besides, Helene said, letting the eldritch flames around her fist die out, "They've just saved our lives, and healed us. Healed us of injuries we couldn't have dealt with on our own with witchcraft. If you want Maeve Snapdragon, then you have to go through us first," Claudia said, an edge to her voice Danica had never heard before. "We didn't know," Danica said. "We thought. I mean. And you were correct in that, Danica," Maeve said, just coming to her feet. Her losing efforts were apparent in her gaunt face and the way her hands still trembled. "First Aisha, then Darusa bespelled me, then set me on your trail. In truth, I obeyed my Hayas to the letter, hunting you was all I had. I do not deny it. And we're to trust you now?" Danica snapped. Maeve flinched, seeming to withdraw. "No. I understand. I will go far away. Seeing hate in your eyes is more painful than a dagger in the heart. She's telling the truth, Monique said. Rebecca talked about the Hayes with both Maeve and Aisha numerous times. While you were talking, I probed her and couldn't find any trace of the Hayes. She's her own woman again. But who does she follow? Kat said. Maeve looked up, catching Danica's eyes. I'll follow you, Danica. If you'll have me? We need all the magical help we can get, Monique said. If nothing else, she's a brawler. She's a hero, Claudia said. Mine anyway. Again, everyone looked to Danica. It always ended up her decision, whether in a male or female body. If she made the right decision, everyone would talk about how smart and cunning she was. If not, she took all the blame. This time though, it was Maeve, a woman she once loved. If only briefly, and she was Carl's cousin. Great gods, she'll only get into trouble and muck things up if I don't keep an eye on her, Danica said. Maeve flung herself at Danica, hugging her tightly. You won't regret this, Danica. That I promise. Stepping back, Maeve smiled widely at them all. I stood in on some of their most secret meetings and strategy sessions. With Rebecca put down, the threat to the Empire is greatly diminished. We should return to Alaria immediately. Yes, and Helene and Claudia will have to come with us back to Alaria, Kat said. It's too dangerous here for them. No, Monique said. They must stay. Their people depend on them. But Rebecca is stripped of her powers, Danica said. Surely the threat within the Empire is now extinguished. Not entirely. There are others, she said. Maeve nodded. And they know how the Vicon helped you. That act has placed all of the Vicon in our camp, whether they like it or not. She's right, Helene said. We are needed here. Someone has to warn our people and begin the defense. Before we make too many plans, we should figure out how to get out of the palace first, Kat said. I know a way, Monique said. Rebecca's escape tunnel. Where does it lead? Claudia said. To a cellar below a tenement just outside the palace's north walls. From there you can work your way back to your tenement. What about us? Kat said. That save Helene and Claudia, but not the rest of us. I will conjure us each a warhawk, Monique said. It's a precast spell Rebecca stole from me and I just stole back. The energy needed for the spell has already been expended at the original spellcasting. We'll depart from the courtyard after seeing our friends on their way. Danica looked around. Kat and Monique were watching her intently. Maeve just looked relieved, while the two Vicons started fussing with their tattered clothes. For her part, Danica felt relief and a soul-numbing weariness. Let's go home, Danica said. Chapter 19. Trying to keep her racing heart in check and stop her ragged breathing, Danica sat astride the great warhawk and watched as Alaria slowly grew bigger in the distance. Kat was to her left, Monique to her right, and Maeve followed. All rode identical brown warhawks with black beaks, legs, and wing markings, all conjured by Monique. They flew through clear skies, despite the storm clouds brewing to the north. That storm was nothing compared to the one raging in her breast. She served Taylor well, recovering his lost sister intact and with all her powers restored. She even helped cripple one faction of his rival's forces and a powerful faction, too. Still, something deep down whispered to her that Taylor would not be impressed, or overly grateful. He might even consider Kat and herself too dangerous to keep around and end their lives with a quick spell. Watching Monique a moment, she wondered if the beautiful sorceress would be of any assistance. She owed her freedom to them, if not her life. Would she still remain loyal to her sister in Danica's stolen male body, or would she feel compelled to help Danica recover her lost body in gratitude? Danica couldn't bring herself to totally trust a sorceress and she was afraid to ask. She would soon find out. As they neared the infamous city of thieves, outlaws, and pirates, Monique took the lead. For an adventurer like Danica, Aria was the most exciting city in the Jarlands, teeming with possibilities. Rich, bloodthirsty, and corrupt merchants, pirates, and nobles hid fabulous treasures deep beneath the muddy waters in chambers carved out of the native granite. Treasures just begging to be looted by fearless men and women. A city where you could purchase maps to hidden treasure in any alley, or buy an enslaved Tyrian princess for more immediate pleasures. Aria was as decadent, corrupt, and dangerous as a city could be without falling into total anarchy. If Taylor was to be believed, Danica was risking her life to save it and all of the world. At the moment, she tended to believe him. She probably would have aided his cause even before he stole her body. She looked herself over. It was a body meant to impress. Great for a woman, but it tended to cause Danica some problems. She didn't want that kind of attention. Not from men anyway. Before they left Dolly's, Monique tended to her wounds, then magically healed Kat the following day. Kat's injuries weren't as bad or extensive, and healing magic was a tough task. Danica took the brunt of Rebecca's questioning, and hadn't fared too well in her fights with Kat and Dame Fallon. Her clothes remained in bloody tatters, but her body was unmarked. Now she wanted nothing more than to take a long, relaxing bath, burn the blood-splattered Votarian uniforms they reminded her of their near death that she and Kat still wore, and sleep for a month. Kat was of a similar mind. Flying past the Warhawkery, Monique led them straight to Taylor's mansion. They went into a tight circle overhead while she chanted some spell that Danica assumed was to either alert Taylor of their arrival or see if it was safe to land. Either way, after a few minutes of chanting, she landed atop the flat roof. Danica, then Kat, landed beside her. Maeve landed opposite them, setting up a crossfire of magic energies if it should prove necessary. Danica watched with approval as Maeve summoned bright energies around herself in anticipation of trouble. "It seems to be safe to land," Monique said, still mounted and not in any hurry to dismount. "But all the wards are gone. Strange. I think Taylor is present, at least I feel someone with his power below. Anyway, whoever it is down there is coming up. I hope it is Taylor," Danica muttered, turning her attention toward the building. Her mage sight revealed no sign of wards. "I'm in no mood for a surprise. Good or bad?" Kat just grunted her agreement, keeping a keen eye on the trapdoor before Monique. Monique and Maeve weren't taking any chances either. Their hands were already glowing with arcane energies, ready to strike if need be. Danica loosened the strap holding her quiver of arrows tight and pulled her bow out of its saddle sheath. Kat told her bird to be alert. A deep thumping of booted feet on wooden steps echoed through the trapdoor. The four arrivals tensed as a bolt was thrown and the door pushed open. Carl, looking haggard and worn, stuck his head out. His face immediately lit up at the sight of his old friend. "Danica! Ha, ha, you're back. I knew you wouldn't let me down," he roared happily. "Looking down, and you were doubting my friend's cunning and talent. Ha!" Carl, followed quickly by Taylor, scrambled out onto the bright, sunlit roof. "Carl, you old flea-bitten plow ox." Danica laughed and scrambled down the ladder. Kat, Maeve, and Monique relaxed. Danica met Carl halfway to the trapdoor. Carl threw both massive arms around her in a great bear hug, then kissed her full on the lips. Kat and Maeve burst out laughing as Danica's eyes went wide in surprise. Then released, she spat and rubbed her mouth. "Oops, forgot myself," Carl said, and laughed. "You filthy, oversexed bastard," she cried, charging him with swinging fists and kicking feet. Carl, still laughing, took the abuse in high spirits, able to deflect most of Danica's reckless attack. After a moment he began grabbing at her breasts, rump, and groin, enjoying the way she fought him off, along with her startled squeals and threats. Then placing his hand on her forehead, he held her at bay to her great frustration. Slapping his hand off her head, "Don't touch me. Bandu as my witness, I'll cut off your lips." I'll gorge out your eyes and piss in. Maeve called out, cousin, I think only another kiss will be shutting the wench up. Danica whirled on her, Maeve. Carl grabbed Danica's head, entangling his big hands in her thick golden mane, and pulled her lips in for another hard kiss. Danica staggered back, afraid now to get too close to him. He seemed more than capable of fending her off, and was displaying a sexual playfulness toward her he usually reserved for tavern girls, and other women of similar morals. Look at Danica, swooning from my passionate kisses. He threw back his head and roared with laughter. The others also laughed. Danica was aghast. Didn't they understand? Maga's my witness, it is good to laugh again, Taylor said at length, wiping the tears from his eyes. Carl, suddenly looking far less hearty, agreed, I think you're right on that, friend wizard. It is good to have a reason to laugh, even if it is at the expense of my good friend. He winked at Danica. And a warm, sweet-lipped when she is, too. Danica noticed how drawn and weary both men looked. Even Carl's playfulness seemed a bit forced. Their eyes were sunken with dark circles and their hair matted and dull. Their clothes were nothing less than evil-smelling rags, Carl's chain mail hung in tatters from stooped shoulders. She thought of the shredded clothes she and Kat still wore, and wondered what hellish ordeals they'd had to endure to end up in so similar a condition. I see you haven't fared much better than ourselves, Danica said. Carl grunted, looking at her solemnly. We've been to the pits of hell and back, Danica. Nothing less. Danica started to dismiss it as another of Carl's gross exaggerations, then noticed how Taylor nodded his agreement. Was Tuner now allied with High Mage Aisha? The god of the dead was powerful, and not one to trifle with. You're joking, of course, she said, fearing their answer. It wasn't truly the pits, Taylor started. It was worse. Like the swamp at night, with never no day. Then to strike me down if I am lying, but hell could never be so foul. Monique looked at Taylor, where were you? I haven't any idea, he admitted. At first I thought it might be Darusa's realm, but now it seems more likely to be some realm that she created with Garn and the Four Sisters. For once, the barbarian is not exaggerating, but... First intelligent thing you ever said, Carl said, grinning weakly. Gazing up at Monique, at least you brought his sister back. Then turning to look affectionately at Maeve, and you found my wayward cousin, too. And in one piece. Yes, Danica admitted. She glanced at Maeve and saw the fear in her eyes. Would Carl understand if told the truth about Maeve? Maeve definitely didn't want to find out just now. Though in truth, she did more to find and save us than the other way around. Taylor looked on her with interest, sparking something deep down in Danica. Somehow, she just didn't like the way he looked at her. Danica wondered if he was going through Danic's stolen memories, reliving all the good times between him and Maeve. There was more than a look of admiration in his eyes. She's a sorceress, Taylor said at length, then smiled warmly at Maeve and the redhead returned the smile just as warmly. Danica frowned, scenes of them going at each other like rabbits flashed across her mind. And she didn't like it. She will make a fine addition to our cause. Yes, I'm sure she will, Monique said. She gave Taylor a piercing look. Danica and Kat underwent extreme hardships, even torture and magical torments, to rescue me for you. You owe them, Taylor. We both owe them dearly. Taylor's eyes narrowed. What are you saying, Monique? That I should hand over this body? Yes. You don't understand the situation here. My followers know Taylor, not Tara. I had to take her body to forge this alliance, he said. He looked so determined. The men I needed hesitated to follow a woman, and Aisha was breathing down my back. The only alternative was to abandon the Jarlan kingdoms, the Empire, and most of the Tyrians to Aisha's dreams of empire. You forged your alliance, now give the body back, she said. I need it even more now, he declared. After our losses, it is even more important that we have a strong leader to hold us together. They looked to me. I must see this through. One man or woman is insignificant in the long run. But. No. You know Aisha. You know what life under her rule would be like. Tell me now that Danica's life is more important than saving everyone from that tyranny. Maybe not, but you still owe her. Oh, both of them. Fine. Maybe after this all is over, and if we win, I'll trade back bodies, he said quietly, casting Danica dark looks. Maybe? Danica cried. What's with this maybe crap? Will you or not? Yes, I want to know too, brother, Monique said, eyes narrowing. My decision as to whether or not I continue to support your cause will depend on your answer. Monique, we're of the same blood, Taylor pleaded. Ha! We haven't been of the same blood for 312 years. Not since you stole Elvin Druanu O'Diorain's sultry little body, she said, indicating Danica. It's a big world, I don't have to live under Aisha's tyranny. Taylor didn't see any sympathy for his case in his sister's eyes. The others were already known to support Danica's case against him. He needed Monique. As much as a sister, as an ally. Giving up this male body hadn't been a part of his plans, ever. He kind of liked the change, though found life now somewhat limiting, in completely different areas than before. Monique had never approved of her sister stealing another's body to live in, but over the centuries she had gotten used to Tara's new appearance. Taylor didn't want to go through that experience again. The centuries of loneliness and rejection, and Monique was as stubborn as himself. Once, long ago, as children and young women back in Horth, they'd been very close. Inseparable, in fact. However, after being enslaved during a raid and forced to endure life in a Tyrian brothel for over 12 years, Tara had changed. They both learned magic separately, discovering natural talents in the high arts. All seemed to be getting back to normal, then Tara stole the beautiful elven sorceress's body. Monique had been cool at best ever since. I'll return the body when I'm through with it, he said at length. You'll return it the moment Aisha is defeated, Monique corrected him. Swear it. Yes, swear it, Danica said, stepping over to hear and watch his eyes. Glaring into Danica's eyes, I swear to trade bodies with you as soon as Aisha is defeated, but I'll still need your help to defeat her. You think I'd just sit this out and hope my body makes it through intact? Think again, she said. I think you should release us from our oaths of loyalty, Kat said. It is only fair, I agree, Danica said, though wouldn't push this point too hard. She had the promise she wanted, and wasn't about to abandon him without her body, but her friend was another story. Release us. You're released from any and all oaths. Taylor shouted angrily. Now go away if that's what you want. I'm not leaving, Danica said. Neither am I, Kat said. I followed Danica. I'm staying, too, Maeve said. As do I, Carl declared loudly and proudly. Where my friends goes, I go. May the gods have mercy on the foolish souls who bar our way. Because we won't. Danica finished, with a laugh at their old pledge. I'm glad to see everyone so enthusiastic, because I don't see things getting any easier in the near future, Taylor said and headed toward the stairs. Carl turned to Danica, believe me, he is no fun at all. Then grimaced. Nasty enemies, too. I don't remember him so gloomy, Danica said, slightly disturbed by the transformation. He was arrogant and a bully, but he had never faced a god in mortal combat before, Carl said solemnly. Put a few years on me, too. Wow! Maeve cried. What a tale! Tell us. You fought gods? Monique said, looking surprised by Maeve's jubilant reaction. How did you survive? By my superior cunning, Carl said, winking slyly at Monique. Danica smiled, pleased to see her old friend displaying some of his old ways. The old dog was always on the prowl. She made a mental note to warn Monique later, just in case she didn't discern it for herself. Even then it was a close call. I had to carry your poor brother through it all." To his great delight, Monique seemed entranced by his tale, no sign that she wasn't believing every word. Getting into his tale now, all thoughts of hardship gone, when our valiant wizard friend first faltered, I knew I had to act fast. "Yes, yes, we all realize you saved the world as we know it," Danica laughed. "Just save us from one of your wild fairy tales." "Fairy tale?" Carl roared, with not a little of the old mirth. "And after all the years I've been dragging your scrawny Jarland butt out of scraps." "Dragging my butt out of scraps?" Danica cried. "You're too dumb to find your own bloody butt, much less mine." Carl started to reply, then grinned at her. His bloodshot blue eyes held a strange glint. She wasn't sure if it was mischievousness, or just plain lust. Cat laughed. "Run, Danica. I think you've issued a challenge he's more than willing to undertake." "Carl," Maeve called with a laugh, "the pride of our people rides on this challenge. Take her down." Danica looked at the grin on Carl's face, then at the others. Surely it was just a joke. Carl would never. Chuckling low, Carl started towards her. Danica's insides clenched. There was no succor coming from the other women, so Danica ducked under Carl's reaching hands and ran towards the stairs after Taylor. Carl, bellowing joyfully for the goddess of love's divine help, followed closely. The end.